Rebirth to 80s, the villain's mother raises her cubs daily. Chapter 1 to Chapter 190. Xianxia lay on the bed, her eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling without blinking. Spider webs hung from the beams, and spiders crawled around from time to time. She could see the wall if she turned her head slightly. Old newspapers were pasted on the wall. The newspapers were yellowed and covered with a layer of dust, making it impossible to see what was written on them. In some places, the newspapers were torn and fell off, revealing the yellow walls. Just by looking at them, Xianxia knew that they would fall off at the slightest touch. As soon as Xianxia regained consciousness, she received a piece of memory. Even though she had digested all the memories, she still felt incredulous looking at everything in front of her. Xianxia was born in a family of traditional Chinese medicine. Although she didn't love traditional Chinese medicine very much, she was influenced by it since she was young. When she grew up, she began to carry thick medical books to memorize. After studying for so many years, she had some achievements in traditional Chinese medicine. She even developed new drugs and won many awards. But compared to traditional Chinese medicine, Xianxia preferred cooking. Fortunately, her family wasn't stubborn. As long as she mastered traditional Chinese medicine, she could learn whatever she wanted in the rest of her time. After years of study, Xianxia's achievements in cooking weren't as good as traditional Chinese medicine, but they weren't bad. Xianxia remembered clearly that before she fainted, she had just won the national cooking competition. At that time, she was happy and excited, holding the trophy and jumping up and down. And then she didn't know anything. By the time she regained consciousness, she was already lying on this bed and had become Xianxia, who had the same name and surname. When Xianxia woke up, she received the original owner's memory. It was because she received the original owner's memory that Xianxia knew that she had transmigrated into a book. This was a novel she read when she had nothing to do. She couldn't remember the name of the novel, but she could remember the general content. The main story was about the male protagonist, Pei Huai, who was born poor, studied hard, and was obsessed with scientific research. In the end, he became a big scientific researcher, and then met the female protagonist, who was a strong woman in the business world. The two of them were well matched, fell in love at first sight, and fell in love when they saw each other again. And the original owner was a child bride that the male protagonist married in the countryside. That's right, a child bride. The original owner was adopted by the Pei family when she was 6 or 7 years old. It was more of a purchase than an adoption. The man who handed the original host over to the Pei family was not the original host's family, but the person who kidnapped the original host. After the host came to the Pei family, she went to primary school with the male lead. At that time, the community's primary school did not charge tuition fees. Everyone in the village would send their children to school. They didn't expect the child to learn anything. They just wanted someone to look after the child for free. This way, when the adults worked in the fields, they didn't have to worry about the child's safety. The original owner's grades in primary school were not bad, and later she was admitted to junior high school with the male lead. However, junior high school was different from primary school. Junior high school was in the county, which was too far away from the village. It was impossible to go home every day, so they could only stay in school. The host was bought back. The reason why father and mother Pei bought the original owner of this body was to raise a child bride for Pei Huai. She didn't need to pay to go to primary school before. But now, she needed to pay to go to middle school, and her family didn't have that much money. Plus, the host was already 12 years old and could be considered half a laborer in the village. Even if she couldn't work in the fields, she could still do laundry, cook, clean the yard, feed the pigs, and so on. Therefore, the host couldn't go to middle school and started farming at home. The host didn't say anything, but she blamed the Pei family in her heart. When the host was angry, she turned her anger into appetite. Even if she ate chaff and vegetables, she could eat more than others. She didn't know if it was because she ate too much, but the host became stronger and stronger. The stronger she was, the more work she had to do, the more energy she had to consume, and the more she ate. It was an endless cycle. After a few years, the original owner had grown from a little girl with slender limbs to a ball. She ate so much, but the host snatched it. She snatched it from the male lead's younger brother and sister. After snatching it, she threatened them not to tell on her or she would beat them up. The original owner of the body had the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. His strength was great. His face was fierce and his threatening words were quite effective. One person ate 3 people's food. If she didn't eat herself into a ball, it would be intolerable. In Xianxia's eyes, the host gave up on herself and her image was a bit unsightly. But the 2 elders of the Pei family didn't think so. They thought that Xianxia had a big butt and was good at giving birth. She was strong and had a lot of work to do. After the host and the male lead grew up, they held a wedding despite the male lead's objections. They got a marriage certificate and even held a banquet in the village. The wedding night, Xianxia closed her eyes. She didn't want to think about this memory. Although she was forced to accept this memory and didn't do it herself, she still couldn't bear to look at it. 3 days after the wedding, the male lead left. He carried his luggage and went to a big city to go to university. A month after the male lead left, the host found out she was pregnant. She sent a letter to the male lead, but he didn't come back. He said he was in school and couldn't ask for leave. Not only did he not return at that time, but he also did not return for the new year. 9 months later, the original owner gave birth to a fat boy. This child was the eldest grandson of the Pei family. The Pei family's elders loved him very much and treated the host even better. But the original owner had changed. The previous owner thought that giving birth to a grandson for the Pei family was a great achievement. She had suffered so much in the past, so it was time for her to enjoy life. After that, the host began her confinement. The previous host didn't agree at first. The 2 of them got a marriage certificate, held a banquet, and had a son. When the male lead went to university, the previous host didn't agree no matter what. She said that he would work in a factory after graduation and earn a few dozen yuan a month. The male lead insisted on going to university for 4 years. What was the point? In order to prevent the male lead from going to university, she almost tore up the male lead's acceptance letter. Later, after the male lead went to university, he often sent money back. The previous host kept all the money in her hands. Only then was the previous host slightly satisfied. The previous host had been waiting for the male lead to graduate from university, find a job in a big city, buy a house, and then bring her to live with him. At that time, she would also be a city dweller. Now that the male lead had finally graduated and her dream was about to come true, the male lead wanted a divorce. How could she agree? After arguing for many days, there was still no result. In the end, the male lead promised to give the previous host a sum of money. Only then did the previous host agree to the divorce. But the previous host had a request. She had to take care of her son, Pei Jing. It wasn't that the previous host loved her son. In fact, the previous host didn't care about the child from the time he was born. The previous host wanted to take care of her son because she heard that if the child followed the mother, the father would have to pay child support. She didn't do it for Pei Jing, but for the monthly support. Because he didn't agree to the previous host's request, the previous host didn't agree to the divorce. In the end, the male lead agreed. After the 2 divorced, the previous host took the money from the male lead and took Pei Jing to the county. They rented a house and went out to eat every day when it was time. They ate 3 meals a day outside. The previous host had a big appetite and liked to eat good food. She also bought cloth to make new clothes. Although the male lead gave her a lot of money, she squandered it all in less than half a year. Because she couldn't pay the rent, she was kicked out of the house. From then on, the previous host took Pei Jing and wandered around the county. She did some odd jobs, picked up scraps and sold them. When people weren't paying attention, she stole a few things from other people. Coupled with the monthly alimony from the male lead, her days were still tough. Mother and son often slept under bridges. But these days didn't last long. Because in less than half a year, the original owner died. That night, the original owner sold the waste and was walking to the bridge with Pei Jing. They were stopped by several punks. The original owner looked like this. Of course, the hooligans weren't here for sex, but for money. The original owner didn't want to give the money no matter what and started fighting with these gangsters. The original owner's strength was great, but she had never fought before, so she didn't have any skills. The other side had many people, so even if she tried her best, she could only fight to a draw. In the end, he was stabbed a few times from the back, and his body went limp. The host had died just like that. After the death of the original owner, Pei Jing became a vagrant in the county. They picked up trash, stole things, and even snatched other children's food. Pei Jing wandered around for a while before he was brought back by the male lead. But this child grew up in that kind of environment and was influenced by the original owner. In the end, he witnessed the original owner's tragic death with his own eyes. His personality was already somewhat twisted. In front of others, he was humble, polite, obedient, and sensible. He was a good child. If Xianxia knew that she could transmigrate, she would have read the book carefully and memorized the whole text. Otherwise, what if she accidentally died? The taste of death was too uncomfortable. Xianxia, who had already experienced it once, did not want to experience it a second time. Even if she was fat, ugly, poor, and miserable now, she still wanted to live well. It was better to live badly than to die well, not to mention that the original owner had died so miserably. Xianxia was still thinking when he suddenly heard a clanging sound. The sound was very loud and came very suddenly. Xianxia was so scared that she shivered, and then she felt the bed shake. Xianxia turned her head to look at the door and saw a young man standing there. This young man looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. He was thin and tall, and his skin was a little dark, but his facial features were still very good. Looking at the person in front of her and comparing it with her memory, Xianxia recognized the person. This person was the male lead's younger brother, Pei Yang. Xianxia kept staring at Pei Yang's face. Soon, he saw that Pei Yang's brows were furrowed and his face was filled with displeasure. There was even a hint of wariness in his eyes. "Why do you keep staring at me? Are you done? If you're done, go eat. Don't keep asking me to bring you food." Xianxia blinked. Only then did she understand why Pei Yang came over and said such words. The original owner went to the river yesterday and did not know what happened, but she fell into the river. Fortunately, she did not drink too much water and did not drown. But the fall was not light and she was scared, so she fainted. There was also such a scene in the original book. After lying in bed for a day, the original owner was alive and kicking. But now she did not know why, but the original owner had died and she had transmigrated into the original owner's body. Thinking of this, Xianxia could not help but fall into deep thought. But Xianxia's reaction to Pei Yang was that she was lazy. She was clearly fine, but she just wanted to lie in bed and not get up. Previously, she had gone to eat by herself. Could it be that she was unwilling to get up to eat now and wanted someone to bring her food? Thinking of this, Pei Yang's brows furrowed even tighter, almost enough to kill a fly. Without looking at Xianxia, Pei Yang turned around and left angrily. When Xianxia came back to his senses, he only saw Pei Yang striding away. Xianxia blinked. He didn't know what was wrong with Pei Yang, but he didn't take it to heart. He tried to sit up. He was trying. He still tried it carefully. The original owner was too fat. Xianxia didn't know how the original owner supported this body to move freely, but she herself, for the first time using this body, was still a little uneasy. Turning sideways, he placed his hands on the bed and straightened his upper body. After sitting up straight, he was in no hurry to put on his shoes. He sat for a while to get used to it before putting on his shoes and getting off the Kong bed. It was the first time that he felt as if his flesh was shaking with every step he took. Xianxia walked out of the house, and the warm spring sun shone on her. It was lunchtime and the sun was at its brightest. The sun was shining brightly, and the temperature was just right. It would be great if the courtyard could be cleaner. At this time, the Pei family's courtyard wasn't very messy, but it wasn't clean either. Xianxia was staring at the courtyard when Pei Yang came out of the room opposite her, carrying a large porcelain basin. Pei Yang was stunned when he saw Xianxia, and then he said in a bad tone, "Didn't you say you weren't going to get up? Where are you going to eat?" "Eat?" Xianxia's gaze shifted from Pei Yang's face to the porcelain basin in Pei Yang's hands. She was just wondering why this porcelain basin felt so familiar when she saw it. So this was the basin that the original owner used to eat. Other people used bowls to eat, and those with a big appetite would use bigger bowls. But the original owner was different. She used a basin. Pei Yang walked in front of Jiangran in a few steps, and Jiangran saw clearly what was in the basin. It was a basin of noodles, and half of it was covered with brine. Because they were so close to each other, Jiangran could still smell the fragrance. Jiangran had been thinking about things before, and didn't feel hungry. Now that she saw the food and smelled the fragrance, her stomach immediately growled. And it was especially loud. At this moment, Jiangran only felt his face turn red, and he awkwardly looked away and said to Pei Yang, "I'll eat with everyone." Although he had received the original owner's memories, there were some things and people that he still needed to see with his own eyes and interact with to match them with the memories. Pei Yang looked at Jiangran unhappily. He felt that Jiangran was especially troublesome today, and was harder to please than before. But because of Jiangran's strength, no matter how unwilling he was, he still carried the basin to the central room. Jiangran followed Pei Yang to the central room. The Pei residence was a typical farmhouse. There were 3 rooms facing the south and 3 side rooms on the left and right. The front yard wasn't small, and there was a large locust tree in the middle of the yard. There was a lot of firewood in the corner, as well as some miscellaneous items. Other than that, the Pei family also had a backyard. There were poultry and vegetables in the backyard, and there was even a toilet in the corner. Jiangran thought about the Pei family's structure and walked quickly. Although the flesh on his body still shook when he walked, he had gotten used to it after walking for such a long time. There were many houses in the Pei family, but they were all quite old. From the outside, they looked old and run down, but once inside, they realized that they were really old and run down. There were 3 pictures hanging on the wall facing the door. On the left was a South Pole immortal holding a longevity peach with a crutch. On the right was the god of fortune. In the middle was a large landscape painting. This was really, before transmigrating, when Jiangran was very young, he seemed to have seen similar pictures on the walls of other people's houses. He didn't expect to see them again after transmigrating. Under the 3 pictures was a long table with some things on it, but they were all covered in a layer of dust. Pei Yang had already placed the porcelain bowl on the table. He glanced at Jiangran, snorted, and strode out of the room. Jiangran didn't care. The original owner of this body didn't treat the Pei family well. She had even hit Pei Yang before. It would be strange if Pei Yang treated her well. Jiangran walked to the side of the square table and sat on the bench. The square table with 4 benches was enough for a family to sit down. Jiangran had just sat down when she heard a flurry of footsteps approaching. She turned to look at the door and saw Pei Yang walking in with 2 bowls. Behind Pei Yang was a girl of about 15 or 16 years of age. This was the male lead's younger sister, Pei Xianxia. Pei Xianxia was holding the hand of a 3-year-old boy. That was the original owner's son, Pei Jing. Behind them were the male lead's father, Pei Baoshan, and the male lead's mother, Wang Xuelan. Jiangran matched these people with the people in her memories. Only then did she look away. Although Jiangran had the original owner's memories, her personality was completely different from the original owner's. In order to avoid making mistakes and being discovered by the Pei family, Jiangran decided to speak less and act less. The Pei family had long been accustomed to Jiangran's reaction. Jiangran did not speak. To the people of the Pei family, this was simply something they could only wish for. After all, as long as Jiangran opened her mouth, she would either be nitpicking, causing trouble, or scolding people. The Pei family had been busy all morning. At this time, they just wanted to have a good meal and rest. No one wanted to complicate matters. They would be thankful if Jiangran didn't speak. They also wouldn't take the initiative to talk to Jiangran. Seeing that the Pei family had already picked up their chopsticks and started eating the noodles in their bowls, Jiangran also picked up her chopsticks. The noodles in the bowl weren't pure white. There were probably sweet potato and corn flour in it. The noodles' color was a little complicated, and the texture wasn't particularly good. The gravy on top was made from diced potatoes and radishes. There was no meat, no pepper, no star anise, and no other condiments. There was only the Pei family's homemade sauce. To be honest, it wasn't bad, but it wasn't delicious either. Besides filling the stomach, it didn't have any other uses. No matter what, Jiangran was the champion of the national cooking competition. Since he was young, his favorite thing to do was to delve into cooking. He had made and eaten countless delicacies. For Xianxia, apart from filling her stomach, eating was more important for satisfying her taste buds and soul. Therefore, Xianxia didn't have much interest in this bowl of noodles, so she ate them very slowly. But soon after, she slapped herself in the face. Xianxia felt that it wasn't delicious and was about to eat a little. But she underestimated the instincts of this body. The reason this body could eat so much was definitely not something that could be done with 1 or 2 meals. It was accumulated over a long period of time. This body was used to eating so much. Even if Xianxia deliberately ate slowly, she unknowingly finished more than half of the bowl of noodles. When she suddenly realized that half of the noodles in the bowl were gone, Xianxia was so shocked that her eyes widened. She stopped eating. More importantly, Xianxia felt that she was still hungry. Xianxia didn't think that there was anything wrong with her, but her behavior was really abnormal in the eyes of the Pei family. Usually, when Xianxia ate noodles, she would take big mouthfuls and slurp. She couldn't wait to stuff the bowl of noodles into her mouth. But today, he ate the noodles one by one, chewing slowly. The Pei family didn't think that Xianxia had changed his eating habits. They only thought that Xianxia was preparing for a big move. As expected, Xianxia couldn't hold it in when he was halfway through the noodles. Everyone in the Pei family stopped eating at the same time and looked at Xianxia with vigilance. Xianxia was staring at the bowl in front of him when he suddenly felt a burning gaze staring at him. When Xianxia raised his head, he saw the Pei family's vigilant expressions. Xianxia blinked. When he saw that everyone was still staring at him, he had no choice but to say, "Why are you all looking at me? Eat." With that, Xianxia picked up his chopsticks and started eating in big mouthfuls. Xianxia decided not to go against his body's instincts. Things like losing weight should wait until he was full. Everyone in the Pei family was waiting for Xianxia to make a big move. They didn't expect Xianxia to lower his head and eat his noodles again after saying that. Everyone looked at each other, not understanding what was wrong with Xianxia. However, they didn't stay in a daze any longer. They quickly finished the noodles in their bowls and stood up one after another. After everyone in the Pei family finished eating, Xianxia put down his chopsticks as well. There was only a little soup left in the porcelain bowl that was originally filled with noodles. After finishing the bowl of noodles, Xianxia's stomach was full, and his mind worked faster. Sure enough, people had to eat until they were full. In the past few years, the original owner of this body had been a person who didn't even help a fallen oil bottle in the Pei family. Thus, when Xianxia finished eating, Pei Xianxia had already put away the bowls and chopsticks before he stood up. Pei Xianxia took the bowls and chopsticks to the kitchen. Wang Zuelan and Pei Baoshan went back to their room together. They probably went to rest for lunch. Pei Yang also got up and left. No one knew what he was going to do. After a while, only Xianxia and Pei Jing were left at the table. The two of them happened to be sitting face to face. Xianxia stared at Pei Jing for a while and found that this child was really good-looking. Although she already knew that Pei Jing was very good-looking when she got the original owner's memory, she still didn't know that Pei Jing was good-looking. But after all, those were the memories of others, and it was far from the shock of seeing it with his own eyes. This child was simply too beautiful. Her facial features were exquisite, and her hair was a little long and slightly curly. If only her skin was a little fairer, she would really be similar to a doll. She was even prettier than some of the child stars Xianxia had seen before he had transmigrated. The more he looked at her, the more he liked her. Xianxia waved at Pei Jing and smiled. "Xiao Jing, come here." Pei Jing got down from the bench and walked over to Xianxia with his short legs. Without waiting for Xianxia to speak, Pei Jing's little hand reached into the pocket of his shirt. When he took it out again, there was a small handful of peanuts in his hand. Pei Jing was only 3 years old. He was still a little thin, and his little hand was only a little big. His small handful of peanuts was actually only 5 or 6 at most. Seeing the peanuts, Xianxia was stunned for a moment. Why did he give her peanuts? "I only got these. Here you go." If that was all there was to it, it would be fine. Xianxia would even ask Pei Jing, her son, to find food for her. At the thought of this, Jiangran felt terrible. Pei Jing was a 3-year-old child. If he wanted to get food, unless it was given by his family, what else could he do? However, looking at the peanuts in Pei Jing's hand, Jiangran felt that it didn't seem like it was given by anyone in the Pei family. With that thought in mind, Jiangran asked, "Xiao Jing, where did the peanuts come from?" When Pei Jing heard Jiangran's question, her eyes, which were already big, became even rounder at this time. Her dark eyes were full of surprise at this time. In Pei Jing's memory, whenever he gave Jiangran food in the past, Jiangran would snatch it and eat it immediately. Then, she would fiercely ask why it was so little. Why was it different this time? Pei Jing stared at Jiangran, and Jiangran also stared at Pei Jing, waiting for Pei Jing to answer the question. After all, Pei Jing was a child. In terms of stamina, he definitely couldn't compare to Jiangran. "I took it." "Took it?" Jiangran raised her eyebrows. "Where did you take it?" "In the bag where the seeds are stored." Pei Jing said calmly, but Jiangran was in a bad mood. If it was taken from the bag where the seeds were stored, it meant that the peanuts were specially selected to be planted. Since it was a seed, it definitely couldn't have been given to Pei Jing for him to eat. Therefore, to put it nicely, it was taken. To put it bluntly, it was stolen. Thinking back to his memory, Pei Jing would give the original owner of the body some food from time to time. It wasn't much each time, and it was different every time. Wouldn't that mean Jiangran didn't dare to continue thinking? Children were the most innocent. Adults had to guide them well so that they wouldn't go down the wrong path. However, Pei Jing was about to go down the wrong path. When he thought about Pei Jing's ending in the original book, Jiangran had goosebumps all over his body. Dylans weren't raised in a day, they were raised from a young age. Jiangran took a deep breath and suppressed his emotions. When he spoke again, Jiangran's voice was much gentler. "Xiao Jing, don't take things casually next time, understand?" As long as she guided him well from a young age, Pei Jing would definitely not grow into a villain. Pei Jing raised her head and stared at Jiangran without blinking. "But, aren't you going to eat?" Jiangran hurriedly shook his head and said with a serious expression, "I'm not eating." Her child was about to embark on the path of a villain. What else could she eat? Jiangran went back to her room and sat down at the table by the window. There was a red plastic mirror on the table with a picture of a female celebrity pasted on the back. Jiangran looked at the back for a while before turning the mirror around to see how she looked now. The original owner of this body had bought this mirror, but she had never looked at herself in it. Jiangran had obtained the original owner's memories, but she still didn't know how she looked like now. Pei Jing was so good-looking. It must be because of his good genes. As his mother, she couldn't be bad-looking, right? As Jiangran was thinking about this, she saw herself in the mirror. It was a fat and oily face that was full of peas. Because there was too much flesh on her face, her facial features had been squeezed together. Her eyes were thin and long, and her nose was so small that the bridge of her nose couldn't be seen. Her mouth wasn't big and didn't look very red. When Jiangran suddenly saw her face in the mirror, her first reaction was, "This isn't me. This definitely isn't me." However, no matter how much Jiangran didn't want to admit it, the person in the mirror was indeed her. Jiangran sighed a few times, picked up the mirror again, and looked at her face seriously. Because she was too fat, her face was oily. As for her peas, it was because she was too fat, but also because of her endocrine problems. After Jiangran checked her pulse, she realized that although the original owner of this body looked fat, her body was actually very weak. Especially because she was too fat, it was a huge burden on her bones and internal organs. If this continued, not only would it affect her health, but it would also affect her lifespan. Jiangran, who had already died once, just wanted to live well. So she had to lose weight and condiments at the same time. As the saying goes, even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. No matter how good Jiangran's medical skills were, without medicine, it was useless. Their village wasn't far from the county. It was only an hour's walk away. But what about the money to buy medicine, from father and mother Pei, not to mention whether they would give it to her? Jiangran couldn't bring herself to ask for it. Although Jiangran had the original owner's body, she didn't have the original owner's personality. As she thought about it, Jiangran smiled. The original owner of this body was rich. After thinking carefully, Jiangran remembered where the original owner of this body kept the money. She took a red string from her neck, and there was a key on the string. The key was a small drawer on the top of the table. When she opened the drawer, there was only one box. And this box contained the original owner's money. To be exact, the money the male lead in the past 4 years. 2 months after the male lead left, he sent money to her home. She didn't know if she didn't count, but she was shocked when she did. Although the metal box didn't look like much, it actually contained more than 200 yuan. It was only 1983, and the reform hadn't been going on for long. The salary of an ordinary worker was only a few dozen yuan a month. The male lead was studying in a university in a big city, not working. Yet, he was able to send so much money back. This wasn't all. A portion of it was used by the original owner of the body. After a rough calculation, there were at least 100 yuan. Thus, the male lead sent back about 400 yuan in 4 years. That was 100 yuan a year. The male lead was indeed the male lead. Other people had to spend money to go to school and rely on their families to support them. It was fine if he didn't rely on his family to support him, but he could still support his family. If the original owner of the body hadn't hidden this money, the Pei family would have been able to live a much better life with this money. Looking at the money, Jiangran thought for a while and decided not to give it to father and mother Pei. If she gave the money to father and mother Pei, 200 yuan would still be 200 yuan. It wouldn't change. However, if she used this money as startup capital to start a business, it wouldn't be 200 yuan after a while. Once she made money, she would return the money that the original owner of the body owed the Pei family. Then, she would wait for the male lead to come back and ask for a divorce. After the divorce, she would be able to fly as high as the sky and wide as the sea. Then, she would be far away from the male lead, save her life, and open a restaurant. Her life would be beautiful. If possible, she would take Pei Jing with her. At least, she wouldn't let him become the villain in the original book. The more Jiangran thought about it, the more beautiful it became. She couldn't help but laugh. The window was half open, and Jiangran's laughter could be heard from the crack. Everyone in the Pei family heard it and turned to look at her. However, they only took a glance and looked away. Wang Zuelan, Pei Baoshan, and Pei Yang were going to the fields. It was spring plowing time, so they were busy. Pei Xianxia was supposed to go too, but Pei Jing needed someone to take care of him. The family also needed someone to do the laundry and cook, so they stayed at home. However, they couldn't stay idle. Pei Xianxia was planning to take Pei Jing to dig wild vegetables. There weren't many vegetables that could be eaten in spring. Other than the potatoes, radishes, cabbages, sweet potatoes, and green onions that were stored in the cellar, if one wanted to eat some vegetable leaves, they could only dig for wild vegetables. Pei Xianxia had just finished packing and was about to bring Pei Jing out when she saw Jiangran's door open and Jiangran walk out. Seeing Pei Xianxia's outfit, Jiangran was stunned. "Where are you going?" "I'm going to dig for wild vegetables." Pei Xianxia's tone was not good, but Jiangran did not care. Jiangran waved his hand. "Don't go. Come with me to the county town." When Jiangran said this, his tone was very tough, and there was no smile on his face. It was not that Jiangran wanted to do this, but he had no choice. The original owner had always been like this when talking to the Pei Xianxia family. If she suddenly became friendly, Pei Xianxia would definitely be suspicious. Sure enough, Pei Xianxia frowned after hearing Jiangran's words. Regardless of what Pei Xianxia was thinking, Jiangran still took the lead and walked out of the Pei family's house. He stood outside the door and watched as Pei Xianxia locked the door. Then, the three of them headed to the county town. Their village was called Yongxing Village. The name of the village had a good meaning. It was close to the county town, but the village was quite poor. To be precise, it was not just their village that was poor. Which village in the surrounding area was not poor? Most of the people in the village were honest farmers. They only knew how to bury themselves in work all year round. Even if there was a reform and they could already do business, no one would think about it. Yongxing Village was not far from the county town, but it would take an hour to walk there on foot. An hour's walk was nothing to Pei Xianxia, who had been helping out at home since she was young. Not only was she able to walk effortlessly, even when she occasionally carried Pei Jing for a while, her face wasn't red and she wasn't out of breath. However, it was too painful for Jiang Ran, who was dragging his heavy body. It was not appropriate to say that he was panting 3 times with every step. Before they reached the entrance of the village, Jiang Ran's head was already sweating. It was tiring, it was the busy season of farming, and there were no idle people in the households. They did not meet anyone along the way. However, when they reached the entrance of the village, people carrying farming tools caught up with them. He carried a basket on his back and a hoe on his shoulder, and walked with ease. Jiang Ran was envious of him. He secretly made up his mind that he had to hurry up and get some medicine to regulate his body. He also had to put his weight loss on the agenda. Just as he was thinking about this, he heard a voice beside him. Jiang Ran, where are you going? Are you going to work in the fields too? It's not that I want to say this, but given your body, no. One will be able to carry you back if you tire yourself out in the fields. You'd better go home and lie down as soon as possible. As soon as she finished speaking, she started laughing. The person who spoke was a woman. Judging from her voice, she seemed to be in her 20s. Probably because she had been working in the fields for many years and was exposed to the elements, her skin was tanned and rough, and there were many spots on her face. This was not a problem. Most importantly, her teeth were very yellow. It was obvious that she had not brushed her teeth for a long time. It did not matter if she was old or ugly, but she should at least be hygienic, right? Jiang Ran felt disgusted in her heart, and her face also showed a disgusted expression. Cui Hua, listen to my advice. In the future, before you go to bed and after you wake up, brush your teeth properly. Don't worry about toothpaste. Her yellow teeth was really unsightly. Fortunately, he was far away. Otherwise, his bad breath would have been unbearable. After Su Tsuehua heard Jiang Ran's words, her laughter suddenly stopped. Her eyes widened as she stared at Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran, are you saying that my mouth stinks? Jiang Ran froze for a moment, then shook his head. I'm just saying that your teeth are yellow. Jiang Ran's explanation made Su Tsuehua even angrier. She carried the hoe and was about to rush forward. Jiang Ran was not afraid. He raised his hand and was ready. If Su Tsuehua dared to rush forward, he would slap her. It was a good opportunity to witness the strength of this body with his own eyes and see if it was really that strong. However, Jiang Ran's idea was not verified in the end. After seeing Jiang Ran raise his hand, Su Tsuehua stopped there with a complicated expression. The man, who had been following Su Tsuehua not far away, took 2 quick steps and came to Su Tsuehua's side. That's enough. Don't talk too much. Hurry up and get to work. The man's tone was not good, but it gave Su Tsuehua a way out. Su Tsuehua coldly snorted and glared at Jiang Ran. Then, she angrily walked forward with quick steps. Jiang Ran did not care about Su Tsuehua's little tricks at all. What Jiang Ran was thinking now was that she hoped that she could persevere and walk to the county town. At this time, the importance of a car was reflected. If he had a bicycle, it would not be so difficult. But at this time, bicycles were very expensive and could not be bought just because he wanted to. Thinking about these messy things in his heart, he diverted his attention a little. Jiang Ran walked the rest of the way quite easily. Pei Xianxia had been holding Pei Jing's hand and walking slowly. Pei Xianxia originally planned to carry Pei Jing, but Jiang Ran walked really slowly. Pei Jing could easily keep up, so she did not carry him. Along the way, Pei Xianxia could not control her eyes. From time to time, she would glance at Jiang Ran. She did not know if it was her illusion, but she felt that Jiang Ran was a little different today. However, Pei Xianxia couldn't pinpoint exactly what was different about it. Although Jiang Ran had been gritting his teeth and holding on, he stopped after walking halfway. There was no way. He was really too tired. Seeing the stone block by the roadside, Jiang Ran sat on it and gasped for breath. Even if Jiang Ran could not see his face at this time, he could imagine what he looked like at this time. His face must be red and covered with sweat. Coupled with her pimpled and chubby face, she really looked like an eyesore. Jiang Ran was right. Pei Xianxia felt very uncomfortable at this time and frowned. But Jiang Ran hated it when people called her fat, and she hated it even more when people called her ugly. No matter what Pei Xianxian thought in her heart, she didn't dare to say anything on the surface. Jiangran rested for about 10 minutes. When she felt that her breathing had stabilized and was no longer as heavy as before, she slowly stood up. It wasn't too far away from the county, so it wasn't a problem to make a round trip in the afternoon. However, if she delayed any longer, it would be too late for her to return. Seeing Jiangran start to walk forward, Pei Xianxian pulled Pei Jing and followed him without saying a word. This time, no matter how tired Jiangran was, he gritted his teeth and held on without stopping. After finally arriving at the county, Jiangran let out a deep breath. They had finally arrived. Before Jiangran transmigrated into a book, he had also watched period dramas. He thought that he had some understanding of the small town in the 1980s. But now that he saw this county with his own eyes, Jiangran realized that the period dramas had beautified the county in the 1980s. Pei Xianxian saw Jiangran standing there motionless and felt strange. "What are you looking at?" As soon as the words left her mouth, Pei Xianxian regretted them. As soon as Jiangran turned around, she saw Pei Xianxian looking at her with a frightened expression. Jiangran was puzzled. "What's going on?" Before Jiangran could ask, Pei Xianxian had already looked away, looking a little flustered. Seeing her like this, Jiangran didn't ask even though she was puzzled. "Let's go." "Where are we going?" She had followed them to the county town out of the blue. It was only now that she remembered to ask them why they had come to the county town. Jiangran's purpose in coming to the county town was very simple. She just wanted to see how many vendors there were in the county town and what they were selling. Before doing business, it was very important to do an on-site inspection. Jiangran didn't answer Pei Xianxian's question. "Just follow me." With that, Jiangran lifted her feet and walked forward. Pei Xianxian stood where she was and watched Jiangran gradually walk away. Only then did she relax. Jiangran, who left without saying a word, was the Jiangran she knew. Pei Xianxian held Pei Jing's little hand and slowly followed her. Jiangran didn't walk very fast. She looked around as she walked. This county town wasn't very big. There were even fewer bustling places. There were only a few main streets in total. Jiangran took about an hour to finish walking around. After walking around, Jiangran found that there were now some restaurants in the county town. There were a few big restaurants and more small restaurants. The things they sold were also more miscellaneous. Probably because it was the afternoon, she didn't see anyone pushing a cart to sell food. If it was the morning, there should be some. After walking for so long, Jiangran was a little tired. She looked around, chose a small restaurant, and walked towards it. There were 2 small square tables outside the restaurant. Jiangran sat at one of the tables. Just as she sat down, a man in his 40s or 50s came out of the restaurant. "What would you like to eat?" "What do you have?" Jiangran asked. "We have noodles, rice, stir-fried dishes." "See what you want to eat." It sounded quite complete. Jiangran also wanted to try the dishes cooked in this restaurant. After thinking for a while, he ordered a twice-cooked pork, a stir-fried shredded potato, a bowl of rice, and a bowl of shredded pork noodles. After Jiangran finished ordering, the man turned around and went into the shop without saying a word. Jiangran glanced at the situation in the store and withdrew his gaze. When he turned around, he saw Pei Xianxian holding Pei Jing's little hand. They were standing not far away and looking in his direction. Jiangran raised his eyebrows and waved at the two of them. "What are you doing there? Come here." When Jiangran said these words, there was no smile on his face, and his tone was stiff. Jiangran knew that Pei Xianxian would only listen to her if she spoke like this. Sure enough, as soon as Jiangran's voice fell, Pei Xianxian walked over with Pei Jing. Jiangran pointed to the small stool opposite him. "Have a seat." Even Jiangran, who was used to eating nothing, couldn't help but swallow her saliva, not to mention Pei Xianxian and Pei Jing, who hadn't seen meat all year round. Jiangran looked up at the two of them and saw that their eyes were fixed on the twice-cooked pork, the corners of their mouths tightly pursed. It was obvious that they wanted to eat it very badly. Jiangran wanted to eat it too. Since she wanted to eat it, Jiangran didn't hold back. She picked up a piece of meat with her chopsticks and put it into her mouth. The meat that had just come out of the pot was still a little hot, but it wasn't too hot. With a light bite, the juice of the meat flowed down her tongue into her throat, making her feel extremely satisfied. This piece of meat had a balance of fat and lean meat. The fat wasn't greasy at all, and the lean meat wasn't too dry either. Xianxia felt that the meat had already melted in her mouth before she could chew it a few times. It was delicious, indeed, but how could one piece be enough? Xianxia picked up her chopsticks and was about to pick up the second piece when she saw Pei Xianxian and Pei Jing looking at her enviously. Xianxia raised her eyebrows and said, "Why are you looking at me? Can you fill your stomach by looking at me? Hurry up and eat." With that, Xianxia took 2 pairs of chopsticks from the chopstick holder and handed them to the 2 people opposite her. Pei Xianxian didn't dare to take it. This was twice-cooked pork. It was real meat. Xianxia was so kind as to let her eat it. Could it be that she was up to no good? All kinds of thoughts flashed through Pei Xianxian's mind, but she didn't dare to take the chopsticks. Pei Jing, on the other hand, stared at Xianxia unblinkingly with a pair of big, watery eyes. Seeing the 2 of them like this, Xianxia stood up, bent over slightly, and stuffed the chopsticks into their hands. "All right, stop staring at me. Just eat when I tell you to. Don't worry, I won't make you stay to wash the dishes and pay for the meal." When Xianxia said this, the man walked out with the shredded potatoes and rice. Hearing this, the man laughed and said, "Even if you want to, I don't want to." With the boss's words, Pei Xianxian was slightly relieved. After all, Pei Jing was a child. He could hold back for a while when he saw delicious food, but he couldn't hold it in forever. Moreover, he was repeatedly urged to eat quickly, and he couldn't hold it in. Although he was young, he had already learned how to use chopsticks when he was a little over a year old. After he learned how to use chopsticks, he didn't need anyone to feed him. At this time, Pei Jing held the chopsticks and steadily picked up a piece of meat and put it into his mouth. Although his mouth's this piece to the point, to the end, to the end, to the end, to the end, immediately. Looking at Pei Jing's puffed up cheeks, pouting, and chewing, Xianxia's eyes were also filled with a smile. Who wouldn't like to eat meat? Even before she transmigrated, everyone could afford to eat meat, but there were still many people who liked to eat meat. A bowl of rice wasn't a big portion. After splitting it into 2 bowls, everyone got less. However, they had just eaten lunch 2 hours ago, so they weren't particularly hungry now. Pei Xianxian and Pei Jing shared a bowl of rice and vegetables, which was more or less enough. Pei Xianxian looked at the rice in front of her, then looked at Xianxia. She hesitated for a moment before asking, "What about you?" "I'll eat noodles." She even ordered a bowl of shredded pork noodles. As they spoke, the shredded pork noodles were served. The bowl was very big and the amount was sufficient. It was covered with vegetables and shredded pork. The steam curled up and the fragrance assailed their nostrils. It had to be said that the food at this time was really affordable. It didn't matter whether it looked good or not. The most important thing was that it was enough to fill one's stomach. If the taste was better, it would be even more popular. The 3 of them ate heartily and finished all the food they ordered. After eating and drinking to her heart's content, Xianxia paid the bill. When paying, Xianxia realized that not only was the amount large, but the price was also affordable. Twice-cooked pork was 80 cents, and shredded potatoes were 30 cents. A bowl of shredded pork noodles was 60 cents, and a bowl of rice was 20 cents. Everything added up to a total of 190 yuan. At 190 yuan, they could eat meat and vegetables. The 3 of them were full. The price was really not expensive. Xianxia didn't think it was expensive, but when he saw Pei Xianxian's expression, he felt extremely distressed. Obviously, Pei Xianxian felt that this meal was quite expensive. The Pei family made a living by farming. The land had only been distributed to the family in recent years. This was why they could sell the grain for some money after harvesting it. Usually, if they wanted to buy oil, salt, vinegar, needles, and thread, they had to rely on the hens at home. An egg could be sold for a cent. In the village, there were many people who used the hens' buttocks as a bank. The Pei family raised more than 10 hens, but the eggs they picked up every day couldn't be collected and sold. Just the original owner of the body had to eat several eggs a day. The rest of the Pei family didn't have to eat, but Pei Jing was still young and had to eat one every day. Thinking of the Pei family's situation, Jiang Ran could understand Jiang Ran's thoughts. However, this was all temporary. Once she started her business and made money, Pei Xianxia would not have to worry about the cost of this meal. After this meal, Jiang Ran had a rough idea of the price, taste, and quantity of the food in the county. He also figured out what to cook. He would definitely open a restaurant, but not now. With limited funds on hand, Jiang Ran could only save. There was a handcart at home. It was used to transport food during the autumn harvest. Most of the time it was idle, so it could be used to transport things. Now that he had the car, all that was left was the stove, pots, and pans. Regardless of Pei Xianxian's expression, Jiang Ran put the pot in her basket and went to look at the bowls and chopsticks. Jiang Ran had already made up her mind. She would sell buns and porridge in the morning, noodles and rice at noon, steamed dumplings, pancakes, scallion pancakes, and rice wine for drinking. She could also add plumeria or poached eggs to the wine. In this way, there would be business all day long, but it would be a bit tiring. In the morning, they would have to go to the county before dawn and return home after dark. But who told them to be poor now? They were already poor, so if they were still afraid of being tired, they could only stay poor. Jiang Ran didn't want to stay poor, so she wasn't afraid of being tired. She definitely couldn't do it by herself, so she needed at least 2 helpers. As for who these 2 helpers would be, she had already thought about it. It was Pei Xianxian and Pei Yang. Whether or not Pei Xianxian and Pei Yang would disagree, Jiang Ran didn't even consider this possibility. If they didn't agree, she could only threaten them with force. But Jiang Ran felt that they wouldn't disagree. They might have the heart, but they definitely didn't have the guts. The Pei family had food, but it was mostly coarse grain. There were only a few fine grains that were occasionally eaten by the original owner and Pei Jing. If she wanted to use it to do business, not to mention anything else, just the quantity was far from enough. So after buying the bowls and chopsticks, Jiang Ran went to the grain store. She needed to buy white rice and white flour. 1 bag of each was 100 pounds. After buying these, she went to buy oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, pepper, star anise, white sugar, and rice wine. Meat also needed to be bought. After buying a large piece of fat and lean pork belly, they could go home. There were too many things to buy. With only Jiang Ran and Pei Xianxian, they couldn't carry it all back. But there were ox carts going to various villages outside the county. They could spend 50 cents to take the ox cart back. The ox cart would send them to their door, saving time and effort. After sitting in the ox cart, Jiang Ran finally let out a sigh of relief. Previously, he had been holding his breath, and he had been relying on this breath to hold on. Now that he had exhaled, he couldn't muster up any strength. Jiang Ran leaned against the bag of rice and slowly closed his eyes. Although he was very tired, Jiang Ran didn't sleep on someone else's ox cart. He just closed his eyes and rested. Jiang Ran closed her eyes, so she didn't know that Pei Xianxian and Pei Jing were staring at her without blinking. At this time, Pei Xianxian only had one sentence in her mind: Jiang Ran is crazy, he bought so many things and spent so much money. Wasn't he crazy? 2 iron pots cost 40 renminbi, a bag of rice cost 15 renminbi, and a bag of white flour cost 15 renminbi. Just these 3 items added up to a total of 70 yuan. Together with some bowls, chopsticks, and various condiments, it added up to 20 yuan. There was also that big piece of fat and lean pork belly. 1 caddy was 50 renminbi. 10 caddies was 50 renminbi. In addition to the meal they ate, it was 90 renminbi. So in total, Jiang Ran spent a total of 96 yuan and 40 renminbi in half an afternoon. But now, Jiang Ran had spent so much money in just one afternoon. Did Jiang Ran still have money in his hands? How much money did he have? She had bought so much food this time. Once she finished eating, would she continue to buy more? Pei Xianxian's imagination was running wild all the way. Even before they reached home, she felt her head buzzing. Pei Jing had also been staring at Jiang Ran, but his big eyes were full of curiosity. Children were the most sensitive. If the people around him changed their attitude towards him, even if it was very subtle, he would be able to detect it. Not to mention, Pei Jing was a smart child. Today's Jiang Ran was different from before, which made Pei Jing very curious. Although the speed of the ox cart was not particularly fast, it was still much faster than walking. Just when Jiang Ran felt that he was about to fall asleep, he heard voices around him. Isn't that Jiang Ran? And Pei Xianxia and Pei Jing, where did they go? That's right, why are there so many things on the ox cart? Did you go to buy something? Why did they buy so much? I didn't know that the Pei family was so rich. I even saw meat. Such a big piece of meat, when will they finish eating it? Hearing the noisy voices around him, Jiang Ran frowned and opened his eyes to look around. It turned out that they had already entered the village. There were many people at the entrance of the village who were walking home, and they just happened to bump into each other. The village did not belong to the Pei family alone. It was inevitable that they would bump into other villagers. As for what these people said, Jiang Ran just ignored them. They could say whatever they wanted. As long as they did not go overboard, he could not be bothered with them. They were all from the same village, and everyone knew what kind of temper Jiang Ran had. Therefore, although they were curious, they only dared to say a few words. They did not dare to say anything more. With Pei Xianxian's guidance, the ox cart soon arrived at the entrance of the Pei family's residence. There were 3 people sitting at the entrance of the Pei mansion. They were none other than Pei Baoshan, Wang Suilan, and Pei Yang. When the 3 of them returned from their work, they found that the door was locked. They didn't bring their keys when they went to work in the fields, so they couldn't enter the house, so they could only sit outside and wait. Now that he had finally waited for her to come back, she actually came back on an ox cart. Looking at the 3 people sitting on the bullock cart and the pile of things that took up half of the cart, Pei Yang immediately jumped up. Xianxian. Where did you guys go? This thing doesn't belong to us, does it? There was a reason why Pei Yang asked about Pei Xianxian. Pei Jing was still young, and there were some things that he couldn't explain clearly. With Jiang Ran's temper, he probably wouldn't say anything even if he asked. Therefore, he could only ask Pei Xianxian if he wanted to know what was going on. However, before Pei Xianxian could speak, Jiang Ran had already answered. Why did he have to listen to Jiang Ran? He had yet to ask Jiang Ran why he wanted to buy all these things. How much did he spend on these things? Why are you in a daze? Hurry up and move. Jiang Ran urged Pei Yang when he saw him standing there in a daze. Got it. Pei Yang subconsciously agreed and turned to walk home. Pei Baoshan and Wang Suilan's expressions were not good either. However, they did not need Jiang Ran's urging and came over to move the things. The 3 of them each made 2 trips and brought all the things back home. Jiang Ran paid the fare and thanked the coachman. Then, he held Pei Jing's hand and walked home. The villagers who were standing not far away to watch the show whispered a few words before they all dispersed. In the courtyard of the Pei residence, Jiang Ran washed his hands and face with cold water and instantly felt refreshed. He looked up at the sky and estimated the time. It was about 5 o'clock. It was still spring, so the sky turned dark early. It was time to prepare dinner. Usually, Pei Xianxian and Wang Suilan would prepare dinner together. Today, Jiang Ran walked into the kitchen first. If she wanted to sell food in the county, she had to let the Pei family try her cooking first. Seeing Jiang Ran enter the kitchen, Wang Suilan and Pei Xianxian looked at each other and hurriedly followed him into the kitchen. Jiang Ran did not know how to use this kind of earthen stove. He was worrying about how to start the fire when Wang Suilan and Pei Xianxian walked in. His eyes immediately lit up. Xianxian, hurry up and start the fire. I'll cook tonight. Pei Xianxian did not want to agree, but she did not dare to. She glanced at Wang Suilan. Seeing that Wang Suilan was only frowning and had no intention of objecting, Pei Xianxian reluctantly walked to the stove and started the fire. Jiang Ran rolled up his sleeves and prepared to go all out. She was about to make braised pork with potatoes, but she didn't know where the potatoes were, so she looked at Wang Suilan. I want some potatoes. When Jiang Ran said this, he felt a little embarrassed. She didn't do it on purpose. It was just that it wasn't easy to say the word mother out loud. Forget it, let's talk about it later. Fortunately, Wang Suilan did not mind. Not only did he not care, but Wang Suilan also looked at Jiang Ran in surprise. Jiang Ran's tone was much better than before. Seeing that Wang Zuelan had turned around to get the potatoes, Jiang Ran hurriedly added, "If there are scallions and ginger, wash them too." At this time, Pei Shanshan had already lit the fire. Jiang Ran added water to the 2 pots, one big and one small. After adding water, Jiang Ran quickly opened the bag of rice. Scoop the rice, wash the rice and put it in a small pot. It was used to cook porridge. After closing the lid, Jiang Ran wiped the sweat off her head with a towel. If this was in the past, she wouldn't sweat at all when cooking a dish of red braised pork. It was a simple dish. But now, with her heavy body, Jiang Ran was exhausted after cooking just one dish. The porridge couldn't be cooked with the lid all the time. She had to stir it to prevent it from burning. As soon as Jiang Ran opened the lid, the fragrance of rice wafted out. Just by smelling it, Jiang Ran knew that the rice was of good quality. The porridge would definitely be delicious. But plain porridge was still a little monotonous. "Shanshan, do you have red dates at home?" Jiang Ran asked Pei Shanshan. Pei Shanshan immediately looked at Wang Zuelan. Wang Zuelan nodded. "Yes." As he spoke, Wang Zuelan opened the cupboard and took out a jar. He opened the lid and saw that it was half filled with red dates. Seeing the red dates, Jiang Ran grabbed 6 of them, washed them, and threw them into the pot. Then, she closed the lid and let it continue cooking. Wang Zuelan watched Jiang Ran's decisive actions. His mouth moved, but he didn't say a word. She didn't know what was wrong with Jiang Ran. She wanted to ask, but she didn't know how to do it. Jiang Ran saw Wang Zuelan's hesitant expression. But she wasn't going to explain now, so she pretended not to see it. There was porridge and vegetables. She also had to make some pancakes. Jiang Ran opened the bag of noodles and asked Wang Zuelan to get some green onions and cut them. Wang Zuelan was also busy at the stove all year round. When he heard Jiang Ran's words, he knew that Jiang Ran was going to make scallion pancakes. They had already stewed a pot of meat, but she still wanted to make scallion pancakes. How much oil would she use? His heart ached, but his hands didn't slow down at all. When Jiang Ran was kneading the dough, he added eggs to it. This way, the dough would be slightly yellow and would taste better. There were only 2 pots on the Pei family stove, one big and one small. However, the Pei family also had a stove. However, this stove did not lack coal. It also burned firewood. Jiang Ran asked Pei Shanshan to light a fire in the stove and put the frying pan on it. When making scallion pancakes, the fire must not be too big. Otherwise, the surface of the pancake would be charred before it was cooked. He also had to be willing to use oil. Otherwise, the scallion pancakes would be dry and wouldn't be fragrant and soft enough. If Jiang Ran didn't want to do it, he wouldn't do it. If he wanted to do it, he would do it to the best of his ability. Pei Shanshan and Wang Zuelan furrowed their brows when they saw Jiang Ran's bold and unrestrained action. Jiang Ran made the dough according to the number of people in the family. There were 6 people, so he made a total of 7 pancakes. The men ate 2. Pei Shanshan and Wang Zuelan each ate 1. Jiang Ran was going to eat 1 with Pei Jing. Jiang Ran wasn't trying to be thrifty. Jiang Ran was trying to lose weight. To lose weight, he had to start by eating less. With her current physique and body type, going on a hunger strike definitely wouldn't work. If she skipped a meal, she would probably starve to death. She could only try to eat as little as possible and slowly adjust. When the scallion pancakes were done, the braised pork in the pot was almost done. Jiang Ran put the sliced potatoes in, closed the lid, and stewed for a while. When the potatoes were cooked, he put them into a porcelain bowl. Jiang Ran had put in a lot of meat, plus a few potatoes, making a big pot of it. Jiang Ran looked at the red braised pork with satisfaction. He clapped his hands and shouted outside, "Pei Yang, come and serve the rice." In the courtyard, Pei Yang, who had long been seduced by the aroma, immediately stood up and walked to the kitchen when he heard this. Pei Yang entered the kitchen and saw the pot of red braised pork on the stove. He could not take his eyes off it. What a big pot of meat! Pei Yang could count the number of times he had eaten meat at home since he was a child. No matter how many times he had eaten meat, there was never as much meat as this one. When Jiang Ran saw Pei Yang standing there in a daze, he urged him, "Why are you so cold? Hurry up and serve the rice. After being tormented for such a long time, she was already famished. Pei Yang responded with an "oh" and quickly walked forward. He picked up the porcelain pot and went out. Pei Xianxia also stood up and scooped porridge. Wang Zuelan was cutting shredded radish. The radish was cut very thin and the flavor was simply seasoned with salt, vinegar, and sesame oil. It tasted very refreshing and could be used to get rid of grease. Seeing that there was nothing else for him to do, Jiang Ran took his chopsticks and carried the scallion pancake out of the kitchen. As soon as he walked out of the kitchen, he saw Pei Yang walking towards him. Pei Yang's eyes widened when he saw the food in Jiang Ran's hands. Jiang Ran frowned when he saw this. What's wrong? Why did Pei Yang look as if he had seen a ghost? Pei Yang immediately shook his head when he heard this. Nothing, nothing. With that, he jogged towards the kitchen. Jiang Ran did not care what was wrong with Pei Yang. He carried the food to the central room. In the central room, Pei Jing and Pei Baoshan sat upright and still, their eyes fixed on the pot of red braised pork. They probably heard the commotion and turned to look at the door at the same time. After spotting Jiang Ran, Pei Baoshan coughed lightly and quickly shifted his gaze. On the other hand, Pei Jing revealed a big smile to Jiang Ran. Meat smells so good. A 3-year-old child was at the age where he loved to eat. The Pei family's conditions weren't good. In the past, whenever there was good food, most of it would be eaten by the original owner. Even Pei Jing, who was the youngest in the family, could only eat a few mouthfuls. This pot of red braised meat was too fragrant for Pei Jing. Jiang Ran went straight to Pei Jing's side and sat down. Do you think it smells good? When everyone is here, I'll give you a piece first, okay? Pei Jing immediately nodded his little head heavily. Okay. Pei Jing's obedient appearance didn't look like a villain at all. Jiang Ran felt that it should be the easiest thing to raise Pei Jing and not let him become a villain. Jiang Ran was letting his imagination run wild when Pei Xianxia and Wang Zuelan walked in one after another. Pei Yang followed behind them, holding 2 bowls of porridge in his hands. After putting down the porridge, Pei Yang immediately turned and ran out. After a while, he hurried back in and brought 2 bowls of porridge again. Everyone sat down, but no one touched their chopsticks. Jiang Ran waited for a while. When he saw that no one touched their chopsticks and they were all staring at him, he remembered that the original owner of the body always ate first. Hurry up and eat. After Jiang Ran finished speaking, he looked at the others and said, hurry up and eat. It won't taste good if it gets cold. After saying that, he didn't care about the others and took another piece. Pei Yang picked up his chopsticks and muttered, this is red braised pork. How can it not taste good? Just as Pei Yang finished speaking, Pei Xianxia, who was beside him, gently bumped his arm and glared at him. Jiang Ran saw Pei Xianxia's actions clearly and understood the meaning of her glare. Even food can't stop you from talking. Although he saw it, Jiang Ran pretended not to see it and continued eating. However, in Jiang Ran's heart, he felt that Pei Xianxia's meaning was very accurate. The red braised pork was extremely soft and tender. When picking it up, one had to pay attention to the strength, or it might break. After putting it into the mouth, the fatty meat melted in the mouth. It wasn't greasy at all. Instead, it was fragrant and sweet. The lean meat wasn't dry and was very tasty. There was no need to chew hard for the meat to melt in the mouth. After tasting a piece, Jiang Ran nodded in satisfaction. Then he picked up a scallion pancake, tore off a third of it and gave it to Pei Jing. Is this enough for you? Pei Jing reached out his small hand to take the scallion pancake and nodded his little head repeatedly. It's enough. As long as it was enough to eat, Jiang Ran held the remaining scallion pancake in his left hand, picked up 2 pieces of red braised pork and some shredded radish. He rolled the pancake up and opened his mouth to take a big bite. Although it looked a little rough to eat like this, only people who ate it knew that it was really delicious. If he could add some lettuce and some garlic, it would probably taste even better. Pei Yang saw Jiang Ran's way of eating and his eyes widened slightly. Then he picked up a scallion pancake and copied Jiang Ran's way of rolling it up. After taking a big bite, Pei Yang's eyes lit up. He chewed even harder and his cheeks were bulging. Just by looking at the way he ate, one could tell how much he liked it. Not only was the braised pork delicious, but the potatoes inside were also delicious. The potatoes had already been stewed until they were soft and tender. They were soaked in the broth, and after taking a bite into the mouth and licking it gently with his tongue, the potato melted in his mouth. It was soft, and incomparably fragrant and sweet. During this meal, no one spoke. Everyone was engrossed in eating. It wasn't until he finished all the porridge in the bowl that he let out a long sigh of relief. Jiangran looked at the empty bowls in front of everyone and then looked at the porcelain bowl that had been soaked clean. He was very satisfied and a smile appeared on his face. Is my cooking good? Everyone was still savoring the deliciousness of the meal when they suddenly heard Jiangran ask such a question. They were all stunned for a moment. Only Pei Jing said in a childish voice, "It's delicious. It's delicious." Hearing Pei Jing's words, Pei Yang and the others also came back to their senses. Although they didn't know why Jiangran asked such a question and didn't know what Jiangran was planning, there was no doubt that the food was delicious. Now that they had finished all the food, they couldn't go against their conscience and say that it wasn't delicious. So they nodded one after another and said that it was delicious. Jiangran smiled and his eyes curved into crescents. Then how about I go to the county to sell food? Hearing this, everyone was stunned once again. Jiangran suddenly cooked today. So it turned out that this was his idea? When they saw Jiangran's face suddenly darken, they were afraid that she would lose her temper in the next second. The few of them, who were still in a daze, quickly nodded their heads vigorously. I think it's good. Wang Suilon said seriously, it's much better than what I cook. Pei Baoshan nodded in agreement and said, I think so too. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Suilon glared at him. Pei Baoshan was baffled. He was obviously following her words, so why was she still glaring at him? I think it's delicious too. It's better than what I cook, Pei Xianxia said softly. Pei Xianxia had been working in the kitchen with Wang Suilon since she was 7 or 8 years old. It had been 7 or 8 years since then. She had been cooking for so many years, but Jiangran had not been in the kitchen for 3 or 4 years. However, the food that Jiangran cooked was much better than what she cooked. At the thought of this, Pei Xianxia felt a little defeated. Pei Yang saw that everyone else in the family had expressed their opinions. Although he was still reluctant, he could only nod and say sullenly, it's delicious. It was indeed delicious, but he just didn't want to praise Jiangran. Jiangran heard everyone's words and nodded in satisfaction. Since you all think it's good, then let's go to the county town tomorrow morning. Who? Who? Several people asked in unison, all of them staring at Jiangran. Jiangran pointed at Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia. You, and you. Without waiting for the two of them to say anything, Jiangran continued, the two of you should come with us. Otherwise, I won't be able to handle it myself. Hearing Jiangran's words, Pei Yang really wanted to say, we haven't even gone yet, but Jiangran is talking as if business will definitely be good. Although Pei Yang thought this in his heart, he didn't dare to say it out loud. Jiangran had already made the final decision. It's settled then. We'll go together tomorrow. Sleep early tonight and wake up early tomorrow. How early? Pei Yang asked subconsciously. The Pei family did not have a watch, so they could only estimate the time by looking at the sky. Hearing Pei Yang's question, Jiangran was stunned. After thinking for a while, Jiangran said, around 4 o'clock. Wake me up early. Pei Yang was speechless. She was the one who said that she would wake up early, but now she was asking someone else to wake her up. Pei Yang's eyes widened, but he didn't dare to say anything. In the end, it was Wang Suilon who said, I'll wake you up. Don't worry. Although she said so, she glanced at Jiangran worriedly. Jiangran had always slept until late in the morning. Could she really get up at 4 o'clock? Jiangran didn't care what everyone thought. She had already said what she needed to say. At this time, she had rested enough. She stood up and prepared to go to the kitchen. Where are you going? Wang Suilon asked subconsciously. He regretted it immediately. Only people who often steamed buns would have old noodles at home. The Pei family also steamed buns, but they ate coarse grains, so the old noodles were naturally coarse grains as well. Jiangran wanted to steam white buns, so he couldn't use old noodles. Wang Suilan saw Jiangran frowning and thought for a while. I know someone who has old white noodles. Why don't I borrow some? Jiangran hurriedly asked, it won't be troublesome, right? Looking at Jiangran's cautious expression, Wang Suilan felt flattered and waved his hand. It's not troublesome. It's not troublesome. After Wang Suilan went out, Jiangran didn't just wait. Steaming buns didn't just require noodles. The noodles were important, and so was the filling. There were still more than 8 kilograms of meat left, so Jiangran wanted to use half of it first. After all, it was the first day, so he had to think carefully. Besides the meat, he also needed scallions, ginger, and vermicelli. Jiangran didn't know where these things were, so he called Pei Yang and Pei Xianxian over. Pei Yang peeled scallions, and Pei Xianxian boiled water to soak the vermicelli. After arranging the two of them, Jiangran cut a piece of meat, washed it, and prepared to chop the filling. Chopping the filling might take a lot of time and effort for others, but for Jiangran, it was a piece of cake. This body was very strong, and Jiangran had studied cooking for many years. Jiangran was very clear about how to chop the stuffing and how to chop it just right. When Jiangran was done chopping the pork, he realized that Pei Xianxian had already prepared the vermicelli. Not only was the vermicelli soaked, but she also used another knife at home to chop it up. The vermicelli used to make buns didn't need to be too choppy, or else it wouldn't taste good and wouldn't look good. It would be best if it was about 1 centimeter long. Jiangran looked at the vermicelli processed by Pei Xianxian. The vermicelli was about the same length and could be used. He nodded with satisfaction. Well done. Hearing Jiangran's words, Pei Xianxian suddenly smiled and felt sweet. Pei Xianxian only felt a little strange when she realized what was going on. Just as he was about to say something to hide his emotions, he looked up and saw that Jiangran had already turned around and left. Pei Xianxian, when Jiangran walked to Pei Yang's side, Pei Yang had just washed the onions and ginger. Jiangran didn't take it. Instead, he said to Pei Yang, go and chop the scallions and ginger. Chop them up a little. It's best if they look like messy rice porridge. This metaphor was really too vivid. Jiangran secretly gave himself a thumbs up. Pei Yang took the scallions and ginger to the chopping board without a word. After a while, the sound of chopping scallions could be heard. When they were almost done, Wang Suilan finally came back with a bowl in his hand. In the bowl was a piece of old noodles. Seeing that the old noodles were back, Jiangran hurriedly took it and prepared to mix the noodles. If he mixed them now, it would probably be open by tomorrow morning. After cooking for so many years, Jiangran was very clear about how much filling and how much noodles were needed. Jiangran found 2 basins and filled them with water. Only then did she wash her hands in satisfaction. Jiangran felt like she had just laid down and hadn't fallen asleep yet when someone woke her up. The person who woke her up was none other than Wang Suilan. Wang Suilan's voice was very careful, as if he was afraid of waking her up, but he still did his duty. Jiangran sat up. I'm awake. It's good that you're awake, it's good that you're awake. Jiangran heard Wang Suilan's words clearly. When he said this, he heaved a huge sigh of relief. Jiangran sighed at the original owner's deterrence as she quickly put on her clothes. Before going to bed last night, she took a shower despite the spring chill. Today, she felt 2 kilograms lighter and her movements seemed to be smoother than before. After quickly putting on her clothes and meticulously tying up her hair, Jiangran went out of the door. After washing up, she went to the kitchen. There were already people busy in the kitchen. Wang Suilan was making noodles, Pei Xianxian was washing the newly bought bowls and chopsticks, and Pei Yang was putting the firewood that was almost done burning into the stove. Seeing that they were all busy in an orderly manner, Jiangran didn't waste any time. She hurried over and poured the previously chopped meat fillings and other ingredients together. Then, she added seasonings one by one. Jiangran had her own recipe for making the dumplings, but she didn't want to hide it from anyone, so she didn't care about the other 3 people looking at her. After mixing the dumplings, Jiangran asked everyone to quickly load the food onto the handcart. Without a watch, Jiangran didn't know what time it was, but looking at the dark sky, she thought that it should still be early. If they hurried to the county, they should be able to make it in time. 2 burning stoves were placed on the cart. One of them was boiling water, while the other was cooking porridge. There were a lot of red dates sprinkled in the porridge. They had just walked halfway when they smelled the fragrance of the rice soup and the unique sweetness of the red dates. In addition, there were 2 large buckets filled with clean water. In the bamboo basket, there were clean bowls and chopsticks. In the other basket, there were many plates made of bamboo strips, which were used to hold steamed buns. The Pei family did not have any extra tables or chairs. The only long table they brought was borrowed from the village by Wang Suilan. It was really simple, but Jiang Ran didn't dislike it. No matter what kind of business it was, it had to start small and grow big. As long as he could get off to a good start, he would be able to expand his business in the future. Afraid that he would be late, Jiang Ran didn't say a word along the way. He just buried his head and hurried on. Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia pushed the cart together. Their speed was not slower than that of Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran was fat. It was good enough that she could take care of herself. She couldn't help push the cart even if she wanted to. Fortunately, although Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia were young, they had been helping out at home since they were young. They were still quite strong. Pushing a cart was not a big deal for them. Because they had been trying their best to hurry on, they only walked 40 minutes for what was supposed to be an hour's journey. It was only dawn when they reached the county. Jiang Ran had already found out where to set up the stall the day before. After entering the county, Jiang Ran led the way in front. The place that Jiang Ran chose was not the streets in the center of the county. Instead, it was a crossroad in the east of the county. It was next to the bus station. Jiang Ran had already observed the entire county. It was very close to elementary, middle, and high schools. Not only that, but there were also a few factories in the county to the east. Whether they were going to school or going to work, they all had to pass by here. Although this was not the center of the county, there was still a lot of traffic. There was also a lot of traffic in the center of the county, but there were already fixed food vendors there. Jiang Ran was a latecomer and had no foundation. She did not want to compete with those vendors who had a fixed source of customers. She might be able to find another way to come here. Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia had only been to the county a few times. At this time, they stood beside the car and looked a little helpless. They could only look at Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran was not flustered at all. She looked around and began to arrange the 2 of them. Pei Yang, move the table down and put the chopping board and stuffing on it. Also, take the stove down and put it on the table side by side. Jiang Ran did not leave the work to others. Instead, she went forward to help. Jiang Ran was strong, Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia were also very capable. There was not much work, so the 3 of them quickly finished. After setting up, Jiang Ran took out an apron and put it on. She put on the sleeves, mask, and hat. Finally, she took out a basin, scooped some clean water into it, and carefully washed her hands. After cleaning up, although Jiang Ran still looked fat, she looked very clean. Jiang Ran asked Wang Suilan to make these things for her. In order to do these, Jiang Ran even took off one of the original owner's white coats. Fortunately, the original owner was fat and the coat was big enough. She took it apart and did these things. Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia looked at Jiang Ran's series of actions. Their expressions were a little dazed and they did not speak for a long time. Jiang Ran looked up and saw their expressions. She frowned slightly. "Why are you staring at me? Hurry up and wash your hands. Pei Yang, you are responsible for watching the fire and collecting the money later. Xianxia, stir the porridge again and help me roll it out. Later, when someone comes up, you'll be in charge of scooping the porridge and picking up the buns. When you pick up the buns, remember to use chopsticks. Don't use your hands to hold the buns." While speaking, Jiang Ran was not idle. He cut a piece of noodles from the basin and simply rolled it. Then, he cut it into long strips and pulled them into balls of dough. These were all actions that Jiang Ran had done countless times. Now, even though he had changed his body, the memories in his brain were still there, and he was extremely skilled in doing them. Jiang Ran pulled out dozens of dough, but Pei Xianxia was still staring blankly. Jiang Ran could only shout again, "Xianxia, what are you waiting for?" "Ah? Oh. I'm coming." Pei Shanshan quickly washed her hands, rolled up her sleeves, and hurried over to roll out the dough. With Pei Shanshan helping to roll the dough, Jiang Ran began to wrap the buns. At this time, the steamer was already emitting steam, and the water in the pot had already begun to boil. Jiang Ran's movements of wrapping the buns were very fast, but the buns that he wrapped were exceptionally beautiful. Each bun had 18 folds on it, and it looked like a flower. Every time he wrapped a bun, he placed it directly on the steamer. This steamer was brought from home, and it was quite big. Jiang Ran counted that one drawer could hold 20 buns. The steamer had a total of 4 layers, and it could steam 80 buns at a time. 80 buns sounded a lot, but Jiang Ran wrapped them quickly. In fact, it did not take long for him to finish wrapping them. After all, it was the first day, and he did not dare to prepare too many things. After these 80 buns were wrapped, a basin of noodles had already been used. Steaming the buns with a big fire took about 15 minutes. As time passed, the sky gradually brightened. The originally empty intersection was gradually filled with pedestrians. At this moment, the fragrance of the buns wafted out of the steamer. Just by smelling this fragrance, Jiang Ran knew that the buns were done steaming. Looking at the pedestrians on the road, Jiang Ran turned her head and said to Pei Yang, "Open the lid of the porridge pot." Pei Yang didn't understand, but still obediently opened the lid. As the lid was opened, the fragrance of the porridge became even stronger. It was still windy in the morning. Gusts of wind blew, blowing the fragrance of the buns and porridge farther away. Some people smelled the fragrance and looked in this direction. Some people took a look and left, but there were also people who walked over. The first person to come over was a man wearing glasses. The man looked to be in his 30s and was cultured. It was still a little cold in early spring, but he was wearing a suit with a black coat on the outside. Just by looking at the way he was dressed, one could tell that he was definitely not short of money. Jiang Ran quickly sized up the man and hurriedly asked, "Do you want buns or porridge?" When Jiang Ran said this, he actually used a bit of skill. She only gave the man 2 choices, and it seemed that the man only had 2 choices. In fact, the man had a third choice, which was to buy nothing. The man took a deep breath and asked, "What kind of filling are the buns? How much are they?" "Vermicelli and pork. 5 cents each." Jiang Ran had calculated the price carefully. A total of 4 caddies of pork was used today, which was 1 yuan and 80 cents. Although the scallion, ginger, and vermicelli were homemade, they still had to be included. For the time being, they were 20 cents. The various seasonings probably only cost 10 cents. A caddy of noodles cost 15 cents. About 4 caddies were used today, which was 60 cents. All these added up, the cost of the buns was 2 yuan and 70 cents. If 1 bun was 5 cents, 10 buns would be 5 cents. If this pot of 80 buns was sold, it would be 4 yuan. As long as he could sell 1 pot, he would make a profit today. Jiang Ran's little abacus crackled in her heart. The man was silent for a moment before speaking again. "Can I see the buns?" "What's wrong with that?" Jiang Ran said as she lifted the lid of the steamer. As the lid was opened, a gust of hot air rushed to his face, but Jiang Ran seemed to feel nothing. He gently fanned with his other hand, fanning the hot air so that the man could see more clearly. The buns in the steamer were white and plump, placed neatly. Every bun was about the same size, and the buns on top were like flowers. Because they were close, one could smell the fragrance of the white flour and the meat. The hesitant man immediately said after smelling the scent, "Give me one first." Steamed buns were not only used to satisfy one's hunger, but the texture was also very important. The man took 2 more bites and nodded his head countless times. "Delicious. Your steamed buns are not bad. Give me 10 of them. By the way, can I borrow your plate? I'll send it back to you later. Otherwise, I can't take these steamed buns away." At the end of his sentence, the man even smiled at Jiang Ran in embarrassment. "Of course. Use as you please." Jiang Ran immediately began to pick up the steamed buns. Because the bamboo plate was not big enough, 1 plate could only hold 5 steamed buns. Jiang Ran used 2 plates. The man was about to pay when he noticed the porridge at the side. The porridge was cooked to the right temperature. the oil had already been cooked and the rice had already bloomed. There were also round and bright red dates rising and falling in the porridge. It was very beautiful. The man's eyes lit up. How much is this porridge? The cost of making porridge was even lower, so the price was even lower. 1 penny per bowl. The man obviously wanted it, but he could not take it away. Xianxia thought for a moment and pointed at Pei Yang. Why don't you let him go with you? If you have a pot at home. Before Xianxia could finish speaking, the man had already understood what she meant and immediately agreed. Give me 5 bowls of porridge. With these 10 steamed buns, the total is 55 cents. The man said as he handed over the money. There was a 50-cent note and a 5-cent coin. Xianxia took the money, opened the box at the side, and put the money in. There was an extra 55 cents in the empty box. Looking at it made people happy. Without Xianxia saying anything, Pei Yang had already walked forward, picked up the plate of steamed buns, and left with the man. Seeing the two of them walk away, Pei Xianxia looked at Xianxia excitedly. At this moment, Pei Xianxia had a lot to say, but she did not have the chance to speak. Because at this moment, another group of people walked over. Xianxia had already noticed these people just now. They were standing not far away and had been watching this side. Obviously, they wanted to see the situation. Since the man had bought so many buns, it was obvious that the buns were delicious. Since it was delicious, what were they waiting for? There were old and young people, men and women, and the number of buns they wanted was also different. Some people directly ate here. After eating the buns, they also wanted a bowl of porridge. Those with a big appetite ate 2 steamed buns and a bowl of porridge. Those with smaller appetites would not just eat a steamed bun or a bowl of porridge. Spending a few cents or a dime, one could have a delicious breakfast. Xianxia and Pei Xianxia worked together. Xianxia picked up the buns and scooped the porridge, while Pei Xianxia collected the money. Once they got busy, they didn't stop much. In the beginning, those who came to buy buns and eat porridge were all adults or older people. Later on, most of them were students. It wasn't until dawn that their buns and porridge were sold out. After all of them were sold out, the 3 of them finally heaved a sigh of relief. After being busy for so long, the 3 of them didn't even drink a mouthful of water, let alone eat. Although they were tired and hungry, Pei Xianxia and Pei Yang were both excited. Both of them couldn't take their eyes off Xianxia. They clearly had something to ask, but they didn't open their mouths. Their hesitant expressions made Xianxia want to laugh. Xianxia took out a bamboo plate from the table drawer. There were 3 buns on it. The buns were already cold. Xianxia opened the steamer basket and put them in. I saved these in advance. Let's heat them up. Let's fill our stomachs and have a good meal when we get home. After selling buns for the whole morning, Pei Xianxia and Pei Yang were actually very curious about the taste of the buns when they saw how excited everyone was when eating the buns. However, they also knew that they were doing business to make money, so even if they wanted to eat, they didn't say it out loud. However, they didn't expect that Xianxia would save 3 buns in advance. The steamer basket was still steaming hot. The buns were hot after being put in for a while. When they held them in their hands, they were still a little hot. After taking a bite, the fragrance of the meat filled their mouths. That kind of satisfaction was incomparable to anything they had eaten in the past. Xianxia's buns were very big. Each of them was the size of an adult man's fist. However, the 3 of them were tired for the whole morning. Their original appetite was also not small. 1 bun was only enough to fill their stomachs a little. Pei Xianxia smacked her lips as she savored the aftertaste. She gave Xianxia a big smile. It's delicious. Xianxia nodded in agreement. It's indeed delicious. Xianxia didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but he felt that his cooking skills seemed to have changed a little. The food was still delicious, but after eating it, it wasn't just delicious. It also gave people a sense of satisfaction and happiness. However, this thought only appeared in Xianxia's mind for a moment before he tossed it aside. These were not important. The most important thing was that they had to pack up and go back. The fire in the stove had already gone out. They carried everything into the car and then hurried home. Fortunately, they each ate a steamed bun, so they had the strength to rush home. As soon as they reached the entrance, they saw Wang Suilon coming out of the courtyard to welcome them. Seeing that the three of them had returned safely, Wang Suilon heaved a huge sigh of relief. "It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back." Pei Xianxia ran forward excitedly and hugged Wang Suilon's arm. "Mom, the buns and congee we prepared today are all sold out." "It's good that they're sold out. It's good that they're sold out, sold out?" Wang Suilon widened his eyes and looked at Pei Xianxia in disbelief. "Are they really all sold out?" "Of course. Why would I lie to you? The money is all in the box." As Pei Xianxia spoke, she looked at Jiang Ran. What was the happiest thing after returning home from business? Of course, it was to count money. They steamed 80 buns the first time. Later on, they steamed another 83 buns. Jiang Ran kept 3 buns, and they sold a total of 160 buns. Each bun cost 5 cents, so they sold a total of 8 yuan. That pot of porridge cost 1 cent a bowl. There were 50 bowls in total, which was 5 cents. After deducting the cost, they earned a total of $5.70. Don't underestimate this $5.70. Factory workers usually only earned 30 to 40 yuan a month. They earned $5.70 a day. That would be 153 yuan a month, which was equivalent to 4 to 5 months of a worker's salary. This was a conservative estimate. As long as business continued to be good, they could increase the number of buns and porridge in the future. Moreover, it was only morning. Such simple calculations were only a matter of minutes for Jiang Ran. After she finished calculating, she realized that the rest of the Pei family were still counting the money over and over again. She stood up and went to the kitchen. They had been hungry for the whole morning. 1 bun wasn't enough to satisfy their hunger. They still had to eat. After entering the kitchen, Jiang Ran realized that there was porridge, boiled eggs, stir-fried shredded potatoes, and pancakes in the pot. Although it was simple, it was enough to fill their stomachs. Jiang Ran brought out the dishes and brought them into the living room. She sat down and prepared to eat. Only then did the Pei family recover from the excitement of counting the money. "Look at me. I left some food for you, but I forgot to tell you," Wang Suilon said. Then, he quickly asked, "Have you eaten?" Pei Yang shook his head. "We've been busy. After we were done, we only ate 1 bun each." Upon hearing Pei Yang's words, Wang Suilon's heart instantly ached. No wonder they could earn so much money. They were so busy that they didn't even have time to eat. "Then hurry up and eat. If you have anything to say it after we're done eating." Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia were indeed hungry. They each took a pancake and started eating. There were 3 boiled eggs in the bowl. Jiang Ran ate 1 and stopped eating. Wang Suilon took a few glances before saying, hurry up and eat. It's all yours." Jiang Ran, who was picking up shredded potatoes, paused when she heard this. Well, she always forgot how overbearing the original owner was. In order not to violate his persona, Jiang Ran didn't even raise his head. "I'll just eat 1. I don't feel like eating anymore. You guys go ahead." She was referring to Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia. Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia had already eaten the meat buns given to them by Jiang Ran. They were more accepting of the eggs given to them by Jiang Ran. Wang Suilon and Pei Baoshan did not accept it as much. The two of them looked at Jiang Ran in shock. Their expressions were very complicated. After the meal, without waiting for Jiang Ran and the other two to move, Wang Suilon hurriedly cleared away the dishes. Jiang Ran had no intention of snatching it from her. "What do you think of today's business?" Wang Suilon and Pei Yang went to the fields while Jiang Ran led Pei Xianxia into the kitchen to get busy. Pei Jing was still young. As long as he didn't cause trouble, it would be fine. Jiang Ran naturally didn't expect him to do anything. In order to prevent any accidents from happening to Pei Jing, Jiang Ran moved a small stool and placed it at the entrance of the kitchen for Pei Jing to sit there. Pei Jing was quite obedient. He wasn't like some children his age who liked to run and jump and couldn't sit still at all. Jiang Ran looked at the remaining 4 kilograms of streaky pork. After thinking for a while, he decided to cook them all in the pot. Pei Xianxian's heart skipped a beat when she saw Jiang Ran's generosity. However, when she thought of how all the buns were sold out in the morning, she moved her mouth but didn't say anything in the end. Jiang Ran planned to sell rice and noodles at noon. As for the side dishes, he only planned to make one meat dish and two vegetarian dishes. The meat dish was steamed pork, and the vegetarian dish was stir-fried shredded potatoes and cold shredded radish. Whether it was potatoes or radishes, they had a lot of them at home. The cost of these two dishes was small, but they tasted very good. Coupled with the steamed pork, they would definitely sell well. With that thought in mind, Jiang Ran asked Pei Xianxian to get the potatoes and radishes. Jiang Ran was still the one who did all the work. It wasn't that Jiang Ran felt sorry for Pei Xianxian and didn't want her to do more work. It was just that Pei Xianxian's knife skills weren't very good. The shredded potatoes weren't thin enough, and the thickness was different. They didn't look good. Although Jiang Ran didn't say this out loud, Pei Xianxian vaguely felt it. Pei Xianxian felt a little wronged after being despised. However, after seeing the shredded potatoes that Jiang Ran cut, that little bit of grievance instantly disappeared. The shredded potatoes that Jiang Ran cut were of the same thickness, as if they had been measured beforehand. Jiang Ran cut very quickly. It didn't take long for the potatoes and radishes to be cut. The shredded potatoes were soaked in water. This could remove the excess starch, make the texture crisper, and prevent the shredded potatoes from turning black. A little salt was added to the shredded radishes to remove the water. After all this work, the streaky pork in the pot was almost done cooking. Jiang fished the meat out, drained it, and cut it into square slices of meat that were as thick as a finger. The meat that was cut was placed neatly on a plate. And it was mixed with the sauce she specially made. Finally, it was steamed in the pot. Fortunately, the plates at home were relatively large, and Jiang Ran did not put any other side dishes. A plate was tight enough to hold 10 slices. The slices of meat were very big. One jin of meat could only be cut into 12 slices. There was a total of more than 4 caddies of meat. After cutting out 50 slices of meat, 5 plates were filled. The steamer was also very big. One layer could hold 3 plates, and 2 layers would be enough to fit everything. Once the steamer was placed on top of the pot, it would take at least 2 hours to steam. If the heat wasn't right, the meat wouldn't be soft enough, and it wouldn't taste good. After doing all this, Jiang Ran was actually a little tired. Pei Xianxian sat in front of the stove to light the fire. Jiang Ran simply moved a stool and sat next to Pei Jing. Pei Jing had been sitting here alone. When he saw Jiang Ran sit over, he looked at Jiang Ran. Looking into Pei Jing's dark eyes, Jiang Ran realized that Pei Jing should be in kindergarten at this age. "Xiao Jing, shall I send you to kindergarten?" Pei Jing blinked. His large eyes were filled with confusion. "What's kindergarten?" There are many children your age. You can play together. There are also teachers who will take you to play games, tell you stories, and teach you how to count and draw." For as long as he could remember, Pei Jing had spent most of his time by Pei Xianxian's side. No matter what Pei Xianxian did, she would bring Pei Jing along. Although the two of them spent all their time together, they did not speak much. Pei Xianxian had only graduated from primary school, so it was impossible for her to nurture Pei Jing. Despite Pei Jing's young age, her life could be described as day after day. He had never experienced the kind of life Jiang Ran described, so he could not help but yearn for it. Seeing that Pei Jing was silent, Jiang Ran could only ask again, "Xiao Jing, do you want to go to kindergarten?" "Yes." Pei Jing answered quickly, this time without the slightest hesitation. After receiving Pei Jing's answer, Jiang Ran raised his hand and patted his little head. "Then I'll go to the kindergarten and ask after lunch." The spring enrollment had just ended, so it should not be difficult to be a transfer student. Jiang Ran and Pei Jing were sitting at the kitchen door. They did not deliberately lower their voices, so Pei Xianxian, who was in the kitchen, heard their conversation clearly. When she heard that Jiang Ran wanted to send Pei Jing to kindergarten, Pei Xianxian was extremely shocked. She was so shocked that Pei Xianxian even pinched herself secretly. The past 2 days had been so good that she suspected that she was dreaming. However, the pain from her arm clearly told Pei Xianxian that this was not a dream. If she wasn't dreaming, then there must be something wrong with Jiang Ran's brain. Pei Xianxian stole a glance at Jiang Ran and secretly prayed in her heart. If only Jiang Ran's brain was always damaged. It didn't take long for the aroma of meat to fill the kitchen. This aroma was really overbearing. They weren't hungry yet, but after smelling this aroma, they couldn't help but salivate. Pei Jing was still young and could not control himself. Smelling the fragrance of the meat, his gaze was fixed on the steamer. Seeing him like this, Jiang Ran was amused. Do you want to eat? When it's done, I'll give you a piece. The meat was cut into large pieces. With Pei Jing's small appetite, a piece of meat and some rice was enough to fill him up. 1.5 hours later, Jiang Ran used the largest basin in the house to steam the rice. When the rice was almost done, Pei Yang came back, panting. Jiang Ran waited for him to catch his breath before he asked him to light the fire in the stove and put it on the cart. Then, he put the pot and steamer on it. The basin containing the rice was also placed in the steamer to keep it warm. Jiang Ran poured out the excess water from the shredded radish and added seasonings. Then, he put a plate of food on the chopping board. He also left half a plate of meat and 3 big bowls of rice. These were for the Pei family's lunch. Xianxian, it shouldn't be so busy in the afternoon. You don't have to go. Firstly, it wouldn't be so busy in the afternoon. Secondly, if they all left and Pei Baoshan and Wang Xuelan were not back, Pei Jing would have no one to look after him. Pei Xianxian also understood this point. She nodded and agreed. Holding Pei Jing's little hand, she walked him to the door and watched as Jiang Ran and Pei Yang pushed the cart away. Pei Yang and Jiang Ran pushed the cart together and soon found that something was wrong. In the morning, Pei Yang and Pei Xianxian pushed the cart together. Although they could push it at that time, it was definitely not as easy as now. Looking sideways at Jiang Ran, Pei Yang understood what was going on. Jiang Ran was strong, so he naturally saved a lot of effort. Pei Yang never thought that one day, he would be able to push a cart together with Jiang Ran. One must know that in the past, Jiang Ran wished he could lie on the cart and be pushed by him. From time to time, Pei Yang would look over. Jiang Ran was not a fool, so he could naturally feel it. But Jiang Ran acted as if he didn't know. After all, the deterrent force of the original owner was here. Even if Pei Yang had countless doubts in his heart, he didn't ask anything in the end. The two people buried themselves in the road in silence, and it didn't take long for them to reach the county. After arriving at the county, they still went to the place where they set up the stall in the morning. Without a watch, Jiang Ran didn't know what time it was, but people came and went on the street, which made Jiang Ran feel a little relieved. No matter what, it couldn't be worse than the business in the morning, right? The shredded radish had been mixed and placed on the table, but the shredded potatoes hadn't been stir-fried yet. Of course, the shredded potatoes were the best when they were stir-fried. Otherwise, after a long time, the shredded potatoes would become soft and wouldn't be as refreshing to eat. In order to stir-fry the shredded potatoes, Jiang Ran specially brought the necessary seasonings. He poured oil into the cold pot, waited for the oil to heat up, and put in the dried chili. After stir-frying it a few times, he put in the garlic slices. When the fragrance of the garlic slices was stir-fried, he put in the shredded potatoes. After stir-frying for half a minute, he put in the salt and vinegar in order. Before taking it out of the pot, he poured in some sesame oil, and finally quickly stir-fried it a few times, then it could be removed from the fire. Although this iron pot wasn't as big as the one at home, it wasn't small either. Most people would have to use some strength to pick up the pot with one hand, but when Jiang Ran stir-fried the shredded potatoes, he could use one hand and easily shook the ladle. Now that he was done, he picked up the pot with one hand. Pei Yang always knew that Jiang Ran had great strength, but he had never seen Jiang Ran use his strength in this aspect. So there was such a benefit to having great strength. Pei Yang was still standing. There was still a lot of people had already gathered around him. Jiang Ran had just fried shredded potatoes. He had done a lot of things, but there wasn't much practical use. From start to finish, it was only a little more than a minute. With the spring breeze, the spicy smells was it. At this time, it was almost lunchtime. Whether it was people who went to school or worked, they were all starving. Suddenly smelling the smell, their stomachs. Naturally, they followed their hearts and walked over to this side. What are you selling? shredded potatoes shredded? The appearance of the pork was so good that anyone who saw it couldn't help but swallow their saliva. The people who were attracted by the shredded potatoes all fixed their eyes on the pork. There was a moment of silence in the air. But the silence didn't last long. Soon, someone asked, "How much is the pork?" Xianxia was wearing a mask, but it didn't stop her from smiling. 3 cents for 2 pieces. The pork was 4 cents and 5 caddies. 1 caddy could be cut into 12 pieces. Xianxia sold a piece of pork for 15 cents. 30 pieces could cover the cost, and the rest was all profit. After hearing Xianxia's price, someone immediately complained that it was too expensive. The person who complained was a middle-aged woman. She was obviously a careful person. The middle-aged woman cooked at home, so she naturally knew the price of meat and vegetables. It was normal for her to complain about the price. Xianxia wasn't angry. Her voice still carried a smile. "And, if you want to buy this pork and make it into such a pork, you need a lot of seasoning, charcoal, and time. The most important thing is that what you and I make may not taste the same. People who sell food not only sell various kinds of ingredients, but also the taste of the food. The same ingredients would taste different when cooked by different people. If anyone who bought a piece of pork could make it into such a pork as Xianxia's, then Xianxia wouldn't count on this to make money. She might as well just eat at home and wait for death." When Xianxia said these words, her attitude was gentle and polite. Her words were also clear. Even the middle-aged woman who complained about the price didn't refute after hearing Xianxia's words. Xianxia's eyes swept over everyone's faces. Shredded potatoes and radishes are 3 cents for a bowl. Pork is 3 cents for 2 pieces. Rice is also 3 cents for a bowl. What do you want to order? According to Xianxia's idea, a bowl of noodles, a bowl of vegetables, and 2 pieces of pork would cost a total of 9 cents for a sumptuous lunch. She thought that many people would be willing to pay. The fact was indeed as Xianxia thought. As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, someone asked for such a combination. Xianxia quickly filled a bowl with rice, picked up 2 pieces of meat with chopsticks, and poured some soup into the bowl. After filling the bowl, Xianxia asked the man, "Do you want shredded potatoes or shredded radishes? Or do you want some of each?" Only children would make choices. Adults naturally had to make choices. The first person to buy food was a young man. He was wearing blue overalls. It was obvious that he worked in the factory. Xianxia not only saw that he was a worker with a good salary, but also saw that he was single. Only the single youngsters would gobble down the good food they bought. The young man held the bowl of rice and sniffed it. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. When he had smelled enough, he picked up the meat with his chopsticks. The steamed meat was incomparably soft. With a light pinch of the chopsticks, it broke into 2 halves. The fatty steamed meat, together with the rice soaked in soup, was put into the mouth together. Instantly, the taste of fresh meat filled the mouth, making people feel extremely satisfied. The young man's eyes began to shine after just 1 bite. His mouth was covered and he couldn't speak, so he gave Xianxia a thumbs up. Just by looking at him, he didn't need to say much. Everyone present knew that the steamed meat must be very delicious. In life, eating and drinking were 2 words. As long as it wasn't that they couldn't afford it, who wouldn't want to buy something delicious to reward themselves? Besides, Xianxia's price wasn't expensive. With the youngsters in front of them, the younger ones couldn't help but order a portion of the meal according to the youngster's price. Before coming, Xianxia had already considered all kinds of situations, so she had prepared a lot of change, which was just right for the change. By the time the youngsters had finished buying, there was already 1 less plate of steamed pork. At this moment, an acquaintance came. It was none other than the man who had first come to buy steamed buns in the morning. The man had obviously just gotten off work. He was dressed the same as in the morning and carried a briefcase in his hand. After looking at the steamed pork in the steamer, a smile appeared on his face. "This steamed pork looks good. How much is it?" 3 cents for 2 slices. The man looked at Xianxia when he heard that. Xianxia felt her face turn red when the man looked at her like that. Fortunately, she was wearing a mask. Even if she blushed, no one could see it. The man clearly understood the meaning behind Jiang Ran's words, but he didn't say it out loud. Then give me a plate. There were 12 slices per plate, and this plate was 180 yuan. This was considered a big deal. Even Jiang Ran couldn't help but be stunned. After a moment of shock, she immediately smiled and said, "Do you have a lunchbox? Do you want me to send it to your house?" When Pei Yang heard this, he immediately came over and prepared to help the man deliver the food. The man smiled and said, "I'm holding it." As he spoke, he turned and walked out of the crowd. Jiang Ran's gaze followed him. She saw him walk to a bicycle and take a net from it. Inside the net was an aluminum lunchbox. With a lunchbox, Jiang Ran neatly placed a plate of steamed pork in the lunchbox and poured all the soup into it. The man also took out $2 and gave it to Jiang Ran. After taking the change from Jiang Ran, the man was in no hurry to leave. "Are you still coming to sell steamed buns tomorrow morning?" "Yes." "Okay, I'll come again tomorrow morning. Your steamed buns are good. It would be great if you could pair them with something else." The man finished speaking and left. Jiang Ran didn't think too much about this topic. Whether to add something tomorrow morning could be considered in the afternoon. The most important thing now was to sell all the remaining food. Jiang Ran didn't have to worry about finding a solution. The man's action of buying a plate of steamed a sense of crisis for those who were still watching. They originally thought that if no one bought it, Jiang Ran would be able to lower the price even more. But who would have thought that a plate of steamed pork, steamed buns? If they were to wait, they probably wouldn't even get soup. This time, no one was watching anymore. When those people were eating, Jiang Ran asked about the kindergarten. The food she cooked was delicious and clean, and she spoke politely and pleasantly. Hearing her question, those who knew about it told Jiang Ran everything they knew. There were 2 kindergartens in the county and they were of similar size. The only difference was that one was in the east and the other was in the west. Their businesses were in the east, so Jiang Ran was naturally thinking about the kindergarten nearby. Following the directions, they walked for 5 minutes and saw the entrance of the kindergarten. There was also a sign on the metal fence with the words Little Red Flower Kindergarten spray painted on it. Seeing this name, Jiang Ran smiled. Through the metal fence, they could see the courtyard. There were no flower beds, just a big yard. Whether it was the far wall or the classroom wall, there were paintings with the characteristics of this era. Jiang Ran felt that there was a retro style to them. But at the moment, it was actually very popular. The courtyard was quiet and not a sound could be heard. Jiang Ran leaned against the door and looked in. Then, he saw an old man in his 50s or 60s walk out of the small house next to the gate. "What are you doing here? What are you standing here for?" Jiang Ran hurriedly smiled at him. "Hello, sir. I want to ask if our kindergarten is still accepting students?" Hearing Jiang Ran's words, the old man's expression softened. "You're asking about school? Wait a moment, I'll help you call the teacher. The children are sleeping now, so don't talk too loudly." After saying that, the old man walked towards the 2 houses in the east of the courtyard. After a while, he called a young woman out. The woman looked to be in her 20s. She was not very good-looking, but there was a smile in her eyes. She was pleasant and gentle. It was said that one's appearance was born from one's heart. People with such looks could not be bad. She was just right to be a kindergarten teacher. Jiang Ran greeted her and found out that her surname was Lin. "Teacher Lin, is our kindergarten still accepting students? My child is 3 years old. I missed the start of school because of something, so I'm here to ask." Teacher Lin smiled and nodded. "Of course. We just started school not long ago. I think you can come. What about school fees?" "Oh, our kindergarten is different from the primary school. The tuition is more expensive than the primary school. It costs 5 yuan a semester, and lunch is provided. Nowadays, the tuition fees for elementary schools were only about 2 to 3 yuan a semester. 5 yuan a semester in kindergarten. The school fees were actually not low. But Jiang Ran didn't care. It was only 5 yuan. "Teacher Lin, when can I bring my child here?" "Tomorrow." "Thank you, Teacher Lin. I'll bring the child over tomorrow morning." After leaving the kindergarten, Jiangran felt much better. She didn't expect Pei Jing to learn much when she sent him to kindergarten. After all, he was still young. Most importantly, he hoped that Pei Jing would know what was right and what was wrong. He hoped that Pei Jing would develop good habits and avoid walking the path of a villain. After all, education started from a young age. What the hell was going on with Jiangran? Not only did she stop keeping everything to herself, but she even started to think of ways to make money. Now, she even had to send Pei Jing to kindergarten. Did she take the wrong medicine, or did she fall into the river and get water into her brain? Pei Yang kept glancing at Jiangran. Jiangran couldn't pretend that he didn't know. Jiangran sighed in his heart. He turned his head and glared at Pei Yang. What are you looking at? After being glared at by Jiangran and hearing this familiar tone, Pei Yang felt much better. Sure enough, no matter how much Jiangran changed, his nature would never change. Pei Yang looked away expressionlessly and continued to push the cart forward. Jiangran looked at Pei Yang's back and was speechless. Pei Yang definitely had masochistic tendencies, definitely. The two of them didn't stop to rest all the way home. By the time they got home, the sun was already in the west. Without a watch, Jiangran didn't know how to estimate the time by looking at the sky. He didn't know what time it was, so he gave up. It was better to earn money and buy a watch as soon as possible. At this time, Pei Xianxia and Wang Zuelan were working in the fields. Only Pei Jing and Pei Xianxia were at home. Seeing that Jiangran and Pei Yang were back, Pei Xianxia immediately went up to them. How was it? Pei Yang glanced at Pei Xianxia. How was it? How else could it be? Of course it was all sold out. Even though Pei Xianxia had been hoping for this, when she heard Pei Yang's answer, she was stunned for a moment. Then, a big smile appeared on her face. Looking at Pei Xianxia's smiling face, Pei Yang waved his hand. All right, don't smile like an idiot. Is there anything else to eat? We haven't eaten yet. Hearing that Pei Yang hadn't eaten anything, Pei Xianxia immediately went to the kitchen. Jiangran was tired and hungry at this time. He didn't want to cook for himself, so he took the box with the money and went into the central room. As soon as Jiangran sat down, Pei Yang followed closely behind. Pei Jing followed Pei Yang like a small tail. The two of them sat down, and their gazes fell on the box. Knowing that they were curious about how much money they had earned at noon, Jiangran directly opened the box. A total of 50 pieces of braised pork, 15 cents per piece, sold for a total of 7.50 yuan. Potatoes and carrots were sold for 30 cents per piece, sold for 20 servings. The total cost was 6 yuan, and the rice was 30 cents per bowl. There were a total of 18 bowls, so it was 5.40 yuan. So this afternoon, our income is 18.9 yuan. If we calculate the cost, we'll make 8 yuan. Our net profit will be 10 yuan and 90 cents. In fact, it wasn't just 10 yuan and 90 cents, because the cost was less than 8 yuan. After Jiangran finished speaking, Pei Yang's expression changed from shock to ecstasy. They had earned 5.70 yuan in the morning and 10 yuan and 90 cents at noon. That added up to 16.60 yuan. It had only been a day. What if it had been 10 days, 1 month? Suddenly hearing Jiangran say such a sentence, Pei Yang felt a little complicated in his heart. He didn't know why Jiangran suddenly became like this, and he wasn't sure if Jiangran would always be like this, but if he were to tell the truth, it was a good feeling. At least, Jiangran now had the appearance of a sister-in-law. Jiangran didn't care about not getting Pei Yang's answer. After eating, take a break and then buy some pork back. The pork bought yesterday had been used up, and the pork to be used tomorrow had to be bought in advance. Fortunately, there was no limit to the purchase of pork now. As long as you had money, you didn't even need a ticket. You could buy as much as you wanted. Otherwise, Jiangran didn't continue to think about it, because Pei Xianxia had already come over with 2 bowls of noodles. Pei Xianxia made 2 bowls of egg noodles, pure white handmade noodles. The noodles were soft, and with small vegetables and poached eggs, it didn't taste delicious, but at least there was no problem with filling the stomach. After a big bowl of noodles, even the soup, Jiangran was satisfied. Pei Yang finished eating, wiped his mouth, and prepared to buy meat. How much meat do you want to buy? What meat? I'll go now. It would take about 2 hours to go to the county and back. Jiangran didn't stop Pei Yang. If he went now, he could go early and come back early, so that he wouldn't have to walk at night. I want to buy pork belly, 5 kilograms. Go and buy some tea leaves. Jiangran said and gave Pei Yang 10 yuan. You can buy whatever you want for the rest. At Pei Yang's age, he was already considered a young man in the village. But in Jiangran's eyes, Pei Yang was still a young boy. A young boy should also like to eat snacks or something. Pei Yang took the money, carefully put it in his buttoned pocket, and then left with the basket on his back. After Pei Yang left, Jiangran didn't stay idle. Xianxia, how many eggs do we have left? Pei Xianxia didn't know why Jiangran asked this, but she still told him the truth. There are more than 10. They had a lot of chickens, but they ate a lot as well. They had saved up a lot of food for a few days. More than a dozen? Jiangran frowned slightly. This amount was far from enough to make herbal tea eggs. But soon, Jiangran relaxed his brows. Their family had so many eggs, but there were many other families in the village. Every household must have saved up some eggs. As long as they bought the eggs from the villagers, it would be fine. Selling it in the county town was one thing, but selling it directly to her was the same as selling it. Plus, it would save them a lot of traveling. Presumably, no one would object. Jiangran thought so in her heart, so she told Pei Xianxia. Xianxia, go around the village and tell the villagers if they have any eggs. I'll take them all. Take them all? Pei Xianxia exclaimed. Why do you want so many eggs? To sell, of course. Jiangran said matter-of-factly. Pei Jing's eyes sparkled as if there were stars in them. Was kindergarten fun? Jiangran carefully recalled her experience in kindergarten. She couldn't remember anything. It was so long ago that she had long forgotten. However, it should be fun. It should be fun, Jiangran said. What if it's not fun? Pei Jing continued to ask. Jiangran was speechless. How did she know? If she had known that Pei Jing had so many questions, she wouldn't have let Pei Xianxia go out. Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets now. After Jiangran answered Pei Jing's countless strange questions, Pei Xianxia finally returned. There were also some elderly women who came back with Pei Xianxia. They were all carrying baskets and were obviously here to sell eggs. The group of people entered the house in the blink of an eye. As soon as they entered, someone couldn't wait to speak. Ran, we heard from Xianxia that you want to buy our eggs. 1 cent each, really? Jiangran nodded. Really? It wasn't that Jiangran didn't want to be polite, but she was afraid of violating her persona. Fortunately, no one cared about Jiangran's attitude. Then you. We brought all the eggs. Jiangran looked at Pei Xianxia. Xianxia, go get a basket. We'll count the eggs now. Hearing Jiangran's words, the group of people heaved a sigh of relief. Everyone brought over a different number of eggs. Some had more than 10 eggs, while others only had 5 or 6 eggs. No matter how many eggs there were, Jiangran didn't mind and paid them one by one. After all was settled, Jiangran didn't have anything to do, but these people didn't leave. Instead, they sat down with smiles on their faces. Ran, why did you buy so many eggs all of a sudden? Yeah. There are so many eggs that we can't finish them all in a short time. Jiangran's gaze swept across their faces. He did not smile at all. You don't want to sell? Then I won't charge you next time. No. It's not that I don't want to sell it. Alright, I still have things to do at home. I'm leaving now. Me too. I'm going back too. The women who were gossiping just now immediately stood up and couldn't wait to walk out. Pei Xianxia watched them walk further and further away before she turned to look at Jiangran. It was really amazing. They were all from the same village, so Pei Xianxia knew what kind of characters these people had. Jiangran prepared to make herbal tea eggs. The herbal tea eggs were delicious and easy to make. It was best to sell them with porridge and buns in the morning. She boiled the eggs first, then cracked the eggshell and set it aside. She also boiled the water in the pot. After the water boiled, she put in the tea leaves, fennel, pepper, coriander seeds, cinnamon, 5-spice powder, salt, sliced onions, and ginger, and soy sauce. If conditions permitted, she would add in some soy sauce and chicken essence. However, the current conditions did not allow it, so these two were omitted. However, it did not affect anything. After the water boiled, she put the eggs in and boiled them on high heat for another 20 minutes. Then, she could take them out. The herbal tea eggs could be eaten cold or hot. If they felt that they were cold and wanted to eat them hot, they could boil them in the pot for a while. After the herbal tea eggs were ready, they each ate one at dinner that night. Naturally, it tasted much better than boiled eggs. Pei Baoshan and Wang Suilon were unwilling to eat at first, thinking that they could sell it for money. However, when they saw Jiang Ran staring at them, they each ate an egg. After dinner, they prepared the stuffing for the next morning. Then, they quickly washed up and went to bed. Jiang Ran did not have time to lament about life, nor did she have time to think. She fell into a deep sleep almost as soon as she lay down on the bed. It was a dreamless night. The next morning, Jiang Ran was woken up by Wang Suilon. Perhaps because he was experienced, Wang Suilon woke Jiang Ran up in a louder voice today. He was not as careful as before. When Jiang Ran went to the kitchen, Wang Suilon had already made the noodles. The other things were ready to be loaded into the car. They were only waiting for Jiang Ran to mix the stuffing before they could set off. Jiang Ran did not say much and quickly mixed the stuffing. Before leaving, Jiang Ran did not forget to remind Wang Suilon, after dawn, take Xiaojing to the county town. I have already told the kindergarten that he will go to class today. This matter had been discussed the night before, and Wang Suilon and Pei Baoshan had no objections. Jiang Ran said it again because he was afraid that Wang Suilon would forget. Wang Suilon quickly agreed, "Don't worry, I won't forget." Pei Jing was the only grandson of the Pei family. Wang Suilon had always doted on him. She would definitely keep him in her heart and never dare to forget anything about him. When Jiang Ran and the others arrived at the place where the stall was set up, the sky was just beginning to brighten. It was about the same time as when they came yesterday. With yesterday's experience, there was no need for Jiang Ran to make arrangements today. Pei Xianxia and Pei Yang got busy. The first pot of buns had just been steamed when the man from yesterday arrived on time. He didn't come alone. There was a woman with him. She looked like his wife. Both of them were holding things in their hands, which were used to hold porridge and buns respectively. As usual, there were 5 bowls of porridge and 10 buns. When he saw the tea eggs, he asked for the price and asked for 5 tea eggs without hesitation. Jiang Ran bought the tea eggs for 1 cent each, and sold them for 2 cents each. The price was not expensive, and the main reason was that the profits were small but quick. Before the man and the others left, people started to gather around them. Jiang Ran had a good memory. Many of these people were familiar faces from yesterday, but there were also many new faces. After a busy morning, the steamed buns, congee, and eggs were all sold out. Pei Yang and Pei Shanshan laughed when they saw the empty pots and steamers. This time, business was good. That could be because they were lucky. However, every time they sold out, it could only mean that their products were good. People came to buy from them because their products were good. Jiang Ran's eyes curved when she saw how happy they were. However, she quickly suppressed it. When he regained his expressionless face, Jiang Ran felt a little complicated in his heart. When could she laugh whenever she wanted to? She didn't have to be afraid of violating her character setting. Before Jiang Ran could think of a reason, she saw Wang Suilon holding Pei Jing's hand and walking over. Pei Shanshan and Pei Yang stopped giggling when they saw them. "Mom, have you and Xiaojing eaten?" Pei Shanshan asked hurriedly. "Yes, we have." Wang Suilon nodded as he spoke. "Have you eaten? I brought some food for you. You can eat it when you get home." Jiang Ran felt her stomach growl when she heard Wang Suilon's words. Business this morning was even better than yesterday. She didn't have the time or the means to hide the steamed buns. She had thought that she could only go home hungry and eat when she got home. However, she didn't expect Wang Suilon to bring food for them. Wang Suilon brought pancakes. The pancakes were bigger than a grown man's palm. They weren't made of pure white flour. corn flour was added to the pancakes, so they were yellow in color. When one got close, they could smell the sweet fragrance of the corn. The pancake was cut open. There were thin shredded potatoes and a fried egg inside. After Jiangran took a bite, she realized that her pancakes were different from Pei Yang's and Pei Xianxian's pancakes. Pei Yang's and Pei Xianxian's pancakes each contained a fried egg. However, there were 2 pancakes in Jiangran's pancakes. If this were any other situation, Jiangran would definitely think that this was favoritism. But now, this was clearly not the case. However, Jiangran was not a person who was conflicted. 1 fried egg or 2 fried eggs was not a big problem. When the business stabilizes, they will be free not only for eggs, but also for pork. After quickly finishing the pancake, Jiangran instructed Pei Yang and Pei Xianxian, "You two pack your things and put them in the car. Then wait here. We'll send Xiaojing to kindergarten." After doing business with Jiangran for the past 2 days, Pei Yang and Pei Xianxian were used to answering Jiangran's orders. In the past, they listened to Jiangran because they were afraid. Now that he heard Jiangran's words, he felt that Jiangran was right. However, they had yet to discover this change. Jiangran had discovered it, but she did not point it out. Jiangran led Wang Suilan and Pei Jing to the kindergarten. At this time, the kindergarten's main door was already closed. Obviously, they had arrived a little late. Jiangran's figure was too special. It was easy for people to remember her. The moment the old guard saw Jiangran, he recognized her. He even smiled and greeted her. He helped her call Teacher Lin out. This time, Teacher Lin led them into the office and helped them with the admission procedures. She even wrote a receipt. Under Teacher Lin's encouragement and guidance, Pei Jing introduced himself. Pei Jing was not an introvert. On the contrary, he was quite natural and unrestrained. When he spoke, his voice was also very crisp. Even through the glass, Jiangran could hear his self-introduction. Seeing that he was adapting well, Jiangran tugged on Wang Suilan's sleeve and said, "Let's go." There were so many children in the classroom. If the 2 of them stood there, they would only attract the children's attention and affect the teacher's class. Wang Suilan was obviously a little worried. Although he followed Jiangran out, he kept looking back with every step. Jiangran could not help but sigh when she saw his face full of reluctance. It was no wonder that before she transmigrated, when she was surfing the internet, she saw someone say that most of the time, it was not the children who could not leave their parents, but the parents who could not leave their children. Pei Jing was obviously adapting well. He did not cry or throw a tantrum, and he was not depressed. But look at Wang Suilan's reluctant expression. However, this was the first time they were separated. It was normal for Wang Suilan to be worried. After some time, he would naturally get used to it. Jiangran did not have any feelings of reluctance. Although Pei Jing was the son of this body, the original owner and Pei Jing did not have a deep relationship to begin with. She had only transmigrated here for 2 days, so she did not have any feelings for Pei Jing. Sending Pei Jing to kindergarten was Jiangran's duty. There was no such thing as reluctance. People in this era were trustworthy in terms of character. Just by looking at the children's spirits, she knew that they were doing well in kindergarten. There was even less to worry about. The 2 of them walked out of the kindergarten. Before they left, Jiangran did not forget to ask about the time after school ended. It was spring now, so kindergarten ended at 4:40 p.m. Hearing this time, Jiangran made up her mind to go to the department store to buy a watch. Otherwise, what would he do if he didn't know the time and missed school? After finding Pei Xianxian and Pei Jing, Jiangran said to them, "I'm going to the department store. Do you want to come with me or go back first?" There was still work to be done in the fields. Wang Suilan and Pei Yang had to rush back to work, so the 2 of them pushed the cart and left first. Pei Xianxian followed Jiangran and went to the department store with Jiangran. The last time Pei Xianxian came to the department store was a few days ago with Jiangran to buy pots and chopsticks. Only a few days later, Jiangran actually came again. Following behind Jiangran, Pei Xianxian had a worried look on her face. She was afraid that Jiangran would spend another 100 yuan today. Although she was worried, Pei Xianxian didn't dare to say a word. Jiangran always had a purpose in doing things. He would not wander around blindly. After entering the department store, Jiang Ran went straight to the counter that sold watches and alarm clocks. At this time, most of the watches did not require a ticket. If you had money, you could buy whatever you wanted. However, the price of the watches was too expensive. The design and quality of the watches were ordinary, but they were also dozens of times bigger. If you wanted a watch with a better design and quality, it would cost hundreds or even hundreds. Jiang Ran did not even look at these. After the salesperson heard Jiang Ran's words, she looked at Jiang Ran up and down a few times. The salesperson had been working here for several years and had seen all kinds of customers. There were people with average faces who pretended to be fat and insisted on buying things. There were also people who asked a lot of questions and bought the cheapest one in the end. It was really the first time she had seen someone like Jiang Ran, who said that she wanted to buy the cheapest one. Being stared at by the salesperson, Jiang Ran didn't feel embarrassed. What if she bought the cheapest one? Wouldn't she still spend money? There was nothing to be ashamed of. She didn't ask the salesperson to give it to her for free. Seeing Jiang Ran's calm expression, the salesperson didn't continue to stare. Instead, she turned around and took the simplest alarm clock from the counter. This is the cheapest one, 10 yuan. The cheapest one was 10 yuan? Jiang Ran's eyes widened slightly, but she quickly returned to normal. At this time, the store wouldn't bully the customers, especially in this kind of department store, where the prices were clearly marked. Although Jiang Ran felt that it was a little expensive, she gritted her teeth and bought it. Pei Xianxia had been following Jiang Ran. When she saw that Jiang Ran really bought the alarm clock, her heart was bleeding. In the past 2 days, she had earned more than 10 yuan, but Pei Jing had spent 5 yuan to go to school. Now, she had spent another 10 yuan to buy the alarm clock. She had worked so hard to earn money, but when it came to spending money, the speed was too fast, one hand for the money, and the other for the goods. The salesperson showed Jiang Ran how to power the alarm clock and aligned the time. Then, she gave the alarm clock to Jiang Ran. At this time, most of the alarm clocks didn't use batteries, but were mechanical. There was a small piece behind the alarm clock. You had to pinch it and turn it until it couldn't turn anymore. Then, it would stop. You had to turn it every day, or the alarm clock would stop without you knowing. When Jiang Ran was very young, she used this kind of alarm clock. At that time, she often forgot to turn it, causing the alarm clock to stop. This situation only disappeared after the invention of battery-powered alarm clocks. Jiang Ran came out of the department store with an alarm clock and said to Jiang Ran, "Did you remember what the salesperson just taught you?" "Got it." Pei Xianxia nodded. "Then from now on, you have to turn it every morning and night. Don't let the watch stop." Jiang Ran was afraid that he would forget about it because he was busy, so he told Pei Xianxia. Both of them knew about this. Even if one of them forgot about it, the other would remember it. Pei Xianxia became nervous after hearing Jiang Ran's words. After a while, Pei Xianxia finally opened her mouth in a small voice. "I don't dare." Jiang Ran looked at Pei Xianxia strangely. "Don't dare what?" Pei Xianxia originally wanted to stay in the field to help with the work, but Wang Zuelan rejected her. "The 3 of us are enough. The spring plowing is almost done, and it will be over in 2 days. You can go back and help your sister-in-law prepare the lunch to be sold at noon." If Pei Xianxia did not go back, then Jiang Ran would have to prepare the meal alone. There were still a lot of things to prepare. How could Jiang Ran do it alone? Hearing Wang Zuelan's words, Pei Xianxia did not say anything else and followed Jiang Ran home. There was still food and porridge in the pot for the 2 of them, and it was still warm. After eating, the 2 of them did not rest and immediately began to prepare the lunch. The other dishes could wait, but the braised pork had to be steamed quickly. If there was a delay, the braised pork would not be steamed properly, and it would not taste good. After the braised pork was steamed, they could rest for a while. But it was only for a while. They shredded, mixed vegetables, and steamed rice. They also had to wash the pots and bowls that they brought back. Pei Xianxia also took the time to sweep the yard and wash the clothes. The 2 of them did not rest for the whole morning. When they were almost done with the meal, Pei Yang also came back. It was not the first time the 3 of them worked together, and they became more and more tacit. They did not need to say much and each of them did their own things. This time, Jiang Ran brought Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia to eat at home first. He also put the food for Pei Baoshan and Wang Zuelan in the pot. Before leaving, Jiang Ran also brought flour and red dates. Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia did not know what Jiang Ran was going to do, but they tacitly did not ask. When the three of them passed by the field, Jiang Ran told Pei Baoshan and Wang Zuelan that he would come back after picking up Pei Jing in the afternoon, and told them not to worry. This time, Jiang Ran brought an alarm clock with him to the county town. With an alarm clock, it was indeed a lot more convenient. When they arrived at the stall, it was only 11 o'clock. But as soon as they finished setting up, people came to buy things one after another. When Jiang Ran was busy, he didn't forget to check the time. 12 to 12:30 was the busiest time. After 12:30 p.m., it gradually became less busy. After a while, all their food was sold out. It was only 1 o'clock. Pei Jing finished school at 4:40. Pei Xianxia was a little confused. What were they going to do in the remaining 3 hours? Before she could wonder for long, Jiang Ran dispelled her doubts. When they came, they brought 2 buckets of clean water. They washed the bowls, chopsticks, and pots. After tidying up, Jiang Ran washed the red dates he brought, then cut them into small pieces with scissors and put them aside for future use. She poured the flour into the bowl and added the old dough. Then, she poured the cut dates into the bowl and used the brown sugar water to knead the dough. This flour was different from the flour used for steamed buns. It had to be softer and thinner. An hour's time was neither slow nor fast. If Jiang Ran was given a cell phone now, the hour would pass very quickly. But the problem was that there was no cell phone. Not only was there no cell phone, but there was also no television or radio. The only thing that was mechanized was the alarm clock. But staring at the alarm clock made time pass even slower. The three of them sat in a row and looked at each other, feeling bored. After sitting for a while, Jiang Ran stood up and said, "You guys stay here and watch. I'll go take a walk." Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia had no objections to Jiang Ran's words. They nodded and watched as Jiang Ran walked away. Jiang Ran left quickly and came back quickly. When she came back, Jiang Ran had a few more books in her hands. Since she had nothing to do, she might as well read some books. Jiang Ran didn't intend to go back to school. She was already in her 20s. If she went back to school, she would be too old. More importantly, Jiang Ran didn't want to go back to school either. It wasn't that she didn't have the ability. It was just that she didn't have a diploma in this era. Jiang Ran felt that there were many things she needed to show that she was cultured in the future. So she had to read more books. Wasn't it normal to know more after reading more books? Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia were surprised to see Jiang Ran come back with a few books, but they quickly recovered. Back then, Jiang Ran's temperament changed and became more and more unreasonable because they didn't let Jiang Ran go to junior high school. After so many years, they had never seen Jiang Ran read any books. They all thought that Jiang Ran had already let go of this matter. But they didn't expect Jiang Ran to keep this matter in mind. Seeing that Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia were staring at her, Jiang Ran gave each of them a book and said, "You have nothing to do. Read more books." Why were they sitting here if they weren't reading? Why were they in a daze? Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia looked at the book in front of them and were obviously in a daze. What happened to Jiang Ran? It was fine that he wanted to read, but now he wanted the two of them to read with him? However, looking at Jiang Ran's serious expression, although the two of them wanted to refuse, in the end, they didn't and reached out to take the book. After Jiang Ran gave the book to the two of them, he sat down and opened the first page of the book. The book that Jiang Ran was reading was an encyclopedia of Chinese medicine. That's right. Jiang Ran wanted to find a source for his medical skills. A self-taught genius is still a genius. Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia received a cookbook and a book on human geography respectively. Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia looked at each other's books, and their expressions became more and more complicated. The types of books that Jiang Ran bought were quite complicated. Most importantly, could this book be understood? In Pei Yang's eyes, Jiang Ran wasn't even reading the book just now. She was just flipping through the pages. She flipped through the pages very quickly. Even if she only looked at the drawings, she probably didn't have time to see them clearly. Hearing Pei Yang's words, Jiang Ran understood everything. Pei Yang was suspecting that she wasn't reading the book and was just flipping through the pages for fun. She, Jiang Ran, had been intelligent since she was a child. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she had a photographic memory. But now, she was being looked down upon. How could she tolerate this? Jiang Ran sneered and handed the book in her hand to Pei Yang. Pei Yang saw Jiang Ran's actions and thought that Jiang Ran was going to hit him with the book. He was ready to dodge, but he heard Jiang Ran say, "From the first page to the 100th page, I just read them. You can ask me anything. If there's something I can't recite, I'll take your surname." After hearing Jiang Ran's words, Pei Yang's first reaction was that Jiang Ran was crazy. If Jiang Ran wasn't crazy, how could she say such arrogant words? But seeing Jiang Ran's serious look, Pei Yang didn't dare not mention it. He was really afraid that if he didn't ask, Jiang Ran would directly hit him with the book. Opening the book doubtfully, Pei Yang looked at the first medicinal ingredient. Swallowing his saliva, Pei Yang softly read out 2 words, ginseng. Jiang Ran glanced at Pei Yang and said, "Ginseng, also known as wooden club, mountain ginseng, garden ginseng, divine grass, earth spirit. Mainly distributed in Heilongjiang, Jilin, Liaoning, and northern Hebei. Mild nature, sweet taste, slightly bitter. Effect, greatly replenishes vitality, restores meridians, and stabilizes the body." Although Jiang Ran was fat and ugly, her voice was very pleasant to the ears. If one only listened to her voice and didn't look at her face, they would definitely think that she was a very good-looking girl. Her voice was neither fast nor slow, and she recited every word clearly. Even those who were originally impetuous gradually calmed down when they heard Jiang Ran speak slowly. But Pei Yang didn't notice any of this. He pointed at the words in the book with his ears perked up. He carefully compared what he heard with what he saw. Even after Jiang Ran finished reciting and stopped, Pei Yang was still in a daze. He actually did not miss a single word. Pei Yang looked at Jiang Ran in shock, but he couldn't believe it. This time, Pei Yang flipped through many pages. Licorice. Jiang Ran glanced at Pei Yang indifferently. Licorice, also known as beautiful grass, honey, lingtong, caterpillar fungus. Caterpillar fungus, also known as cordyceps fungus, duzhong. Duzhong, also known as Xian, Xizhong. Jiang Ran kept his words behind his back, but his eyes were fixed on the alarm clock. However, this was a special time and special treatment. This was something that couldn't be helped. Jiang Ran closed the lid of the steamer and looked at Pei Yang again. "Do you still want to talk about it?" Pei Yang shook his head repeatedly. No, no, no. If he continued to talk about it, he wouldn't be asking Jiang Ran, but asking for humiliation. Jiang Ran took the medical encyclopedia, sat down again, and continued to read. After reading for a while, he looked up at Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia opposite him. "Why are you staring at me? Are there words on my face? Read more books." Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia looked at each other. Their expressions were somewhat indescribable. For so many years, they had never seen Jiang Ran read a book. Now, he actually wanted them to read more books. However, the two of them had no way to refute. Who asked Jiang Ran to have a photographic memory? Every time she read a book, she could memorize the entire book. What about himself? He probably couldn't even finish reading 1/10 of a book. People really couldn't be compared to each other. Pei Yang sighed in his heart, but he still flipped open the recipe in his hand. The experience of selling food these 2 days made Pei Yang interested in cooking. If he could have Jiang Ran's cooking skills, would he be able to cook and sell his own food in the future? Thinking about it this way, Pei Yang felt that Jiang Ran was right. Reading more books was good for him. Oh no, it had to be steamed for 40 minutes. Fortunately, there was an alarm clock now. Otherwise, it would be difficult to grasp the time. When half the time had passed, the terrible sweet smell drifted out. When the wind blew, the terrible smell was blown far away. It was already the middle of the afternoon. In the spring afternoon, the sun was warm and the wind was gentle. It was a good time to come out for a walk in the sun. There were elderly people who came out for a walk alone, and there were also people with children. Whether it was the elderly or the children, they had no resistance to sweet food. Smelling the sweet smell in the air, they came to the front of the stall. Seeing that there were people coming, Jiang Ran stopped reading and stood up to answer their questions with a smile. What are you steaming? Why does it smell so sweet? It's steamed date cake. It will be ready in 20 minutes. Date cake? I haven't eaten it before. It smells good. How much is it? Xianxia smiled gently. It's 50 cents each. Grandpa, Auntie, don't think it's expensive. You'll know when you see the size of the cake. Hearing Xianxia said that, those who wanted to say that it was too expensive really shut their mouths. The more people there were, the more lively it would be. Time passed quickly as they chatted with each other. 20 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Xianxia also took a piece of date cake and put it in his mouth. The date cake was soft, and one could tell by looking at the holes on the cake. As soon as it entered his mouth, he could taste the rich fragrance of dates and the sweetness of brown sugar. It was also very oily. Xianxia nodded as he ate. He was very satisfied with the date cake. Although it didn't look very good because there was no mold, the taste was enough to make up for it. Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia also tried a piece each. After tasting it, they looked at Xianxia with sparkling eyes. Just by looking at their eyes, he knew that they still wanted to eat more. However, both of them could restrain their thoughts. Even if they wanted to eat more, they didn't reach out their hands. These date cakes were going to be sold at 50 cents each. After a group of uncles and aunties tasted the date cakes, some people began to pay. The date cakes were delicious and were relatively large. They were oily and sweet, especially suitable for the elderly and children. The price wasn't very expensive, so they were still willing to buy some back to eat. Those who bought less would just buy one. Those who bought more would ask for 3 or 4 yuan. After these people left, half of the steamed date cakes had been sold. Xianxia wasn't in a hurry to sell the rest. It was only 3:30 now. There was still an hour before kindergarten ended. Moreover, business would only start after kindergarten ended. Those who were willing to send their children to kindergarten were naturally willing to spend 50 cents to buy a piece of date cake for their children. In the following time, people came to buy date cakes from time to time. Some of these people were attracted by the fragrance, while others were attracted by the recommendation. When it was almost time for kindergarten to end, there was only less than half of the date cakes left. Xianxia asked Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia to look after the stall. He went to the kindergarten to pick up Pei Jing. Xianxia arrived at the right time. He just stood at the door for a while when the door opened. Parents could enter the yard and go to their children's classes to pick up their children. When Xianxia received Pei Jing, he saw that Pei Jing's little face was flushed red, and his eyebrows were full of smiles. He was obviously very happy. When the two of them walked out of the kindergarten hand in hand, Pei Jing stopped. He took out a biscuit from his pocket and gave it to Xianxia. When he saw the biscuits, Xianxia was stunned. "Xiao Jing, where did the biscuits come from?" "After I woke up in the afternoon, the teacher gave me some snacks." "I didn't eat them," Pei Jing replied in a childish voice. Hearing Pei Jing's answer, Xianxia first breathed a sigh of relief, then felt his heart swell. No matter how the original owner treated Pei Jing before, this child really had a pure and innocent heart. Xianxia reached out to take the biscuits and rubbed Pei Jing's head with one hand. "In the future, when the teacher gives you biscuits, you can eat them yourself. You don't have to leave any for me. Let's go, I've left some delicious food for you. I'll take you to eat it now." "What's delicious?" "You'll know when we get there." "Then let's walk faster." It wasn't far, so the two of them quickly walked back to the stall. The child looked on helplessly. The adults who led the child were not so heartless as to drag the child away. After asking what was being sold here and how much it cost, they bought a piece without hesitation. Once one person bought it, others would come forward to inquire. There were only 5 pieces of date cake left, and they were sold out very quickly. The people who came later were slightly disappointed when they did not manage to buy any. How could Xianxia miss such an opportunity? He immediately told them that he would be buying date cake again at this time tomorrow. He would definitely prepare more tomorrow so that they could all buy it. Regardless of whether these people still wanted to buy tomorrow, after Xianxia's words, they were in a really good mood and all of them were beaming with joy. After packing up and putting Pei Jing on the cart, the group of people headed back. It was only the beginning of spring, so it was still a little early for the sky to turn dark. By the time they reached home, the sky was already dark. Pei Baoshan and Wang Suilon were already home. Dinner was almost ready. As soon as they heard movement at the door, the two of them immediately came out of the house to welcome them. When they saw that Jiang Ran and the others had returned safely, they heaved a sigh of relief. The spring plowing will be almost over tomorrow. I will be able to help you then. You don't have to be so tired anymore. Hurry up and wash up. We can eat now. Wang Suilon was rambling on, and her hands did not stop moving. She did not allow them to help unload the things in the cart and only urged them to hurry up and wash up. Jiang Ran and the others did not stand on ceremony with her. They agreed and hurried to wash up. Wang Suilon's cooking skills were not as good as Jiang Ran's, but she had been cooking for so many years, and the dishes she made were delicious. The family did not talk much. They just sat together and ate. After dinner, Wang Suilon cleaned up the dishes alone. It was not until she came back that Jiang Ran took out the box of money. This is the money we earned today. The money earned every day was kept by Jiang Ran, but Jiang Ran would tell everyone the daily turnover. Wang Suilon and Pei Baoshan smiled when they saw more and more money in the box. Even if Jiang Ran didn't give them the money, they didn't care. Jiang Ran was able to do something, and his temper was much better than before. For them, this was the most surprising thing. Today's turnover was even higher than before because they had sold date cakes in the afternoon. Each jujube cake was 50 cents, and he had steamed 40 jujube cakes in total, which was 20 yuan. Just the date cake alone was enough to make up for the money he had earned in the morning and afternoon. Of course, the more money there was, the better. No one would complain about earning less in the morning and afternoon. They only hoped that business could be this good every day. After counting the money, they went to the kitchen to prepare the things for tomorrow morning. Only then did they go to bed. From that day onwards, the Pei family's life was on the right track. Jiang Ran would take Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia to the county every morning. For the sake of convenience and to make more money, they did not go home after breakfast was sold out. Instead, they started to prepare lunch on the spot. Jiang Ran saved time on the road, so he had more time to prepare. He added other dishes and finally arranged the noodles that he had been thinking about. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Over the past half a month, they had made a net profit of 30 yuan a day. It was no exaggeration to say that their daily profit was equivalent to a month's salary for an ordinary worker. Although their stall was small and inconspicuous, they were very good at making money. 30 yuan a day meant that they had made 450 yuan in half a month. After calculating that the money was almost enough, Jiang Ran took advantage of that night to hold a family meeting with the Pei family. Jiang Ran sat at the table with a serious expression on her face, as if she had something important to say. The Pei family became nervous. They had witnessed the changes in Jiang Ran over the past half a month. Because of Jiang Ran's capabilities, their business was getting better and better. Now that Jiang Ran was suddenly so serious, they were not used to it. No one in the Pei family dared to speak. They just stared at Jiang Ran without blinking, waiting for Jiang Ran to speak. Jiang Ran touched her face when she saw how nervous they were. She seemed to be too serious and had scared them. Jiang Ran pursed her lips and tried to make her expression look more relaxed. Our business has been doing well over the past half a month. I have already told you how much money we make every day. But today, I have to say it again seriously. Over the past few days, we have made a net profit of 450 yuan. I have already deducted the money needed to buy ingredients in the next few days. That means that we can spend the 450 yuan. I started this business with Pei Yang and Xianxia, but Mom helped us a lot. Otherwise, we would not have been away for the whole day. So, we have achieved what we have today because of our combined efforts. We should share the money. The Pei family listened carefully to Jiang Ran's long speech. It was only when they heard Jiang Ran's last sentence that their expressions changed slightly. Pei Yang was the most shocked of them all, and his shock was written all over his face. Share the money? Because of his shock, Pei Yang raised his voice. You really want to share the money? Jiang Ran looked at Pei Yang calmly and said, yes, share the money. Although their business was small, it was still a family business. Of course, they had to share the money. If we count the business as 10 shares, I will be in charge and I will take 4 shares. You don't have any objections, right? Of the remaining 6 shares, 2 will be given to Mom and Dad, 2 to Xianxia, and 2 to you. The last sentence was said to Pei Yang. After Jiangran finished speaking, the expressions of the Pei family members became even more shocked. Jiangran actually wanted to split the money with them? Not only did he want to share the money, he wanted to give them so much money, but he also wanted to give them so much money. Jiangran's gaze swept over them one by one. He felt that he probably wouldn't get any answers from them in a short period of time, so he simply continued, these 450 yuan, according to the way I divided it just now, I should get 180, and each of you gets 90. With that, Jiangran counted out the money and placed it in front of everyone. Until he saw Jiangran really put the money in front of him, Pei Yang didn't dare to believe it. Because he could not believe it, Pei Yang pinched his thigh. It was so painful that he gasped. Seeing Pei Yang's actions, Jiangran confirmed his previous thoughts. Pei Yang's preferences were indeed different from other people's. Pei Yang did not know what Jiangran was thinking. At this moment, all he could see was the 90 yuan in front of him. 9 banknotes, neatly placed together, made him feel happy just by looking at them. This was the first time in Pei Yang's life that he had touched so much money with his own hands. Moreover, this money belonged to him alone. Pei Yang was not the only one who was pleasantly surprised. Even Pei Baoshan, Wang Zuelan, and Pei Xianxia were pleasantly surprised. It was just that they were not as exaggerated as Pei Yang. Wang Zuelan and Pei Baoshan looked at each other. Both of them looked very excited. Wang Zuelan touched the money in front of him. Just as he was about to push it back to Jiangran, he was stopped by Jiangran. Mom, it's said that even blood-related brothers have to settle accounts clearly. Our family is doing business together, so we have to settle accounts clearly. Only in this way can we not have a knot in our hearts. Only in this way can we put our efforts in the same direction and do better business. Don't you agree? Wang Zuelan did not go to school and did not know many words. He did not know how to talk about principles. However, when she heard Jiangran's words, she understood that Jiangran was right. Since Jiangran had said so, Wang Zuelan accepted the money. Since Ranran has said so, we will accept this money. In the future, let's do business together and strive to do better and bigger business so that we can earn more money. Although Wang Zuelan's words were straightforward, they were true. Wasn't the reason why they worked so hard to do business so that they could earn more money? After Wang Zuelan finished speaking to Jiangran, he turned his head and looked at Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia. Pei Yang, Xianxia, in the future, you have to follow your sister-in-law and do business well. You can't slack off, understand? Also, the money that your sister-in-law gave you, you have to keep it safe and don't spend it carelessly. You've all grown up. You've worked hard to earn this money. I won't say anything about keeping it for you. You can keep it for yourselves. In the future, when you start a family and start a business, this will be your capital, understand? Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia nodded vigorously. We know. Jiangran sat aside and listened quietly. He had a whole new level of respect for Wang Zuelan. In the memory of the original owner, Wang Zuelan was a somewhat taciturn and cowardly woman. He had always been busy working and didn't know how to talk. But now, it seemed that Wang Zuelan was quite a transparent person. At least, Jiangran felt that it was not so tiring to get along with Wang Zuelan. Now that the money had been distributed and it was getting late, Jiangran stood up. I've said all that needs to be said. Everyone should rest early. We still have to wake up early tomorrow. After speaking, Jiangran took his share of the money and went back to his room. Back in the room, Jiangran opened his own money box. There was 100 yuan inside. It was the original owner's savings, which was given to her by the male lead. Originally, there was more than 200 yuan. But when she was doing business, she spent more than 100 yuan. Jiangran took out 10 notes of the 180 yuan that he had just received and put them into the box. When the money was distributed next time, he would be able to make up for all the money that the original owner had saved. In this way, when the male lead came back and asked for a divorce, he would be able to return the money to him. Jiangran remembered that the male lead came back in June and asked for a divorce. It was only the beginning of March. There were still more than 3 months before the male lead came back. Although it was important to save money to buy a house, there was no rush. The next day, after the morning business was over, Xianxia took the opportunity to go to the pharmacy. Fortunately, there was a large pharmacy in the county that also sold Chinese medicine. Xianxia only went once and bought all the medicine she needed. Chinese medicine was not cheap, and the medicine that Xianxia needed to regulate her body was even more expensive. She first took 10 days' worth of medicine for herself, which cost her 30 yuan. Fortunately, she was not short of money now, so she could afford it. Xianxia had lost some weight after being busy for more than half a month, but if one did not look carefully, one would not be able to tell. The reason why she was so fat now was not only because she ate a lot, but also because of her physique. This was not a problem that could be solved simply by eating less. She had to take medicine to regulate her body. Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia were reading. When they saw Xianxia come back, they raised their heads and looked at Xianxia. When they saw the bag of Chinese medicine in Xianxia's hand, both of them were stunned. Sister-in-law. Pei Xianxia immediately put down the book in her hand and stood up. Why did you buy so much medicine? Are you not feeling well? Are you too tired and sick during this period of time? Although Pei Yang did not speak, she pursed her lips tightly and stared at Xianxia, waiting for Xianxia to answer Pei Xianxia's question. Seeing Pei Xianxia's nervous look, Xianxia waved her hand. It's okay, I'm not sick. I just gave myself a prescription to regulate my body. Oh, that's good. That's good. No. Before she finished speaking, Pei Xianxia was stunned again. Sister-in-law, what did you just say? Did you write a prescription for yourself? After Pei Xianxia finished speaking, she looked at Xianxia in disbelief. Xianxia nodded. Yes, I've read so many medical books. What's wrong with writing a prescription for myself? In order to find a reasonable reason to prescribe a prescription for himself, Xianxia had been reading books for half a month until now. Now, Xianxia felt that it was about time. But obviously, Xianxia was the only one who thought so. Pei Xianxia looked at Xianxia, stunned. She wanted to say something, but she didn't know what to say. Pei Yang didn't have so many scruples. He stood up directly. How many medical books have you read? How dare you write a prescription for yourself? Was that medicine taken randomly? What if something goes wrong? Xianxia looked at the exasperated Pei Yang and couldn't help laughing. Why are you so angry? Those who didn't know better would think that this medicine was for you. Don't worry, I ate it. I'm fine. I'm not worried. Why should I be? Anyway, I'm not the one taking it. After Pei Yang finished speaking, he sat back down angrily. Pei Xianxia looked at Pei Yang and then at Xianxia. She looked like she wanted to say something but didn't. After getting along with them for so long, Xianxia already had some understanding of the two people's personalities. Pei Xianxia was a capable young lady who didn't know how to talk. However, she had improved a lot during this period of time. As for Pei Yang, he was an awkward young man with a sharp tongue but a soft heart. He was obviously concerned about her and was afraid that she would take the wrong medicine and have problems with her body. However, he just had to say such harsh words. Xianxia had lived 2 lifetimes. He didn't want to be calculated with these 2 children. They were awkward and refused to speak. Xianxia could only speak up himself. Don't worry, the doctor in the pharmacy looked at this prescription and said that there was no problem. Upon hearing Xianxia's words, Pei Yang immediately looked over. You asked the doctor to look at the prescription, and the doctor said that it's okay to use it? Although he asked this, his expression clearly showed that he didn't believe her. Xianxia nodded seriously. Of course. Can medicine be taken carelessly? If the doctor wasn't sure if there were any problems, he definitely wouldn't dare to sell it to me. If there were any problems, he would have to bear the responsibility. Xianxia's words were so serious that even Pei Yang, who didn't really believe her words, believed her. Pei Xianxia was much easier to coax than Pei Yang. At this moment, she had already come over and asked Xianxia curiously, Sister-in-law, what's the use of taking these medicines? From Pei Xianxia's point of view, Xianxia wasn't sick. Jiang was healthy and strong. She was also very good at cooking and was especially capable. Although she was a little chubbier, being able to eat at this time was a blessing. Most people who wanted to eat so much didn't have the means to be so fat, so why did Jiang need to take medicine for no reason? It wasn't something that needed to be kept a secret. Since Pei Xianxian asked, Jiang told her. These are for nourishing the body. The reason why I'm so fat is because there's something wrong with my body. After taking some medicine to nourish my body, I should be able to slim down very quickly. These aren't all for eating. Some are for soaking as well. Upon hearing Jiang answer, Pei Xianxian was a little shocked. It was actually for slimming down. Pei Xianxian looked at Jiang with a conflicted expression. Sister-in-law, it's so good to be chubby. You look blessed. Didn't Mom always say that? Jiang was speechless. Not to mention now, even before Jiang transmigrated, many old ladies still liked fair and chubby girls. They said that girls like that were easy to give birth to and looked blessed. But Jiang rejected it. Jiang didn't want this kind of blessing. Jiang smiled but didn't say anything. Pei Xianxian didn't say anything either. Although Jiang temper had improved a lot during this time and he was easy to get along with, Pei Xianxian also noticed that Jiang hadn't changed in some aspects. For example, if Jiang wanted to do something, he had to do it. No matter what others said or did, they could not change Jiang mind. After arriving home that night, Jiang began to boil the Chinese medicine in the pot he had specially bought. Whether it was for drinking or bathing, it had to be boiled first. The smell of Chinese medicine was very strong and unpleasant. Not only could the Pei family smell it, but the people living near the Pei family could also smell it. It was dinner time when they suddenly smelled the scent of medicine. Everyone was curious, so they brought their bowls to the entrance of the Pei family's house and poked their heads in to take a look. When they saw Wang Zuelan, who was packing the things on the cart in the yard, they started to ask. I say, Zuelan, what is your family cooking? The person who spoke was the neighbor on the left of the Pei family. Her surname was also Wang and her name was Wang Shufan. Her family and Wang Zuelan were from the same village. The two of them married one after the other and became neighbors. All these years, although they weren't very close, they got along quite well. During this period, Wang Shufan saw all the changes in the Pei family. Not only did she see it, but she also smelled it. It couldn't be helped. The Pei family's dinner every night was extremely fragrant. It was impossible not to smell the aroma of meat. Although Jiang did not come out, the voices outside were not soft. She could vaguely hear what everyone was saying. Jiang had already expected this outcome. Not to mention now, even before Jiang transmigrated, there were many people who wanted to do business but did not dare to do it. No matter when, people would instinctively avoid risks. But risks were often accompanied by opportunities. It was up to each person to control the degree of risk. Wang Zuelan packed up the things in the car and waved at everyone. The sky was already dark. It was time for her to go back to the house for dinner. That night, Jiang drank a big bowl of black medicine. While Jiang drank the medicine, everyone in the Pei family stared at Jiang unblinkingly. Their concern was obvious. Jiang finished the cold medicine in one breath. After drinking it, she quickly drank a few mouthfuls of cold water to suppress the smell of the medicine. Not only did she have to drink it, but she also had to soak in the medicine. By the time she was done, it was already 8 or 9 o'clock. Jiang was very strong. She did not need anyone to help her with the bath water. After she was done bathing, she took the bucket and poured the water out. Because the water was mixed with medicine, she could not use it again. She opened the door and poured it outside. When she returned to the house, the wind was already blowing. It was quite strong and cold. Jiang looked up at the sky. It was pitch black. There were no stars or moon. It looked like it was going to rain. If it really rained, what would she do tomorrow? Although Jiang was worried, she still had to sleep. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, Jiang was woken up by the alarm clock. After they bought the alarm clock, they set up the stall during the day. At night, it was placed in Jiang house. In the entire Pei family, only Jiangran did not have a biological clock and would not wake up naturally. This alarm clock was just right to wake her up. Jiangran turned off the alarm clock. She rubbed her eyes and sat up. She quickly put on her clothes and went to open the door. She mainly wanted to see if it was raining. When he was putting on his clothes, Jiangran listened carefully. There was no sound of rain outside. It never rained. When he opened the door and saw that it was really not raining outside, Jiangran breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it didn't rain in the morning, at least they could sell buns in the morning. Otherwise, with so much stuffing, it would really, actually not go to waste. Even if he really couldn't sell buns, he could still buy buns for himself. At most, he would be able to eat them for a few more days. Of course, it would be even better if he could sell it. Jiangran was not the only one who was worried about the rain. Wang Xuelan was also very worried. To be precise, Wang Xuelan was in a dilemma. Spring plowing had just started, and rain at this time was better for the crops in the field. It also saved them a lot of trouble to carry water. Coincidentally, today was a Saturday and the kindergarten didn't have classes. After selling breakfast, Jiangran went to the bookstore and returned the book she had finished reading. She borrowed a few more books before returning home with Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia. Before they reached home, it started to drizzle. Fortunately, the spring rain wasn't too heavy. The misty drizzle was a little cold when it fell on their faces and necks, but it wasn't enough to make them feel too embarrassed. It wasn't until they reached home that the rain gradually became heavier after another half an hour. Even though it was raining, Pei Baoshan still went to the fields and waited for the rain to get heavier before coming back. Today, there was no need to set up a stall or send Pei Jing to school. The whole family was at home and had unprecedented leisure. Jiangran had transmigrated for so long, but this was the most leisurely day she had ever had. Since there was nothing to do at home, Jiangran simply sat at the table and read. After flipping through a few pages, she heard someone knocking on the door. It was raining. Who would come at this time? Jiangran was puzzled in her heart when she saw Pei Yang come out of the house and run to the door in a few steps. When the door opened, Pei Yang stood at the door and said a few words to someone before closing the door. When Pei Yang turned around, Jiangran saw the envelope in Pei Yang's hand. This envelope was a little familiar. The only person who would send a letter to the Pei family was the male lead, Pei Huai. Jiangran had transmigrated for more than half a month. Not long before she transmigrated, Pei Huai had just sent a letter back. Now that so much time had passed, it was normal for him to send a letter back. Pei Yang took the letter and ran to Jiangran's window. He stood under the window and handed the envelope in his hand to Jiangran. Jiangran recalled that in the original owner's memory, whenever Pei Huai sent a letter back, the original owner would be the first to open it. It wasn't because the original owner missed Pei Huai that much, but mainly because she wanted to take out the money inside. But that was the original owner. Jiangran didn't want Pei Huai's money now, so when she read the letter, Jiangran directly shook her head. Take it to Dad and Mom. Give the money to Mom and Dad too. When Pei Yang heard Jiangran's words, he was only surprised for a moment before he nodded and took the letter to the central room. If this was in the past, Pei Yang's words, he would definitely think that Jiangran was up to no good. But now, Pei Yang knew that Jiangran was thinking the same thing even though she said that. If she said she didn't want it, then she didn't want it. Pei Yang took the letter to the central room and opened it in front of Wang Xuelan and Pei Baoshan. He took out a few pages and 20 yuan. 20 yuan was actually quite a lot. If this 20 yuan was given to any family in the village, it would be a large sum of money. But to the current Pei family, 20 yuan was nothing to be surprised about. Pei Yang had 90 yuan in savings, and this was the amount he had saved in half a month. He could save money on his own and even save more. Who would care about 20 yuan? At this point in time, Pei Yang also understood why Jiangran didn't want the money. It wasn't for any other reason. It was simply because she didn't want it. There was a lot of content written on the 2-page letter. But from beginning to end, there was no mention of Jiangran at all. The more Pei Yang thought about it, the more he felt that something was amiss. Pei Yang was still thinking about it when Wang Xuelan said, "Is boss graduating soon? Will he be able to come back after graduation?" He's been gone for 3 or 4 years and hasn't come back. Every time Pei Huai sent a letter back, Wang Zuelan would inevitably say something like this. Pei Yang didn't think much of it when he heard it in the past. But now that he heard it, he felt that there was a big problem. Even if he went to university and didn't come back usually, what about the winter and summer vacations? If he didn't come back, there was no mention of Jiang Ran in the letter. He would show some concern for Pei Jing, but Pei Jing had never seen Pei Huai since he was born. The concern in the letter seemed more like business. The more Pei Yang thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. He put the letter on the table, stood up, and walked out. After a while, Pei Yang appeared outside Jiang Ran's window again. Jiang Ran looked at Pei Yang with a puzzled expression. What's the matter? Pei Yang pursed his lips and didn't dare to look Jiang Ran in the eye. Big brother sent a letter. Jiang Ran nodded. I know. I'll write a reply later. Then you write. Do you want to write? Send it over together. I'm not writing. Jiang Ran's reply was crisp and clear. Pei Yang was speechless for a while. Pei Yang looked at Jiang Ran and met Jiang Ran's eyes. In the end, he was defeated. Forget it, he still had to start with his big brother. Jiang Ran looked at Pei Yang's back and shook his head in amusement. This child, in the past, Pei Yang didn't like the original owner. In Pei Huai's letters, he never wrote anything about the original owner. Pei Yang didn't think there was any problem. Now that Pei Yang's view of her had changed, he felt that there was something wrong with Pei Huai's letter. Actually, if one thought about it carefully, there was no problem at all. In Pei Huai's heart, she should still be the same as before. However, these were not important to Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran was now waiting for Pei Huai to come back and divorce her. After Pei Yang returned to his room, he wrote a voluminous reply. Pei Xianxia also wrote a letter. She put the 2 letters together and sent them out the next day when she went to the county. The rain only lasted for a day before it stopped, but it made people feel the power of the late spring cold. When they woke up early in the morning, they had to put on an extra layer of thick clothes. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to withstand the biting cold on the street. Although he didn't come for a day, when it was time for breakfast, someone immediately came to buy breakfast. Some people's faces glowed and they only cared about the completeness and beauty of the fish. However, when the fish entered their mouths, it was not chewy and tasteless. The fish would be wasted. A truly delicious braised fish not only had to look good, but more importantly, the fish meat had to be tender and tasted good. In the past, Jiang Ran had put in a lot of effort to make good fish. Fortunately, all her hard work would eventually pay off. Even though she did not have a kitchen now and did not have kitchenware that was suitable for her, Jiang Ran could still make the best braised fish. There was no need to mention the taste of braised fish with some chili. When a gust of wind blew, it would not be an exaggeration to say that the fragrance would spread for 10 miles. The smell of chili was overbearing and especially alluring. Once the smell wafted out, even though it was not time for lunch yet, people could not wait to come over. When they found out that there were only 10 braised fish for lunch, someone immediately took out money to reserve it. They had eaten Jiang Ran's cooking for so many days, so they could completely trust her. Jiang Ran cooked for the sake of selling. Whether she sold it earlier or later, it was the same to her no matter who she sold it to. These people were willing to spend money to reserve it, so she was happy to accept it. As there were not many fish to begin with, all 10 fish were quickly reserved. When people came over one after another and wanted to buy fish, they could only stare helplessly. Fortunately, there was no braised fish, but there was still braised meat. The braised meat was bright in color, the soup was thick, and the fresh and sweet taste was especially attractive. Compared to the braised meat was more suitable for the elderly with bad teeth and young children who could not spit out bones, so it was also very popular. After doing business for so long, Jiang Ran gradually increased the quantity of food. No matter how much she prepared, she could basically sell it all out. The more she prepared, the more income she would naturally earn. This time, Jiang Ran calculated that a month had passed before splitting the money with the Pei family. In order to let everyone understand the business better, Jiang Ran specially made an account book. After the accounting was done, she distributed the money that everyone deserved to each person. In the past month, the business had been getting better and better. They sold more and more food, so naturally, they earned more money. Last time, it was half a month, and Jiangran got 180. This time, Jiangran received a total of 400 pieces in 1 month. With this 400 yuan, not only could she make up for the money she had to repay Pei Huai, but there was still a lot of money left. She could use it to buy medicine again. Jiangran had already spent all the money he had received last time. Jiangran did not buy food or drink, nor did he care about what he wore. All his money was basically used to buy medicine. There was also a small portion that was used to borrow books and buy things for Pei Jing. Although the other members of the Pei family would also buy things for Pei Jing, Jiangran felt that this body of hers was Pei Jing's mother, so she had to do what she had to do. For others, a month might be a simple month. However, for Jiangran, who had been taking medicine to recuperate his body, there was an earth-shaking change. The original body's weight was almost 200 pounds. Although Jiangran's base weight was large, she had lost 20 to 30 kilograms in a month. The change was very obvious. Not only were her clothes bigger, but she also didn't look as bloated as before. Her skin had also become fairer, and the acne on her face had disappeared. The current Jiangran looked more like what the older generation called a blessed person. But for Jiangran herself, this was far from enough. How could it be enough? Even if she lost 20 to 30 kilograms, she still weighed 170 kilograms, 170 kilograms, this body was 1.7 meters tall and weighed 170 kilograms. Simply put, she was still a ball. And a white and tender ball. Even if Jiangran transmigrated into a book and became a mother, she couldn't bear to become a ball. So she still had to continue taking the medicine. Fortunately, she still had more than 300 yuan in her hands. These 300 yuan were enough for her to adjust her body to its best condition. When she got the money next time, Jiangran could start looking for a house in the county. Just as Jiangran was planning her future with the money, Pei Huai's letter arrived again. Pei Yang took the letter and couldn't wait to open it. He took out the things in the envelope and the first thing he saw were 2 pieces of paper. Pei Yang casually placed the Great Unity on the table and didn't even look at it. Not only Pei Yang, but Pei Xianxia also did the same thing as Pei Yang. The two of them gathered together and looked expectantly at the letter Pei Huai wrote back. Pei Huai wrote back, which was still 2 pages. As usual, he asked about the situation of everyone in the family and talked about his recent situation. Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia read from the beginning to the end and read word by word seriously. They still couldn't find a word about Jiangran. Pei Yang, Pei Xianxia, this was ridiculous. Pei Yang put down the letter and asked himself if he hadn't reminded him clearly enough last time. After thinking about it, Pei Yang felt that it was very possible. So he decided to be more explicit in the letter this time. Pei Xianxia, who was standing at the side, had the same thoughts as Pei Yang. The two of them were deep in thought when they saw Jiangran walking in with something in his hand. As soon as he entered, Jiangran walked to Pei Xianxia's side. "Xianxia, come here and look at the new clothes I made for you." Pei Xianxia's eyes immediately lit up when she heard Jiangran's words. At Pei Xianxia's age, it was natural for her to be vain. Originally, the Pei family's conditions were not good. Naturally, Pei Xianxia did not put in the effort to dress herself up, nor did she pay attention to food and clothing. But after Jiangran took them to do business, he even gave them a share of the money. "What are you waiting for? Go and try it on. See if it fits," Jiangran urged. Jiangran was quite satisfied with the clothes he made. After all, before he transmigrated, Jiangran would often make clothes for himself when he had nothing to do. He still had some craftsmanship. However, considering the current situation, Jiangran did not dare to be too bold in terms of design and color. After waiting for a while, Pei Xianxia walked back in the clothes. Jiangran made a long dress for Pei Xianxia. The color was fresh, and there was a white suit with 3/4 sleeves on the outside. This set was the best to wear in the bright and beautiful spring sunshine. Pei Xianxia was at the age where her face was full of collagen. She was also good-looking. Although her skin was not particularly white, it was not dark either. When she dressed like this, she looked full of youthfulness. She was completely different from her usual self. Jiang Ran's gaze slowly moved down and finally landed on Pei Shanshan's feet. It was this pair of cloth shoes that did not match the clothes very well. Tomorrow, let's go to the department store to buy shoes. I'll make a backpack for you. That will look even better. Jiang Ran said to himself and could not help but laugh. Pei Shanshan was more than half like a forest fairy. Pei Shanshan did not have a big mirror in the Pei family, so Pei Shanshan could not see her current appearance. However, just by looking at the expressions of everyone in the family, Pei Shanshan knew that the clothes would definitely look good on her. Pei Jing ran directly to Pei Shanshan's side and hugged Pei Shanshan's leg. He looked up at Pei Shanshan and said, "Auntie, you're so beautiful. This dress is so beautiful." Pei Shanshan bent down and picked Pei Jing up. "It's beautiful? Then let's tell mommy and ask her to make clothes for you, okay?" Pei Jing heard this and turned his head to look at Jiang Ran. Although he didn't say anything, his eyes were filled with anticipation. Such a beautiful child, with her bright black eyes looking at him with anticipation, who could resist? In any case, Jiang Ran would not be able to withstand it. "Okay, I'll also buy fabric for Xiaojing tomorrow. I'll make beautiful clothes for Xiaojing then." It was not difficult to make clothes. The only problem was that there was no sewing machine. The clothes Pei Shanshan was wearing were handmade by Jiang Ran. It was too time-consuming. If she were to make clothes frequently in the future, it was indeed necessary to buy a sewing machine. Jiang Ran thought so in his heart. He planned to go to the department store tomorrow to take a look. If he could buy one, he would buy one back. Ran. Suddenly, Jiang Ran heard someone call her name. She turned around and saw that the person who called her was none other than Wang Xuelan. When he saw Jiang Ran looking over, Wang Xuelan smiled and said, "Your craftsmanship is really good, but don't just make clothes for them. Make some beautiful clothes for yourself. Mom will buy fabric for you tomorrow." Pei Shanshan also hurried over and said, "I'll buy fabric for sister-in-law too." Jiang Ran was stunned for a moment. Then he quickly waved his hand and said, "I'm not making clothes now." Afraid that they would misunderstand, Jiang Ran did not wait for them to speak and continued, "I'm still taking my medicine. I'll probably lose weight. It's a waste to make clothes now. When I stop taking my medicine, I'll make new clothes." Although Jiang Ran said this was indeed what he was thinking. If he was not satisfied with his figure, no matter how beautiful the clothes were, he would not be satisfied wearing them. It was better to think about it after he lost weight. XX University. Pei Huai, your letter. Following this sentence, a thin boy with glasses walked into the dormitory. After the man entered the dormitory, he walked to a table and handed the letter in his hand to the person sitting at the table. The person sitting at the table was not someone else, but Pei Huai. Although Pei Huai was sitting at this time, it could still be seen that he was tall and had long legs. He sat there with his back straight and there was no expression on his cold face. When he took the envelope, he just nodded slightly to the boy, "Thank you. Well, we have been in the same dormitory for a few years. There is no need to thank me," the boy said, walked around the table and sat down opposite him. The dormitory was not big. There were 8 people living in a dormitory, but there were only 4 tables, so 2 people shared a table. This boy's name was Zhang Yang. He and Pei Huai slept on the bunk bed. The 2 of them had been using the same table. After 3 or 4 years, they got along well. Because they got along well, Zhang Yang knew more or less about the conditions of Pei Huai's family. At this time, Zhang Yang looked at the envelope in Pei Huai's hand. He wanted to say something but stopped. However, Zhang Yang was a person who said what he wanted to say. He endured and endured, but in the end, he couldn't hold back. "Pei Huai, the one in your family didn't write anything to you during this time?" Pei Huai, who was about to open the letter, paused for a moment after hearing this, but soon shook his head. It had indeed been 2 months since Jiang Ran had written to him. In the past, every time his family sent a letter, there would be a note written by Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran did not pay attention to the format when he wrote letters, and there was no fake politeness. The purpose of writing was simple and clear, and the purpose was to ask for money. Although Pei Huai pretended not to see it every time, Pei Huai felt a little strange when he didn't receive any notes from Jiang Ran asking for money. Pei Huai lowered his eyes and looked at the envelope in his hand. He thought that perhaps this time, Jiang Ran would write it. As for why he suddenly stopped writing previously, perhaps it was just a change of method to advance by taking a step back, to see if he would compromise. Now that he knew that this trick was useless, Jiang Ran would definitely lose his temper. Pei Huai thought to himself. His hands did not stop moving. He opened the envelope and took out the letter inside. There were 2 letters in the envelope. Pei Huai opened the letters unhurriedly. However, when Pei Huai's gaze landed on the 2 letters and saw the handwriting on them, he was stunned. 2 letters, one was written by Pei Yang, and the other was written by Pei Xianxia. Zhang Yang, who was sitting opposite, had been paying attention to Pei Huai's reaction. When he saw Pei Huai in a daze, he immediately asked, Pei Huai, what's wrong? Was there something wrong with the content of the letter, or did the one in Pei Huai's family ask for money from Pei Huai again? Hearing Zhang Yang's words, Pei Huai recovered and shook his head slowly. It's nothing. Even Pei Yang and Xianxia wrote letters. Zhang Yang heard this and raised his eyebrows. Jiang Ran even distributed the money he earned to his family, so that Pei Huai didn't have to send money back. They didn't need it. Jiang Ran also taught himself medical skills. He prescribed medicine to regulate his body, and the effect was not bad at all. Jiang Ran's cooking was especially delicious, and it was very popular in the county. Some people bought it every day. At the end of the letter, Pei Yang earnestly asked Pei Huai to study hard and work hard to earn money in the future. He didn't want to be outdone by Jiang Ran. What was more important than earning money was for Pei Huai to write a letter to show concern for Jiang Ran and do what a man should. After reading the letter, Pei Huai was speechless. Pei Huai put Pei Yang's letter aside and picked up Pei Xianxia's letter. At the beginning of the letter, Pei Yang also talked about his family's recent situation. Pei Xianxia was much more straightforward. The first sentence she wrote was praising Jiang Ran. She praised Jiang Ran for his delicious cooking and for his intelligence. He could remember all the books after reading them once. Jiang Ran also knew how to make clothes. The clothes he made looked better than the clothes sold in the county. They were the best clothes she had ever seen. After using an entire page to praise Jiang Ran, on the second page of the letter, Pei Xianxia's words also became earnest and earnest. She asked Pei Huai to go home whenever he had time. He would be gone for a few years. What was the use of sending money back every month? Pei Huai put down the letter again. He couldn't tell what he was feeling in his heart. After sitting and thinking for a while, Pei Huai found all the letters that Pei Yang had written before and opened them one by one. At first glance, he found that Pei Yang had started praising Jiang Ran 2 months ago. At the beginning, he only praised him vaguely. Pei Yang wrote vaguely, and Pei Huai read it roughly. He didn't take this little change to heart at all. But since then, Pei Yang praised more and more, and more and more straightforwardly. Now, in the last letter, Pei Yang had completely changed. Pei Huai now even felt that Jiang Ran was Pei Huai's biological sister, and he was an unreliable and irresponsible brother-in-law. Pei Huai was speechless. He didn't know what to say. He just felt a little speechless. At this time, Pei Huai really wanted to go home and take a look. He didn't want to see what Jiang Ran was like now. He just wanted to see if Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia's brain. If it wasn't, how could they write such a letter? Zhang Yang had been paying attention to Pei Huai's reaction. Seeing that Pei Huai didn't speak for a long time, he was a little worried and said, Pei Huai, what's wrong with you? Pei Huai heard this and looked at Zhang Yang. I want to go home and take a look. Zhang Yang thought that Pei Huai was thinking about something important, but he didn't expect that it was just this. Then go back. Speaking of which, you haven't gone back for a few years. It's time to go back and take a look. But these 2 months definitely can't. You're about to graduate, and it's the busiest time. Where can you go? Just bear with it for 2 more months and wait until you graduate. Hearing Zhang Yang's words, Pei Huai gradually calmed down. Zhang Yang was right. He had worked hard here for 4 years, and he was about to graduate. He couldn't go back at this juncture. Wait a little longer. It was just more than 2 months, and it would pass quickly. Thinking so in his heart, Pei Huai took out the letter and prepared to write back to Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia. Jiang Ran had always been a resolute person. If she wanted to do something, as long as she could do it, she would not drag it out. She wanted to buy a sewing machine, so she put it into action the next day. After the morning business came to an end, Jiang Ran asked Pei Yang to look after the stall. She took Pei Xianxia to the department store. In the 60s and 70s, there were 3 important things for a wedding: a watch, a sewing machine, and a bicycle. Later on, it became 3 things, which were a watch, a sewing machine, a bicycle, and a radio. If the family was better off, they would add 18 or 36 legs. These referred to the furnishings. But no matter how many things changed, a sewing machine was one of these important things. It could be seen how important a sewing machine was to a woman in this era. It was not that there were no ready-made clothes in the department store, but ready-made clothes were too expensive. Most people liked to buy fabric and go home to make their own clothes. They could wear whatever they wanted. If they wanted to make clothes, it was much more convenient to have a sewing machine. But a sewing machine was not cheap. Even an ordinary brand would cost more than 100 yuan. A few years ago, sewing machines were not only expensive, but more importantly, they needed industrial coupons. Without industrial coupons, even if you had money, you could not buy a sewing machine. Fortunately, there was no need for industrial coupons now. As long as you had money, you could choose any sewing machine in the department store. Since Jiang Ran had decided to buy a sewing machine, she wanted to buy a better one. So when she came over, she specially brought 200 yuan. After choosing, Jiang Ran bought the most cost-effective sewing machine. It cost 150 yuan. 150 yuan was not a small amount. If a worker did not eat or drink, it would take at least half a year to save that much money. Not to mention that no one could not eat or drink. So if she wanted to save enough money for a sewing machine, it would take a longer time. But that was for the workers. For Jiang Ran, 150 yuan was only half a month's share. She could still afford it. Jiang Ran paid the money quickly, and the department store was willing to help deliver the goods. After all, the sewing machine was a big item. It would be unreasonable if he didn't help deliver it. Jiang Ran and Pei Xianxia took advantage of the fact that it was the middle of the morning and they had nothing to do, so they took the department store's car and returned to Yongxing village. When the tricycle entered the village, everyone in the village was alarmed. They were not shocked by the tricycle, but they were shocked when they found out that the sewing machine on the tricycle was newly bought by the Pei family. A sewing machine. In their entire village, only 2 families had sewing machines, and they were all old machines that had been around for a long time. Now, the Pei family's house was newly bought. It was brand new and shiny, making people envious. To the villagers, such a lively scene was already a huge commotion. Since they had nothing to do, they simply followed along to the Pei family's house. They even wanted to help carry the sewing machine. However, Jiang Ran refused. Although the sewing machine was a little heavy, that was only for other people. For Jiang Ran, it was simply too light. She could easily carry the sewing machine into the house by herself. She did not need to carry it with other people. Even so, no one disliked it. Not only did they not dislike the sewing machine, but they also felt that the sewing machine in the room made the whole room seem much brighter. Of course, this must be an illusion. Due to Jiang Ran's temper, no one dared to enter the house to watch the show. They only dared to stand outside the window and look in. The more people there were, the more they would talk. Some of them could not help but talk about it as they watched. The discussion was about how the Pei family suddenly had the money to buy a sewing machine. Did they make money from doing business? Since the Pei family was making so much money from doing business, could they also do business? With this thought in mind, everyone went to look for Wang Suilan. Jiang Ran was not easy to talk to, and Pei Xianxia was not a talkative person. If they wanted to find out the truth, they could only look for Wang Suilan. Jiang Ran locked the doors and windows of his room. Then, he took Pei Xianxia back to the county. Jiang Ran's gaze was fixed on the tricycle as he sat on it. It was good to have a tricycle. It saved a lot of effort to travel to and from the county. If they rode the tricycle, would they be able to shorten the time spent on the road? However, Jiang Ran quickly dismissed this idea. A tricycle was not cheap. Moreover, it was better to rent a shop in the county than to buy a tricycle. That way, they would not have to be afraid of the wind and rain. The weather was getting warmer day by day. It rained a lot in spring, and it rained even more in summer. Not only did it rain, but it would also get hotter after summer. It would not be good for them to stand under the sun. With this thought in mind, Xianxia still felt that they had to put the matter of renting a house on the agenda. After arriving at the county, Xianxia thanked the people in the department store. Then, he and Pei Shanshan went to look for Pei Yang. At noon, they were busy again. It was not until 1 o'clock when all the food was sold out that Xianxia brought up the matter of renting a house. As for where to rent the house, Xianxia had already thought about it. Their main source of customers was here, so naturally, they had to rent a house here. At this time, there was probably no intermediary. If Xianxia wanted to rent a house, he could only find one himself. With Pei Shanshan in tow, the two of them began to look for a house nearby. Coincidentally, as soon as he turned a corner, Xianxia saw a shop at the crossroad. The door was closed, and there was no sign on it. Obviously, there was no business here. Next to this shop was a small store. Compared to the department store, the convenience store was nothing. The goods inside were not enough, but it could meet people's daily needs. There were also many snacks, which were specially prepared for the students of the nearby schools. Thinking about it, this store's business should be pretty good during school hours. As soon as Xianxia walked over, he saw the boss of the snack bar. It was actually an acquaintance. Upon hearing this, Xianxia immediately revealed a bright smile to Uncle Jiang. "Thank you, Uncle Jiang." Because he was too fat, Xianxia's current appearance could not be said to be beautiful, but his skin was white and delicate. He was definitely not ugly. Not only was he not ugly, but in the eyes of some older people, Xianxia's current appearance was called a blessing. In Uncle Jiang's eyes, Xianxia's appearance was a blessing. Seeing Xianxia's bright smile, Uncle Jiang also smiled. "Okay, then let's go now. Your aunt is watching over here, so don't worry." This small shop was run by Uncle Jiang and Aunt Jiang. The two of them did not care much about whether the business was good or not. The main reason was that they were old and could not do other things. Running a small shop was also a way to find something for themselves to do. Uncle Jiang walked in front, while Xianxia and Pei Shanshan followed behind. As they walked, Uncle Jiang also talked to Xianxia. "We don't live far. It's just behind here. We'll reach it in a few minutes." Behind them was a residential area. There were small alleys of varying width and width. On both sides of the alleys, there was a door not far away. After opening the door and entering, there were small courtyards. Such small courtyards were definitely not as spacious as the courtyards in the village. However, it was enough for a family to live in. Although living in the county town was not spacious enough, it was not completely without benefits. It would be more convenient to go to work, go to school, and live. Xianxia also wanted to live in the county town. However, the current conditions did not allow it, and the second was that he did not have the money. He had already spent 150 yuan on the sewing machine, and the remaining money had to be spent on medicine. He did not know how much it would cost to rent the shop. However, Xianxia was not very worried. Renting the shop was not for him alone. Of course, he would not be responsible for the rent alone. Everyone who shared the money would be responsible for it, so there was nothing to worry about. He would definitely be able to rent it. Just as Uncle Jiang said, they walked for a few minutes and stopped at the door of a small courtyard. In the village, during the day, the doors of every household would not be closed. If he wanted to visit someone, he could directly walk into their courtyard. However, it was different in the county. The doors of every household were still closed. Uncle Jiang knocked on the door and shouted at the same time. Soon, a response came from inside. That voice was full of energy, and one could tell that the person speaking was in good health. Not long after, Xianxia heard footsteps getting closer and closer. A moment later, the courtyard door was opened from the inside. The man who opened the door was about the same age as Grandpa Jiang. His body was very robust. After seeing Grandpa Jiang, he laughed. "Old Jiang, why aren't you in the shop? What are you doing here? Are you thinking of bringing me some food since I haven't been there yet?" Uncle Jiang laughed when he heard that. "You're wrong. I'm not here to give you food. I'm here to give you money." As Grandpa Jiang spoke, he turned sideways and revealed Jiang Ran behind him. She wants to rent your house, so I brought her here. Just tell me if she's here to give you money. Old Chen, let me tell you, Ranran's cooking skills are superb. You'll know once you eat it. You definitely won't lose out if you rent your house to her. Old Chen's surname was Chen Xing. He used to work in a factory. After he got older, he retired and raised flowers and played with birds at home. His life was quite leisurely. They had bought the shop a few years ago. The Chen family members all had jobs and didn't like to do business, so the shop had always been rented to the outside world. The previous tenant was also in the food business. However, perhaps due to poor culinary skills or other reasons, the business was not doing well. In total, the tenant closed after a few months. It had been a few months since the family moved away. It wasn't easy for people to earn money these days, so no one dared to invest in business easily. Therefore, the Chen family shop had been empty and hadn't been rented out until now. The Chen family didn't lack money, so they weren't in a hurry to rent the shop. It didn't matter if no one rented it, but it was better if someone came to rent it. The house was empty, and they could earn more money if they rented it out. Why not? Moreover, Chen Xing and Master Jiang had known each other since they were young. After so many years of friendship, they knew each other very well. If Jiang Ran wasn't reliable, Master Jiang wouldn't have brought him back. Therefore, Chen Xing's gaze swept over Jiang Ran before he let them into the yard. Come, let's talk inside. The yard wasn't big, but it was elegantly tidied. There was a small garden next to the courtyard wall, and there were a few bamboos planted there. There was also a large vat next to it. The water in the vat was very clear, and there were fish swimming around. There was also a small stone table in the yard. There were 4 round stone stools beside the table and a bamboo recliner next to it. It had to be said that the layout of the yard was really elegant. The Pei family's yard was big, but it was empty. There was basically nothing in it. The purpose of the Pei family's yard was to dry clothes, firewood, and grain during the autumn harvest. It was all for the sake of living. However, the small yard in front of them was full of fun. It was to enjoy life. Chen Xing saw Jiang Ran staring at the furnishings in the yard and smiled slightly proudly. How is it? Isn't my yard decorated well? Old Jiang has been eyeing my yard for a long time. Who's eyeing your yard? Master Jiang immediately retorted. I'm so busy every day. I'm not like you, who can take care of the flowers and plants in the yard every day. Alright, stop showing off your yard. Let's get down to business. As they spoke, they walked to the stone table and sat down. Chen Xing stopped talking about his courtyard and started talking about renting a house. You want to rent a house to sell food? How long are you going to rent it for? I still need to see how much your rent is. Jiang Ran smiled. I'm afraid I don't have that much money. Chen Xing nodded and said, I know. As a businessman, you must have some liquid funds. Old Jiang is here, so I'll be honest with you. The rent for our row of shops is 15 yuan a month. See if you can accept it. If you don't have that much money, you can rent it for half a year first. 15 yuan a month. That would be 90 yuan for half a year. It was indeed possible to fork out the money. However, Jiang Ran still did not agree immediately. Sir, can we go take a look at the house first? Sure. Chen Xing stood up and said, let's go. Renting a house was a big deal. 15 yuan a month was not cheap. It was reasonable that Jiang Ran wanted to take a look. Fortunately, the distance was relatively close, and the few of them soon returned to Uncle Zhang's store. At this time, there were no shutter doors installed on the facade. Some of the facades were wooden doors, while others were iron doors with a lock hanging on them. When opening the door, the lock was unlocked, and the door panels could be removed one by one and placed aside. The facade of one of the facades was not big. Excluding the walls on both sides, there were a total of 4 panels. Jiang Ran helped remove the panels and placed them aside. Only then did the few of them walk in. Although the shop was not very wide, the house was very long. The house was empty. There was nothing inside. The walls were originally painted white, but because of the time it was a little dirty. There was only a small light bulb on the roof. Even if it was turned on, it would not be very bright. The house was very long, and the house was rectangular. Xianxia walked in step by step, wanting to see how long the room was. Before she could even take a few steps, Xianxia had already seen through her intentions. This house is 4 meters wide and 9 meters long. You can divide it into 2 rooms. At this length, although it was said to be 1 room, it was actually 2 rooms. It was just that there were only doors and no windows. It was a little dark inside. Xianxia stopped and looked at Xianxia with a smile. Uncle Chen, then we'll rent it for half a year first. I'll bring the money in the afternoon and sign the contract with you. What do you think? Sign the contract? Xianxia looked at Xianxia in surprise. In the end, he nodded. Since you want to sign it, then sign it. Then can I decorate this house? Xianxia continued to ask. Even if it was a rented house, Xianxia was not going to make do with it. Since she had decided to open a shop, she had to do everything to the best of her ability. Why not? As long as you don't tear the house down, you can do whatever you want. Hearing that, Xianxia immediately promised. Uncle Chen, don't worry. I definitely won't tear the house down. We'll write it in the contract. Xianxia originally just wanted to tease him, but he didn't expect Xianxia to actually answer seriously. He was immediately stunned. But after seeing the smile in Xianxia's eyes, Xianxia also understood that Xianxia was also teasing him. After the lunch was sold, Xianxia and Pei Shanshan went home to get the money. The rent of 90 renminbi for half a year was also paid according to the proportion when they divided the money. Xianxia paid 36 renminbi, and the other 3 paid 18 renminbi each. As for the tables, chairs, and benches that were to be purchased after the renovation, they would follow the same method. In the afternoon, Xianxia went to Xianxia's house again. He signed the contract with Xianxia and paid the rent. As for the lock on the door, Xianxia did not want it. Instead, he planned to buy a new lock. Xianxia also felt that this was the right thing to do, so he didn't say much. After picking up Pei Jing in the afternoon, they were not in a hurry to leave. Instead, they stayed in the newly rented house and planned the renovation. The house had already been rented. Every day that passed would be a day's worth of rent, so there was no time to waste. They planned today and started work tomorrow. They wanted to finish the renovation as soon as possible and move their business to the shop. The house was empty. In fact, there was nothing to see. However, Pei Jing still opened his eyes wide. He raised his small head and kept turning around, looking at the house. Auntie, will this be our shop from now on? Pei Jing held Pei Shanshan's hand and asked. Pei Shanshan smiled and nodded. Yes, this way, we won't have to stand outside in the wind and sun in the future. We can also make more delicious food. As soon as he heard that there was delicious food, Pei Jing was a little hungry. Good food? What good food? In the past 2 months, Pei Jing felt that he had eaten a lot of good food. It was even more than what he had eaten in the past. Pei Shanshan didn't know what it was either. She just relayed Xianxia's words. Faced with Pei Jing's question, Pei Shanshan glanced at Xianxia and could only say, Xiao Jing will know when it's done. If I tell you in advance, it won't be as mysterious. What kind of rod is mysterious? Is it the same as wheat straw? It's not the same. Then what kind of rod is it? Pei Jing's eyes widened. They were full of doubt and confusion. Faced with Pei Jing's gaze, Pei Shanshan didn't know what to say. She could only try her best to widen her eyes as much as possible. It was fine if she couldn't win in an argument, but she definitely couldn't lose in terms of the size of her eyes. However, Pei Shanshan still lost very quickly. She tried her best to widen her eyes. After a while, she felt her eyes sting and tears welling up in them. Seeing the change in Pei Shanshan, Pei Jing was even more puzzled. Auntie, what's wrong with you? Why are you crying? Pei Shanshan said, I'm not. Xiao Jing, don't talk nonsense. Xianxia put away his pen and paper and walked back. He happened to hear the conversation between the two of them. He looked at Pei Jing and then at Pei Shanshan. Xianxia still didn't ask the two of them what was going on. He said, let's go. It's time for us to go back. Fortunately, the weather had warmed up and it was getting dark later. Otherwise, with the time they had wasted, the sky outside would have turned completely dark. When they reached home, Wang Zuelan had already prepared dinner. After everyone had eaten dinner, Jiang Ran talked about the renovation of the shop. Jiang Ran didn't plan to decorate it too extravagantly. He planned to paint a big white wall and install a few more lights to make the shop look brighter. All that was left were some soft accessories. As for the kitchen, Jiang Ran didn't plan to put it in the innermost part. It was too dark and inconvenient. Jiang Ran planned to build a long kitchen along one of the walls. Leaning against another wall, he set up a table and chairs. The length of the table should be about 1.5 meters. The kitchen was about 1.8 meters wide, and the table was 1.5 meters wide. There was also an aisle between the kitchen and the table, so it wouldn't seem crowded. The kitchen was made in a sliding glass style, just like the cafeterias in some schools. There was a table, and some food could be placed on it. The stove was also in the middle of the table. Jiang Ran shared his thoughts, and the eyes of the Pei family members lit up. They had never seen such a small shop before, but it sounded good. Pei Baoshan, who had always been a man of few words, opened his mouth at this moment. I can ask the villagers to help with the construction of the platform. The same goes for painting the walls. They knew the villagers well, and the wages were not expensive. They didn't have to worry about the villagers slacking or cutting corners. Jiang Ran naturally didn't have any objections to this. Jiang Ran smiled at Pei Baoshan and said, "Thank you for your hard work, Dad. It's not hard at all. I'll bring some people over tomorrow morning. When you're done, you can go over and take a look. You can also tell us how to do it so that we don't have to redo it if we make a mistake." Okay. To build a wall, they needed bricks. Fortunately, the brick factory was in the county, and they could go there directly. After calculating the approximate amount of bricks they needed, they bought them all at once. They also went to the tile factory to buy some tiles. Actually, if they used a whole piece of marble, it would definitely look better. But at the same time, marble would be more expensive. They were still in the early stages of starting a business, and there was no need to invest so much. Anyway, the tiles on the countertops would look good as long as they were done carefully. They finished building the countertops and pasting the tiles in one day, and the speed was still very fast. The weather was warm now, and the cement was drying very quickly. After drying for a night, the cement was almost solidified the next day. Jiang Ran found a window maker to make sliding windows. They tried to make the windows as big as possible. This way, there would be fewer window lattices, and the space would be bigger. It would not make people feel depressed. As Jiang Ran was in a hurry, she added more money. She said that it would be done in 2 days, and she would come over to install it. After the windows were fixed, they did not idle around. They had to paint the white wall. This job was also done by Pei Baoshan and his men. They only used 1 day to paint the wall once. As for whether they needed to paint the wall a second time, they would wait until the wall was dry tomorrow. If the effect was good, they did not need to paint the wall a second day. If the effect was not good, they would have to paint the wall again. When Pei Baoshan and his men were painting the wall, Jiang Ran was not idle. She was looking for someone to make a billboard. In the entire county, there were only 2 companies that made billboards. Because of the technology and a series of reasons, Jiang Ran was not too picky. She only chose the most popular brand now. There were plastic hollow words nailed on the iron sign, and there were also light wires inside. When the switch was turned on at night, the sign would light up. Before the book was transmigrated, this kind of sign was already a little outdated. But now, in this small county, this sign was at the forefront of popularity. Many people's signs in the county did not even have lights. At night, it would be dark, and nothing could be seen. When Jiang Ran went to make this kind of sign with lights, the boss of the billboards was a little surprised. This was because the price of this sign was actually a little expensive. Some businessmen in the county were tempted, but after asking about the price, they were not willing to come over. There weren't many people who ordered it, so it was naturally fast. Jiang Ran left after getting the boss's promise that it would be done in 2 days. She also needed to buy tables and chairs. Jiangran wanted to buy long tables and chairs, but after looking around, he found that tables and chairs were really not cheap. The price was a little expensive, so Jiangran didn't make the decision alone. Instead, he talked about it with his family members at night. Pei Baoshan was eating porridge. When he heard Jiangran's words, he asked Jiangran, "What kind of tables and chairs do you want?" "A table that's 1.5 meters long. It would be best if it's wider. It would be even better if it's wooden. The chairs should also be made of pure wood, not benches. It's best if they are 1 by 1, so it's more convenient for others to sit on them. Then you don't have to find someone to buy it. Just draw a picture for me, and I'll get someone to make it for you. Looking at the length of our shop, it can only fit 5 tables at most. It's not a lot. I think it'll be done in 2 or 3 days. It won't delay your opening." Before Jiangran could finish his sentence, Wang Suilon smiled and said, "Your grandma's family is in the carpentry business. She has been dealing with wood her whole life. Ask your dad to go to your grandma's house later. It's not far anyway." Her grandma's house. Jiangran stared at Wang Suilon for a while before he realized what Wang Suilon was talking about. Wang Suilon was referring to Wang Suilon's mother's house. There was a reason why Jiangran didn't have any recollection of this. The original owner of the body didn't care about the Pei family at all. If she wasn't thinking about saving money, she was thinking about eating, sleeping, and buying clothes. Even if she had known about this in the past, she had already forgotten about it. It was normal that Jiangran didn't recall the memories that had been tossed to the corner of her mind. Since it was Wang Suilon's mother's house, it was easier to talk about certain things. Jiangran could also feel at ease and boldly ask for what she wanted. "Mom, other than tables and chairs, I also want some wooden planks. I'm not sure if I can make them." Jiangran smiled at Wang Suilon. "I won't be careless about the salary." Wang Suilon knew Jiangran's character well based on what Jiangran had done recently. Naturally, he wasn't worried about the salary. "Since that's the case, why don't you go with your dad? It's not far anyway. Just tell me what you want. It'll save us some time." Jiangran immediately agreed when he heard this. He finished the rest of his meal in a few mouthfuls and waited for Pei Baoshan with eager eyes. Pei Baoshan couldn't help laughing when he saw Jiangran's reaction. He quickly finished his porridge and said, "All right, let's go." Wang Suilon's mother's house wasn't far. It was only 1 village away from their village. It was already dark outside, but the moon hung high in the sky. The silvery moonlight shone down, and they could clearly see the path beneath their feet. Jiangran and Pei Baoshan walked one after the other without speaking. Pei Baoshan remained silent all the way to the Wang family. As soon as he entered the Wang family's gate, the silent Pei Baoshan seemed to have turned on a switch and became extremely talkative. Jiangran stood behind Pei Baoshan and watched him exchange pleasantries with the Wang family. He didn't feel restrained at all. But because the original owner didn't interact much with the Wang family, she didn't have much to say, so she stood aside and waited. Pei Baoshan quickly finished the small talk and got down to business. "The main reason we're here this time is because we've rented a storefront and want to open a small shop. We need a few tables and chairs, so we'll need your help to make them. No matter what, they'll be more comfortable than the ones you buy outside. As for the price, we'll settle it however we want." "Brother-in-law, what are you talking about?" Wang Tianfeng looked unhappy. "We're all family. What's the point of talking about wages? It's just a few tables. You can just use them." Pei Baoshan also put on a straight face. "If you're like this, then I'll just go out and find someone else to do it for me. Anyway, you're not the only one who knows carpentry. Can't I spend the money I have?" "Brother-in-law, they say that even blood-related brothers have to settle accounts clearly. What are you doing with me?" Wang Tianfeng frowned. "Brother-in-law, why are you getting better at talking?" Fine. I won't talk to you anymore. Tell me, what kind of tables and chairs do you want, and what size?" Pei Baoshan didn't speak this time. Instead, he turned to look at Jiangran. Before coming, Jiangran had already drawn the design of the tables and chairs on a piece of paper. Now that both of them were looking at him, he quickly took out the paper. Wang Tianfeng took it and looked at it carefully. This is simple. How many sets do you want? 5 sets. 2 days will do, Wang Tianfeng promised. Pei Baoshan patted Wang Tianfeng's shoulder. I knew it. Wang Tianfeng wasn't working alone. He had 3 sons, all of whom had learned carpentry from him since they were young. Now, they were all capable of working independently. With the 4 of them working together, the 5 sets of tables and chairs could be completed in less than 2 days. But to be safe, Wang Tianfeng said it would take 2 days. After talking about the tables and chairs, Jiang Ran talked about the wooden boards he wanted. In fact, they were just bigger wooden boards. Jiang Ran wanted to do some handicrafts or draw on them to hang in the shop for decoration. There were no requirements for such wooden boards. The size and thickness didn't matter. Hearing Jiang Ran's request, Wang Tianfeng didn't say anything and led Jiang Ran to the house where he worked. You came at the right time. There are some wooden boards here. See if you can use them. If you can, just take them away. Jiang Ran looked in the direction Wang Tianfeng was pointing and saw some wooden boards piled up there. Some were thin, some were thick, and some were of different sizes. Some were rectangular, some were square, and some were irregular shapes. Jiang Ran tried his best to pick the bigger ones. After a dozen or so, he stopped. This is enough for me. Thank you, uncle. When Jiang Ran called him uncle, Wang Tianfeng looked at Jiang Ran differently. The 2 families weren't far from each other. Of course, Wang Tianfeng knew that Jiang Ran had changed. In the past 2 months, he had heard a lot about Jiang Ran. But those were all rumors. Now that he heard Jiang Ran call him uncle, he was shocked. Not only was he shocked, but he was also happy. If Jiang Ran could call him uncle, he must have treated his sister well at home. Thinking of this, Wang Tianfeng was even happier. Unlike other families with many siblings, the Wang family only had 2 siblings, Wang Zuelan and Wang Tianfeng. Their parents had been gone for many years, but the relationship between the siblings had always been very good. Because the 2 families were relatively close to each other, they often visited each other. If anything happened to the other party, they would know. Wang Tianfeng knew what Jiang Ran had done in the past, and he was angry because of it. However, there was nothing he could do even if he was angry. After all, Jiang Ran was the daughter-in-law of the Pei family. As her uncle, how could he go over and teach her a lesson, even if he really dared to go? It was hard to say who would be the one to teach who a lesson in the end. Now that Jiang Ran had changed, he didn't have to worry about his sister anymore. After saying what needed to be said, Jiang Ran took the selected planks and left the Wang family with Pei Baoshan. On the way back, the 2 of them were silent again. But this time, Jiang Ran didn't pay attention to this at all. She had been thinking about how to get these planks. While he was thinking about this, he didn't stop walking. Before he knew it, he had already reached home. It was already late. Jiang Ran didn't do anything else. After washing up, she went to bed early. The next day, when Jiang Ran went to the county town, she brought a few planks with her. Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia felt strange when they saw Jiang Ran coming back with paintbrushes and dyes. They put down the books in their hands and gathered around him. Sister-in-law, what are you doing? Pei Xianxia fully expressed her spirit of asking questions whenever she didn't understand. Jiang Ran smiled. I'm painting. The wooden board had been polished for the 2nd time and the surface was still smooth. After wiping the wooden board clean and drying it, Jiang Ran began to paint on it. Jiang Ran didn't paint landscapes or people. What he painted were all related to food. There were white and fat steaming buns, colorful 8 treasure porridge, crispy fried dough sticks, and round sugar cakes. Jiang Ran painted all kinds of food on the wooden board. In addition to these, Jiang Ran also painted some medicinal herbs. Pei Xianxia didn't recognize these medicinal herbs, but she felt that they were quite beautiful. Sister-in-law, when did you learn to paint? They had known each other since they were young. For so many years, Pei Xianxia had never seen Jiang Ran paint. She didn't expect Jiang Ran to be so good at it. After being asked by Pei Xianxia, Jiang Ran's hand movement stopped for a moment. But soon, Jiang Ran returned to normal. I haven't learned it before. I just thought of these things in my heart and drew them out. This is probably what it means to be talented. If this was heard by others, they would definitely say that Jiang Ran was bragging. But Pei Shanshan and Pei Yang didn't think so at all. After hearing Jiang Ran's answer, they nodded seriously and agreed with Jiang Ran's words. Yes, it must be talent. Jiang Ran had a photographic memory. What was wrong with being able to paint? Jiang Ran was originally talking nonsense. After he finished speaking, he peeked at Pei Shanshan and Pei Yang's expressions, thinking about what he should say next if they didn't believe him. However, what Jiang Ran didn't expect was that they didn't believe him at all. He simply couldn't believe it. Seeing the expressions of the two of them, Jiang Ran felt that what he said was true. Of course, she had learned how to draw before she transmigrated into a book. However, this was not important. Anyway, it was fine as long as Pei Shanshan and Pei Yang believed him. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 2 days, no one was idle at home. Jiang Ran used his family's old wheat straw and glued it onto a wooden board to make a painting. The wheat stalks were tied up with thin threads to form a wide mat and nailed to the wall. Not only could it be used as a decoration, but it could also prevent the wall from being kicked and dirted. On the upper half of the wall, the paintings made by Jiang Ran were hung in an orderly manner. On the roof, several high-wattage incandescent lamps were installed. As long as the lights were turned on, the room would definitely be bright. Jiang Ran also deliberately left 2 positions between the lights, and also left a line. Pei Yang could help install the sign. Jiang Ran didn't need to help. Although she was strong, she was too fat. If she stood too high, she would easily lose her balance. It was better to stand on the ground. Jiang Ran walked around the shop. He held a piece of paper in his hand and kept writing. After he finished, he wrote a lot of words on the piece of paper. Jiang Ran wrote about the things that the shop still lacked. Although the shop already had most of the things, there were still some small things, especially those needed in the kitchen, that had to be added. If he bought the things today, he could open for business tomorrow. Every day that passed would waste a day's rent. Of course, the sooner he opened, the better. 2 hours later, the sign was installed. He turned on the switch and the electricity was turned on. After making sure that the sign could be lit up, Jiang Ran paid the balance. Jiang Ran and the others stood at the door and looked up. Jiang Ran and the others decided on the name of the shop after discussing it. The name was very simple. It was called Snack Shop. It was catchy and easy to remember. When they were doing business these few days, Jiang Ran told the customers that their shop was going to open for business. He also told them the address. Now, everything was ready. They were waiting for the next day to open for business. This location was not far from the place where they set up the stall. Many people knew about the snack shop next to it. Therefore, Jiang Ran wasn't worried that people couldn't find the place. Now, what Jiang Ran needed to do was to buy the things written on the paper and bring them back. He asked Wang Suilan and Pei Shanshan to stay behind to look after the shop and clean up. Jiang Ran took Pei Yang and Pei Shanshan to buy the things. When the 3 of them went, each of them carried a big bamboo basket. Such bamboo baskets were not very good looking, but they were very good for storing things. The 3 of them left for 2 hours. By the time they returned, the sky was already dark. The bamboo baskets they carried were also filled to the brim. Wang Zuelan had already brought Pei Jing back. At this moment, Pei Jing was sitting at the table by the door, looking outside. After seeing Jiang Ran and the other 2, Pei Jing immediately stood up with a bright smile on his little face. Mom. Auntie. Second uncle. You're back. Jiang Ran and the other 2 were exhausted after carrying so many things all the way. Hearing Pei Jing's words, he only smiled at Pei Jing. He didn't answer immediately. Instead, he placed the basket on the ground and sat down, gasping for breath. Seeing this, Pei Jing was about to pour water for the 3 of them. Although the water in the kettle was cold, it was big and heavy. Wang Zuelan didn't dare to let Pei Jing pour the water. He quickly picked up the kettle and poured a glass of water for Jiang Ran and the others. After drinking a glass of cold water, the 3 of them felt much better. Wang Zuelan looked at the 3 baskets on the ground. What did you buy? All kinds of rice, noodles, some beans, rock sugar, brown sugar, white sugar. All kinds of condiments, some bowls, chopsticks, pots, and basins. We also bought some meat. Hearing Jiang Ran's words, Wang Zuelan couldn't help but click his tongue. They bought so many things at once. How much money did they spend? In fact, they really spent a lot of money. But it couldn't be helped. The 8 treasures porridge had to be cooked in a big pot. It would only taste good if it was cooked in one pot. Jiang Ran spent some effort to buy a big pot to cook the porridge. Because the pot was too big, it was not easy for them to bring it back. Someone would bring it back later. Jiang Ran bought 2 of those pots. One was used to cook the porridge, and the other was used to make soup. Just the 2 big pots alone cost dozens of yuan. Fortunately, the money for the ingredients was used in advance. Otherwise, they would have to exchange money together again. After buying all these things, their liquid capital on their books had already hit rock bottom. Whether they could recoup their losses depended on tomorrow. In order to be fully prepared, they naturally could not go home early. However, Pei Jing was a child after all. He still had to go to kindergarten tomorrow. He could not stay with them all the time. Jiang Ran asked Pei Baoshan and Wang Zuelan to take him home first. Jiang Ran, Pei Yang, and Pei Xianxia stayed together to prepare the ingredients needed for tomorrow. Naturally, they could not use firewood to cook in the restaurant. They used coal instead. The stove was set on the side of the door. This way, even if there was smoke when the coal was burned, it could directly drift out. The 3 of them first had a simple meal before starting to prepare. In order to make the 8 treasures porridge taste good, all the rice, beans, and peanuts had to be soaked in advance. Jiang Ran washed every ingredient before soaking them in clear water. While Jiang Ran was soaking, Pei Yang was chopping the stuffing. Pei Xianxia was not idle either. She washed all the bowls and chopsticks they bought, dried them, and placed them properly. The dough for the buns also had to be mixed in advance. Besides the dough for the buns, Jiang Ran also prepared the dough for the deep-fried dough sticks and sugar cakes. When all these were done, it was already 10 o'clock at night. For convenience, Jiang Ran specially bought a wall clock and hung it on the wall opposite the kitchen. She could see the time when she looked up. Looking at the time on the wall clock, Jiang Ran did not want to go home. It would take them at least an hour to get home. It would be past 11 o'clock by the time they got home. Tomorrow morning, they would have to wake up at 4 o'clock and rush over. At most, they would only be able to sleep for 5 hours. Thinking of this, Jiang Ran didn't want to go back even more. Seeing Jiang Ran staring at her watch without saying anything, Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia looked at Jiang Ran strangely. "Sister-in-law, what's wrong?" After a busy day, Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia were exhausted. When they were finally done, they saw Jiang Ran standing there in a daze. It would be strange if they didn't find it strange. Hearing their voices, Jiang Ran turned to look at them. "I was just thinking that since it's so late now, I don't want to go back. I have to come here early tomorrow. It's troublesome to run back and forth, and it's also a bit of a delay." Without waiting for them to say anything, Jiang Ran continued, "How about this, the 2 of you go back. Don't come too early tomorrow. Just wake up at 4:30 and come here. I'll prepare by myself." "How can we do that?" Pei Yang immediately objected. "That's right." Pei Xianxia echoed. "How can we go home and sleep and let sister-in-law work alone? If sister-in-law doesn't go back, I won't go back either. Then I won't go back either. I don't feel at ease with the 2 of you here." Hearing this, Jiang Ran glanced at Pei Yang. "Can you beat me? Are you looking down on women?" Pei Yang was speechless. Of course, Jiang Ran knew that Pei Yang didn't mean that, but that didn't stop Jiang Ran from continuing. "If someone really wants to cause trouble here, do you think I'll protect you or you'll protect us?" Pei Yang opened his mouth to retort, but when he opened his mouth, he couldn't say a single word. Jiang Ran was right. If someone really came to cause trouble, the final result would probably be Jiang Ran protecting him and Pei Xianxia. After all, Jiang Ran was someone who could fight 10 people at once. Pei Yang didn't know what else he could say. He could only nod. "Okay, then I'll go home and tell my family that you won't be going back tonight." That's more like it. Okay, hurry up and go. When Pei Baoshan and Wang Suilon left, they had already pushed the trolley away. After all, everything in the trolley was placed in the shop. There was no use for the trolley to stay, so it was better to push it back. If Pei Yang went back now, he would be able to walk back alone. He was tall and had long legs. If he ran, it would probably take him 40 minutes to get home. After watching Pei Yang leave, Jiang Ran installed all the iron doors and bolted them from the inside. Fortunately, it was already May. Even at night, it wouldn't be too cold. After closing the doors, the room was airtight and they wouldn't feel cold. The shop was only so big. Of course, it was impossible to separate a space for a bed. Jiang Ran and Pei Shanshan could only lie on the table and rest. Look at you, it's good to go back with us. If you stay here, you can only lie on the table and sleep for a while, Jiang Ran said helplessly. Pei Shanshan smiled brightly at Jiang Ran. Sister-in-law, if you can lie on the table and sleep, so can I. It's not hard at all. Okay, then let's sleep. Cooking was already tiring. Doing breakfast business was even more tiring. Because when the sky was still dark and others were still asleep, you had to get up and prepare breakfast. Fortunately, Jiang Ran had been Pei Shanshan for a long time, so she was used to it. The next morning, Jiang Ran woke up at 4 o'clock. She remembered that she had to wake up early. Even if there was no alarm clock, she woke up in a daze when it was time to wake up. Because he was sleeping on his stomach, there was no part of his body that was comfortable. It was either sore or numb. He stood up and kicked his arms and legs. After a while, he felt more comfortable. Jiang Ran was about to get some cold water to wash up when he heard a knock on the door. Sister-in-law, it's me. It was Pei Yang's voice. Jiang Ran hurried to the door and opened it. He saw Pei Yang standing at the door, covered in dust. Why are you here so early? Jiang Ran frowned. Didn't I tell you to get up at 4:30? Pei Yang was here at 4 o'clock. Didn't that mean he woke up at 3 o'clock? Pei Yang avoided answering Jiang Ran's question. He handed the things in his hand to Jiang Ran. Sister-in-law, these are for you and Shanshan to wash up. Since they were already here, even if he asked why, he couldn't let them go back to sleep. Jiang Ran sighed and took the things. They prepared the stuffing, cooked the noodles, boiled the tea eggs, and prepared the side dishes. For the next 2 hours, the three of them didn't rest at all. They were busy. It wasn't until the buns were steamed that they stopped working. They changed the big pot and the steamer basket to a bigger one. The number of buns that could be steamed at one time had also increased. Looking at the steamer basket that was already steaming, Jiang Ran wiped the sweat off his head and said to Pei Yang, "Go and open the door." Looking at the time, it was already 6 o'clock. Someone should be coming soon. Although that was what Jiang Ran thought, he was still a little nervous. After all, who knew if it would affect the business if they changed the location? Pei Yang agreed and walked towards the door. It didn't take long to open the door from the inside, remove the door panel, and take it out. The sky was already bright outside, but the house was still a little dark. Therefore, Jiang Ran turned on all the lights, even the signboard lights. In this kind of early morning, their shop was undoubtedly very conspicuous. Time passed slowly, but no one came. Pei Yang and Pei Shanshan's expressions became nervous. Seeing that they were nervous, Jiang Ran smiled and comforted them. Our buns aren't steamed yet. Even if they come, they won't be able to eat it. Don't worry, wait a little longer. Although that was what he said, Pei Yang and Pei Shanshan still couldn't relax. At this moment, Uncle Zhang's voice sounded. It's really a coincidence that I'm early. Ran, are we the first to arrive? When Jiang Ran and the other two heard this, they looked in the direction of the voice and saw Uncle Jiang and Aunt Jiang walking over together. Behind them was Chen Sheng. After the three of them came in, they sat down at the first table at the door. Chen Sheng hadn't come over these few days. Now that he saw the changes in the house, he was a little surprised. It's only been a few days. I didn't expect it to change so much. As Chen Sheng spoke, he saw the paintings hanging on the wall. Who made these? Interesting. Uncle Jiang glanced at Chen Sheng. That's enough. You can ask these questions when you're free. We're here to eat. What's wrong with me asking? It's not like I'm wasting time. I did it myself. Jiangran hurriedly said so that the two of them wouldn't really quarrel. You did this? Qianxia looked at Jiangran and said, I thought you only knew how to cook. Not bad, not bad. Today is the first day of business. What have you prepared? 8 treasures porridge, steamed bun, youtiao, sugar cake, herbal tea egg, cold cucumber, and shredded radish. You've prepared everything. Give me a bowl of 8 treasures porridge, 2 eggs, a fried dough stick, a steamed bun, and a serving of shredded radish. Uncle Jiang had been listening to Qianxia. When Qianxia was done, he said, You ate quite a lot. Ran, give us 2 bowls of 8 treasure congee, 2 steamed buns, 4 eggs, 2 deep-fried dough sticks, and a sugar cake. I also want a portion of shredded radish and a portion of cucumber. Obviously, Uncle Jiang was here to support them. He ordered all the dishes. However, Jiangran had known Uncle Jiang for a while. He knew that he was in good health and had a good appetite. In addition, it was just him and Aunt Jiang, so they could finish all the food they ordered. The deep-fried dough sticks and sugar cakes were only delicious when they were fried. After they ordered, Jiangran immediately began to fry the deep-fried dough sticks and sugar cakes for them. The oil had been heated up in advance. Now, he opened the plug under the stove and let the fire burn brightly before he began to fry them. The soft dough was twisted into the shape of a fried dough twist and placed into the oil pan. Immediately, it began to churn in the oil pan. As it churned, the originally thin dough began to swell, and its color slowly turned from white to yellow. The sugar cake also expanded from a small white pancake. After it stopped expanding, its color also began to turn yellow. As time passed, the fragrance began to permeate the air. Just by smelling this fragrance, Uncle Jiang and the other two nodded in satisfaction. One could tell whether the culinary skills were good without tasting the food. When the deep-fried dough sticks and sugar cake were about to be fried, Jiangran asked Pei Shanshan to scoop the porridge, side dishes, and eggs. After placing the items on the table one by one, he said to Uncle Jiang and the other two, The food is ready. Uncle Jiang and Qianxia both stood up and placed their food on the table. I didn't know what this table was for, but now I know. This is convenient. The steaming buns were the last to be taken out. As soon as the steaming buns were taken out, the fragrance rushed into their noses. Before opening the door, Jiangran had already told Pei Yang and Pei Shanshan to collect the money before serving the food. This way, they could avoid running the bill. However, Uncle Jiang and the other two's situation was slightly special, so they didn't ask them for money first. Uncle Jiang and the other two had already started to eat the porridge. The beans in the 8 treasures porridge had already bloomed, and the rice was also cooked until it was oily. It was fragrant and oily. There was no need to chew it at all. It melted in the mouth with just a press of the tongue. Rock sugar had already been added when cooking the porridge, so there was no need to add any extra sugar. It was already sweet enough. Such 8 treasures porridge was really to the liking of old people who didn't have very good teeth. After drinking a few mouthfuls of porridge, the three nodded. Delicious. This porridge is really good. There were other restaurants in the county that sold 8 treasures porridge, but there probably weren't even 4 treasures in the porridge, let alone 8 treasures. In the end, it was also thickened with flour paste to make it thicker. After drinking it in one mouthful, it tasted like flour paste. It was not like this porridge, which could be drunk in one mouthful. It was made with real ingredients and had been simmered for a long time. The deep-fried dough sticks were fluffy and soft, and the aroma was incomparable. The sugar cake was soft, and the brown sugar inside could be seen in one bite. At this time, he had to quickly take a sip, otherwise the brown sugar would drip down. The three of them only cared about eating and didn't have time to talk to Jiangran. At this moment, more and more people came over. Those who came were all familiar faces. Everyone had to say a few words of courtesy first. Then, they looked at the new dishes and began to order their own breakfast. Some people bought the food for their whole family. They were holding the lunch box in their hands. After buying the food, they took it and left. Some of them were alone. After buying the food, they would eat it and find a place to sit down. Jiangran had been busy the whole time. He could even hear people saying that it was really good to have tables and chairs now. They didn't have to stand to eat anymore. Who would be willing to stand and eat in a hurry if they could sit and enjoy the food? It didn't take long to eat breakfast. After eating, they didn't have to care about the bowls and chopsticks. They could just wipe their mouths and leave. As long as Pei Xianxian and Pei Yang saw empty bowls and chopsticks, they would quickly walk over and put the bowls and chopsticks in the big bucket at the end of the kitchen. When they were done, they would wash them together. Fortunately, they had prepared enough bowls and chopsticks. Otherwise, there probably wouldn't be enough. Although it was already past 7 o'clock and there were fewer students coming to eat, there were still many people rushing to work. Hence, there were still many people eating here. Seeing so many people sitting in the shop, Wang Zuelan and Pei Baoshan were shocked. After the initial shock, the two of them quickly came back to their senses. They quickly walked into the shop and rolled up their sleeves, wanting to help. However, the two of them had been farming their whole lives and had never done business. Even if they really wanted to help, they didn't know where to start. Just as the two of them were in a daze and didn't know what to do, Pei Xianxian saw the two of them. "Dad, Mom, you came at the right time." Pei Xianxian's voice was full of surprise. "Dad, clear away the dishes that the customers have eaten. Mom, go to the back and wash some of the dishes. I'm afraid there won't be enough." Jiangran had already prepared as many dishes as he could, but when it came to the last minute, he realized that it was still not enough. There were really too many people coming. Although it was a little troublesome that there weren't enough dishes, it was still a sweet burden in general. The arrival of Wang Zuelan and Pei Baoshan directly solved this burden. Wang Zuelan agreed and went straight to the back. There was a square pool built with cement at the back. There was a faucet at the top and a sewer at the bottom. At this moment, the basin with the dishes was placed in the pool. Wang Zuelan knew the basic situation in the shop and knew what to do. Washing the bowls and chopsticks wasn't a technical job. She just had to wash the bowls and chopsticks. With Wang Zuelan helping to wash the dishes and Pei Baoshan helping to clear away the dishes, Jiang Ran and the other two were not as busy as before. Jiang Ran was mainly in charge of frying the deep-fried dough sticks and sugar cakes. He also had to make steamed buns and steam them. Pei Yang had to serve porridge and vegetables, while Pei Xianxian was in charge of collecting money. Although the shop wasn't big, if there weren't so many people working together, the shop wouldn't be able to operate normally. They were busy until past 9 o'clock. It wasn't that no one came, but it was mainly because they were all sold out. All the buns had been sold, and the porridge was gone. Even the youtiao and sugar cakes had been taken away by the people who came later. Jiang Ran and the others had been busy for 5 hours since 4 o'clock in the morning until 9 o'clock. Anyone who had been busy until now would be exhausted. Seeing the fatigue on their faces, Wang Zuelan's heart ached. "Look at how tired you three are. Go sit down and rest. Leave the rest to me and your father." Pei Baoshan didn't say anything, but he kept nodding. His hands didn't stop moving either. Both of them were used to working, so their movements were exceptionally nimble. It didn't take long for all the pots and pans to be cleaned and placed in their proper places. There was not a single speck of dust on the table. The tables were also wiped clean. The floor was also swept clean. Seeing that the shop was clean and tidy again, Pei Yang said to Wang Zuelan, "Mom, we haven't eaten anything yet. Can you make us something to eat?" "You haven't eaten?" Wang Zuelan exclaimed. "You child, why didn't you say so earlier? There's nothing left. I'll make you a few bowls of noodles." Pei Baoshan's brows furrowed. "There's so much to eat, but you haven't eaten a single bite?" Why were they so honest? It's not that we only care about making money, but we're cooking. How can we eat while cooking? What would the diners think if they saw us like this? It's only 9 o'clock now. It's not too late to have breakfast. Pei Baoshan nodded subconsciously when he heard Jiang Ran's explanation. He understood that Jiang Ran was right. However, understanding was one thing, and feeling sorry for them was another. When he first came over, Jiang Ran and the other two were wearing hats, masks, white aprons, and white sleeves. No matter what food they ate, they used tongs or chopsticks. Just looking at them made him feel comfortable. After all, it was food that entered the mouth. It was only when it was clean that people felt comfortable eating it. Pei Baoshan sighed. In that case, you should eat something before you open the door. Otherwise, your stomachs will suffer from hunger after staying up for so long in the morning. A day or two was nothing, but after a long time, how could their bodies take it? Jiang Ran and the other two nodded repeatedly and hurriedly agreed. Wang Zuelan had been silent the whole time. He was cooking noodles for the three of them. It would take too much time to make handmade noodles now. Fortunately, they had bought noodles. It was very fast to cook a few bowls of egg noodles. After eating the piping hot and fragrant egg noodles, the three of them felt warm all over. Even their fatigue had subsided a lot. Looking at the time, it was almost 10 o'clock. Upon seeing the time, Jiang Ran immediately could not sit still. I have to go to the market quickly to buy meat and fish. If they were late, they probably would not be able to buy it. Upon hearing Jiang Ran's words, Pei Yang also stood up. Sister-in-law, I'll go with you. Jiang Ran did not refuse. If Pei Yang went with her, he could also help carry her things. She would be much more relaxed. The two of them left as soon as they said they would. In a short while, they disappeared. Wang Zuelan washed the dishes and walked back to sit down. Pei Xianxia was only 15 years old this year. Her body was not fully grown yet. She did not rest well last night, and she was busy for several hours in the morning. Now, she looked listless. Seeing Pei Xianxia like this, Wang Zuelan couldn't help but feel sorry for her. Xianxia, why don't you stay at home in the future? I'll come over and help. No. Pei Xianxia refused without thinking. Wang Zuelan thought that Pei Xianxia wanted to earn money, so he continued, don't worry. Even if you work hard at home, the money that's supposed to be yours will be given to you. However, Pei Xianxia still shook her head. Mom, I'm not doing this for money. Doing business was so tiring. It would be a lie to say that it wasn't for money. However, Pei Xianxia was not only doing this for money. I can learn a lot from sister-in-law doing business. But if I stay at home all the time, I'll only know how to do laundry, cook, and feed the chickens and pigs. I don't want to be like this for the rest of my life. Upon hearing Pei Xianxia's words, Wang Zuelan and Pei Baoshan fell silent. They felt sorry for their child, but they would not stop her from making progress. Pei Xianxia was right. She could learn a lot by working here. In the past, Pei Xianxia did not speak much at home and was a little afraid of people. Sister-in-law is amazing. Pei Xianxia nodded vigorously as she spoke. She agreed with Wang Zuelan. Jiang Ran and Pei Yang didn't take long to return. When they returned, not only did they buy streaky pork and fish, but Jiang Ran also bought pork bones and pork ribs. In the past, the conditions didn't allow for it. Now that the conditions were met, Jiang Ran was ready to prepare the noodles. This afternoon, she would prepare the pork ribs noodles with broth. They were located in the north. Although there were many people who ate rice, compared to noodles, most people preferred noodles. After washing the pork ribs, she first soaked them in water. After boiling the blood foam, she took them out. Then, she boiled water and put the pork ribs into the pot. She wrapped the ingredients such as scallions, ginger, aniseed, pepper, star anise, fennel, and other ingredients with gauze and threw them into the pot to cook together. It was only 10 o'clock. She would cook until 12 o'clock in the afternoon. After 2 hours, the soup would definitely be milky white, the pork ribs would be soft, and the taste would be delicious. While Jiang Ran was stewing the pork ribs, Wang Zuelan and Pei Baoshan had already cleaned up the fish. Today, Jiang Ran was preparing to make 2 types of braised pork and steamed pork. Together with braised fish and stewed pork ribs, it would be enough to sell for lunch. Rice was simple. It only needed to be steamed half an hour in advance. However, noodles were different. The noodles weren't delicious enough to become their specialty. Therefore, Jiang Ran prepared to make handmade noodles. Making noodles was a time-consuming and laborious task for others. However, for Jiang Ran, it couldn't be easier. She was strong and didn't feel tired at all. She could roll noodles faster than others. Not only that, but because she was strong, the noodles could be harder. The noodles she made were smoother and more chewy. After eating the noodles made by Jiang Ran, the Pei family felt that something was missing when they ate the noodles made by Wang Xuelan or Pei Shanshan. Jiang Ran calculated the time and prepared a portion of the noodles before 11:30. The other portion of noodles was temporarily placed in the basin. When these were almost sold out, it would not be too late to roll them out. It was different from when he set up his stall. At that time, he would cook the vegetables in advance and put them in a bowl, so the taste would be a little worse. Now that the conditions were better, Jiang Ran just washed all kinds of side dishes and put them aside for later use. Then, he wrote the menu for today's lunch sale on the blackboard and hung it on the glass. When the customers arrived, they could clearly see what dishes were served for lunch and the prices of these dishes. The main dishes were all prepared in advance, while the vegetarian dishes could be ordered on the spot. They would be ready in a few minutes, and the taste would be even better. The stove was placed in front of the door. As long as the dishes were cooked, the aroma would spread out. People who didn't plan to come over could also be attracted by the aroma after smelling it, thus bringing business to the store. After 11:30 p.m., customers started to arrive. Before the guests came in the morning, Jiang Ran was a little worried. However, after experiencing the busy morning, Jiang Ran was not worried at all. In fact, there was indeed no need to worry. From 11:30 p.m. to 1:30 p.m., there was an endless stream of people coming to eat. In particular, the ability to order dishes was a novelty to everyone. After lunchtime, there were no more customers in the shop, so they naturally had some free time. Wang Xuelan and Pei Baoshan could not help in other areas, but they could wipe the table, clean the kitchen, and wash the pots and pans. The two of them took care of all these things, so Jiang Ran and the others could sit down and have a good rest. It was also at this time that the family could sit down and have lunch together. Although they ate a little later than usual, there were all kinds of dishes left from lunch, so they had a sumptuous meal. After lunch, Pei Baoshan let out a long sigh and asked, "Are you done with your work today?" He had asked before and found out that this small shop only sold breakfast and lunch, not dinner. Now that they were done with lunch, they could have a good rest in the afternoon, right? Unexpectedly, just as he was thinking about this, he saw Jiang Ran shake her head. "Although I don't sell dinner, I make some things to sell in the afternoon. I make as much money as I do in the morning or noon." "What do you make?" Pei Baoshan asked curiously. "Pastries. In the past, I always made date cakes, red bean cakes, and green bean cakes. Now that I have a custom-made oven, I can make some walnut biscuits and other things. Both the elderly and children like them very much, so I definitely don't have to worry about sales." After such a long time, Pei Baoshan completely trusted Jiang Ran when it came to cooking. However, Pei Baoshan still frowned. "Isn't this a little too tiring?" They had been busy since 4 in the morning, and by the time Pei Jing got out of school, it would have been 12 or 13 hours. Jiang Ran shook her head. "Although it's a little tiring, we've gained something, haven't we? Others want to make money but have no way. Since we have a way, how can we be afraid of tiring ourselves out?" Jiang Ran wanted to buy a house in the county. In addition to the basic necessities, there was nothing that did not cost money. How could she be afraid of tiring herself out when she could make money? Now that all the industries had just started, it was the time for the first batch of people to eat crabs. She definitely would not miss this opportunity. Although Jiang Ran knew that many industries could be successful at this time, those were all hearsay. Jiang Ran had not done any of those, nor did she understand them. Other than cooking, the only thing she could do was Chinese medicine. However, when it came to Chinese medicine, she would write a prescription for herself. If others knew about it, they would at most gossip about it and would not take it to heart. But no one dared to ask her to prescribe a cure. For the time being, there was no need to think about traditional Chinese medicine. The only thing he could do was to make food. Jiang Ran had a clear plan for his future. Although she couldn't tell the Pei family everything, she still had to let them know that she was determined to do business. After Pei Baoshan heard Jiang Ran's words, although his brows were still tightly knitted, he didn't say anything. Pei Yang and Pei Shanshan looked at each other and heaved a sigh of relief. They were really afraid that Jiang Ran would give up on the afternoon business because of Pei Baoshan's words. Now that he saw that Jiang Ran didn't change his mind, he was very happy. After a short rest, Jiang Ran prepared to make the walnut cake. Peach cake was one of Jiang Ran's favorite old-fashioned pastries. It was also a test of one's skills to make it crispy without being mushy. This time, Jiang Ran not only wanted to make it herself, but also wanted to teach Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia well. You're still young and there are countless possibilities in the future. Now that we're making money, you can go back to school if you want to. Jiang Ran did not say this on the spur of the moment. She had already considered this matter before. This semester was almost over. Pei Xianxia and Pei Yang would not be of much use if they returned to school now. However, she could ask them for their opinion first. If they were willing to return to school, it would be just right for them to attend classes after the summer break. After Jiang Ran finished speaking, she looked at the two of them and waited for them to reply. Even Pei Baoshan and Wang Zuelan looked at Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia. As parents, they had not thought of this matter. They did not expect Jiang Ran to have already thought of it. Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia did not expect Jiang Ran to suddenly mention this matter. The two of them were stunned by the question and did not answer for a long time. Seeing that the two of them did not speak, Jiang Ran was not anxious. After all, this was not a small matter. She indeed needed to consider it seriously. After a long while, Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia finally spoke. Sister-in-law, I don't plan to go back to school. The first to speak was Pei Yang. After saying this, Pei Yang looked at Jiang Ran cautiously, afraid that he would see an angry expression on Jiang Ran's face. It wasn't until he saw that Jiang Ran's expression didn't change that Pei Yang quietly breathed a sigh of relief and continued, I'm already so old. If I go back to junior high now, I'll definitely be the oldest in class. This is not a big deal. However, even if I don't return all the things I learned in the past to the teacher, it's actually not that bad. Even if I go back to school now, I might not be able to catch up. Pei Yang spoke at length. Pei Xianxia's was much simpler. This was because Pei Yang had already said what she wanted to say. Sister-in-law, second brother is right. We haven't gone to school for a few years and have forgotten all the things we learned in the past. Even if we go back to school now, we might not be able to catch up. Besides, going to school isn't the only way out. Jiang Ran listened to the two of them, but he was not angry at all. He just looked at Pei Xianxia with interest. Then what do you think is the way out? I think it's a good idea to learn cooking from my sister-in-law. When Pei Xianxia said this, her eyes were shining. Obviously, this was not an excuse, nor was it flattery. Pei Xianxia really thought so in her heart. Jiang Ran looked at Pei Yang. Do you think so too? Pei Yang nodded. I want to learn cooking from my sister-in-law. All right. Jiang Ran agreed immediately. Since you have decided to learn from me, then you should learn well. If you give up halfway, sister-in-law, don't worry. I will definitely study hard. Pei Yang immediately promised. I will also study hard. Sister-in-law, don't worry. Pei Xianxia also said hurriedly. The two of them were so confident that it was hard for Jiang Ran not to believe them. All right, then let's start now. Today, you will learn how to make walnut pastries from me. Jiang Ran was about to start. He stood up immediately and went to the kitchen. Although Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia were a little slower, they still hurried to catch up with him. Wang Zuelan and Pei Baoshan watched the three of them enter the kitchen. They were still in a daze. Weren't they just talking about going back to school to study? Why did they suddenly want to learn how to cook after a few words? The two of them looked at each other for a long time before Wang Zuelan found his voice. It's good to learn how to cook. Pei Baoshan nodded in agreement. It's good. After Pei Baoshan finished speaking, his brows knitted together. Looking at Pei Baoshan's expression, Wang Zuelan leaned closer and asked in a low voice, Why are you frowning? What are you thinking about? Pei Baoshan looked at Wang Zuelan and hesitated for a moment before speaking his mind. I'm just thinking that Ran suddenly mentioned going to school. Does she want to go to school too? Hearing this, even Wang Zuelan fell into deep thought for a moment. This wasn't impossible. Back then, Jiang Ran could not continue his studies and his temperament changed drastically. However, at that time, the family was really poor and could not afford to send so many children to school. Not only Jiang Ran, but also Pei Shanshan and Pei Yang. Now that Jiang Ran could earn money on his own, if Jiang Ran wanted to go back to school, it was not impossible. However, Jiang Ran's situation was somewhat different from Pei Shanshan's and Pei Yang's. Pei Yang was not even 16 years old, and Pei Shanshan was even younger. If the two of them went back to school, they would be slightly older than their classmates, but it would not be that abrupt. However, Jiang Ran was already 23 years old this year and had a 3-year-old son. If they went back to school, would they be accepted? Pei Baoshan and Wang Xuelan looked at each other, their brows tightly knitted together. It was obvious that they were troubled by this. The shop was quiet, and Jiang Ran and the other two did not speak. Even though Pei Baoshan and Wang Xuelan deliberately lowered their voices when they spoke, Jiang Ran and the other two still heard them. Pei Shanshan and Pei Yang did not dare to speak, but both of them were secretly looking at Jiang Ran. Being piqued by Pei Yang and Pei Shanshan, and then listening to Wang Xuelan and Pei Baoshan's struggle, Jiang Ran did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Dad, Mom," Jiang Ran said. His voice was neither loud nor soft. When Pei Baoshan and Wang Xuelan looked over, Jiang Ran continued, "You don't have to worry. I don't plan to go back to school." Hearing Jiang Ran's words, Wang Xuelan and Pei Baoshan felt a little embarrassed. They thought that their voices were soft enough, but they didn't expect that Jiang Ran would still hear them. Jiang Ran didn't wait for them to speak and continued, "I don't plan to go back to school, but I can learn by myself. Not only me, but Pei Yang and Shanshan can also learn with me. There's no harm in studying more, but studying isn't the only way out. What I'm thinking is to work on both sides. We can't delay the shop's business, but when we're free, we can still study." When Wang Xuelan and Pei Baoshan heard Jiang Ran's words, they nodded repeatedly. Ran, it's fine as long as you have a plan. Shanshan, Pei Yang, listen to your sister-in-law." Pei Yang and Pei Shanshan looked at each other. They wanted to cry but had no tears. It was fine if they just wanted to study, but from what Jiang Ran said, they still wanted to learn junior high school knowledge. They were different from Jiang Ran. When Jiang Ran was in school, his grades were really good, and he really liked studying. However, both of their grades were average. When they couldn't go to school, they actually felt a little lucky. They felt lucky that they didn't have to study anymore, and they didn't have to suffer anymore. They didn't expect that after so many years, they still couldn't escape. However, no matter what the two of them thought, they didn't dare to say anything. They listened to Jiang Ran's arrangements. After clarifying the matter, Jiang Ran put this matter aside for the time being. He seriously taught Pei Yang and Pei Shanshan how to make walnut pastries. From kneading the dough, adding water to shaping and baking. Jiang Ran tried his best to explain in detail. However, theoretical knowledge was not enough to make desserts, dishes, or any other food. After knowing the theoretical knowledge, they had to practice and practice more. Only then could they make progress and do better. With Jiang Ran's hands-on teaching, Pei Yang and Pei Shanshan really wanted to learn. Coincidentally, the two of them were quite talented. The first time they made the walnut pastry, they made it quite well. Seeing the walnut pastry being baked in the oven, Jiang Ran was still rejoicing in his heart. Fortunately, these two used to help with the cooking at home. They did not know how to make exquisite and complicated dishes, but at least they were not kitchen killers. Otherwise, the two of them would not be able to walk this path. Jiang Ran was even less worried about teaching his disciples and starving his master. There were not many things in this world, but there were many people. Living in this world, people could not avoid eating and drinking. With Jiang Ran's current skills, no matter which city he went to, as long as he had startup funds, he was not afraid of not being able to stand firm. Not to mention teaching these two people, even if he taught 20 or 200 people, Jiang Ran was not afraid. If he could really teach so many disciples, Jiang Ran would have to consider opening a chain store. Perhaps in this life, she could make a fortune and reach the peak of life by relying on her cooking skills. It was not until the smell of the walnut pastry floated in the house that Jiang Ran came back to his senses from his imagination. Those things were too far away, so he thought about it and let it go. The final thing now was how these walnut pastry were baked. The dough of the red date cake had also been mixed and was only waiting to be steamed in the pot. This afternoon, Xianxia only prepared these two kinds. But tomorrow, Xianxia was going to make some fried chicken cakes. Fried chicken cakes were very good things at this time, whether it was to buy them home to eat or to give them to others. Fried chicken cakes were delicious, beautiful, and easy to make. They were very good snacks that could be sold at this stage. The walnut pastry was baked and placed on a tray. It was placed neatly, waiting for people to come to buy it. Xianxia took some to cool it down and split it open. Try it first. Let's see how it tastes. Although Wang Suilan and Pei Baoshan didn't do it together, they watched from the beginning to the end. Just by looking at the various things that Xianxia had put inside, the two of them felt that this peach cake would definitely be delicious. Seeing Xianxia hand over the walnut cake, the two of them hesitated and didn't want to take it. However, the two of them couldn't dissuade Xianxia and finally took it. The walnut pastry that had just been baked was still a little warm, but it was already very crisp. With a bite, the crispy walnut made a crisp sound in his mouth. It was crisp, but it didn't make people feel like their mouths were full of dregs. It tasted exceptionally fragrant. This is even better than the ones sold in department stores. Wang Suilan praised. Xianxia nodded with a smile. She was not modest at all at this time. The products sold in the department store are all processed in the factory. The products made in the assembly line won't be cut corners, but they won't be delicious either. That's right. On the other hand, the ones Xianxia made were purely handmade. They were more delicate, so of course, the taste would be better. Following Xianxia's actions, Wang Suilan and the others also saw the other side of the paper. There were some pastries drawn on it and 3 particularly beautiful words, small food shop. Our shop's name is printed on it. This can be considered a kind of publicity. Although this county town was not particularly big, it was not considered small either. With so many people in the county town, it was impossible for everyone to know about their shop. Their shop's name and address were written on the packaging box. Occasionally, when they met someone who liked the food, they would naturally follow the address and come over. This was already the most common publicity method before Xianxia sent the letter. But now, it was still considered relatively advanced. The hardness of this kind of paper box could only be considered average. After folding it, it still needed to be glued. When the glue dried, the box was almost done. The finished boxes were stacked together and placed on the counter. After the date cake was steamed, the fragrance floated out. Not long after, someone came to the door. It was none other than Uncle Jiang. Uncle Jiang and Aunt Jiang were old and liked to eat sweet and soft things. After smelling the date cake, they walked over with their backs behind them. Originally, Uncle Jiang just wanted to buy some date cake, but when he came over, he saw the peach cake at a glance. Peach cake was the same as date cake. It was suitable for old people to eat. Is this peach cake freshly made? Uncle Jiang asked with a smile. Yes. It's freshly baked. Uncle, why don't you try a piece first? As Xianxia spoke, he was about to take the peach cake. Seeing this, Uncle Jiang hurriedly stopped him. Don't. We're all businessmen. What's the price? 50 cents for 2 yuan. The ingredients used for the peach cake were not cheaper than the date cake, but it was not as big as the date cake. Of course, the price was cheaper. But in fact, 50 cents for 2 yuan was not very cheap. But for Uncle Jiang, 50 cents for 2 yuan was not expensive. Then give me 4 yuan and 2 pieces of date cake. In the new shop, Xianxia also custom-made a new container. It was a rectangular iron box specially used to steam the date cake. This way, the jujube cake was square and looked more beautiful. It was cut into pieces and sold at the same price as before. A piece of jujube cake that cost 50 cents was not a small piece. When it was placed in the box made by Xianxia, it was exactly a box. Such a piece of jujube cake could be cut into 6 small pieces. Xianxia cut it for him so that Master Jiang could take it back and share it with his family. The 4 pieces of walnut pastry were also placed in a box, which looked particularly beautiful. Old Master Jiang looked at Xianxia and nodded approvingly. The food is still the same, but after being packed by you, it really makes people feel better. Hearing this, Jiangran just smiled and didn't say anything. Old Master Jiang gave him 150 yuan before leaving with a box in each hand. As he walked, he mumbled, "Convenient, this is really convenient." Previously, when he bought jujube cakes, they were all wrapped in paper. Although the paper box was also made of paper, it gave off a different feeling. Those who were fond of this kept track of the time. After Old Master Jiang left, there was an endless stream of people. Pei Baoshan and Wang Suilan could not be of much help at this point in time, so they just sat at a table and watched. As they watched the peach cake and date cake gradually dwindle, the two of them could not help but click their tongues. The peach cake and date cake were indeed delicious, but they were not filling and could not be eaten as a meal. To Pei Baoshan and Wang Suilan, this was something they could do without. If they were asked to spend money to buy these things every day, they would rather not eat them. However, the people in the county city could afford these two things without batting an eyelid. It was really easy to earn money from the people in the county city. Jiang Ran noticed the expressions on Pei Baoshan and Wang Suilan's faces and was amused. She could guess what the two of them were thinking, but she did not intend to say anything. People were always different, and their needs were also different. Pei Baoshan and Wang Suilan were used to being thrifty, so they were more willing to save money just in case. However, for people who worked in the county city and received a fixed salary, they were still willing to satisfy their occasional cravings for food. After all, eating well would make one feel better. When one was in a good mood, one's life would become better. When it was about time, Wang Suilan stood up and said, "I'm going to pick up Xiao Jing." She could not be of much help here for the time being, so she might as well borrow Pei Jing properly. Pei Baoshan also stood up and said, "I'll go with you." The two of them left together. In less than 10 minutes, they walked back holding Pei Jing's hand. They were closer to the kindergarten, so it would only take them 3 minutes to walk there. This round trip would take less than 10 minutes, including the time it would take to pick up Xiao Jing. This was not the first time that Pei Jing had come to the small shop, but a small shop that was open for business was always different from a small shop that was not open in the past. After Pei Jing entered the shop, he lifted his head and looked at everything in the shop with his big, curious eyes. As he looked around, Pei Jing saw the peach cake. There were only about 10 pieces left, but they looked delicious. As soon as Pei Jing's sight fell on the walnut cake, Jiang Ran noticed it. He immediately took a walnut cake and handed it to Pei Jing. "Eat it." Pei Jing's face was a little red, obviously a little embarrassed. This is to be sold for money, right? If he wanted to sell something that could earn him money, it would be better for him not to eat it, right? Jiang Ran put the walnut cake in his hand without any explanation. "Even if you want to sell it for money, you don't need this piece. We've all eaten it. This is yours." Pei Jing believed Jiang Ran's words. When he heard Jiang Ran say that they had already eaten, he held the walnut cake with both hands, brought it to his mouth, and took a small bite. The peach was crunchy, and a crunchy sound could be heard when one bit into it. Pei Jing chewed in small bites. He ate very carefully and happily. At this moment, he was standing at the entrance of the shop. He had just eaten 2 mouthfuls when he heard someone calling his name. Jiang Ran and the others also heard it and looked in the direction of the voice. They saw a little girl of 3 or 4 years old, holding the hand of a young woman, walking towards them. The little girl had 2 pigtails. Her skin was fair and tender, and her cheeks were chubby. She looked very cute. After the little girl took a bite, she smiled even more happily. She even raised her head and said to the woman beside her, "Mom, this is delicious." Su Yanhong looked at her daughter and smiled. "Do you like it, Xiao Xiao?" Huang Xiaoqiao nodded vigorously. "I like it. If you like it, let's buy some home for brother and dad to eat, okay?" "Okay." Su Yanhong took 2 steps forward and looked at Jiang Ran. "How much is this peach pastry?" 50 cents for 2 yuan. Jiang Ran didn't say that she didn't know how to eat it. After all, she was just Pei Jing's classmate, and their relationship wasn't that good. Besides, even if she said that, they might not necessarily want it. After Su Yanhong heard Jiang Ran's price, she nodded slightly. "Give me 4 pieces then." While she watched Jiang Ran pack the peach pastry, Su Yanhong looked at the date cake again. The date cake's fragrance was quite strong, and she could smell it from where she was standing. It looked very tempting, and it should be quite delicious. With this thought in mind, Su Yanhong asked for the price. After knowing the price, she resolutely asked for a piece. Jiang Ran put the date cake into the box, cut it a few times with a knife, and then closed the box. Su Yanhong paid, took the 2 boxes, and led Huang Xiaoqiao away. Huang Xiaoqiao obviously liked playing with Pei Jing. As she walked forward with Su Yanhong, she kept turning her head back and waving her little hands at Pei Jing. Wang Zuelon looked at Huang Xiaoqiao's back and sighed. This little girl is so likable. If only he had a little girl like her in his family. However, he only thought about it in his heart and didn't say it out loud. After the last few pieces of peach pastry and date cake were sold, they could pack up and go home. The shop had already been cleaned, and now they could go home after a simple tidying up. The family walked back, and when they reached home, the sky was still bright. It was also because the days were getting longer, and the sky was getting darker and darker. If this was in autumn or winter, the sky would have turned completely dark before they could return home. After dinner, Jiang Ran decocted some medicine for himself to drink and take a bath. By the time the bath was over, the sky was already completely dark. Jiang Ran was not in a hurry to sleep. He sat in front of the table and stared at himself in the mirror for a long time. After taking a closer look, Jiang Ran was sure that he had lost a little more weight. Although it was only a little bit and others wouldn't notice it if they didn't look carefully, it still made Jiang Ran happy. Jiang Ran knew that many a little makes a mickle. A little bit a day, and as time passed, he would naturally see the difference. When Jiang Ran had seen enough and his hair was dry, Jiang Ran hurriedly lay down on the bed and fell asleep. Before going to bed, he set an alarm clock for 3:30 a.m. It was already 8:30. He had slept until 3:30, which was 7 hours. For an adult, it was more than enough. In the wee hours of the morning, the alarm clock rang. Jiang Ran opened her eyes and quickly turned off the alarm clock. Seeing Pei Baoshan, Jiang Ran said, "Dad, we're leaving. Close the door and you can go back to sleep for a while." It was still very early, not even 4 o'clock. Pei Baoshan could still go back and sleep for 1 or 2 hours. Pei Baoshan nodded. "Be careful on the road." In order to save time, the 3 of them did not speak along the way and only focused on rushing. They had walked this road countless times in the past 2 months. Even if they walked with their eyes closed, they would not take the wrong path. They rushed all the way. It was only 4:30 when they arrived at the county town. It was too early and the county town was quiet. There was basically no light and no pedestrians outside. The 3 of them entered the shop and closed the door. Only then did they start their busy day. When they were chopping the stuffing, Jiang Ran felt that they had to arrange for a freezer as soon as possible. Otherwise, the weather would get hotter day by day. If they bought the meat in advance, they would not be able to keep it. With this thought in mind, Jiang Ran expressed her thoughts. Although Pei Shanshan and Pei Yang were young, they had been working in the shop with Jiang Ran all day long. They were very clear about what the shop needed. Although a freezer was not cheap, they naturally did not have any objections to it for the sake of doing better business. Let's work hard and try to save enough money to buy a freezer before summer comes. As she was thinking about the freezer, Jiang Ran hurriedly ate a few mouthfuls of food after she finished her work in the morning and went to the department store. Although she could not afford it now, this did not prevent Jiang Ran from finding out the price. Before she went, Jiang Ran had already mentally prepared herself. She knew that the freezer was not cheap at this time. But when she saw it and found out the price, Jiang Ran had a deeper understanding of how expensive it was. Jiang Ran did not even dare to consider the bigger freezers. She had her eyes on a sunflower single-door refrigerator. It was about 90 liters and cost 650 yuan. 650 yuan. If she worked hard, she could save up 650 yuan in a month. But when she thought about working hard for a month and not getting any money, she felt a little sad. However, Jiang Ran was an open-minded person. She deeply understood the benefits of a refrigerator, so no matter what, this refrigerator must be bought. At that time, not only could it be used to store meat, it could also be used to make some summer food. Jiangran felt that it would definitely sell well. After seeing enough, Jiangran reluctantly returned to the snack shop. Seeing Jiangran come back, Pei Shanshan and Pei Yang looked at Jiangran at the same time, waiting for Jiangran to tell them about the refrigerator. Jiangran knew what they were waiting for, so he didn't beat around the bush and said it directly. Hearing the price of the refrigerator, Pei Shanshan and Pei Yang both opened their mouths and eyes wide. He knew that the fridge was expensive, but he didn't expect it to be so expensive. That was why they had such a small shop and such a business. Otherwise, they really didn't dare to think about things like a refrigerator. They were afraid that it would cost them money. Looking at the expressions of the two, Jiangran's originally heavy mood became relaxed. It's okay. Let's do business well and try to make it better. After we buy the refrigerator, we will each buy a bicycle with the money we earn. Now that the weather was getting hotter by the day, running was not a big deal. They could even exercise their bodies. But what about autumn and winter? At the thought of having to run in the cold wind, he felt a burning pain in his lungs. Buy a bicycle, they had to buy it. Pei Shanshan and Pei Yang's expressions became unusually determined. Work hard to earn money. Buy a car as soon as possible. Looking at their expressions, Jiangran was very satisfied. Young people should have this kind of drive. Pei Baoshan and Wang Suilan did not have any opinions about their decision to buy a refrigerator. After this period of time, the two of them had some understanding of Jiangran's actions. No matter what Jiangran did, it was to make business better. Buying a refrigerator was definitely the same. With a refrigerator hanging in front of them, everyone was full of energy. They only wanted to save enough money to buy a refrigerator as soon as possible. As time went by, this kind of thinking became more and more urgent. There was no choice. The weather was getting hotter by the day. Especially after the 1st of May, the weather suddenly became hot. Not to mention 2 pieces of clothing, even wearing a thin shirt would make people feel hot. Meat could no longer be bought in advance. Otherwise, it would smell the next day if it was left for the night. Although the smell was not strong, Jiangran still could not tolerate it. To her, cooking was not only a way to make money, but also a career she loved. Whether it was out of professional ethics or out of passion, Jiangran could not let anything go wrong with the food she cooked. Meat could not be bought in advance. She could only buy it early in the morning. Although it would more or less delay some time, it could not be helped. At this time, the benefits of having a refrigerator were reflected. Even Wang Suilan and Pei Baoshan, who had not been very enthusiastic about buying a refrigerator, became a little anxious. It had been more than 20 days since the opening. Although business was not as good as it was at the beginning, it had been very good. Especially in the afternoon, Jiangran gradually introduced baked biscuits, egg cakes, nougat, snowflake crisps, and so on. Many people liked it. In the eyes of different people, the snack shop had a different position. In the morning, it was a breakfast shop. In the afternoon, it was a snack shop. In the afternoon, it was a pastry shop. There were also many people who would order pastry gift boxes here. The so-called gift box was to carefully package all the snacks launched by Jiangran and then put them in a big box. Those who came to order such a gift box were either relatives who were more important, or they were here to send gifts. Although the guests didn't say much, Jiangran knew from some words that someone had already sent the gift box outside. This outside referred to places outside the county. When Jiangran learned this, he was very happy. She didn't even need to think of a way to advertise. These diners had already spontaneously done it for her. Sure enough, after counting all the money in the money box, they found that there were 980 yuan. This amount of money was far beyond everyone's expectations. Although Wang Suilan and Pei Baoshan were the oldest, their tolerance was not as good as Pei Shanshan's, who was the youngest. The two of them stared at the money with their mouths agape. After being stunned for a while, they hurriedly stood up. Seeing their actions, Jiangran was a little puzzled. "Dad, Mom, where are you going?" "To close the door." The two of them answered in unison and continued to walk to the door. With so much money, what if someone saw it and had bad intentions? Jiangran looked at the two of them, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Why close the door? We have enough money, so of course we're going to buy a refrigerator. This money will be spent in a while." I've spent it, Pei Baoshan repeated. Only then did his expression calm down a little. When the two of them sat down again, Jiang Ran said, there are 980 yuan here. At least 100 yuan needs to be set aside for liquid funds. 650 yuan is used to buy a refrigerator, so there are 230 yuan left. With the remaining money, do you want to split it or buy a bicycle first? A refrigerator was a necessity, but a bicycle was also a necessity. After the weather became hot, they would be covered in sweat every morning, and the smell was really unpleasant. Buy a bicycle. Pei Yang immediately said his idea. Pei Xianxia also nodded. Buy a bicycle. Wang Zuelan and Pei Baoshan, of course, did not have any objections. They also felt sorry for Jiang Ran and the other two who had to run over early every morning. It was really tiring. If they had a bicycle, they would be much more relaxed. But with this money, we can only buy one at the moment, Jiang Ran was a little worried. If they waited, in another half a month, they would probably be able to buy a few more bicycles. Seeing Jiang Ran's worried look, Pei Yang slammed the table. When everyone looked at him, he opened his mouth. What are you afraid of? I have money. I haven't used the money that was given to me before. I can buy a bicycle for myself. That's right. Pei Xianxia also said, I have enough money to buy a bicycle. Sister-in-law, you can buy one with this money. This way, the three of them would all have a bicycle. But, didn't they say that they would use the company's money to buy a bicycle? Now, Pei Xianxia and Pei Yang were using their own money, while she was using everyone's money. Jiang was a little unwilling. Pei Baoshan interrupted Jiang Ran. With Xianxia and Pei Yang's money, they can buy whatever they want. If they buy a bicycle, they can ride it themselves. In the future, it will belong to them. Isn't that just right? As for the 230 yuan, your mother and I will add some more for you. You might as well buy a tricycle. You can use it first. Everyone can use it. It's convenient for you to buy things and bring food from home. We'll split the money later. If you want to buy more, you can also buy another bicycle. Usually, Pei Baoshan did not speak much, and he did not express his opinions. But this time, Pei Baoshan's words hit the nail on the head. Jiang Ran, who had been frowning just a moment ago, instantly relaxed his brows. If Pei Baoshan had not mentioned it, she would have forgotten that they really needed a bicycle. As long as they had vegetables at home, they would bring them from home. In the past, they could only carry bamboo baskets. If they bought a tricycle, they could bring it by bicycle. Also, it would be much more convenient to buy meat, fish, other vegetables, rice, noodles, and coal with a tricycle. Jiang Ran looked at Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia. Before she could ask, the two of them had already nodded quickly, indicating that they agreed. Since no one had any objections, Jiang Ran did not say anything else. After closing the door, everyone went to the department store together. They had already decided on the refrigerator. When they arrived, they did not need to choose and just bought it directly. Fortunately, the refrigerator did not require a coupon. Otherwise, even if they saved up enough money, they would not be able to buy it. After buying the refrigerator, they went to buy the tricycle. Pei Xianxia and Pei Yang's money was at home and not with them. They could only wait until tomorrow to buy it. With the tricycle, they could just take the refrigerator away and did not need the people from the department store to help deliver the goods. The brand new tricycle with a brand new refrigerator on it attracted all the attention of passers-by on the road. Staring at the burning gazes of countless people, they finally returned to the shop. They made room for the refrigerator, placed it properly, and plugged it in. The whole family was smiling so widely that only their teeth could be seen. Jiang Ran was also very happy. Before transmigrating, this kind of household appliance was already something that every household had. It was not rare at all. But it was different now. Those who could afford a fridge were not ordinary people. Jiang Ran believed that this was just the beginning. When summer came, she still had to arrange for a fan. It would be best if she could arrange for a television as well. Although there was still a long way to go, this was also considered a goal. When they went back that night, Jiang Ran rode the tricycle, Pei Jing sat in the car, and the others walked slowly beside them. The tricycle was quite big. Even if Pei Xianxian and Pei Yang sat on it, there would be no problem. However, the two of them were unwilling to do it no matter what. Needless to say, Wang Zuelan and Pei Baoshan had to be very careful when they touched it, afraid that they would accidentally leave scratches on the tricycle. Jiang Ran could understand their feelings and did not force them. This was just the beginning. As time passed, they would naturally not be so cautious anymore. When they returned to the village, it was already late. But because it was getting dark later, everyone had eaten dinner early and had nothing to do, so they would sit outside and chat. It was precisely because of this that Jiang Ran's group was surrounded by onlookers the moment they entered the village. Whether it was bicycles or tricycles, they were rare items in the countryside. There were only a few bicycles in the entire Yongxing village, let alone a single tricycle. Now that they saw Jiang Ran riding a tricycle back, they were all surprised. A group of people gathered around and started asking questions. Some of them even reached out to touch the car. It was a rare sight. It was normal for people to be curious. As long as they did not deliberately cause trouble, it was fine for them to touch the car. Jiang Ran didn't feel annoyed, but he didn't like talking about family affairs with others. After all, time was limited, and she still had many things to do. Jiang Ran looked at Wang Suilan and said, "Mom, you guys can talk here. We'll go home first. Xiao Jing is hungry too. It's time to cook." Jiang Ran heaved a sigh of relief when he finally got out of the encirclement. He rode the tricycle home in one breath, got off, and turned to look at Pei Xianxian and Pei Yang. Both of them looked rather helpless. Just by looking at their expressions, Jiang Ran knew that their thoughts were similar to his. "Alright, don't just stand there. Hurry up and make something to eat. The sooner we finish eating, the sooner we can wash up and go to bed," Jiang Ran said to the two of them. Pei Yang and Pei Xianxian laughed when they heard Jiang Ran's words. They agreed and followed Jiang Ran into the kitchen. Everyone watched as Jiang Ran rode away on the tricycle. Only when Jiang Ran's figure could no longer be seen did they reluctantly look away. When they looked at Pei Baoshan and Wang Suilan again, their eyes were shining. "This tricycle isn't cheap, right? Your business is really good. How did you make so much money?" "Yeah. Why do people go to your place to eat? We're all from the same village. Why don't you tell us?" The people who said this were all people who had been selling food in the county town recently. They sold different things. They didn't cause as much of a commotion as Jiang Ran. They basically sold burritos and sesame pancakes. Their business was average. They could make some money, but it couldn't be compared to the Pei family's business. They had been curious about how the Pei family could make so much money. They just couldn't find the opportunity to ask. Now that they finally had the opportunity, they naturally wanted to ask properly. Pei Baoshan and Wang Suilan's expressions didn't change in the face of everyone's questions. "We just go there occasionally to take a look. It's all done by Ran Ran and her younger brother and sister. Even if we were to explain, we wouldn't be able to say anything. Yeah. I don't even know how to cook." This answer was something that the family had discussed before. Wang Suilan and Pei Baoshan only needed to push all the blame onto Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran was notorious. No matter how curious the villagers were, they didn't dare to stop Jiang Ran and ask him about this. Everyone knew that Jiang Ran had always been the one cooking in the Pei family's shop. Pei Baoshan and Wang Suilan answered in such a way. Although the others were not satisfied with their answers, they could not say anything. After dealing with these people with much difficulty, Pei Baoshan and Wang Suilan looked at each other and walked home together. Even though they came back as soon as possible, by the time they got home, Jiang Ran and the others had already prepared dinner. Just by looking at the prepared dinner, they knew how long they had been delayed. The next morning, Pei Xianxian and Pei Yang went to the county town with money. As soon as they finished their work in the morning, Jiang Ran led them to the department store. The two of them bought a bicycle each, but the style was slightly different. Pei Yang wanted a bicycle with a horizontal bar in front. It was big and could carry people and things. Pei Xianxian was a girl after all. She liked lighter and smaller bicycles. Although in Jiang Ran's opinion, the bicycles of this era were not small and exquisite enough, compared to the one Pei Yang chose, Pei Xianxian's bicycle was indeed much better. They had just been here yesterday. The salesperson had a deep impression of them. The salesperson's gaze swept over Jiang Ran and the other two. Finally, she skipped over Jiang Ran and looked at Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia with sparkling eyes. Although Pei Yang was only 16 years old, he was already very tall. Jiang Ran estimated that Pei Yang would be 1.75 meters tall now. Pei Yang was originally a little skinny and looked like a bag of bones. However, during this period of time, he ate well and was well nourished, so he had become much stronger. In addition, Pei Yang was already good-looking, so he was even more attractive. It was normal for such a young and handsome guy to be targeted by people with good family conditions. Pei Xianxia was even more so. She was beautiful and had a slim figure. Even though she was a girl, it was obvious that she was highly valued in her family. If such a girl were to be married, there would be no harm in marrying her. The salesperson was afraid that others would have the same thoughts as her, so she decided to strike first. This young man is really good-looking. How old are you? Where do you live? The salesperson was already in her 30s. Pei Yang was shocked when she suddenly said that. After being shocked, Pei Yang looked at the salesperson warily. What's the matter? Look at what you're saying. Auntie thinks that you're not bad and wants to introduce you to someone. Jiang Ran, who heard this from the side, was speechless. Jiang Ran sized up Pei Yang seriously. From an observable point of view, Pei Yang was indeed not bad. However, Pei Yang was only 16 years old at most. How could he find a partner at this age? However, this was Pei Yang's own business after all. Jiang Ran did not say anything and waited to see what Pei Yang wanted to do. After hearing the salesperson's words, Pei Yang's cheeks turned red. Then, Pei Yang shook his head hurriedly. No, no, no. I don't want to find a partner now. Pei Yang rejected her very quickly and straightforwardly. The salesperson who was rejected was stunned for a moment. His expression didn't look very good. What? Are you afraid that the person I introduced to you is not good enough for you? No. Pei Yang's expression had returned to normal, and the speed of his speech had also returned to normal. I'm still young. I don't have any plans to find a partner. Small? How small? 16. 10, 16? The salesperson was shocked and didn't believe Pei Yang's words. He looked at Pei Yang suspiciously. You're only 16? Pei Yang nodded. Yeah, I'm only 16. The salesperson was speechless. Suddenly, she didn't know what to say. 16 was indeed too young. At this age, he hadn't even graduated from junior high school. And his family had already bought him a bicycle. No matter how the salesperson's expression changed, they had already completed the paperwork to buy the bicycle and were ready to leave the department store. Seeing that they were about to leave, the shop assistant subconsciously wanted to stop them. Jiang Ran lifted his chin and said, Is there a need to learn? I've learned it by watching others write it. Jiang Ran said this matter-of-factly, but Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia didn't think that Jiang Ran was bragging at all. They only thought that Jiang Ran was smart. Jiang Ran was the smartest person in the world. He knew everything, being looked at with admiration by the two of them. No matter how thick-skinned Jiang Ran was, he couldn't take it anymore. He quickened his pace and walked into the shop. The three of them had just reached the entrance of the shop when Wang Xuelan came up to them anxiously. Ran, you're finally back. Seeing Wang Xuelan's expression, Jiang Ran's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that something bad had happened? Not waiting for Jiang Ran to ask, Wang Xuelan had already continued to speak. The person who ordered 20 gift boxes came and said that he wants to increase the order. This time, he wants to order 200 boxes. I asked him to sit inside and wait for you guys to come back. I was afraid that he would leave, so I was going to look for you. Hearing this, Jiang Ran understood why Wang Xuelan had such an expression. No wonder he was so anxious. Who wouldn't be anxious when they heard such a big order? If they let him go, it would be a huge loss. Jiang Ran patted Wang Xuelan's hand. She didn't have time to say anything else and quickly entered the store. As soon as he entered, he saw the man sitting opposite Pei Baoshan. This man wasn't very old. He looked about 25 or 26 years old. He had a very spirited crew cut, healthy wheat-colored skin, and a pair of bright black eyes. His looks were above average. To sum it up in one sentence, he was a tough guy. Not only did his looks give people this feeling, but his figure was even more so. Although he wasn't particularly tall, he was about the same height as Pei Yang. But when the two of them stood together, it was obvious that they were different. They had already done business before, and it was the biggest order since they opened. Jiang Ran naturally knew his name. He was Chen Bing. He lived up to his name. As soon as Chen Bing saw Jiang Ran, he stood up and smiled at Jiang Ran. Although his skin was wheat-colored, his teeth were very white. Jiang Ran also smiled and walked over quickly. "Mr. Jiang, you're back. I'm here this time to order some more gift boxes from last time. This time I want 200 boxes. I'll take them away in 3 days. Is that okay?" Even though he had only met him once, Jiang Ran had a little understanding of Chen Bing. He was a straightforward person who liked to get things done in the shortest time possible. Jiang Ran liked this kind of character very much. She also didn't like to be polite with people. To make 200 gift boxes in 3 days, Jiang Ran thought for a while and agreed. "Okay." Hearing Jiang Ran's agreement, Chen Bing's smile became even brighter. Chen Bing picked up a leather bag on the table and took out a stack of brand new banknotes. "This is 1,000 yuan. Take it as a deposit. I'll give you the rest when I come to pick up the goods. What do you think, Mr. Jiang?" "Okay. Then I'll be leaving." Chen Bing left as soon as he said he would. He didn't give anyone a chance to speak. Wang Xuelan's gaze fell on the stack of money in Jiang Ran's hand. Only then did he calm down a little. Ran, to make 200 gift boxes in 3 days. Isn't it a little rushed? They had other things to do in the morning and noon. They only had time in the afternoon. Jiang Ran shook his head. It's totally fine to work overtime at night. Jiang Ran had already planned to stay in the shop for the next 3 days and not go back. He would wait until this batch of gift boxes was done. Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia had been doing business with Jiang Ran for so long. They more or less understood Jiang Ran's personality. Just by listening to Jiang Ran's words, they could already guess what Jiang Ran was thinking. Fortunately, they had been learning from Jiang Ran for so long that they could no longer help. They would not let Jiang Ran tire himself out. They had already received the deposit, so they had to do their job well. Wang Xuelan and Pei Baoshan looked at each other and nodded. "Then the 3 of you should do your job well. We will pick up and drop off Xiaojing. You don't have to worry about it." Jiang Ran smiled at the 2 of them. "You can save a lot of trouble by riding a tricycle back and forth. Tricycles are also easier to learn. I will teach you later." Although he said he would teach, Jiang Ran felt that there was nothing to learn about tricycles. As long as they sat on it and knew how to turn, they would be done. Wang Xuelan and Pei Baoshan were a little nervous when they heard that Jiang Ran wanted the 2 of them to ride a tricycle. They did not dare to ride something as expensive as a tricycle. What if they broke it? In the face of their worries, Jiang Ran only felt helpless. Tricycles nowadays were really expensive, but the quality was really good. As long as it was not destroyed by violence, it was really not easy to break a tricycle. Jiang Ran persuaded the 2 of them in every way possible before they finally agreed to learn. After they really got started, the 2 of them were not so nervous anymore. Jiang Ran was right. This tricycle was really easy to learn. It didn't take long for them to learn how to ride a bike. By riding a tricycle, they could send Pei Jing back and forth to school, saving a lot of time and effort. After arranging this matter, Jiang Ran was busy preparing lunch. It was not until 1 o'clock that all the guests left. Jiang Ran and the others hurriedly had lunch and then went out to do some shopping. To make 200 gift boxes, a lot of ingredients were needed. They still had some in the store, but Jiang Ran didn't need to count to know that it was not enough. He rode the tricycle with Pei Yang and went out for a spin. When they came back, the originally empty tricycle was already loaded with a lot of things. From that afternoon onwards, Jiang Ran, Pei Xianxia and Pei Yang had not been idle. After working until late at night, they were tired and sleepy. Only then did the 3 of them find a place to sleep. If he wasn't leaning against it, he was sleeping on his stomach. Of course, it was uncomfortable. But who could make money comfortably? They didn't sleep for long before the alarm rang. After working day and night for 3 days, they finally made 200 gift boxes. Jiang Ran was still thinking about how Chen Bing would take the things away when Chen Bing drove a van to them in the middle of the morning. "Boss Jiang, you're always so reassuring. Here's the rest of the money. If we do well this time, we'll have a long-term partnership." Of course. What else could Jiang Ran say? It would be great if they could work together for a long time. Who would complain about having more money? Jiang Ran helped Chen Bing load all the gift boxes into the car and watched as Chen Bing drove away. Only then did she heave a sigh of relief. It was a good thing to earn so much money in 3 days. However, she was really tired. She probably only slept for a little more than 10 hours in the past 3 days. Even if she did not look in the mirror now, Jiang Ran knew that she must look very haggard. However, she could not go back to rest yet. She had to hold out until Pei Jing finished school in the afternoon. In the afternoon, Wang Zuelan picked up Pei Jing. They packed up, closed the door quickly, and rode back to the Wang family's house. Wang Zuelan and Pei Jing rode on a tricycle. Jiang Ran rode Pei Shanshan's car and brought Pei Shanshan. Pei Yang rode alone on a bicycle. It would take more than an hour to walk from Xiaoxiao food store to their house at a normal speed. Jiang Ran and the other two ran for 40 minutes. Now that they rode on a bicycle, they reached home in less than half an hour. This was because they did not ride too fast. If they had used all their strength and rode faster, they would have reached home in about 20 minutes. Jiang Ran could not help but sigh as she rode on the bicycle. It was so good to have a bicycle, it saved so much time. Chen Bing came after they bought the bicycles that day. Then, they worked in the county for 3 days and did not come back. So it was only now that they came back on their bicycles for the first time. This caused quite a commotion in the village. These were bicycles. Didn't the Pei family just buy a tricycle? Why did they buy 2 more bicycles? They wanted to ask what was going on, but Jiang Ran's face was cold. She glanced at everyone's faces coldly. No one dared to move forward. They could only watch Jiang Ran and the others go home. When they reached home, Pei Yang closed the door neatly. They had been tired for 3 days. Now, they just wanted to eat something, take a good shower, and then sleep. Before the sky was completely dark, Jiang Ran was already lying on the bed. This time, Jiang Ran slept especially soundly. She did not dream for the whole night. She slept soundly until the alarm clock the next day. Hearing the sound of the alarm clock, Jiang Ran immediately opened her eyes. After turning off the alarm clock, Jiang ran slowly. Because she had the bicycles, Jiang had she set the alarm clock. She had gone to bed before 8 o'clock last night. She had slept for more than 8 hours now. Pei Huai hadn't come back for 4 years. This time he was finally coming back, but he didn't even give an exact time. Just thinking about it made people angry. Pei Yang himself was angry, not to mention Jiang Ran. Thinking of Jiang Ran's disappointed eyes just now, Pei Yang felt uncomfortable. Wait a little longer. When Pei Huai came back, he must have a good talk with him. Jiang Ran didn't know what Pei Yang was thinking. After she left, she went back to her room. Taking out the iron box from the drawer, Jiang Ran counted the money in it again. Only then did she feel relieved. The money that the original owner got from Pei Huai was scattered. Altogether, it was more than 400 yuan. Jiang Ran only thought of this point later on. When she transmigrated, there were only 200 yuan in the box. But in the past few years, the original owner spent a lot of money. As for the specific amount of money, even if Jiang Ran received the original owner's memory, she couldn't calculate it so accurately. In order to be sure, Jiang Ran decided that it was better to give more than less. Now in the box, there was a total of 500 yuan. If he returned these to Pei Huai, the two of them would be considered even. Thinking of this, Jiang Ran wasn't so nervous. It was good that Pei Huai came back. The sooner this matter was solved, the better she could fight for her career. As for the divorce with Pei Huai, the relationship with the Pei family, Jiang Ran felt that they had been working hard together for so long. Even if she divorced Pei Huai, the relationship with the Pei family wouldn't change. It definitely wouldn't affect the business. If it really affected, then she could only take one step at a time. As they entered June, summer finally arrived. Seeing that others had already put on short sleeves, and the girls had even started to wear skirts, Xianxia also prepared to find summer clothes. But after finding the clothes that the original owner wore last summer, Xianxia found that she couldn't wear these clothes at all. Last summer, the original owner was still a fat person who weighed more than 200 pounds. Naturally, her clothes were big and loose. But Xianxia started to recuperate in March, and it had been more than 3 months since then. She had lost more than 60 pounds, and now she was only about 140 pounds. In addition, the original owner was 1.7 meters tall, and her body fat was not high. She only looked stronger than the average person. She was no longer a fat person in the eyes of others. Xianxia couldn't wear the clothes of the original owner last year. When he put on the clothes, he felt like he was wearing a bed sheet that was leaking air everywhere. It was really cool, but if he moved a little, it would all be gone. Looking at these clothes, Xianxia felt that it was a pity. However, Xianxia also understood that she had no choice but to make new clothes. Even if Xianxia changed her dress every day, she would not wear the same dress every week. Not to mention, other than the dress, Xianxia also made 3/4 pants, short-sleeved shirts, and 3/4 pants for Xianxia. If it weren't for the fact that people nowadays were more conservative and basically didn't wear super short pants or miniskirts, Xianxia could have made even more styles. Xianxia had dressed Xianxia up beautifully, but he hadn't made any new clothes for himself. It wasn't that Xianxia hadn't bought fabric for Xianxia, but in the end, those fabrics were all made by Xianxia according to Xianxia's size. Xianxia wasn't even 15 years old yet. She was only a little more than 1.6 meters tall and was also relatively thin. Xianxia couldn't wear her clothes at all. Holding those clothes, Xianxia was very touched, but also very helpless. Now, finally, Xianxia said that he was going to make new clothes. Xianxia was very excited. Because of her excitement, Xianxia's face was red. This, Xianxia raised her hand and pointed at the fabrics that she felt were suitable for Xianxia one by one. I want all of these. Give me 6 feet of each. The salesperson was shocked by Xianxia's generosity. You want all of them? The salesperson looked at Xianxia in surprise. I remember that you just bought fabric to make new clothes, right? You still want to make more? When she said this, the salesperson's eyes were full of envy. In the past few months, Xianxia, Xianxia, and Wang Zuelan often came to buy fabric to make new clothes. Because the clothes they bought and made were beautiful, the salesperson naturally had a deep impression of them, which was why she said those words just now. As soon as the salesperson finished speaking, Xianxia couldn't wait to say, "It's not me who wants to have new clothes made. It's my sister-in-law who wants to have new clothes made. I bought these for my sister-in-law." Hearing Xianxia's words, the salesperson immediately looked at Xianxia. Xianxia felt a little helpless. She wanted to buy it herself, but she was afraid that Xianxia and Wang Zuelan would find out later and buy it for her. In order to avoid wastage, he brought the two of them along. By then, Wang Zuelan had also finished choosing. Take this, these. Give me 6 feet of the same thing. Hearing this, Xianxia tried to hold back, but he still said, "Mom, we don't need so much. What if we can't wear it in a month or 2? Wouldn't that be a waste?" She knew her own body well. She would definitely continue to lose weight. Wang Zuelan waved his hand nonchalantly. Summer clothes are only for a month or 2, right? It'll be autumn in a few months. Who can continue to wear them? Don't say anything. What he said made sense. Xianxia actually had no way to refute him. The salesperson looked at Xianxia with extreme envy. What kind of fortune was this? Her mother-in-law was so good, and so was her sister-in-law. Although she was envious, the salesperson's hands did not slow down. It was only because they didn't need coupons to buy fabric now. Otherwise, even if they were rich, they wouldn't be able to buy so much fabric. After all the fabric was cut, 2 big piles were placed neatly. Looking at so much fabric, Wang Zuelan and Xianxia were finally satisfied. Let's go and take a look at the shoes. Xianxia hugged the fabric with one hand and held Xianxia's hand with the other. Since they were going to make new clothes, how could they not match them with new shoes? Needless to say, there were really some designs that looked pretty good. Xianxia knew how to wear high heels, but she still chose a pair of high heels and bought 2 pairs of flat heels. High heels were beautiful, but they were not suitable for her now. They were in the food and beverage business, so the time they spent standing was several times longer than the time they spent sitting. It was really tiring to stand in high heels. Pei Xianxian and Wang Suilan also understood this, so they had no choice but to give up some good-looking high heels. The 3 of them returned with a full load, which gave Pei Yang, who was still in the shop, a fright. After knowing that Xianxia was going to make new clothes, Pei Yang took it for granted. "Sister-in-law, you should have dressed up long ago," Pei Yang said seriously. Although he said that, Pei Yang was still thinking about what he could buy for Xianxia. He already had fabric and shoes, so what could he buy? Xianxia did not know what Pei Yang was thinking. Taking advantage of her free time, Xianxia began to design clothes for herself. Before she wore books, Xianxia also liked to wear clothes that were comfortable. Compared to some fashionable dresses, Xianxia preferred clothes with a more ancient style. For this, Xianxia specially went to learn embroidery. Although she learned it for a long time, she could not compare with the craftsmanship of a master, but it was not a problem for her to embroider anything on her clothes. Embroidery was time-consuming. Fortunately, the things that Xianxia embroidered were not big or complicated, so it did not take too long. 5 days later, Xianxia put on the new clothes she had made. She wore a white 5/4 sleeve top with a pear blossom embroidered on it. The embroidery thread was very light yellow, which was only a little darker than the color of the clothes. She wore a blue-black skirt with some pear blossom petals scattered on it. The shoes were also cloth shoes that Xianxia made herself. The soles of the shoes were made by Wang Suilan, which saved Xianxia a lot of trouble. The clothes covered her flesh quite well, and Xianxia's face was already very thin. When she dressed up like this, not only did she not look fat, but she even felt that it was just right. When Xianxia first transmigrated, this body's hair was quite long, but it was dry and yellow, and did not have much nutrition. After a few months of careful maintenance by Xianxia, her hair was black and shiny, and unusually soft. Her waist-length hair was casually draped over her back, and with this outfit, Xianxia looked very gentle. But, Xianxia stared at herself in the mirror for a while before braiding a scorpion braid for herself. She looked good, but she had to do it. It was too inconvenient to let her hair down. After braiding her hair, Xianxia looked to be satisfied to be done. She was too fat before, and her facial features were all squeezed together. It was impossible to see the original appearance of this body. Now that she had slimmed down, Xianxia realized that this face was 70% similar to her original face. This was good. It would save her a sense of strangeness when she looked in the mirror. Xianxia was still staring at herself in the mirror when someone knocked on the door. "Sister-in-law, are you done changing?" Being stared at by them, Xianxia lowered her head and looked at herself. Was there something wrong with her? Just as she was thinking about it, Pei Jing ran forward and hugged her leg. "Mommy, you're so beautiful. You're the most beautiful person I've ever seen." Being hugged by Pei Jing all of a sudden and hearing Pei Jing's words, Xianxia couldn't help but laugh out loud. "How many people have you seen? How do you know that I'm the most beautiful?" "No matter how many people Xiao Jing has seen, Mommy is the most beautiful." Pei Jing looked up with a serious expression on his little face. Seeing how serious he was, Xianxia could only touch his little face and say, "Xiao Jing is also the most adorable child I've ever seen." Pei Jing hadn't learned much in the few months of kindergarten, but Pei Jing had become lively and cheerful. He was polite and hygienic, and his bad habits had long disappeared without a trace. Apart from opening the shop, Xianxia was the happiest thing about Pei Jing's transformation. If this continued, Pei Jing would definitely not become the villain in the original novel, and he wouldn't have such a tragic ending. This also meant that the original novel could be changed. Her own fate would also be different from the original novel. Xianxia and Pei Jing's words awakened the other 3 people who were still in shock. Pei Xianxian also trotted forward and hugged Xianxia's arm. "Sister-in-law, you're really beautiful. You should have dressed up properly in the past." Xianxia tapped Pei Xianxian's head. If I hadn't slimmed down, I wouldn't have looked good even if I dressed up properly. Pei Xianxian thought about it carefully and realized that it was true. Pei Yang was a boy, so he didn't hug Jiang Ran's arm like Pei Xianxian did. Moreover, Pei Yang was more thoughtful than Pei Xianxian. His sister-in-law was becoming more and more outstanding. If his elder brother still had the same attitude, with sister-in-law, Pei Yang didn't continue thinking about it. He decided to write another letter to Pei Huai when he returned to his room and ask Pei Huai when he would be back. After talking for a while, the sky darkened. It got dark. Later in the summer. It was already past 8 o'clock. They were all early risers. It might not be too late for others, but it was time for them to rest. The next morning, Pei Xianxian and Pei Yang of Jiangran rode their bicycles to the county. With Chen Bing's order, after they split the money, Jiangran also bought a bicycle. She left the tricycle at home for Pei Baoshan and Wang Zuelan. They wanted to send Pei Jing to school, and it was much more convenient to have a tricycle. In summer, not only did it get dark late, but it also got bright early. Naturally, the villagers woke up earlier. It wasn't even 6 o'clock yet, but everyone in the village was already awake. Some of the early risers came out to fetch water or to pick vegetables for breakfast. As soon as they stepped out of the house, they saw someone walking over from the village entrance. The person was tall and carried a big bag on his back and 2 boxes in his hands. His footsteps were steady and slow. Step by step, he walked over with his back against the light, so no one could see his face clearly. When he was almost in front of them, someone finally hesitated and said, "Are you Pei Huai? The eldest son of the Pei family is back?" Hearing this, Pei Huai stopped and nodded at the person who spoke. "Yes, I'm Pei Huai. I'm back." The Pei family. Pei Baoshan and Pei Jing were washing up in the courtyard. Wang Zuelan was in the kitchen preparing breakfast for the 3 of them. Pei Baoshan, who was brushing his teeth, stopped in his tracks and looked in the direction of the door in disbelief. What did he just hear? Pei Huai was back. It was early in the morning. Could it be that he was hallucinating because he did not sleep well? Before Pei Baoshan could continue doubting himself, there was another knock on the door. "Pei Baoshan? Wang Zuelan. Your Pei Huai is back. Open the door." The voice was sonorous and forceful, and it was clearly heard. It was not a hallucination. Pei Baoshan did not hesitate any longer. He ran to the door with the enamel jar and opened it in a fluster. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Pei Huai walking over with 2 boxes in his hands. Pei Huai was accompanied by many villagers who were watching the commotion. Wang Zuelan, who had been eating in the kitchen, also rushed out at this moment. He did not even have time to put down the spatula in his hands and just stood there in a daze in the courtyard. When Pei Huai saw the expressions on their faces, he felt a little bitter. It was his fault for not coming back for such a long time. Before Pei Huai could say anything, Pei Jing had already walked over to Wang Zuelan. He looked up at Wang Zuelan with a confused expression. "Grandma, who's back?" His childish voice attracted Wang Zuelan's attention. Wang Zuelan blinked. All the excitement, and bitterness disappeared without a trace. He glanced at Pei Huai, who was still standing outside the door expressionlessly. Wang Zuelan said calmly, "Xiao Jing, your father is back." When he heard Wang Zuelan's words, Pei Jing looked at Pei Huai with a pair of bright, black eyes full of curiosity and inquiry. Father. This word was unfamiliar to the young Pei Jing. Since he could remember, all the children in the village had fathers, but he did not. But it did not matter. In the past, his grandparents, uncle, and aunt were all very good to him. Later on, his mother also treated him very well. It didn't matter if he didn't have a father. But now, his father was back. Pei Jing blinked her big eyes. Her eyes were misty and soon turned red. Pei Jing's skin was white, and his eyes were red. Anyone could see it at a glance. When she saw that Pei Jing's eyes were red and filled with tears, her heart instantly ached. She quickly squatted down and pulled him into her embrace. "Xiao Jing, what's wrong? Don't cry, don't cry. Grandma made your favorite food. Let's go and eat. We still have to go to school after eating." As he spoke, Wang Zuilan grabbed Pei Jing's hand and turned to walk towards the kitchen. At the door, Pei Baoshan had also recovered from his excitement. He raised his eyes and took a glance at Pei Huai before taking a step back. "You're back? Then come in. Close the door when you come in." They all lived in the same village. Who wouldn't know each other? These people had followed Pei Huai here early in the morning. Wasn't it to watch the show? They could solve their own problems behind closed doors. How could they let outsiders watch the show? Pei Huai was tall and had long legs. He walked through the door in 2 steps. After entering the door, he placed the 2 boxes in his hands on the ground. He turned around, nodded at the people standing outside, and closed the door. "You're still talking about his wife. Don't you know why Pei Huai hasn't come back for the past few years?" "I'm not Pei Huai." "How would I know? If you married Jiang Ran, would you come back?" Now that you mention it, it does seem to be the case. As the footsteps faded away, so did the discussion. When he could no longer hear them, Pei Huai turned around expressionlessly. He hadn't come back for the past few years, but he didn't ignore his family either. Every month, he would send money back. Pei Baoshan had finished brushing his teeth. When he turned around and saw Pei Huai still standing at the door, he frowned. "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and put the things in the room." Pei Huai agreed and walked toward Pei Yang's room. Before he reached the door, he was stopped by Pei Baoshan. "What? You haven't come back for a few years. Have you forgotten where your room is?" Pei Huai was speechless. Of course, he didn't forget. He walked in this direction on purpose. On the way back, he thought that after he came back, he wanted to squeeze in with Pei Yang. But now that Pei Baoshan was staring at him, he couldn't bring himself to say it. After a moment of silence, Pei Huai turned around and walked toward his and Jiang Ran's room. The door was only half closed. He pushed it lightly and it opened. The room was no different from when he lived in it back then. The furniture was still the same. The desk was still by the window. Wait, why was there a sewing machine beside the desk? Although Pei Huai didn't know how to use a sewing machine, it didn't mean that he hadn't seen it before. There was a lot of cloth on the sewing machine. One look and he knew that someone was making clothes here. But who was the one making the clothes? Jiang Ran. That was impossible. Pei Huai frowned and walked toward the sewing machine. Just as he stood there, his eyes were attracted by the books on the table. There were many books neatly arranged on the table. There were many types of books. Some of them wrote about traditional Chinese medicine, important topics, pulse history, recipes, geography, fashion design, and so on. Who read these books? The room was still the same, but everything in the room made Pei Huai feel unfamiliar. There was a mirror on the table. The mirror was very clean, and the furniture was spotless. Then he looked at the bed. There was a mat on the bed, pillows on the neatly folded blanket, and there was a big fan beside it. From this, it could be seen that the owner of this room loved cleanliness and tidiness. But this was different from the Jiang Ran and Pei Huai. When Pei Jing said this, he had a look of self-righteousness on his face. His eyes were shining brightly, and it was obvious that he was not lying. But when did his family become so well off that they could eat white flour for every meal? When he thought about how Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia had written in their letter that they were doing business with Jiang Ran, their family's conditions were already very good, and they did not need him to send money back, Pei Huai felt that he had found the reason. When he read the letter, he had thought that Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia were exaggerating, but he did not expect that to be the case. Both of them were telling the truth. In fact, the truth was even worse. After eating breakfast in silence, Wang Zuilan hurriedly cleared the dishes. Pei Baoshan did not move from his seat. "I'm going to take a look at the ground later. Your mother is sending Xiaojing to kindergarten. Do you want to go with her?" Pei Huai knew that Pei Jing was going to kindergarten. Pei Yang had told him about it in the letter. "I'll go." Pei Huai also wanted to go and take a look at the kindergarten. "Then go ahead." Pei Huai glanced at Pei Baoshan indifferently. "Do you know how to ride a tricycle?" When he heard his father's question, Pei Huai was puzzled. Why was he suddenly asking this? However, he really knew how to ride a tricycle. In the past few years when he was studying outside, he had done a lot of work. He knew how to ride both a bicycle and a tricycle. It's fine as long as you know how to ride a tricycle. Later, you will bring your mother and Xiaojing. How? This was the first thought that popped into Pei Huai's mind. Then, Pei Huai understood what his father meant. Dad, we bought a tricycle? Yes. Pei Baoshan replied and stood up. He wanted to push the tricycle out. The tricycle was very expensive. When it was not in use, it would be pushed into the storeroom. Fortunately, the door of the storeroom was bigger. Otherwise, it would be impossible to enter. Pei Huai looked at Pei Baoshan's back view and felt that his brain was about to knot up. She bought a sewing machine and a tricycle. These two items added up to a few hundred yuan. Even with all the money he had sent back over the past few years, he probably couldn't afford it. Pei Jing pursed his lips and secretly looked at Pei Huai. He had always been smart, so when he saw Pei Huai's expression, he could guess what Pei Huai was thinking. Mom bought the tricycle. Pei Jing was young, and his voice was soft. He didn't speak fast, but his pronunciation was very clear. Even though Pei Huai was still thinking about his own matters, he heard Pei Jing's words clearly. His gaze fell on Pei Jing's face. Pei Huai tried his best to lower his voice. You said your mom bought the tricycle? Pei Jing nodded vigorously. Yes. His mother was very capable. She bought a tricycle, a bicycle, and a sewing machine. My mother would make beautiful clothes for me, as well as for my grandparents, my uncle, and my aunt. She would also make a lot of delicious food and make a lot of money. My mother is the most capable mother. Pei Huai was very tall, more than 1.8 meters. When he rode the tricycle, he always looked a little out of place. However, he was strong. Even if he was carrying Wang Xuelan and Pei Jing, he could still ride very fast. Along the way, Pei Huai did not speak much. He listened to Pei Jing and Wang Xuelan talk. When Pei Jing spoke, Jiang Ran was almost always involved. Jiang Ran was good in all kinds of ways. She was the best and most beautiful mother in the world. When he first heard this, Pei Huai's feelings were a little complicated. However, after hearing more, he became indifferent. Perhaps, in a child's heart, their mother was the best. With Wang Xuelan guiding the way, Pei Huai found the kindergarten and parked the tricycle at the entrance. Wang Xuelan sent Pei Jing into the kindergarten. He only turned around when he reached the door of the classroom. After coming out, Wang Xuelan stared at Pei Huai. It was only when Pei Huai could not take it anymore that Wang Xuelan sighed. You left for 4 years. Xiao Jing has never seen you or heard your voice. It's normal that he's unfamiliar with you. When he heard Wang Xuelan say this, Pei Huai pursed his lips. He understood. No matter how many reasons he had not come back, he still owed Pei Jing. Actually, it was not just Pei Jing. Pei Baoshan and Wang Xuelan were getting older year by year. As the eldest son, he was not by their side. He did not fulfill his filial duties and did not help. His younger siblings were growing up, and he did not fulfill his responsibility as the eldest brother. As for Jiang Ran, when he thought of Jiang Ran, Pei Huai's feelings became even more complicated. Seeing that Pei Huai was silent, Wang Xuelan did not continue. I'm going to take a look at the shop. Do you want to come with me or go home? I'll go too. In Pei Yang's letter, he had praised the store countless times. He also wanted to see it. After hearing from Wang Xuelan that the distance was not far, Pei Huai decided to let Wang Xuelan ride the tricycle while he followed behind. Wang Xuelan did not ride fast. Pei Huai was tall and had long legs. He walked very fast and could easily keep up. A few minutes later, Pei Huai saw the sign of the snack shop. This was the newest and most eye-catching sign on the entire street. It was hard for him to miss it even if he wanted to. Wang Xuelan parked the car in front of the snack shop and got out. He didn't care about Pei Huai behind him and went straight in to help. At this time, there were still many people eating breakfast. It was a busy time in the restaurant. Wang Xuelan helped to clear the dishes and wash them. This would also make Jiang Ran and the other two feel more relaxed. Jiang Ran stood at the entrance. She wore a hat and a mask on her face. She held a pair of long chopsticks in her hand and kept flipping the youtiao in the oil pan with the chopsticks. Her movements were very gentle. The youtiao kept flipping in the oil pan with her movements. When she saw which youtiao was done, Jiang Ran took it out and put it on the iron net to control the oil. When Wang Zuelan called out Pei Huai, Jiang Ran also heard it. At that moment, Jiang Ran thought that Wang Zuelan had made a mistake. After all, Pei Huai and Pei Yang's names only differed by one word. It was possible that he had accidentally called out the wrong name. However, as soon as Wang Zuelan finished speaking, someone walked in from the door. That person was tall and had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. He looked a little like Pei Yang, but he was much more mature and steady than Pei Yang. When Jiang Ran saw the person, he froze in the middle of flipping the deep-fried dough sticks. Jiang Ran had the original owner's memory, so he naturally recognized Pei Huai. However, he hadn't seen Pei Huai for 4 years. Now that he suddenly saw him, he didn't dare to recognize him. When Jiang Ran stared at Pei Huai also looked over. The distance between the two of them was only about a meter. When their eyes met, they could clearly see the emotions in each other's eyes. Pei Huai was the first to withdraw his gaze. He quickly walked to Wang Zuelan's side and helped Wang Zuelan clear the table. Looking at Pei Huai's back, Jiang Ran also quickly withdrew his gaze. He looked down and saw a deep-fried dough stick in the oil pan. The color was already very dark. If he didn't take it out quickly, he probably wouldn't be able to chew it. Jiang Ran quickly fished the deep-fried dough stick out and placed it on the wire mesh to control the oil. In the following time, although Jiang Ran was busy, his emotions couldn't help but follow Pei Huai. Especially when he saw Pei Huai walking around the restaurant, clearing the empty bowls and chopsticks, and wiping the table clean. Jiang Ran couldn't help but notice him. Not to mention Jiang Ran, even some of the young ladies who came to eat also looked at Pei Huai. There weren't many young men like Pei Huai, who was tall, handsome, and had an extraordinary aura, in the county city. Witnessing all this, Jiang Ran couldn't help but sigh in his heart. As expected of the male lead. As soon as he appeared, he attracted the attention of so many girls. Unfortunately, Jiang Ran didn't finish reading the original text, so he didn't know what happened later. However, thinking about it, a person as outstanding as Pei Huai would definitely not lack love. They worked until 8 or 9 o'clock, when the customers in the shop gradually disappeared, and they could finally take a break. Once there were no more customers, Wang Zuelan immediately chased Jiang Ran and the others out of the kitchen. He scooped rice for them and told them to eat while it was still hot. Jiang Ran cut the extra crispy deep-fried dough stick into several pieces, placed it in a small bamboo basket, and carried it to the table. This deep-fried dough stick was extra crispy, and because it was already cold, one could hear a crisp sound when they picked it up with chopsticks. Jiang Ran was about to put the deep-fried dough stick into her mouth when Pei Yang, who was sitting opposite her, looked at her with an indescribable expression. "Sister-in-law, how are you going to eat if you don't take off your mask?" Jiang Ran was speechless. She touched her face with her other hand. As expected, she was still wearing her mask. This was simply a scene of social suicide. Jiang Ran quickly took off her mask, and without a word, stuffed the deep-fried dough stick into her mouth. Fortunately, the pieces she cut were relatively small, so she could eat it in one bite. The crispy deep-fried dough stick in her mouth only needed to be pressed lightly, and it would make a crisp sound. Jiang Ran was chewing happily when she looked up and saw Pei Huai walking out. Jiang Ran was speechless. The deep-fried dough stick in her mouth instantly lost its flavor. Pei Huai nodded at Pei Xianxia. Without hesitation, he walked over and sat beside Pei Yang. Pei Xianxia was still smiling. "Big brother, have you eaten? Do you want to eat something? Sister-in-law's cooking is delicious." "You haven't eaten it yet, right?" "I've already eaten," Pei Huai replied succinctly. Pei Xianxia was not disappointed. "That's fine. Big brother, you'll be able to eat sister-in-law's cooking in the afternoon. Sister-in-law's cooking is delicious. It's the best meal I've ever eaten." Pei Huai was speechless. He had only been away from home for a few years. Why did he feel that Jiang Ran was the child of the Pei family and he was the one who had been adopted? Otherwise, why would each and every one of them talk about Jiang Ran? Pei Huai looked at Jiang Ran as he thought about this. Jiang Ran lowered her head slightly as she ate her porridge seriously. Because her eyes were lowered, no one could see her emotions at this moment. However, Pei Huai was more concerned about Jiang Ran's emotions at this moment. Jiang Ran's appearance was very different from how it had been in the past. Pei Huai remembered very clearly that when Jiang Ran first came to the Pei family, she was petite, had slender limbs, fair skin, and big eyes. She was a very beautiful girl. She was timid and didn't like to talk. Because she was too strong, she often broke things by accident. Therefore, she didn't like to move. However, she liked to study and study very much. Her grades had always been good. Later on, when she was in junior high school, the family had difficulties and there was no way for her to continue studying. She had been left at home to help with the chores and take care of the younger Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia to play. Since then, Jiang Ran's personality had become even more boring. It could even be said that she was a little eccentric. However, at that time, he had been focused on his studies and didn't pay much attention to her. After he entered high school, he began to live in the dormitory, and the chances to see Jiang Ran became even fewer. It was not until he graduated from high school and was admitted to university that he suddenly realized that Jiang Ran, who used to be thin, had actually eaten himself into a fatty. Not only had he become fat, his temper had also become very bad. His entire person seemed gloomy. He wanted to go to university. His parents said that after he graduated, they would let the two of them get married, but Jiang Ran didn't agree. Just like that, they got married. And on the night of their wedding, she even, thinking of that night, Pei Huai's feelings were extremely complicated. He left after the wedding and didn't want to come back. He didn't want to see Jiang Ran again. Not long after he left, he received a letter from Pei Yang. He knew that Jiang Ran was pregnant, but he had just started school and could not come back. He did not want to come back. After that, it was useless to think too much. Pei Huai didn't continue to think about it, but his eyes were still fixed on Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran seemed to be a little taller than 4 years ago, and he was also a lot thinner. Although he was eating seriously now, and there was no smile on his face, the feeling he gave people couldn't be wrong. Sunny, positive, cheerful. This was not the gloomy and paranoid Jiang Ran of the past at all. Being stared at by Pei Huai, Jiang Ran felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. When they finally finished eating, Jiang Ran quickly stood up and said, "I'll go wash the dishes." Wang Zuelan had just finished cleaning up the kitchen and walked out. When he heard Jiang Ran's words, he took the bowl and said, "I'll do it. You've been busy all morning. Rest well." Jiang Ran's hands were empty, and Wang Zuelan had already turned and left. She could only sit down again. As soon as she sat down, she inevitably made eye contact with Pei Huai, who was sitting opposite her. From a visual point of view, Pei Huai was indeed good-looking. Even though his facial features were similar to Pei Yang's, the aura he exuded was not something Pei Yang, a 15-year-old boy, could compare to. No wonder he was the male lead. Jiang Ran sighed in her heart, then looked away without any reluctance. No matter how good-looking he was, it had nothing to do with her. She was just a vicious supporting female character. She had to stay far away from the male lead. Stay away from the male lead for safety. Pei Huai saw Jiang Ran's attitude, but he did not find it strange. Ever since Jiang Ran could not continue to go to school, her attitude towards him had become cold. When the two of them got married, Pei Huai also felt that Jiang Ran was just taking revenge on him and did not really like him. All these years, Jiang Ran had never personally written a letter to him. When she asked Pei Yang to write it on her behalf, it was all for money. Now that Jiang Ran was earning money and giving him more than him, it was normal for her to ignore him. When the other 3 members of the Pei family saw the silent scene between the two of them, they were secretly anxious. Pei Yang kept winking at Pei Huai, who was beside him, but Pei Huai ignored him. In front of Jiang Ran, Pei Yang could not say anything even if he wanted to. He could only worry in his heart. After resting for a while, Jiang Ran stood up again. "It's time to prepare lunch. Xianxia, let's go buy something." Hearing Jiang Ran's words, Pei Xianxia immediately stood up. "Sure." The two of them got up and walked out. Once they were out of the door, they got on the tricycle. The back of the tricycle was relatively large, so it was very convenient for carrying things. When Jiang Ran went shopping, he always wrote it. After Jiang Ran and Pei Xianxian left, Pei Yang could finally speak the words that were stuck in his throat. "Big brother, what's wrong with you?" She had been here for so long, why didn't she say anything to her sister-in-law? "Don't tell me you're waiting for sister-in-law to talk to you first? Is there anyone like you? It's fine if you haven't come back for a few years, but you never send me any greetings in your letters. Now that you're finally back, you don't even know how to greet me. You're really what?" Pei Huai looked at Pei Yang indifferently. "You're really a blockhead," Pei Yang said as he shook his head. "You're still a university graduate." "How did you go to university?" Pei Huai was speechless. Just because he did not take the initiative to greet Jiang Ran, he was being questioned about his education. Was this really his biological brother? Pei Huai stared at Pei Yang for a while and asked the question in his heart. "I remember that you didn't like her in the past." This her was naturally referring to Jiang Ran. Hearing Pei Huai's words, Pei Yang was slightly embarrassed. "Big brother, you already said that was in the past. Why are you still talking about the past? Besides, people change." Pei Huai could ignore other words. However, Pei Huai had to agree with the last sentence. Wang Zuelan had just walked over while wiping his hands. When he heard Pei Yang's words, he immediately walked over and sat opposite the two brothers. "Pei Huai, don't take Pei Yang's words lightly. Let me tell you, there are many people who have asked me about Ran Ran. I can see clearly what they're planning. But I've sent them all away." Before Wang Zuelan could finish speaking, Pei Yang had already exclaimed, "Mom, when did this happen? Why haven't I heard you mention this before? Who has the guts to covet my sister-in-law? Since when do I need to tell you about this?" Wang Zuelan rolled his eyes at Pei Yang in annoyance. "I've been hiding this from Ran Ran." When he heard Wang Zuelan's words, Pei Yang instinctively waved his hand. "What's there to hide, Mom? My sister-in-law isn't that kind of person." As soon as he said that, Pei Yang's expression froze. His sister-in-law definitely wouldn't be interested in anyone else. But with his big brother like this, she might not even be interested in him. What if Jiang Ran dumped Pei Huai? If someone else coveted Jiang Ran, wouldn't Jiang Ran have to reconsider? When he thought of this, Pei Yang felt terrible. "Big brother, you can't be like this." Pei Yang turned around and looked at Pei Huai with a serious expression. "When sister-in-law comes back later, you have to take the initiative, okay? Take the initiative to greet her and help her with her work. You're already an adult, how can you be so blind? You even want me to teach you." As he spoke, Pei Yang's voice gradually became softer. Pei Yang wanted to continue, but Pei Huai's death stare forced him to shut up. Pei Huai could stare at Pei Yang and stop Pei Yang from continuing, but he couldn't stop Wang Zuelan. Wang Zuelan naturally took over Pei Yang's words. "Why are you staring at him like that? He's right, you're already an adult." Pei Huai looked at Wang Zuelan helplessly and let Wang Zuelan ramble on. On the other side, Jiang Ran took Pei Xianxian to buy some scallions, ginger, garlic, and seasonings. There was nothing else to buy, so they could only go back. On the way back, Pei Xianxian sat in the back and kept talking to Jiang Ran. "Sister-in-law, big brother's personality is like that. He's been clumsy since he was young, so he doesn't like to talk much. Don't lower yourself to his level." Jiang Ran, who was seriously pedaling, suddenly stopped when he heard Pei Xianxian's words. Was this really Pei Huai's biological sister? Was it really okay for her to talk about Pei Huai like that? Pei Xianxian didn't know what Jiang Ran was thinking. She continued, "Big brother may be clumsy, but he definitely has a good heart. You see, in the past few years when he was away, he sent money back every month. He went to university outside, but not only did he not take the family's money, he even sent money back. He had to study and think of ways to earn money, so he must have had a hard time. He didn't come back because he had to earn money, so he didn't have the chance to come back. Sister-in-law, don't lower yourself to his level. Now that he's back, let him stay at home properly." "Stay at home properly?" Jiang Ran found it funny. This was the male lead. The male lead had graduated from university and was going to go back to the big city to develop his career. How could he stay in such a small county? She remembered that it was written very clearly in the original novel. After Pei Huai came back, he asked for a divorce. After arguing with the original owner for half a month, he immediately left after settling the divorce. Pei Xianxia kept talking until her mouth was dry. Only then did she realize that Jiang Ran hadn't said a word from the beginning to the end. This discovery made Pei Xianxia a little flustered. Sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, why aren't you saying anything? Jiang Ran thought for a while and said, I just don't know what to say. Jiang Ran's words were a pun. She didn't know how to answer Pei Xianxia, and she didn't know how to talk to Pei Huai when they went back. Pei Xianxia thought for a while and comforted Jiang Ran. It's okay, sister-in-law. You don't have to think about what to say. Big brother will definitely take the initiative to talk to you. When the time comes, you can answer him according to your mood. Jiang Ran found it funny, but to prevent Pei Xianxia from talking about this, she could only nod and agree. Okay. The two of them didn't take long to return to the snack shop. Before the car stopped, Pei Yang pulled Pei Huai out. Sister-in-law, what did you buy? We'll help you carry. Before he finished speaking, Pei Yang saw clearly the things in the car. Some scallions, ginger, garlic, and some seasonings. In total, there wasn't much. Not to mention the two of them carrying it together, even Pei Yang could carry it all into the house with one hand. Pei Yang hesitated for a while, but still didn't reach out. Instead, she looked at Pei Huai. Big brother, go, it's time for you to show off. Pei Yang felt that her eyes were about to cramp. Pei Huai finally took a step forward and took the things in the tricycle in his hand. Seeing Pei Yang's actions, Jiang Ran pursed her lips and said nothing. After entering the kitchen, Jiang Ran's original discomfort disappeared instantly. The kitchen was her home ground. In the kitchen, she could do whatever she wanted without feeling uncomfortable at all. In fact, Jiang Ran wasn't the only one who felt this way. Pei Huai looked at the busy Jiang Ran and felt the same way. Jiang Ran was not busy alone. She also assigned tasks to Pei Yang, Pei Xianxia, and Wang Zuelan. He was busy with his own work, and from time to time, he would tell the three of them to do something. It was as if everything in the kitchen was under Jiang Ran's control, and he didn't need to worry at all. While Pei Yang was busy, he suddenly thought of Pei Huai. He raised his head and looked at Pei Huai, only to see that Pei Huai was still standing there in a daze. No one knew what he was thinking. Seeing Pei Huai like this, Pei Yang wanted to call Pei Huai over. It would be much better to help than to stand there in a daze. However, after taking a step forward, Pei Yang stopped. After spending so much time with Jiang Ran, he had a good understanding of Jiang Ran's character. At other times, everything was easy to talk about. However, when it came to cooking, Jiang Ran didn't like people to make trouble. Jiang Ran and the others were not able to sit down and rest for long, because soon a customer came. The person who came was obviously a regular. He glanced at the small blackboard with today's menu and began to order with a smile. Jiang Ran, who had just sat down for a while and was still sweating, immediately stood up and walked quickly into the kitchen. The dishes ordered by this customer were all prepared in advance, but the ingredients had to be stir-fried on the spot. Fortunately, Jiang Ran had cooked many times and had long been used to it. Whether it was cutting vegetables or stir-frying, her speed was very fast. Not long after, a dish was out of the pot, and the whole house was filled with the aroma of the food. From then until past 1 o'clock, Jiang Ran had almost no time to rest. She was constantly stir-frying. The sweat on her head did not stop. She could only take the time to pick up the towel around her neck to wipe the sweat. Pei Huai helped to clean the table and serve the dishes, but he could not help but look at Jiang Ran. After working until past 1 o'clock, there were no more customers. Jiang Ran stir-fried 2 more dishes and made a soup. Then, the family sat down to eat. This afternoon, although they only smelled the food, they knew that Jiang Ran's food was really delicious. No wonder business was so good. Pei Huai already knew that Jiang Ran's food was delicious, but when he really ate it, he could not help but be surprised. He knew it was delicious, but he did not expect it to be so delicious. Whether it was the ingredients or the taste, everything was just right. Unknowingly, Pei Huai ate too much. It was not until his stomach was a little bloated that Pei Huai realized that he had eaten too much. Fortunately, the rice in the bowl was finished at this time, and Pei Huai took the opportunity to put down the bowl and chopsticks. Wang Suilon did the dishes and did not let Jiang Ran help. Jiang Ran did not fight for this. She had been stir-frying for the whole afternoon. To be honest, she was really tired. If possible, Jiang Ran would like to lie down and rest right now. Unfortunately, he didn't have this condition. Pei Xianxia and Pei Yang had also been helping out, and now they were exhausted. The three of them leaned against the wall and closed their eyes. They needed to rest for a while. Pei Huai looked at the three of them and frowned. Finally, he stood up quietly and went into the kitchen to inform Wang Suilon. After that, he rode Pei Yang's bicycle away. Summer afternoons were the time when the sun was at its fiercest. The sunlight outside was particularly glaring, almost making people unable to open their eyes. At this time, there were not many people outside. If it wasn't necessary, no one wanted to go out at this time. However, Pei Huai ignored the glaring sunlight as if it didn't exist. His feet moved at lightning speed. He was clearly riding a bicycle, but he was like an arrow leaving the bow, disappearing in an instant. After Wang Suilon cleaned up the kitchen, she came out and found a place to sit down. Instead of resting, she picked up the cattail leaf fan and gently fanned Jiang Ran and the other two. The breeze was gentle. Jiang Ran and the other two slept more soundly than before. Their brows were not as tightly knitted as before. Time passed slowly. Jiang Ran didn't know how long she had slept. She opened her eyes in a daze and saw that Wang Suilon was still fanning her, Pei Xianxia, and Pei Yang with sweat on the tip of her nose and flushed cheeks. "Mom," Jiang Ran said softly, "didn't I tell you that you don't have to fan us?" Wang Suilon smiled at Jiang Ran. "It's okay. I'm not sleepy anyway." This was not the first time Wang Suilon had done this, and this was not the first time they had talked like this. Jiang Ran looked at Wang Suilon helplessly. She only thought that it was time to arrange for the fan. Not long after Jiang Ran woke up, Pei Xianxia and Pei Yang also woke up one after another. When the three of them woke up, they each took out a fan and started fanning themselves. They even fanned Wang Suilon while they were at it. The three of them fanned Wang Suilon. Wang Suilon smiled so widely that his eyes narrowed into slits. "Which old woman can enjoy life like me? I'm probably the only one in the entire village who can do that." When Wang Suilon said this, he couldn't hide the pride in his tone. Jiang Ran also smiled with curved eyebrows. "Mom, what are you talking about? You're not an old woman. You're still young. Recently, I've been researching a kind of beauty cream. When you use it and walk out with me, people will definitely say that we're sisters." After Jiang Ran finished speaking, Wang Suilon was already bent over with laughter. "You child. What are you talking about? If I'm like a sister to you, wouldn't I be an old demon?" Jiang Ran shook her head seriously. "How can you call me an old demon? That's called an old beauty." Wang Suilon smiled so widely that his eyebrows relaxed. He pointed at Jiang Ran and was stunned speechless. Pei Xianxia was the only one who paid attention to something different from the others. Pei Xianxia leaned closer and looked at Jiang Ran with sparkling eyes. "Sister-in-law, can I use the beauty cream you mentioned just now?" Pei Xianxia was at the age where she cared about her appearance. Although her face was already full of collagen, Pei Xianxia felt that she wasn't fair enough. Of course, it would be better if she looked a little prettier. Jiang Ran nodded. "You can use it, as long as you dare to use it." "Why wouldn't I dare?" Pei Xianxia waved her hand. "Anything made by sister-in-law is definitely the best." Pei Yang nodded in agreement. "Xianxia is right." Wang Suilon added, "Xianxia and Pei Yang are right." Jiang Ran was speechless. Did she turn these three people into her brainless fans? Just as he was thinking about it, a tricycle suddenly drove through the door. When Jiang Ran saw him, he thought he was just passing by. However, he didn't expect that the tricycle would stop right at the entrance. Could it be that he was here to eat? The man on the bike had already gotten off the bike and was looking inside. "I'm here to install the fan for you. Move the table." The man's sudden words shocked the four people in the room. Pei Xianxia and the other two looked at Jiang Ran at the same time. Although they didn't say anything, their meaning was obvious. They were asking Jiang Ran if he wanted to buy a fan. Jiang Ran shook his head with a strange look on his face. I didn't buy a fan. She had just wanted to install a fan, but she didn't have time to do so. Sister-in-law, if you didn't buy one, then who did? Pei Xianxia was even more puzzled. Could it be the wrong one? It's not the wrong one. The man walked in with a box. A young man went to buy it and said that he would send it to the small food shop. The boss here is Jiang Ran. Which one of you is Jiang Ran? Me, Jiang Ran replied instinctively. Then it's right. It's here. The man opened the box as he spoke. The young man is behind. He'll be here in a while. The man kept calling him a young man. Jiang Ran and the others guessed who the young man was. It must be Pei Huai. Even though Wang Suilan was originally unhappy with Pei Huai, he couldn't help but feel sorry for Pei Huai when he saw him like this. Wang Suilan frowned and asked, "Did you go home?" A fan was not cheap. Even if Pei Huai had so much money, he couldn't have brought it with him all the time. He must have gone home to get it. Pei Huai nodded. Yes, I went home. Although his skin was red and his face was sweaty, his tone was still calm when he answered Wang Suilan, as if it wasn't a big deal. Wang Suilan frowned but didn't say anything in the end. Jiang Ran also did not expect that Pei Huai would want to buy a fan on his first day back in the shop after spending half a day in the shop. What was going on in Pei Huai's mind, Jiang Ran couldn't figure it out, so he decided not to think about it. Looking at Pei Huai's sweaty face, Jiang Ran patted Pei Xianxia's arm. Go get 2 popsicles from the fridge. Jiang Ran made the popsicles himself. If there was a customer who needed them, he would sell them to them and they would eat them themselves. Pei Xianxia agreed, stood up, and walked quickly into the kitchen. When she came out with the popsicles, without Jiang Ran saying anything, Pei Xianxia handed one to Pei Huai and one to the man who installed the fan. The popsicles were very ordinary green bean popsicles. When they weren't bitten, one could see the green beans squeezed together. When one took a bite, it was cold, soft, and had a hint of sweetness. It wasn't boring to eat in this kind of summer. It was a good snack to relieve the heat. The man who installed the fan took a bite and looked at Pei Xianxia in surprise. Where did you buy this green bean popsicle? Why is it different from the ones I used to eat? My sister-in-law made it herself. It's delicious, right? Pei Xianxia answered proudly. Delicious. How much is it? It's free. You helped us install the fans, so it's only right that we eat one. Although Pei Xianxia was still young, she had been doing business for a few months. She knew how to interact with people. The man smiled and took another bite before saying, I was thinking of buying it in the future. That's why I asked about the price. It's the same as the one sold outside. Hearing that the price was the same as the price outside, the man was relieved. After eating a popsicle, his whole body felt cool from the inside out. The man started to work, and his speed became a little faster. He had brought a ladder with him, so he asked someone to help him hold it. From time to time, he would pass something over. In about half an hour, the ceiling fan was installed. He turned on the switch and the fan started to turn on. In the beginning, it spun slowly, and one could still see the fan leaves. But after a while, the fan spun faster and faster until only the shadows of the fan blades could be seen. As the fan rotated, a cool breeze blew out of the room. Jiang Ran and the others standing at the door could feel it. Pei Yang's face was full of interest. He wanted to run in and experience it. But the man who installed the fan didn't let him in. Instead, he waited for more than 10 minutes. There was no problem with the fan before he agreed to let him in. Jiang Ran looked at the man with admiration. He had a strong sense of safety. Coupled with his age, it was obvious that he was a master. After entering the room, he sat on the table under the fan. The wind surrounded him, and his hair danced. The sweat on his body quickly disappeared. When the house was being renovated, Jiang Ran had already considered the matter of the fan and even reserved a spot for it. Jiang Ran had reserved 2 spots. After all, the house was quite long, and one fan was not enough. The current fan was installed near the door, which was closer to where Jiang Ran usually cooked. In the future, when Jiangran cooked, it would definitely not be as hot as before. After hearing Wang Zuelan's words, Jiangran subconsciously looked at Pei Huai. The man who installed the fan came and installed the fan here without asking. Could it be that Pei Huai had instructed him in advance? Just as Jiangran was thinking this, she saw that Pei Huai seemed to have sensed something and looked in her direction. The two of them looked at each other and were stunned for a moment. Then, they both looked away as if nothing had happened. Seeing that the installer was about to leave, Jiangran hurriedly called out to him. I still want to buy a ceiling fan. Why don't you wait here for a while and I'll go buy it and bring it back? Summer had arrived, and the number of people buying fans in the county was indeed increasing day by day. However, there were not many people like Jiangran, who wanted to buy another fan after installing one. However, this had nothing to do with the man. He had to collect installation fees to install the fan. If Jiangran bought it, he would install it. Why not? Therefore, the man nodded and agreed. Jiangran asked for the price of the fan and went to get the money. When she came out, Pei Huai walked over. Give me the money. I'll go and bring it back. The sun outside was still scorching, and the heat was rising. Who would be willing to go outside to bask in the sun if they could stay in the shop and enjoy the fan? But Jiangran was still hesitating when Pei Huai took the money away and turned to walk out. Perhaps it was because Pei Huai was tall and had long legs that he walked especially fast, or perhaps it was because of something else, but in a short while, he had already walked to the side of the tricycle and rode away. Since he had already left on his bike, Jiangran certainly could not follow him. Wang Zuelan walked over and patted Jiangran's arm. All right, Ran, let him go. Don't feel bad for him. He's a grown man. What's there to be afraid of? The installer nodded in agreement. That's right. You should let a man do it. You're a young lady, but you're always running under the sun. Be careful not to get tanned. The installer was younger than Wang Zuelan, but he looked to be in his 30s or 40s. In his eyes, Jiangran was indeed a little girl. Jiangran wanted to say that she didn't feel sorry for Pei Huai. She just felt that this development was a little strange. In the book, it was clearly written that after Pei Huai came back, he spoke to the original owner of the body and was determined to divorce her. Why was it that Pei Huai not only did not mention anything about the divorce, he even helped her buy a fan and was now going to the department store for her? Jiangran frowned and thought for a while. She still couldn't figure it out, so she went to the kitchen. It was almost time. She had to start making the snacks. In the summer, people didn't like to eat date cakes very much. Although some people still liked to eat it, most people didn't like it anymore. So what Jiangran had to make now was only a small amount of date cakes, a few peach cakes, and snowflake cakes. Most of the time, she had to make Bing pie snacks. After the Bing pie snacks were made, they were placed in the fridge for a while. They were cold and had a rich texture and taste. Men and women of all ages liked them. After selling for a few days and confirming the most popular flavors, they focused on making these. While Jiangran was busy, Pei Xianxia and Pei Yang were naturally not idle either. They helped Jiangran make these snacks. In addition to Jiangran's careful teaching, they had learned almost everything. With the three of them dividing the work, it was naturally much faster. Usually, when they were making snacks in the afternoon, it was really hot. But today was different. There was a fan above their heads. Not only did they not feel hot, but they also felt incomparably cool. Even their hands moved a lot faster. The installer had never been to the snack shop before. When he saw Jiangran and the other two busy, he curiously stood by the window and looked at them. When he saw them making cute snacks, even he, a man in his late 20s, couldn't help but feel a little moved. These things look very cute. Hearing his words, Jiangran looked up and smiled at him. Would you like to try one? Jiangran said and was about to hand over one when the installer hurriedly waved his hand. No. After saying that, he turned around and walked back to the table to sit down. He was here to work, so eating a popsicle was enough. If he ate anything else, it would be too much. Jiangran had been in this era for a while, so he knew some of the people in this era quite well. He knew that when he said that he wouldn't eat it, he really wouldn't eat it, so he didn't say anything more. Pei Huai came back at this time. When he came in, he saw Jiang Ran's bright smile. Seeing Jiang Ran smiling so happily, Pei Huai didn't know why, but a thought suddenly popped up in his mind. From this morning until now, Jiang Ran didn't seem to have smiled at him. Jiang Ran was smiling all the time, but she was smiling at someone else. To be exact, he was smiling at everyone except him. This discovery made Pei Huai frown. But soon, Pei Huai's brows furrowed even tighter. Why was he thinking about this? What did it matter if Jiang Ran smiled at him or not? Pei Yang inadvertently turned his head and saw Pei Huai standing at the door. Seeing Pei Huai standing there motionlessly with a blank look in his eyes, he asked, "Big brother, did you bring the fan back? What are you standing there for?" Hearing Pei Yang's words, the rest of the people in the room all turned to look at Pei Huai. Pei Huai immediately suppressed his thoughts and nodded, "I've already brought it back." The installer was very experienced. It only took him half an hour to install the fan. After testing the fan to make sure that there was nothing wrong with it, he packed up his things and rode away. Because there were no customers in the shop and they were all at the front, the fan at the back was not turned on. At 3 or 4 o'clock, some customers came. At this time, the people who came to the door were all here to buy snacks. Some were also here for the popsicles. It wasn't as full as it was in the morning and noon, but it was never empty. People came, people left, and when people left, more people came. Seeing that it was almost time for kindergarten to end, Wang Zuelan patted Pei Huai and said, "It's time to pick up Xiao Jing. Are you coming?" Jiang Ran always felt a little awkward being in the same room as Pei Huai. Even though there were many other people present, she still felt awkward. Pei Huai and Wang Zuelan came back very quickly. Because the kindergarten was very close, the two of them walked there. When they came back, Pei Jing walked in between the two of them. His two little hands were held by the two of them. This scene was naturally heartwarming and beautiful. Pei Jing was obviously happy. He skipped as he walked. When he saw Jiang Ran, he let go of Pei Huai and Wang Zuelan's hands and ran towards Jiang Ran. "Mom, I'm back." At this time, there were customers in the shop, but Pei Shanshan and Pei Yang could handle it. When she heard Pei Jing calling her, Jiang Ran put down her work and walked out of the kitchen. "Xiao Jing, did you have a good time in kindergarten today?" This had already become Jiang Ran's daily question. Although he would be asked the same question every day when he came back, Pei Jing did not feel annoyed at all. On the contrary, every time he was asked by Jiang Ran, Pei Jing would answer seriously. He would tell her what he did in kindergarten, what he ate, and what he learned. Pei Jing's voice was soft. When he spoke, he did not speak quickly, but it was very lively. The people who were originally in the shop to buy snacks would also stop when they heard Pei Jing speak. They would turn around to look at Pei Jing and talk with a face full of smiles. When they saw Pei Jing, they could not bear to look away. Pei Jing not only had a pleasant voice, but he was also good-looking. His skin was white and tender, and his facial features were especially delicate. His hair was longer than the average child's, making him look like a doll. At this time, he was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt, plaid overalls, and calfskin sandals. This child. He's so Western. That's right. She's good-looking, well-dressed, and knows how to talk. She's also so obedient. How did you raise her? Where did you buy these clothes? Why haven't I seen him before? Yeah, I've never seen such clothes before. Did you buy them in the city? Hearing everyone asking about the clothes, Jiang Ran had to answer, "I didn't buy it. I made it for him." "Boss Jiang, you made it?" Everyone looked at Jiang Ran in surprise, their faces full of disbelief. They had eaten here and bought snacks. They all agreed that Jiang Ran was really good at cooking. He was born to eat this bowl of rice. She just didn't expect Jiang Ran to know how to make clothes. "I just figured it out myself," Jiang Ran explained. Although she said so, the crowd obviously didn't believe her. "What are you thinking about?" "I think it looks better than the ones sold in the department stores." "Yeah, I wouldn't have noticed if you didn't mention it." "Boss Jiang, did you make the clothes you're wearing yourself?" Jiang Ran nodded, "Yes, oh my. Boss Jiang is really clever. Not only do you know how to cook, but you're also good at making clothes." Even if you don't open a small food shop, you can open a tailor shop. Business will probably be very good. Boss Jiang, do you sell clothes? I'll pay you to make 2 clothes for me. Of course, they were disappointed. However, everyone also understood that Jiang Ran was telling the truth. The snack shop's business was really good, but it was also really tiring. Those who lived nearby and woke up early all knew that the snack shop opened at 4 o'clock in the morning. Other than making money from business, they also needed to have their own lives. Therefore, after hearing Jiang Ran's rejection, no one said anything else. They bought the snacks they wanted and left. At 5:30, all the snacks were sold out, and they could pack up and go home. Because it was summer, the sky turned dark later. It was still very bright at 5:30, and the sun was still hanging in the west. Wang Suilan asked Jiang Ran to rest in the shop for a while. I'll take Xianxia out to buy some things. When we get home tonight, we'll cook something delicious. Pei Huai was back today. The family had been busy the whole day, and now it was time to go home. Naturally, they had to buy some good things to bring back and cook a good meal. Jiang Ran understood this very well, so he nodded and let Wang Suilan go ahead. Pei Yang's eyes darted around, and he hurriedly followed. Mom, Xianxia, I'll go with you. I can help you carry the things. Wang Suilan did not refuse. Of course, it was good to have someone to help carry the things. The sun was not so hot now, and the night wind was blowing. It was quite good to go out for a walk. Pei Jing was at the age where he loved to go out and play. At this moment, he was looking at them eagerly, as if he wanted to go with them. Pei Yang bent down and picked Pei Jing up. Xiao Jing, do you want to go too? Let's go. Little uncle will carry you there. Pei Jing sat in Pei Yang's arms and smiled sweetly at Pei Yang. Thank you, little uncle. Just as Pei Yang was about to reach the door, Pei Jing turned his head and waved at Jiang Ran and Pei Huai. Goodbye, Daddy, Mommy. Xiao Jing will bring you sweets. There was no child who didn't like to eat candy, and Pei Jing was no exception. In the past, he had no money and no food. Naturally, he did not care about whether he liked or disliked her. However, the Pei Jing family did not lack the money to buy candy now. Pei Jing could like whatever he liked. However, Jiang Ran would not let Pei Jing do as he pleased. After all, eating sweets could spoil teeth. If such a cute and beautiful child had a mouth full of bad teeth, wouldn't it spoil the fun? After they left, the shop suddenly quieted down. Only the whirring sound of the fan above their heads could be heard. Jiang Ran then realized that Wang Suilan and the others had left. Didn't that mean that only she and Pei Huai were left? In an instant, Jiang Ran understood. It was no wonder that Pei Yang would go with them and even bring Pei Jing along. It turned out that this was his plan. It was all her fault. She had been so focused on Pei Jing that she did not notice it at all. Since Jiang Ran had noticed it, Pei Huai naturally noticed it as well. The two of them were still sitting opposite each other. In a moment of carelessness, their eyes met. Jiang Ran was speechless. Should she bring up the divorce now? Once this thought popped up, she could not suppress it anymore. Her heart started to beat faster. However, Jiang Ran quickly remembered that the money she owed Pei Huai was still at home. If she did not return the money to Pei Huai first, she would not be so confident. Jiang Ran closed her eyes. Naturally, she couldn't see what Pei Huai was doing. After a while, Jiang Ran even temporarily forgot about Pei Huai's existence. She thought of those people who wanted her to make clothes just now. According to those people, it wasn't unreasonable. If she opened a clothing store or something, business might be good. She couldn't handle it herself, but it wasn't like there was no other way. If she produced the design and let others make clothes and sell them, she would only take a portion of the profits. Wouldn't that be good? The more she thought about it, the more she felt that it was feasible. Jiang Ran suddenly opened her eyes, which were full of brilliance. Pei Huai had been staring at Jiang Ran. He didn't expect Jiang Ran to suddenly open her eyes. Seeing the brilliance in Jiang Ran's eyes, he was stunned. Jiang Ran was already very beautiful after she slimmed down. Now that her eyes were shining, it made people feel that her whole body was shining. Pei Huai was stunned. Jiang Ran had been stared at the whole time, so she quickly felt it. Looking at Pei Huai, she saw Pei Huai staring at her in a daze. Jiangran blinked and asked the question in her heart, "Why do you keep staring at me?" Pei Huai was speechless. Pei Huai calmly looked away. Nothing. Seeing that Pei Huai had already looked elsewhere, Jiangran didn't have to ask why, so she simply didn't ask. With this time, she might as well start to draw. Jiangran was someone who had seen all kinds of clothes. It was very easy for her to draw some designs that were in line with the current aesthetic standards. There were also pen and paper in the shop. Jiangran stood up and found a pen and paper. When she came back, Jiangran directly chose another table and sat down with her back facing Pei Huai. If Pei Huai wanted to look, then let him look. Anyway, he was sitting behind him. Even if he really stared at him, he wouldn't know. Looking at Jiangran's back, Pei Huai was dumbfounded. What was the meaning of this? Regardless of what Pei Huai was thinking, Jiangran had already picked up the brush and started to draw. She had an idea in her mind, so her strokes were naturally very smooth. She did not need to think at all as the lines were already vivid on the paper. Jiangran bent over the desk and drew. Even if Pei Huai couldn't see what she was drawing, he could tell from her back that she was very serious now. He pursed his lips and didn't go forward to disturb her. When Wang Zuelan and the others came back, they saw this scene. Jiangran was seriously drawing, and Pei Huai's eyes were empty. No one knew what he was thinking. Seeing this scene, Wang Zuelan, Pei Xianxia, and Pei Yang felt a little disappointed. They had deliberately left some time for the two of them to interact, but in the end, they each had a table and didn't even speak. Only Pei Jing didn't feel that there was anything wrong with this. He walked in by himself with a box of chocolates in his hand. He walked directly to Jiangran's side and said, "Mom, have some chocolates." At this time, chocolates were still high-end goods. They were especially expensive, and ordinary families couldn't bear to buy them. The Pei family naturally didn't lack chocolates now, so Pei Jing could eat them whenever he wanted. Seeing the chocolates that Pei Jing handed over, Jiangran smiled and took it. "Thank you, Xiao Jing." Jiangran had never felt that she shouldn't eat food from children. It was a good thing that children were willing to share their things. However, if the adults didn't accept it, it wasn't entirely good for the children. After Jiangran took the chocolates, Pei Jing quickly walked over to Pei Huai. He took out another piece of chocolate and gave it to Pei Huai. "For you to eat." Upon hearing Pei Jing's words, Jiangran instinctively turned to look at Pei Jing. Not for any other reason, but because these words sounded very familiar. When she had just transmigrated, Pei Jing had given her a few peanuts. At that time, he had also said these 3 words. Without any form of address or description, it was very simple. He had only said the purpose, for her to eat. At that time, Jiangran did not think that there was anything wrong with these words. Now that she thought about it, she finally understood what the problem was. The reason why he did not even address her was because Pei Jing had never acknowledged this person in front of him. Just like now, Pei Jing had already acknowledged her as his mother. He called her mommy in a very sweet manner. While Jiangran was staring at Pei Jing, Pei Huai had already reached out and accepted the chocolate from Pei Jing. "Thank you, Xiao Jing." Pei Huai's voice did not have any special fluctuations of emotion, but it was very magnetic and pleasant to the ears. Upon hearing Pei Huai's thanks, Pei Jing's little face turned red. He pursed his lips and smiled somewhat embarrassedly. Seeing that it was getting late and that they should go home, Wang Zuelan urged everyone to leave quickly. He turned off the fan, locked the door, and went home. On the way back, Pei Huai rode the tricycle with Wang Zuelan and Pei Jing. Jiangran and the other 2 rode their own bicycles. This group of people was not very conspicuous when they were in the county town. However, once they entered the village, they became very conspicuous. At this time, everyone happened to be idle. Many people were outside enjoying the shade and chatting. Some people were holding their bowls and eating while chatting outside. When they saw Jiangran and the others enter the village, they all looked over. Even though this was not the first time they had seen them, they could not help but take a few more glances. Not only did they look, but some people could not help but mention what they had said in the past. "I didn't think much of it in the past. Everyone's life was pretty much the same. It's only been a few months." How did the Pei family's life become so good? That's right. I don't know how she's living her life. How can she be so good? They wake up early and work late every day to do business. How can they not live well? That's right. If you wake up at 3 or 4 o'clock every day to work, how many days can you last? If you're envious of other people's good lives, don't sleep in. Listening to the discussions of the crowd, Xianxia was still riding his bike expressionlessly. She really didn't want to talk about these meaningless things with these people in the village. Especially since he had said these words more than once. After repeating it over and over again, what else could he say? Fortunately, the villagers knew Xianxia's temperament. They didn't feel strange about Xianxia's attitude. Only Wang Zuelan, who was sitting on the tricycle, greeted everyone from time to time. However, Pei Huai was still riding his bike and had no intention of stopping. When they finally reached the entrance of the house, the few of them opened the door and entered the courtyard without any hesitation. Pei Baoshan was at home. When he heard the commotion outside, he walked out of the house. When he saw Xianxia and the others return, he smiled. Wang Zuelan got off the bike and went straight to the kitchen. It was getting late and dinner had to be prepared quickly. But hadn't the situation changed now that they didn't lack these things at home? Wang Zuelan was naturally willing to use the ingredients. Her cooking skills were good to begin with. As long as she was willing to use the ingredients, the food she made wouldn't taste bad no matter what. Since there was no need to cook, Xianxia simply went back to her room. Xianxia planned to draw some more pictures, but as soon as she entered the room, she saw 2 big boxes and a big bag on top of them. When she saw this, Xianxia was stunned for a moment, but soon she knew who it belonged to. It was Pei Huai's. Just as Xianxia thought of Pei Huai walked in. Hearing the footsteps, Xianxia turned her head and happened to meet Pei Huai's eyes. "I'm here to get something," Pei Huai said. "Oh." Xianxia agreed and walked to the table. "Just in time, I have something for you." She was still thinking about how to call Pei Huai in to talk about this. Now that Pei Huai came in himself, wasn't that just right? Hearing Xianxia's words, Pei Huai raised his eyebrows, but said nothing and walked to the table. Xianxia took out the key, opened the drawer, and took out the box that the original owner of the body used to store the money. Pei Huai stood quietly and watched Xianxia open the box. As the box was opened, a stack of neat and tidy banknotes was revealed in front of the two of them. "This is 500 yuan, for you," Xianxia said and put the box in front of Pei Huai. Pei Huai stared at the box for a while before saying, "Why are you giving me the money?" Although he already had a guess in his heart, Pei Huai still wanted to ask. Since the money had been returned to Pei Huai, Xianxia felt a lot more relaxed. When he spoke, he wasn't as restrained as before. "For the past few years, you've been sending money back every month. That money is with me. I'm returning it to you now." "Why did you return it to me?" Pei Huai's voice was still monotonous, making it hard to tell what he was thinking. "This is yours too." "Of course I have to return it to you." Xianxia said this matter-of-factly. Pei Huai didn't know how to continue for a while. What Pei Huai didn't expect was Xianxia's next words. "I was wrong to insist on marrying you back then. I was young and ignorant back then. I'm really sorry." Xianxia tried his best to choose his words carefully, for fear that he would go too far and make Pei Huai feel uncomfortable. "I don't have any feelings for you. This is holding me back. Why don't we get a divorce? I don't want to hold you back anymore. Don't worry. After the divorce, Xiao Jing will follow me. You don't need to pay for her alimony. She won't be a burden to you." Pei Huai stared at Xianxia with his dark eyes. He watched as Xianxia opened and closed his mouth, but there was no expression on his face. Xianxia said what he thought he should say. However, when he saw Pei Huai staring at him expressionlessly, he felt strange. "Why aren't you saying anything? Shouldn't he agree immediately?" Not wanting to keep staring at Pei Huai, Xianxia simply looked away. "Think about it and let me know when you've made up your mind." "Oh yes, take the money." With that said, Xianxia pulled out a stool and sat down. She had to hurry up and draw a few pictures. Otherwise, she would have to wash up and sleep after dinner and would not have time to draw. With Jiang Ran's personality, she always wanted to do things well. After picking up the pen, Jiang Ran devoted herself to drawing. She did not even notice when Pei Huai left. It was only when Pei Xianxia called her in the courtyard for dinner that Jiang Ran lifted her head. After tidying up the drawings, Jiang Ran got up. As she got up, Jiang Ran glanced at the place where the money box was placed. Seeing that the box was no longer there, she felt slightly relieved. Since Pei Huai had taken the money, he probably wanted to get a divorce. She just had to wait. The dinner Wang Suilan cooked was sumptuous and delicious. The whole family sat together to eat. During the meal, they chatted and laughed. The atmosphere was quite harmonious. During the meal, Pei Huai glanced at Jiang Ran from time to time. He saw that Jiang Ran was eating happily. Her attitude did not change. It was as if she was not the one who wanted a divorce. At this moment, Pei Huai felt that he did not understand Jiang Ran at all. After dinner, the sky had just turned dark, but they had to wash up and go to bed. After all, they had to wake up early. After boiling water, washing up and drying her hair, Jiang Ran prepared to close the door. But at this moment, Pei Huai walked over with an expressionless face. Seeing Pei Huai standing at the door, Jiang Ran's head was full of question marks. "What are you doing?" Before Pei Huai could answer, Pei Yang, who was in the opposite room, said, "Big brother, sister-in-law, rest early. I'm going to bed first." After that, Pei Yang closed the door. Looking at Pei Yang's tightly shut door, Jiang Ran realized that although she said she wanted to divorce Pei Huai, the rest of the Pei family didn't know about it. In the eyes of the Pei family, she and Pei Huai were husband and wife who had been separated for a long time. Since they were husband and wife, of course they had to stay together at night. Jiang Ran was speechless. Jiang Liang was still worried about what to do, but Pei Huai had already opened his mouth. "Don't you have to get up early tomorrow? Why aren't you sleeping?" Of course, he had to sleep with her. The question was, how would he sleep with her? Jiang Ran frowned and finally turned to enter the house. She wasn't worried that Pei Huai would do anything excessive. Besides not liking the original owner, Pei Huai didn't have any other problems. Even if she transmigrated and caused a butterfly effect, causing Pei Huai to change, she had enough ability to protect herself. However, Jiang Ran wasn't prepared to sleep in the same bed as Pei Huai. Fortunately, it was summer. As long as they spread a mat on the ground, they could sleep. Jiang Ran found the mat and just as she spread it on the ground, Pei Huai walked in and closed the door. "I'll sleep on the ground," Pei Huai said. Jiang Ran looked at Pei Huai and nodded. "You sleep on the ground." This mat was originally laid out for Pei Huai. She had no intention of sleeping on the ground. Pei Huai was speechless. Jiang Ran's sleep quality had always been good. Although there was one more person in the house, there was no danger, so it didn't affect Jiang Ran's sleep quality. After lying down for a while, Jiang Ran fell into a deep sleep. Listening to Jiang Ran's gentle breathing, Pei Huai, who was lying on the ground, slowly opened his eyes. The lights were off in the room, and the curtains were drawn. There was no light in the room at all. It was so dark that he couldn't see anything. Pei Huai turned his head and looked in the direction of the bed. Still, he couldn't see anything. When Jiang Ran proposed to divorce him today, he was really shocked. He didn't expect that Jiang Ran would actually bring up this matter on the first day he came back. But after the initial shock, Pei Huai didn't think that Jiang Ran's proposal of divorce was surprising. Just like that year, he didn't expect Jiang Ran to bring up marriage at all. It seemed that Jiang Ran would always do something that was beyond his expectations. Divorce? Pei Huai looked deeply in the direction of the bed again. Only then did he withdraw his gaze and close his eyes. It was a dreamless night. The next morning, when the sky was just beginning to brighten, the alarm clock rang. Jiang Ran didn't even open his eyes. He reached out to turn off the alarm clock. But who would have thought that his groping would end up with nothing? Jiang Ran immediately opened his eyes. Then, he saw Pei Huai standing by the bed with the alarm clock in his hand. Pei Huai turned off the alarm clock. Then, he looked at Jiang Ran and said, "I just woke up and heard it ring." So, he subconsciously wanted to turn it off. The sound of the alarm clock was the kind of sound made when metal was knocked against each other. The effect of waking someone up was really good, but it was also really noisy. Jiangran stared at Pei Huai for a few seconds. Then, he gradually came back to his senses. Yes, Pei Huai came back yesterday and slept in this room. After figuring out what was going on, Jiangran didn't continue to be in a daze. He nodded and said, "Since you're dressed, you can go out. I'm going to change." Pei Huai didn't expect that Jiangran would ask him to leave as soon as he opened his mouth. He found it funny and helpless, but he still put his mind back on the table, turned around, and walked out. After he went out, he closed the door behind him. Jiangran was very satisfied with Pei Huai's actions. The mat on the floor had already been rolled up by Pei Huai and placed against the wall. Next to it were Pei Huai's 2 boxes and a large backpack. Jiangran glanced at it and quickly found his clothes. After he was dressed, Jiangran tied up his hair with a wooden hairpin. Then, he opened the door and walked out. For convenience, Pei Xianxia and Pei Yang each bought an alarm clock. With an alarm clock to wake them up, Jiangran didn't have to wake them up. When Jiangran came out, Pei Xianxia and Pei Yang were also dressed neatly. They didn't say much. They quickly washed up and got ready to leave on their bicycles. Pei Huai had also finished washing up. When he saw that they were about to leave, he followed them and said, "I'll go too." As he spoke, Pei Huai walked to Pei Yang's side and said, "Come down and pick up Xianxia." Pei Yang was confused. "Why? Big brother, why can't you pick up sister-in-law? Why are you stealing my bicycle?" Upon hearing Pei Yang's question, Pei Huai raised his eyebrows and turned to look at Jiangran. Jiangran was speechless. Pei Xianxia glanced at Pei Huai and Pei Yang, made a face at them, and ran towards Jiangran. Regardless of whether it was a man's bicycle or a woman's bicycle, there was no problem with carrying people. After Pei Xianxia sat down, Jiangran exerted a little force on his foot, and the bicycle moved forward. When Jiangran rode out of the gate, Pei Huai looked coldly at Pei Yang. "Go and ride that one." Pei Yang was speechless. "Why are you being so fierce?" "I'll ride it, okay? It's not like I don't want you to ride sister-in-law." Sister-in-law wanted to ride Xianxia herself. Pei Yang muttered. His voice was not soft, and the courtyard was very quiet, so everyone could hear him clearly. After hearing Pei Yang's words, Pei Huai still looked at Pei Yang indifferently. Without saying a word, he got on the bicycle and left. Since he had already left, Pei Yang naturally did not say anything. He pushed the bicycle out of the gate and closed the gate from the outside. Then, he got on the bicycle and chased after Jiangran. Although it was hot in summer, it was still relatively cool at 4 o'clock in the morning. The sky was already bright, and they could see the blue sky when they looked up. Just by looking at the sky, they knew that it was going to be a sunny day. If they rode the bicycle faster, the wind would be stronger, and it would be very comfortable to have the wind blowing on their faces. The 3 of them rode very fast, and in less than 20 minutes, they arrived at the entrance of the snack shop. This was the first time Pei Huai saw how busy they were in the morning. After the 3 of them entered the shop, they washed their hands and faces, put on aprons, hats, sleeves, and masks, and then began to make various preparations. Just by looking at how orderly they were, one could tell that they had worked together for a long time and had cultivated enough tacit understanding. Without saying a word, they knew what to do. They divided the work clearly and were very efficient. They did not do useless work, and they did not care about who did more and who did less. The noodles had been served in advance, so they needed to be served first. Seeing Jiangran put a big bowl of noodles on the chopping board, Pei Huai finally found something he could do. Quickly stepping forward, Pei Huai directly stretched out his arm and blocked Jiangran, who was about to reach for the plate. "Let me do it." "Jiangran? What's going on?" Seeing Jiangran's puzzled look, Pei Huai didn't say anything and directly started to play. Jiangran was still a little worried that Pei Huai hadn't done it before and didn't know how to do it. But after a few glances, Jiangran was sure that Pei Huai wasn't pretending to know. He really knew how to do it. Thinking of the money Pei Huai sent back every month, Jiangran understood. A university student not only didn't spend a single cent at home, but also sent money back every month. It wasn't easy. Although it wasn't written in detail in the original article, it was easy to guess that Pei Huai must have done a lot of work. With Pei Huai here, Jiang Ran could relax for a while. It wasn't until he was almost done that Jiang Ran asked him to stop. It was the first time the two worked together, but Jiang Ran was surprised to find that their cooperation was actually quite good. The bun skin that Pei Huai rolled out was just the right size, thickness. With one look, it was obvious that he had rolled out a lot of dough. Jiang Ran glanced at Pei Huai, but quickly looked away. At this time, nothing was more important than making buns. What Jiang Ran didn't know was that while she was seriously making buns, Pei Huai was also staring at her for a while. To be precise, he was staring at Jiang Ran's hand making buns. Of course, compared to Pei Huai, Jiang Ran's hands were still small. Jiang Ran's fingers were long and slender, and her fingers were very nimble. She didn't seem to move much, but the bun skin spun quickly in her hands, and soon it was wrapped into a bun. After watching Jiang Ran wrap a few buns, Pei Huai was sure that Jiang Ran's buns were all the same. They all had 18 folds. Not only were there the same number of folds, but the size was also about the same. He didn't know how long Jiang Ran had practiced to be able to wrap all the buns like this, and at such a fast speed. After finishing his work in the morning, Pei Huai took advantage of the fact that Jiang Ran wasn't in the shop to ask Pei Yang this question. Unexpectedly, when Pei Yang heard this question, he waved his hand. "Big brother, you don't know, but sister-in-law is amazing." The first bun she made looked like this. From the first day we started selling buns, sister-in-law's speed of making buns was so fast. Isn't sister-in-law very amazing? I think she's very amazing. She's the most amazing person I've ever met. Pei Yang had been chattering non-stop, but when he didn't see any reaction from Pei Huai, he stopped. "Big brother? What's wrong? What are you thinking about?" Pei Huai shook his head. "Nothing." Pei Yang was about to say something when he saw Jiang Ran and Pei Xianxia walking back from the corner of his eye. The two of them had gone shopping, and when they came back, it was inevitable that they would be carrying bags of various sizes. Seeing this, Pei Yang immediately stood up. "Sister-in-law, let me help you carry it." Jiang Ran immediately avoided him. "There's a watermelon in the car outside. You can bring it over." "You bought watermelons?" Pei Yang exclaimed and jogged outside. At this moment, there were 2 large green watermelons in the back of the tricycle. It was the season to eat watermelons. Watermelons were not expensive. They had a lot of moisture and were very sweet. After being chilled, they would cool down and relieve the heat. Basically, every family would buy them to eat at home. Pei Yang was about to pick up both watermelons when he was stopped by Pei Huai. "Don't be greedy. These 2 watermelons are so big. What if you accidentally drop them?" Although a watermelon wasn't worth much, it was shameful to waste it. As he spoke, Pei Huai picked up a watermelon and turned to enter the store. Wang Suilan did not come today. It wasn't that Wang Suilan didn't want to come over, but the night before, Pei Huai had told her that he would be helping out at the store, so Wang Suilan didn't have to come over. There were many things to take care of at home. She couldn't possibly leave everything to Pei Bashan alone. With Pei Huai helping out in the shop, Wang Suilan felt a lot more at ease and didn't insist on coming over. Jiang Ran sorted out the things she bought and prepared the meat that needed to be prepared beforehand. When everything was ready, she washed her hands seriously and went out to eat watermelon. Pei Yang was happily munching on a piece of watermelon. When he saw Jiang Ran come out, he smiled at Jiang Ran. "Sister-in-law, try it quickly. This watermelon is especially sweet today. Some people especially like to eat sandy pulp watermelons." Sandy pulp watermelons tasted soft and sweet. The texture was exceptionally good. However, Jiang Ran didn't like it. Jiang Ran liked crunchy watermelons. When she bought watermelons, she would also ask if they were sandy pulp watermelons. This watermelon wasn't sandy pulp watermelons. It was said that the weather in June was like a doll's face, changing at will. In fact, that was indeed the case. At noon, the sun was still shining brightly. However, at 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the sky was suddenly overcast and the wind was howling. Judging from the flying sand and stones, it was definitely going to rain heavily. The wind outside was particularly strong, and it could blow into the house through the open door. Naturally, the fans in the house were turned off. The few of them sat in a row at the door and stared outside. Because of the strong wind, there were not many people outside. Looking at the weather, Pei Xianxia frowned slightly. Will there still be people coming in the afternoon like this? Sister-in-law, do we still want to make desserts? Desserts were the best when they were freshly made. Even if they could be stored, they would not taste as good as freshly made desserts. Therefore, even if there were not enough desserts to sell every day, Jiang Ran would not make too many desserts. He was afraid that he would not be able to sell them all if he made too many desserts. Jiang Ran was not sure if anyone would come, but he still decided to make some desserts. Don't make too many desserts. If we can't sell them, we will eat them ourselves and give some to uncle's family. The uncle's family that Jiang Ran was talking about was Wang Zuelan's family. As the two of them were talking, there was a sudden flash of lightning and thunder outside. The sound of the thunder was deafening, and the two of them were so frightened that they stopped talking for a moment. Not long after the thunder sounded, it started to rain heavily. The rain was so heavy that they could not see the scenery outside of a few meters clearly. The sound of the rain outside was so loud that they had to raise their voices when they spoke in the house. Otherwise, the other party would not be able to hear them at all. Jiang Ran got up and led Pei Xianxia and Pei Yang into the kitchen. The three of them did not need to talk much in the kitchen, and they did not need to communicate much. Naturally, the sound of the rain did not have much of an impact. Because they had reduced the number of desserts, the three of them finished working in the kitchen after more than an hour. Just as they walked out of the kitchen, they saw a car parked at the door. Looking at the van, Jiang Ran's first thought was that it looked familiar. After thinking seriously for a while, Jiang Ran finally remembered whose car it was. It was Chen Bing's. Just as she was thinking about it, someone got out of the driver's seat. He did not hold an umbrella. After getting out of the car, he quickly ran into the shop. Standing at the entrance, Chen Bing stomped his feet before continuing to walk in. This rain really came down on a whim. Chen Bing sighed. Jiang Ran smiled. Water is wealth. If you encounter water when you go out, you'll be rich. Hearing Jiang Ran's words, Chen Bing immediately laughed. Boss Jiang, you really know how to talk. No wonder your business is doing so well. But Boss Jiang is also right. Such a heavy rain is a gift for Boss Jiang. When he saw Chen Bing's van, Jiang Ran already had some guesses about his intentions. Last time, Chen Bing bought 200 gift boxes and took them away. It had been a while, so they must have been sold out. This time, he must have come to order a gift box again. Just as Jiang Ran was thinking about it, he heard Chen Bing say, I came here this time to ask Boss Jiang if those desserts you make can be mass-produced, how many can be made, and if there are any new varieties? Can they be stored for a longer time? In order to preserve the food for a longer time, especially the snacks, it must be added with preservatives. This went against Jiang Ran's original intention of making delicious food. What she wanted to do was to open a shop and sell the freshest food that she thought was the most delicious. Although Jiang Ran didn't say it explicitly, Chen Bing was a smart person. Just by listening to Jiang Ran's words, he already understood what Jiang Ran was thinking. Although he was a little emotional, he still nodded. Okay, then I'll try the new product you mentioned first. As for the rest, we'll talk about it later. It was raining heavily outside and obviously wouldn't stop for a while. Chen Bing wasn't in a hurry to leave. Previously, Chen Bing came twice in a hurry and left in a hurry. This time, it was because of the rain that Chen Bing wasn't in a hurry. Jiang Ran went into the kitchen, took some of the ice-covered snacks of various flavors, put some on a plate, and walked out with it. Try it. As Jiang Ran said, she put the plate in front of Chen Bing. Chen Bing stared at the snacks curiously for a while. What kind of snacks are these? Why haven't I seen them before? But you have to say, they're quite good-looking. Hearing this evaluation, Jiang Ran smiled and didn't say anything. Of course, they were good-looking. Not only were they good-looking, but they also tasted delicious. In order to let everyone eat more flavors, Jiang Ran deliberately didn't make the snacks too big when she made them. First, it was a big man like Chen Bing. There was no problem at all. Chen Bing did eat them like this. He picked one up and stuffed it directly into his mouth. Just as he chewed twice, his eyes suddenly widened. He gave Xianxia a thumbs up and his eyes lit up. Good quality. Because his mouth was stuffed, his words were a little unclear, but Xianxia and the others understood what he meant. He was praising the taste. Chen Bing ate one snack at a time. In a short while, he ate all 6 ice-covered snacks on the plate. Delicious. It's delicious. Chen Bing drank the water and didn't forget to continue praising, speaking of which, it's quite embarrassing. I'm a big man and I like to eat sweet things. Otherwise, I wouldn't have found your shop. Xianxia also laughed. What's there to be embarrassed about? It's just a personal preference. You don't have to be embarrassed. Everyone's preferences were different and did not need to be restricted by gender. Seeing that Xianxia was serious, Chen Bing was even happier. The two of them exchanged a few more words before getting down to business. I'm here this time to discuss some matters with you regarding your snacks. The desserts you make are delicious. I'll take them to the big city by car. They sell very well, so I want to buy more from you. I'll take them once every few days, but I don't want them in gift boxes. I'll take them in bulk. What do you think? What's wrong with that? Of course. Xianxia immediately agreed. In other words, it had changed from retail to wholesale. Whether it was for Chen Bing or for Xianxia, it was a good thing. In general, it was a win-win situation. If he didn't agree to such a thing quickly, there wouldn't be such a shop after this village. Xianxia agreed so quickly that Chen Bing didn't know what to say for a moment. After a while, Chen Bing spoke again. You didn't ask me how much I wanted at one time and how many days I wanted, and you just agreed. Boss Chen is straightforward and does things cleanly. What's there for me to worry about? Xianxia asked back. This? Chen Bing was stunned by Xianxia's question, and then he laughed again. There is really nothing to worry about. At this point, Xianxia began to talk about serious matters. It's just that the weather is hot now. How do we transport these snacks? If we take them away directly, they will probably be bored. Chen Bing said that he was going to sell them in other cities. On such a hot day, when they really arrived, wouldn't they be spoiled? Chen Bing waved his hand. You don't have to worry about this. I rented a car with a freezer. Hearing Chen Bing's words, Xianxia was relieved. Thinking about it, since Chen Bing dared to do this business, he must have done all the preparations. Next, the two discussed the type and quantity of snacks, and finally decided to come once every 3 days to pick up the goods. When everything was settled, Xianxia directly found a pen and paper and wrote a contract. Chen Bing did not expect that Xianxia was ready to sign a contract. However, after carefully reading the contract written by Xianxia, he felt that there was no problem and signed it directly. The contract was in 2 copies, one for each of them. Xianxia looked at his share and smiled with satisfaction. Then, he reached out his hand to Chen Bing and said, "Happy cooperation." Chen Bing was stunned for a moment, then hesitantly reached out and gently shook Xianxia's hand. Happy cooperation. Pei Huai watched from the beginning to the end, and there was no special expression on his face. Until now, when he saw Xianxia and Chen Bing shaking hands, his expression changed. Even if Xianxia and Chen Bing only shook hands for a moment and quickly let go, Pei Huai's frown did not loosen. Xianxia's attention at this time was on Chen Bing, and he did not notice the change in Pei Huai's expression. After they finished their discussion, the rain outside gradually became lighter. Chen Bing had other things to do, so he took out an envelope from his bag and handed it to Xianxia. Here's a deposit of 1,000 yuan. As for the rest, I'll pay you when I come back to pick up the goods 3 days later. The two had worked together once before, so naturally, Xianxia was not worried that Chen Bing would not come. He took the envelope and carefully looked at the money inside, then nodded and agreed. Don't worry. You can come early in the morning 3 days later. Alright, then I'll take my leave. Xianxia walked him to the door and watched as Chen Bing got into the car and drove away. Only then did he withdraw his gaze. After Chen Bing left, Xianxia could no longer suppress his excitement. He hugged Pei Xianxian and said, "Xianxian. We're going to make a fortune." Pei Xianxian was also happy. She had been listening and did not interrupt from the beginning to the end, but Pei Shanshan understood that Jiang Ran and Chen Bing were going to work together for a long time. What would happen in the future was unknown for the time being. But they only said that 3 days later, when Chen Bing came to pick up the goods, they would have to pay a few thousand yuan. That was a few thousand yuan. They had worked hard from dawn to dusk for a few months, but they did not make so much money. Pei Yang was also young. At this time, he was so excited that he could not wait to spin in circles. Compared to them, Pei Huai was much calmer. It was not until their excitement gradually calmed down that Pei Huai opened his mouth. It's true that we're making money, but it's not that easy to make so many snacks in 3 days. As soon as Pei Huai said this, the 3 people who were excited just now were instantly stunned. Although Pei Huai's words were like pouring cold water on everyone, he was indeed telling the truth. Last time, Chen Bing had only ordered 200 gift boxes, and it had already made the 3 of them work day and night for 3 days. Although the things he ordered this time did not need to be packed into gift boxes, the quantity was more than 3 times that of the previous time. With just the 3 of them, it was impossible to finish it. Jiang Ran felt that she had to rent another house. It was specially used to make snacks. She also had to hire a few more people. Even if they did not know how to make snacks, they could still help a lot by being assistants. But for convenience, the rented house could not be too far away. It would be best if it was next door. Their current shop was right next to Uncle Zhang's small shop. But Uncle Zhang's small shop was doing well. It was impossible for him to stop and rent the house to her. Next to the convenience store, there was a barber shop, and business seemed to be pretty good. And next to it, Jiang Ran frowned and thought. In the end, she realized that she could forget about renting a shop on this street. What should she do? Pei Huai had been looking at Jiang Ran. Seeing Jiang Ran's expression, he had already guessed what Jiang Ran was thinking. Behind this row of houses is the residential area. You can ask if there is anyone who rents a house. It would be best if it has a yard and is closer to here, Pei Huai suggested. At that time, not only would there be a place to make snacks, but there would also be a place to sleep and rest. Hearing Pei Huai's words, Jiang Ran was immediately tempted. Renting a house in the county was something that Jiang Ran had thought about when she first transmigrated. It was just that during this period of time, she had been in a hurry and had not had the chance to implement it. Seeing that the rain outside had stopped and even the sun was out, Jiang Ran directly went out and went to the small shop next door. Grandpa Jiang lived nearby and was an old resident here. It was best to ask Uncle Jiang if there were any houses for rent here. Pei Huai followed Jiang Ran out. Standing at the door, he heard Jiang Ran ask about old Master Zhang's house. Pei Huai raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect Jiang Ran to be so familiar with the old man next door. It was indeed much easier to ask the old residents here than to run by themselves. It turned out that Jiang Ran had indeed asked the right person. After knowing that Jiang Ran wanted to rent a courtyard, Uncle Jiang immediately smiled. Isn't this a coincidence? It's right behind here. The first house, the one around the corner from your shop, is about to be sold. Although it's not for rent, we're old friends. I'll talk to him. Sir, wait a minute. Jiang Ran hurriedly interrupted Sir Zhang's words. You mean, that house is going to be sold? Yes. His son is promising and has settled down in the big city. He also has a house and is going to bring the old couple to live in the big city. It's too far away and they won't be coming back in the future, so they're going to sell this house. They're leaving in 2 days and are in a hurry to find a buyer. It's just that the asking price is not low. They haven't found anyone willing to buy it yet. Hearing Sir Zhang's words, Jiang Ran almost wanted to reach out and shout, "Find her! Find her!" How could renting a house be better than buying one? Having a house that completely belonged to him was simply the happiest thing in the world. Jiang Ran's eyes lit up like light bulbs. Even if she didn't say it, Sir Jiang knew that she wanted to buy that house. After all, they had known each other for so long. Thinking about it, Sir Jiang said one more thing. Although that house is not bad, the asking price is a little high. Even Uncle Jiang, a local, said that the asking price was a little high. That meant that the price was really high. Jiang Ran did not know much about the current housing prices. For a moment, he could not imagine how high the housing prices could be. Xianxia swallowed his saliva and asked carefully, "Uncle, then, how much is it?" He had to ask how much it was first to have an idea. Uncle Jiang waved his hand. "Don't give me a rough estimate." Their family said that the house costs 1,500 yuan. 1,500 yuan, in this era where the salary of an ordinary worker was only a few dozen yuan, a house cost 1,500 yuan. That was really expensive. It was no wonder that Uncle Jiang said that he could not find a buyer for the time being. The average wage earner could not afford so much money. Those who could afford it had houses in their hands and would not buy an extra house. After all, it was not the time to speculate in real estate. Seeing that Xianxia did not speak for a long time, Uncle Jiang thought that Xianxia felt that it was expensive, so he advised, Ran, this price is really a little high. How about this? I am quite familiar with their family. They are in a hurry to leave, and this house can't be sold for a while. I might as well rent it to you. What do you think? But I can't guarantee it. I can only try my best to talk to them. Xianxia knew that Uncle Jiang meant well. They had known each other for a long time, and Uncle Jiang was really a good person. He cared for the younger generation, so he made such a suggestion. Xianxia was not an ungrateful person. When he heard Uncle Jiang's words, he thanked him first. Uncle, thank you so much. Why don't we go and take a look now? Xianxia had only seen the house from the outside. He had not seen what the inside looked like. Whether he bought or rented, he had to take a look at the house first. At this time, there was indeed no one around. Grandma Jiang was watching over the snack bar. Uncle Jiang immediately stood up. Okay, let's go take a look. The two of them walked out of the store as they talked. As soon as they walked out, they saw Pei Huai standing outside. Pei Huai had been here for 2 days. Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia kept calling him Big Brother. Uncle Jiang naturally knew who Pei Huai was. After sizing up Pei Huai, Uncle Jiang smiled with satisfaction. Not bad, young man. I heard you just graduated from university this year? What are you going to do in the future? It doesn't matter if you don't have any plans. Just help Ran. She's working hard. Hearing Uncle Jiang's words, Xianxia felt a little embarrassed. Her relationship with Pei Huai was not what Uncle Jiang thought. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Pei Huai nod his head. Thank you, sir. I understand. Let's go look at the house together. Uncle Jiang nodded with satisfaction. Yes, we should go together. Ran is a girl. What if she gets bullied? It's better to have a man to take charge. Uncle Jiang walked forward as he spoke. Pei Huai followed behind him. Xianxia looked at the two people leaving, and his whole person was not good. She was the one who said that she wanted to look at the house. Why did Uncle Jiang lead Pei Huai away? However, Xianxia had to go. Xianxia sighed in his heart. He felt that after settling the matter of the house, he had to talk to Pei Huai about the divorce. Regardless of whether she bought or rented, as long as she had this house, she would have a place to live even if she got divorced. After a few steps, they turned a corner and saw the courtyard. The entrance of the courtyard faced the shop in front. The house was also facing south. The orientation was really good. From the outside, the courtyard looked quite big. At this time, most people's doors were still wooden. This house was the same. The wooden door was originally red, but after a long time, after being exposed to wind and rain, the red paint on it had become mottled. There were also 2 iron rings on the door. When the door was locked from the outside, these 2 iron rings were used to lock it. At this time, Uncle Jiang held the iron rings and knocked hard on the door, making muffled sounds. After a few knocks, a man's voice came from inside. You're here. Who is it? It's me. Uncle Jiang answered. The man inside was obviously very familiar with Uncle Jiang. After hearing Uncle Jiang say those 2 words, there was already a smile in his voice. It's Uncle Jiang. Are you here to look for my dad? As he spoke, the door was already opened. As the door opened, Xianxia saw the man inside. The man looked to be about 30 years old. His hair was neatly combed and he wore a pair of glasses. He looked very cultured. Xiao Liang, I'm not here to look for your dad. I'm here to look for you. Liang Shan opened the door and let them in. Then, he asked, Uncle, you're looking for me? What's the matter? Isn't this your house for sale? I'm just here to ask. Has it been sold? Liang Shan shook his head. No. Houses aren't that easy to sell. That's true. Uncle Jiang nodded in agreement. Then, he looked at Jiang Ran and Pei Huai. This couple is in front. They opened a shop next to my shop. It's called Little Food Shop. You should have heard of it since you came back. How could I have heard of it? Liang Shan laughed. I even went there to eat. The taste is really good. Hearing Liang Shan's words, Jiang Ran was surprised. He had eaten there, but she did not have any impression of Liang Shan. However, this was normal. She was too busy. Among the customers in the restaurant, other than those who went there at the beginning and those who went there often, she really didn't have any impression of the others. Master Jiang, why did you bring them here today? Liang Shan took the initiative to ask. They happen to want to rent a house, so I wanted to bring them over to ask you. If you can't sell this house, why don't you just rent it to them? Rent? Liang Shan furrowed his brows, clearly not considering this point. The place where Liang Shan worked was really far from here. In the future, unless it was necessary, he probably would not come back. If the house was to be rented out, how to collect rent would be a problem. If Jiang Ran and Pei Huai stopped renting, he would have to come back to collect the house and find a way to rent it out. It would be really troublesome. Thinking of this, Liang Shan shook his head. Sir, I really don't intend to rent out this house. You know my situation. It's not easy to come back. I don't want to always run back and forth because of this house. Uncle Jiang was not an unreasonable person. When he heard Liang Shan's words, he understood his difficulties. I understand. I understand. As Uncle Jiang spoke, he turned to look at Jiang Ran and Pei Huai. Ran, look at this. Old Master Jiang also spoke up. Ran, if you want to take a look, I can show you around. I come here often. Sure. Thank you, Old Master. Of course, it would be best if someone could show her around. The yard was not small, but it was clean and tidy. There were no plants or too many miscellaneous items. Of course, it could also be because they were leaving, so the original items had been disposed of or put away. There were 3 rooms facing the north and 2 rooms on the east and west sides of the yard. In the middle of the 3 rooms on the north side was a central room. Usually, when there were guests in the house, they would talk in this room. There was a door on the east and west sides of the central room. After entering, there were bedrooms. Back in the yard, the 2 rooms on the east side were the kitchen and the utility room. The 2 rooms on the west side were also 2 bedrooms. The house was made of bricks and tiles. Although it had been there for a long time, it was still quite sturdy. There would definitely be no problem living in it. In the corner of the yard, there was a small room. There was no door, only a curtain. Jiang Ran knew that it was the toilet. The yard of the house was not small, and each room was not small either. There were only some simple tables and chairs in the room. Not considering the soft decorations, just the house itself was really not bad. But the price of 1,500 yuan was really not cheap. Jiang Ran's brows were tightly furrowed. She was still thinking about the price of the house when Liang Shan and Pei Huai walked over. Just as they walked over, Liang Shan said, "Just now, I discussed with Pei Huai. You really want to buy the house, and I also really want to sell the house. We've decided to each take a step back. 1,200 yuan, and we'll sell the house to you. If you agree, we can immediately settle the transfer of ownership. We'll leave tomorrow and won't delay you from using the house. What do you think?" Jiang Ran was speechless. Jiang Ran looked at Pei Huai in shock. She had only followed old Master Jiang to look around the house. It did not take long, but he had already cut off 300 yuan. Even she was just thinking that if she could cut off 200 yuan, she would buy the house. Now, it was completely unexpected, Seeing that Jiang Ran did not speak, Liang Shan asked again, Mr. Jiang, what do you think? The reason why Liang Shan called Jiang Ran Boss Jiang was that he had been to the small food store and heard many diners call him that. Now, he just called him that. Pulled back to reality by Liang Shan's voice, Jiang Ran quickly smiled and nodded. Since you have already discussed it, then that's it. It's still early now. Why don't we transfer the ownership in a while? All right. Liang Shan immediately agreed. He had been in a hurry to leave, but the house had not been sold. Now that he could finally sell the house, he naturally hoped that it would be faster. After the two of them finished discussing, Jiang Ran and Pei Huai went back to the small food shop to get the money. The 1,000 yuan deposit that Chen Bing had just given him came in handy now. There was still some money left in the shop. It was still possible to take out 1,200 yuan. After taking the money and waiting for Lian Shahong to arrive, they went to the Housing Management Bureau together. At this time, the management of housing and land was not so strict. As long as both parties were willing, it was completely possible to buy and sell. They could even go through the formalities and there would not be any wrangling in the future. Although that was what Liang Shan said, even if they moved out immediately, the house would not be usable for a while. Although the Liang family's kitchen was not small, it had obviously been used for many years. It was dark and dirty, the windows were small, and the house was dark. Jiang Ran did not intend to tear down the house and rebuild it. That would be too time-consuming and troublesome. However, it was still possible to make the windows bigger. The walls in the house also needed to be repainted. It would be best to open a door between the house and the utility room so that the two rooms could be combined into one. The stove and other things also needed to be modified, and some other appliances needed to be added inside. That night, after returning home, Jiang Ran bent over the table to write and draw. She worked until nearly 10 o'clock before she finished drawing the design. In addition to the kitchen, the toilet also needed to be modified. Jiang Ran really wanted a toilet with a toilet and a shower. She should take advantage of this opportunity to do it together. After drawing several drawings, Jiang Ran looked at them carefully again. After making sure that there were no problems, she packed up and prepared to go to bed. Just as she turned around, she saw Pei Huai standing behind her. Suddenly seeing someone standing behind her, Jiang Ran was really shocked, and her heart beat a lot faster. When did you stand here? Jiang Ran stared at Pei Huai. Without waiting for Pei Huai to answer, she asked another question, why are you standing here? Pei Huai lifted his chin and gestured to the design on the table. I wanted to discuss these things with you, but seeing that you were serious about drawing, I didn't want to disturb you. Hearing this, Jiang Ran frowned slightly and did not answer. Pei Huai glanced at Jiang Ran's expression and continued, although it's only the kitchen, utility room, and bathroom, someone still needs to do it. Otherwise, if it's not done well and has to be redone, the gains will not make up for the losses. You'll start working on Chen Bing's order tomorrow, so you won't have time to supervise. Pei Yang, Xianxia, and Mom all have to help you, so they won't be able to free their hands. The land and poultry at home need someone to take care of them, and Dad can't supervise them. At this point, Pei Huai stopped and stared at Jiang Ran. Since Pei Huai had already said so much, what else did Jiang Ran not understand? Wasn't Pei Huai saying that he was the only one who had the time to supervise the workers, but after thinking about it carefully, what Pei Huai said was indeed true. Jiang Ran frowned, but he did not want to give in so easily. Jiang Ran stood up and sat on the edge of the bed. He pointed to the bench and let Pei Huai sit down. After Pei Huai sat down, Jiang Ran asked, have you thought about the divorce? When Jiang Ran suddenly mentioned the divorce, Pei Huai was not surprised at all. The expression on his face did not change at all. Why do you want a divorce? Pei Huai asked in return. Hearing Pei Huai's question, Jiang Ran was really stunned for a moment. Why did she want a divorce? Wasn't this written in the original article? Pei Huai had come home this time to get a divorce. She had only brought it up one step ahead of him. Jiang Ran blinked and calmed himself down. There are no feelings between you and me, so why don't we get a divorce? I don't want to hold you back either. Look at you. You're good-looking and you're a university student. You'll definitely have a successful career in the future. When that time comes, there will definitely be someone who matches your qualifications and looks to work side by side with you. I'm your wife, so why don't you agree to it? Xianxia thought for a moment and continued, could it be that you feel embarrassed because I brought up the divorce first? How about this, I'll take back what I said earlier and let you bring it up. Will that do? Pei Huai's dark eyes were fixed on Xianxia. It was only when Xianxia felt the hairs on her back stand that she heard Pei Huai speak. You want to take back what you said about divorce? Pei Huai's voice was monotonous, making it hard to guess what he was thinking. Xianxia nodded. Yes, I'll take it back. Let you bring it up. Pei Huai nodded. Since you've taken back your words, that means you're not getting a divorce. Since that's the case, let's go to sleep. With that, Pei Huai stood up, walked over to the wall and took the mat. He laid it on the floor and lay down. He fell asleep immediately. After closing his eyes, his breathing became even after a while. Xianxia sat on the edge of the bed. Although there was no wind in the room, she still felt that she was in a mess in the wind. What did this bastard mean by this? She took back what she said earlier. She had clearly asked him to bring up the divorce. What did he mean by lying down to sleep without saying anything? Xianxia stared at Pei Huai. Her eyes were like torches, almost boring a hole into Pei Huai. However, Pei Huai did not react at all. It was as if he had really fallen asleep. Xianxia was speechless. She had lost. Seeing that the clock hand on the alarm clock had already pointed to 10, Xianxia did not care about Pei Huai anymore. She quickly turned off the lights and lay down. It was already a little late to sleep now. She had to wake up at 4 o'clock. Only when Xianxia's breathing became even, did Pei Huai slowly open his eyes. He turned his head and looked in the direction of the bed. His wife had asked to leave the room. She knew a lot, she thought a lot too. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, Xianxia was woken up by the alarm clock. Xianxia opened her eyes when the alarm clock rang for the first time. Including this day, there were only 2 days and 2 nights left. The task could be said to be very heavy. Pei Xianxian and Pei Yang and Xianxia would not go home from today onwards. They would stay at the house they had just bought. The kitchen needed to be repaired before it could be used, but the bedroom could be slept on with a mat. As for toiletries and daily necessities, Wang Zuelan would bring them to Pei Jing when he sent him to school in the morning. Xianxia sat up and found that Pei Huai was no longer in the room. Xianxia didn't know when Pei Huai went out, so he didn't investigate. She quickly changed her clothes, tied up her hair, and hurried out to wash up. Pei Yang and Pei Xianxian had also woken up and were washing up. The 3 of them quickly tidied themselves up and rode to the county. As for Pei Huai? Hearing Pei Jing's words, Xianxia was confused. What do you mean by turning white? It's Dad. His face turned white, his hair turned white, and his clothes turned white too. Pei Jing was still young after all. When he talked about something, he usually only talked about what he saw. Xianxia was confused at first, but when she pictured Pei Jing's description in her mind, Xianxia understood what was going on. Previously, when the small food store was renovated, Pei Baoshan led people to paint the walls white, and they also painted their clothes white. So, Pei Huai went to paint the walls. Wait, where did Pei Huai go to paint the walls? Xiao Jing, where did you see Pei, your father? In the new house that Mom bought. Hearing this, Xianxia immediately stood up. I'll go over there and take a look. Xiao Jing, you play with Auntie. By the time he finished speaking, Xianxia had already rushed out. The distance was not far to begin with, and Xianxia trotted over, so it didn't take long for her to reach the back. Although she had already eaten dinner, it was only 7 o'clock. It wasn't too late, and the sky wasn't dark yet. As soon as she entered the courtyard, Xianxia heard someone talking. The voices were complicated, and she knew that it wasn't the same person. The voices came from the direction of the kitchen, and Xianxia looked in that direction. With one look, Xianxia was shocked. The window that she thought was too small yesterday had been opened several times larger today. Not only had the window in the kitchen been enlarged, but the window in the utility room next to it had also been enlarged. Because the window had been opened a lot bigger, the original window had been removed, and she could clearly see the situation in the house. The original stove in the kitchen had been removed. It had only been a day, and a new stove had been built according to her blueprint. Not only was there a table, but the cabinet that Xianxia wanted had also been built. Now, someone was putting cement on the new platform. On the other side, in the storeroom, there were two people painting a white wall. Both of them were dyed white, but this did not affect their work in the slightest. Among the two, Xianxia didn't know one of them. As for the other one, just by looking at his back, Xianxia knew that he was Pei Huai. Xianxia recognized Pei Huai from his back, not because of any feelings, but because of Pei Huai's height and the clothes he was wearing. Looking at the busy people inside, Xianxia didn't know whether to go in or leave. After she woke up in the morning, she rushed to the county in a hurry and went to the shop. She didn't even notice if the design on the table was still there. Come to think of it, at that time, Pei Huai had already taken the design to the workers to buy things. This person. What was going on? Xianxia stood there and thought, frowning more and more. At this moment, Pei Huai seemed to have sensed something and turned to look at Xianxia. The two of them looked at each other, and Pei Huai put down the tools in his hand and walked out directly. Looking at Pei Huai's white clothes, Xianxia wanted to say something, but when the words reached his mouth, he couldn't say anything. In the end, Xianxia didn't say anything and just turned around and left. No matter what Pei Huai was planning, the most important thing now was to go back and make snacks. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Xianxia and the other two stayed up all night, and finally finished preparing all the snacks. The next day, at the crack of dawn, Qinbing arrived in his car. This time, it wasn't a van, but a very large truck. After Qinbing checked the goods, they moved all the things into the truck. Qinbing not only paid the balance, but also paid the deposit. Boss Jiang, don't forget that in 3 days, someone will come to pick up the goods. It was obvious that Qinbing couldn't make a round trip in 3 days, so the person who would come to pick up the goods in 3 days would definitely not be Qinbing. But this wasn't important. No matter who came to pick up the goods, as long as the money was paid, it was fine. After sending off Qinbing, the 3 people finally breathed a sigh of relief. But they could only breathe a sigh of relief because they were about to start preparing breakfast. When making the buns, Xianxia told them his plan. The house in the back is ready. After drying it for a day and buying some things, it can be used. We should also hire people. Xianxia had already planned to hire a few more people. Filling the rice, cleaning the table, washing the dishes, these could all be done by the hired people. It would be best if they could hire people who knew how to cook. They couldn't do other things, but they could always make buns and deep-fried dough sticks. At that time, Xianxia only needed to prepare the stuffing of the buns, and the rest could be done by others. The cashier's job couldn't be left to others, so Pei Yang could be in charge. For lunch, Xianxia prepared the main dishes in advance, and other vegetarian dishes could also be done by others. As long as he arranged everything in the morning and at noon, Xianxia would have more time to make snacks in the back. After Xianxia explained his plan, Pei Xianxia and Pei Yang immediately agreed. Sister-in-law, we should have recruited someone a long time ago. If we recruit someone who can cook, you'll be more relaxed and won't be as busy as you are now. There must be people at the front and people at the back. Xianxia was going to recruit a few apprentices. She was not afraid of people learning. As long as they had the ability to learn, no matter if they wanted to stay and be a pastry chef or set up their own business, it would not be a problem. This small county town was only the first stop in Xianxia. She would go to a bigger place in the future. The snack shop's reputation in the county was already quite well known. As soon as the recruitment notice was posted, people immediately came to inquire about the details. In less than a day, they had recruited enough people. The helpers and cooks in the front were all slightly older. There were a total of 3 people. Among these 3 people, the chef was a man in his 30s. He used to cook in a state-run restaurant. Xianxia watched him cook a few dishes and felt that they were very good. This man's surname was Liu, and his name was Lu Hong. Xianxia gave him the highest salary, which was 50 yuan a month. It should be known that ordinary workers working in the factory only earned 30 to 40 yuan at this time. A salary of 50 yuan was really a lot. Not only was there a salary, but Xianxia also said that there would be benefits every holiday. The other two were young women in their 20s and 30s. What they needed to do was to scoop rice, wash the dishes, and clean the table. Their monthly salary was less, 35 yuan. As for those who helped to make desserts at the back, they were all younger. Perhaps it was because they couldn't put down their pride, or perhaps there were other reasons, but all the applicants were young girls. There were no boys. Jiang Ran didn't have any requirements for men or women. This thought only flashed in his mind for a moment, and then he threw it aside. The 6 young girls were all older than Pei Xianxian, but younger than Jiang Ran. They all lived in the county and had basically graduated from junior high school. Girls at this age were full of vitality. Even if they had just met, they could get familiar with each other after a few words. Because they had never come into contact with desserts before, they had only followed their families to make some long meals, and the taste was average, so they were indeed apprentices. Since they were apprentices, their salary couldn't be so high. Jiang Ran gave them 25 yuan a month, but Jiang Ran was responsible for 3 meals a day. These girls came here for the first time. When they saw the clean and bright kitchen and the various utensils inside, they were curious, but they didn't dare to touch them. They could only gather together and whisper. This kind of atmosphere was the best to close the gap between people. When Jiang Ran and Pei Xianxian came over, they were talking animatedly, and all of them had smiles on their faces. It wasn't until they saw Jiang Ran coming over with Pei Xianxian that they stopped talking and looked at Jiang Ran nervously. These 6 girls had all eaten at the snack shop and had also eaten the desserts there. They all admired Jiang Ran. After all, there weren't many people who could make delicious food and desserts. In the past, they didn't have any relationship with him, so they could only admire him from afar. Now that they had become Jiang Ran's apprentices, their eyes lit up when they saw Jiang Ran. If Jiang Ran hadn't told them not to call him master, they would definitely call him master now. Pei Xianxian followed behind Jiang Ran. Looking at the 6 girls opposite her, her heart was full of a sense of crisis. She must learn well and work harder than before. She couldn't be beaten by others, otherwise, wouldn't her sister-in-law fall in love with someone else and not her? Jiang Ran didn't know what everyone was thinking. The only thing Jiang Ran knew now was that they didn't have to be so busy anymore. Also, this new kitchen could finally be put to use. The speed of making snacks was much faster than before, and they wouldn't be contaminated with the smell of food. Jiang Ran collected his thoughts and glanced at the 6 of them one by one. Only then did he say, "Since you're here, then regardless of whether you really like making desserts or not, from today onwards, you have to work hard to do your best, understand? I didn't spend money to invite you here to play, and I definitely didn't invite you here to complain. If you don't like this place and don't like making desserts, just tell me. I'll pay you and let you find something you like. Let's not waste each other's time. You might think that my words aren't nice, but I've always liked to speak the truth. Now, if you have any other opinions, feel free to voice them out. If you don't have any, then we can start." They were all young girls in their teens, and they had probably never seen Jiang Ran's face change so quickly. They were all stunned by her words. But fortunately, the children of this era were more mature. They quickly digested Jiang Ran's words and seriously promised that they would work hard. Pei Xianxian stood behind Jiang Ran. When Jiang Ran said those words, although she couldn't see Jiang Ran's expression, she felt that Jiang Ran must be very majestic at this time, like a leader. No. It couldn't be said to be similar. It was more like a leader. Pei Xianxian also stood up straight, with a serious expression and a proper attitude. She also had to work harder. After saying what needed to be said, Jiang Ran led everyone to wash their hands and faces, put on their work clothes, and began the day's busy work. Because these girls were new and had no contact before, Jiang Ran first had to explain the functions and uses of all the things in the kitchen to them. Jiang Ran stood opposite the group of people. Her voice was much gentler than before, and there was a smile on her face. She was very detailed, and would also describe the appearance and taste of the desserts she made. Everyone's thoughts followed Jiang Ran's words. Their faces were filled with yearning, and there was nothing else in their eyes and minds except for Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran taught seriously, and they learned seriously. No one noticed that a person was standing outside the long lake. This person was none other than Pei Huai. Pei Huai was here to deliver the fans. A ceiling fan couldn't be installed in the kitchen, otherwise, all kinds of powder would be blown everywhere. So Pei Huai went to buy 2 floor fans. Holding a floor fan in each hand, Pei Huai just walked to the window and heard Jiang Ran lecturing the new girls. So he didn't go in to disturb her. He originally wanted to go in after a while, but he didn't expect Jiang Ran to be so fast that she didn't give him a chance at all. Pei Huai stood outside and watched. Even if he only looked at Jiang Ran's back, he felt that he couldn't move his eyes away. Jiang Ran was really amazing. Before Pei Huai could continue watching, Jiang Ran turned around and led the people to the window. Jiang Ran had just taken 2 steps when he noticed Pei Huai standing outside. Pei Huai was holding 2 floor fans in his hands. Jiang Ran said, "You're here to deliver the fan? Why didn't he come in? When did you arrive?" "I just arrived," Pei Huai said as he walked towards the door with the fan. Jiang Ran looked at the sweat on Pei Huai's forehead. He thought that Pei Huai was lying, but he didn't expose him on the surface. He was sweating so much so early in the morning. It was obvious that he had been standing under the sun for a long time, yet he insisted that he had just arrived. But since he said so, then so be it. Pei Huai placed the 2 floor fans in 2 separate rooms, plugged them in, and told everyone to be careful not to put their hands inside before turning around to leave. As soon as Pei Huai left, someone whispered, "Sister Ran Ran, your husband is so good to you. He even sent you a fan." Yeah. He even gave you 2. Jiang Ran was speechless. Jiang Ran glanced at them and said calmly, "I bought this fan. He just moved it over." So, there was no need to talk about giving her the fan, and there was no need to talk about who was good to her. With the mentality of an experienced person, Jiang Ran said a few more words. "Although you're still young and shouldn't be thinking about these things, I still want to give you a few words of advice. Don't put your thoughts on men. Only by becoming better can you live a better life. Whoever is good to you will change. Only you will always be good to yourself." With the addition of these girls, Jiang Ran felt much more relaxed. This time, she didn't need to stay up all night to make all the snacks. Because it was too late, it wasn't safe to go home now, so Jiang Ran asked them to stay and rest. There were 4 bedrooms in the courtyard. As long as they squeezed together, they could still sleep. Pei Huai and Pei Yang stayed in one room, Jiang Ran and Pei Xianxia stayed in another, and the remaining 6 girls stayed in 3 rooms. They could sleep no matter what. The next morning, the alarm clock rang at 4:30. When they lived in the village, Jiang Ran and the others had to get up at 4 o'clock, and it took some time for them to travel. But now that they lived in the county town, it was only a few steps from the courtyard to the small food store in front. They arrived in a minute, so they could sleep for half an hour more. After washing up, Jiang Ran, Pei Xianxia, and Pei Yang went to the front together. When the 3 of them arrived, the other 3 had also arrived and were waiting at the door. When Pei Yang took out the key to open the door, everyone entered the house, turned on the lights, and started to busy themselves. With more people, Jiang Ran didn't need to do many things by herself. She only needed to wait for the stuffing to be chopped, mixed the stuffing, and checked other things. After making sure there were no problems, she could leave. However, Jiang Ran didn't leave. Instead, she stood at the door. Jiang Ran was waiting for the person who would come to pick up the goods today. When Qinbing came to pick up the goods last time, the courtyard at the back hadn't been renovated yet and hadn't been used yet. Even Qinbing didn't know about the courtyard at the back, let alone the person he sent. In order to avoid delay, Jiang Ran simply stood outside and waited. Not long after, she saw a truck driving towards here and finally stopping at the side of the road. The door opened, and a young man got out. He didn't look much older than Jiang Ran. After getting out of the truck, the man walked directly towards Jiang Ran. "Are you Mr. Jiang? Brother Chen asked me to pick up the goods. My name is Wang Chuang, Boss Jiang can just call me Little Wang." Wang Chuang was obviously older than Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran was too embarrassed to call him Little Wang. "Wang Chuang, right? Come with me. Drive the car over here. Everything is here. Then I'll go back and drive." Wang Chuang looked simple and honest, and he didn't like to talk much. After hearing Jiang Ran's words, he immediately agreed and ran back to his car. He drove the car and followed behind Jiang Ran. The car finally stopped at the place closest to the courtyard. Jiang Ran had just pushed open the half-closed door when he saw a group of girls talking in the courtyard. When Jiang Ran got up, he didn't wake them up. After all, they stayed up late last night. They wanted to let them sleep a little longer, but they didn't expect that they would wake up on their own. This was just right. When the girls saw Jiang Ran push open the door and come in, they stopped talking at the same time and stood up straight. Sister Ran Ran. Jiang Ran nodded slightly. You guys woke up just in time. The person who will pick up the goods is already here. Help me put the goods in the car. Okay. The girls weren't very old, and they weren't very strong. Basically, they carried the boxes in pairs. This alley was sent by Chenbing in advance. Jiang Ran's strength was great. He could easily carry a box by himself and put it in the car. Wang Chuang stood at the door of the car. After taking the boxes, he put them in the car. Seeing Pei Huai, Jiang Ran didn't have any special reaction. Pei Huai had been like this for the past few days. He didn't say much and just did a lot of things in silence. Now that they were living in the county, Jiang Ran had a legitimate reason to lock Pei Huai outside. Pei Huai could only sleep with Pei Yang. Jiang Ran didn't care that he didn't have to sleep in the same room with Pei Huai and that the two of them didn't talk unless necessary. Anyway, she wasn't in a hurry to find another one. Divorce wasn't a big problem. As for what Pei Huai was thinking, Jiang Ran wasn't curious. It was said that curiosity killed the cat. Jiang Ran didn't want to be that cat. There was strength in numbers. This wasn't something that could be casually said. Because there were so many people, it didn't take long for everything to be moved into the car. Wang Chuang closed the door of the car and went to the driver's seat. He took an envelope and handed it to Jiang Ran. Boss Jiang, this is the balance and the deposit for next time. Please take a look. If there's no problem, I'll leave now. Jiang Ran took out a stack of money from the envelope and looked at it carefully. Then he nodded. There's no problem. After working with Chenbing a few times, he knew that Chenbing wasn't a person who would play tricks. As long as his people didn't have any ulterior motives, they wouldn't do anything to the money. After watching Wang Chuang drive away, Jiang Ran looked at the girls. You've all worked hard these past 3 days. After breakfast, you can go back and rest. Come back to work at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Hearing that they could rest, the girls smiled excitedly. Learning skills and earning money were one thing, but they still had to live. Who didn't want to rest? As for leaving immediately, no one would leave immediately. The breakfast in the small food shop was much better than the breakfast at home. They could eat whatever they wanted. As long as they didn't waste anything, they could eat as much as they wanted. Who would take things too hard and leave immediately? Jiang Ran was not hungry. He finally had a chance to rest, so he went back to his room. Whether it was the small food shop or the pastry workshop, they were all on the right track. Now, Jiang Ran was thinking about who he could open a tailor shop with. Jiang Ran didn't plan to mass-produce clothes. He planned to set up something similar to a studio. He would only accept private orders and make some ready-made clothes. He didn't want mass production, nor did he want small profits but quick turnover. He only wanted quality and beauty. She was not short of money now. It did not matter how much the studio could earn. Jiang Ran was still thinking in his heart when someone knocked on the door. Hearing the knock on the door, Jiang Ran was puzzled. Who is it? At this time, everyone should be at the small food stall in front. Who would knock on the door? Just as she was thinking about it, she heard Pei Huai's voice. Me. Jiang Ran was speechless. She was really sorry. She had forgotten about Pei Huai. With that in mind, Jiang Ran stood up and walked over to open the door. Seeing Pei Huai standing at the door, Jiang Ran raised her eyebrows. What's the matter? Jiang Ran's disappointment was obvious. Anyone with eyes could see it. Pei Huai naturally couldn't see it, but he didn't react. It was as if he didn't see it. Being stared at by Pei Huai, Jiang Ran reluctantly nodded. Then go. What did it have to do with her? She could go wherever she wanted. Other than the divorce, Jiang Ran didn't want to say much to Pei Huai. Jiang Ran's attitude was so obvious. Pei Huai didn't continue to annoy her. "I'll be leaving in a while." Jiang Ran replied, "Oh." After Pei Huai turned to leave, Jiang Ran also turned to go back into the house. According to the original article, it seemed normal for Pei Huai to leave at this time. The original article said that after Pei Huai and the original owner divorced, he returned to the city where he went to school to develop his career. Thinking about it, Pei Huai left now to develop his career, but now that Pei Huai left, when would he come back, when would they divorce? The more Jiang Ran thought about it, the more her head hurt. She decided not to think about it anymore. If Pei Huai didn't give in, even if she kidnapped him to the Civil Affairs Bureau, it would be useless. Besides, for the sake of the other members of the Pei family, she couldn't be so ruthless and make things ugly. After casting Pei Huai aside and not thinking about him, Jiang Ran felt much more relaxed. Jiang Ran took out the design drawings she had drawn during this period of time. Intermittently, she had also drawn dozens of them. The style of the clothes was different and suitable for a wide range of people. Just by relying on these, he could start a studio. The only thing she lacked now was someone who could make clothes. Jiang Ran was busy with the shop every day. She really didn't know where to find such a person. Just as she was thinking, there was a knock on the door. Was Pei Huai back? Jiang Ran didn't ask. He stood up, walked to the door, and opened it. Before he could say anything, he saw Wang Suilan standing at the door with a smile on his face. Jiang Ran moved his mouth and swallowed back the words he had almost blurted out. Luckily, Wang Suilan didn't notice that something was wrong with Jiang Ran. When he saw Jiang Ran, his smile became even brighter. Ran, I heard from Xianxia that you haven't eaten yet, so I brought you some food. You can't not eat. You'll be hungry if you don't eat. Hurry up and eat. It's the same if you get busy after eating. Wang Suilan was holding a tray with 2 herbal tea eggs, a bowl of 8 treasure porridge, a fried dough stick, and a steamed bun on it. This was completely based on Jiang Ran's current appetite. Thank you, Mom. Wang Suilan frowned and thought about it seriously, then said, in our village, the Qian family's daughter-in-law seems to be quite skilled. It's just that she doesn't go out much, so I haven't seen her before. I just heard about her. Hearing Wang Suilan's words, Jiang Ran's curiosity was piqued. She doesn't go out much. Mom, how did you hear that she's quite skilled? It's all because of her mother-in-law. Old Lady Qian always praises her outside, saying that her daughter-in-law's skills in making clothes are especially good. Some people even spend money to get her to make clothes. They rely on her skills to make a living without investing much. I heard that her business is really good. Because of this, the Qian family's life is much better than before. When did this happen? When you started to do business in the county. At that time, the Qian family's daughter-in-law had just married into the family. You went to the county every day and didn't stay at home much. It's normal that you don't know. No wonder Jiang Ran couldn't find the Qian family's daughter-in-law in the memories she obtained. It turned out that she married into the Qian family at that time. As for the original novel, there was even less. The original novel's male lead was Pei Huai. It only wrote about characters related to Pei Huai. The Qian family's daughter-in-law wasn't even a passerby. She didn't even appear in the novel. When reading a book, it was just a book. The characters that could be described were limited. But after transmigrating into a book, this was a whole new world. There were really too many people here. Jiang Ran quickly collected her thoughts and continued to ask Wang Suilan, Mom, what do you think of the Qian family? The original owner's relationship with the villagers was average. They didn't have much contact, so there was nothing wrong with Jiang Ran's question. Wang Suilan didn't know why Jiang Ran asked this, but since Jiang Ran asked, she thought about it seriously. The Qian family is quite good. They're honest and dutiful. Old Lady Qian's husband passed away a few years ago. She raised her son alone and married a wife for her son. Because her daughter-in-law knows how to make clothes, she even bought her a sewing machine. Hearing Wang Suilan's words, the Qian family was really good. The population was simple, so there probably wouldn't be many disputes. Working with such a person, Jiang Ran didn't have to worry too much. The only thing he needed to understand now was the daughter-in-law of the Qian family. With that thought in mind, Jiang Ran ate faster. He didn't forget to tell Wang Suilan, "Mom, I'll go back to the village with you later. Let's go to the Qian family and take a look." Wang Suilan was full of doubts, but he still didn't ask anything. She believed in Jiang Ran. She knew that Jiang Ran was a man with a plan. No matter what he did, he had his own reasons. If he couldn't help, Wang Suilan would definitely not add to the trouble. If he could help, he would do his best to help and would not ask too many questions. Jiang Ran quickly finished his meal and locked the door. Then, he went to the snack shop with Wang Suilan. Although Pei Yang and Pei Shanshan were still young, the two of them were completely capable of taking care of things on their own. Knowing that Jiang Ran and Wang Suilan were going back to the village, the two of them didn't say much. They only told Jiang Ran not to worry. With them around, there wouldn't be any problems in the shop. Jiang Ran indeed didn't have anything to worry about. Pei Yang and Pei Shanshan also had the keys to the house at the back, so she could leave directly. On the way back, Jiang Ran rode a bicycle while Wang Suilan rode a tricycle. It was midsummer. Even in the morning, the sun was especially glaring. Both of them wore straw hats on their heads. Although it wasn't as sunny, it was still hotter. Along the way, the two of them didn't speak. They just rode with all their might, wanting to get back to the village as soon as possible. They rode quickly, and in less than 20 minutes, the two of them returned to the village. It was already the end of June, and the busy farming season was over. It was also the hottest time of the year, so there was basically no one outside. The village was very quiet. Jiang Ran quite liked this kind of quiet. He wouldn't be stared at the moment he entered the village, and he wouldn't be surrounded if he wasn't careful. The two of them returned home first and left the car at home before walking to the Qian family's house. Yongxing village wasn't considered big to begin with. The houses in the village were basically built next to each other. Hence, it wasn't that far from the Pei family's house to the Sun family's house. They arrived after 2 turns, and it only took them a few minutes to walk. When they arrived at the Qian family's house, the door was open. Actually, it wasn't just the Qian family. Most of the families in the village were like this. During the day, they basically didn't close their doors. Wang Suilan stood at the door and shouted, "Qian family, are you at home?" Almost as soon as Wang Suilan's voice fell, a voice came from the house. "I'm at home." "Who is it?" As the person spoke, he also walked out of the house. The person who came out looked even older than Wang Suilan just by looking at his face. But in fact, Wang Suilan was a few years older than her. The people in the village faced the yellow soil and the sun all day long. Coupled with the fact that they didn't take care of their skin, they naturally aged faster. Wang Suilan used to look very old. Ever since he used Jiang Ran's facial cream, his skin became better and better. Jiang Ran's facial cream was very effective, but it wasn't some miracle medicine. It couldn't be used today and there would be a big change tomorrow. But as long as he persisted in using it for a period of time, the changes would be very obvious. For example, Wang Suilan had been using it for a period of time, and the effects were obvious. People who saw her every day didn't feel particularly old. But people who hadn't seen Wang Suilan for a while would be really shocked when they suddenly saw him. Auntie Qian was like that at this moment. Wang Suilan left early in the morning and returned late at night every day. He did not chat much with the villagers, and the two of them had not seen each other for a while. Nanny Qian stood at the door of the central room and looked at Wang Suilan and Jiang Ran standing at the door for a while. She still didn't dare to recognize them. It wasn't until Wang Suilan spoke again that old Madame Qian strode over. "Sister-in-law. It's really you. What's wrong with your face? Why did she suddenly become younger and prettier? I didn't dare to admit it just now." As long as it was a woman, no matter how old she was, she would be happy to hear such words. Wang Suilan was naturally no exception. When he heard old Madame Qian's words, he was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. It's Ranran's fault. She made a facial cream and became like this after using it. When old Madame Qian heard that, she became even more curious. What facial cream? The effect is actually so good? Without waiting for Wang Suilan to answer, old Madame Qian asked again, "Speaking of Ranran, where's Ranran?" I feel like I haven't seen her in a long time. Jiang Ran was speechless. She was here. Wang Suilon was also stunned for a moment before he turned around slightly. Isn't this Ran Ran? Old Madame Qian looked in the direction Wang Suilon was pointing. When she saw Jiang Ran, she was stunned. After a while, old Madame Qian said in disbelief, "This is Ran Ran?" Jiang Ran was speechless. This person in front of her was really good at talking. First, she asked how Wang Suilon had become so young. Now, she was asking how she had become so thin. This was the first time Jiang Ran had met someone who was so good at talking since he had transmigrated. Wang Suilon obviously did not expect Mrs. Qian to be so good at talking. After being stunned for a moment, he smiled and asked, "Is your daughter-in-law home?" It was better to get straight to the point. It was quite hot to stand outside in the sun. Upon hearing Wang Suilon's question, Mrs. Qian nodded and said, "Yes, she's home." "Why? Do you want to make clothes too? Come in and let's talk." As she spoke, Mrs. Qian led the two of them into the house. At this time, there were brick houses in the countryside, but there were also many houses with mud walls and straw roofs. Mrs. Qian's house had not been renovated yet. It was still a house with mud walls and straw roofs. The house was considered sturdy, but it was not very tall. The windows were small, so the house was a little dim. After entering the central room, they walked through a small door on the west side and arrived at the west side of the house. Before they entered the house, Jiang Ran could already hear the sound of a sewing machine. Upon entering, she immediately saw a sewing machine by the window. A young woman was sitting next to the sewing machine and working on it. "This is my daughter-in-law, Xia Qiufeng. Qiufeng, this is your aunt, and that is your sister-in-law." Xia Qiufeng stopped what she was doing and looked over. She smiled and greeted, "Hello, aunt." "Hello, sister-in-law." Jiang Ran was speechless. She really wanted to tell Xia Qiufeng not to call her sister-in-law, but to call her sister instead. However, Wang Suilon was standing right beside her. She could only bear with it. "Aunt, sister-in-law, why are you here?" Xia Qiufeng continued to ask. Upon hearing Xia Qiufeng's question, Jiang Ran did not bother about how to address them. She took a few steps forward and her gaze fell on the sewing machine. Xia Qiufeng was making a dress. Looking at the style, it was a little similar to one of Pei Shanshan's dresses, but not completely. Seeing Jiang Ran staring at the dress, Xia Qiufeng was a little embarrassed. "Sister-in-law, this dress. I thought Xianxia looked good in it, and I wanted to have the same dress, so I changed it myself and made it for someone else." At this time, people didn't know what copyright was, and naturally, they didn't have the consciousness of plagiarism. Jiang Ran didn't care about this. Jiang Ran knew that at this time, many women would make their own clothes. If she took a few more glances at someone who was wearing beautiful clothes, she wouldn't be able to make a similar dress when she went home. To the crowd, this was a very normal thing. Xia Qiufeng really knew how to make clothes. Her craftsmanship was not bad, and she had some ingenious ideas. Such a person was very suitable for Jiang Ran's current needs. Therefore, Jiang Ran didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "It's like this. I'm planning to open a shop in the county that specializes in custom-made clothes. However, I'm too busy to do it myself, so I'm looking for someone who knows how to make clothes. My mother said that you're good at making clothes, so I came to take a look and ask for your opinion." Upon hearing Jiang Ran's words, Xia Qiufeng was obviously a little surprised. She stared at Jiang Ran for a while before she found her voice again. Open a shop? Can I do it?" "Why not?" Jiang Ran asked in return. "Your clothes are so good, of course you can." Jiang Ran's words were very affirmative. Xia Qiufeng had some self-doubt at first, but after hearing Jiang Ran's words, she gradually calmed down. Mrs. Qian on the side, after the initial surprise, quickly thought of a more realistic problem. "Well, how will the money be calculated if we open a shop?" No one was working for charity. They were all working to make money. Xia Qiufeng was now making clothes at home. Although she could not make a lot of money, she could make a dozen or 20 yuan a month. If she opened a shop with Jiang Ran, the money she earned at home was not as much as the money she earned at home. "Why bother?" Hearing Mrs. Qian's question, Jiang Ran smiled. Don't worry about this. There are so many people in the village who are willing to make clothes, and there will be more in the county. Every month, whether there is a business or not, the basic salary is 15 yuan. If there is a business, the commission will be calculated according to the size and complexity of the clothes. Children's clothes are 1 or 2 yuan, adults' clothes are 3 or 4 yuan. If the autumn and winter clothes are heavier and more complicated, the price will naturally be higher. What do you think? In fact, when they heard Jiang say that whether there was a business or not, they would get 15 yuan a month, Mrs. Qian and Xiao were already tempted. They did business at home, and Mrs. Qian went out to advertise all day long, but she could not attract many customers. When the business was good, they could make more than 20 yuan a month. But when the business was not good, they could not even make 10 yuan a month. If they did business with Jiang Ran, no matter how the business was, Xiao could at least get 15 yuan a month. Once there was a business, they could make more money. The two looked at each other. Although they did not speak, they both knew that they were satisfied. In fact, most of the people in the countryside were honest and said what they thought in their hearts. Since they thought it was okay, the two did not deliberately pretend, and did not want to raise the price or anything. Okay. Xiao agreed at once. Since you trust me, I won't let you down. I will definitely make the clothes well. Jiang Ran was already very satisfied with Xiao words. Since I came to you, of course I trust you. I hope we can cooperate happily. Jiang Ran said and reached out his hand. Jiang Ran's action was completely subconscious. When he really reached out his hand and saw Xiao stunned expression, he regretted a little. Just as he was thinking about whether to withdraw his hand, he saw Xiao wiped her hand on her clothes, and then gently held Jiang Ran's hand. I hope we can cooperate happily. Old Madame Qian and Wang Suilan watched from the side and smiled. Then when do you start work? Xiao withdrew her hand and asked expectantly. Xiao couldn't be blamed for asking this. She was really tempted by the stable salary. Jiang Ran thought. How many clothes are there still? Many clothes have not finished or finished. After you work, of the time you can't take private jobs any more work. I understand. Xiao nodded repeatedly. Since I've decided to work for you, then I definitely can't take on any private work. I understand this point. There are not many say, 2 or 3 days. Okay, I'll come to you in 2 or 3 days. In these 2 or 3 days, the matter of the house had to be settled. Jiang Ran was already prepared for the worst. If they really couldn't find a suitable house, they might as well set up a studio in the courtyard. As the saying goes, good wine fears no dark alleys. As long as they made good clothes, even if it wasn't a shop on the street, they wouldn't be afraid of a lack of business. However, if they could find a suitable shop on the street, that would be even better. Jiang Ran had already asked Old Master Jiang to help find out. After all, Old Master Jiang had lived in the county for many years and had a wide network of connections. It would be more convenient for him to find out any information. After talking to the Qian family's mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, Jiang Ran and Wang Suilan still left the Qian family despite their repeated pleas to stay. After walking for a while, Wang Suilan finally spoke. Ran, are you really going to sell clothes? Yes. Jiang Ran nodded. As she spoke, Jiang Ran looked at Wang Suilan strangely. Mom, why do you ask? Could it be that Wang Suilan didn't want her to sell clothes? That shouldn't be the case. For the past few months, Wang Suilan had been very supportive of her business. Just as she was thinking about it, Wang Suilan said, I'm worried about you. I'm afraid that you'll be too tired. Look, it wasn't easy for you to hire a worker. You don't have to manage the small food store personally, but you still have to keep an eye on the desserts. Now that you're going to sell clothes, won't you be even busier and more tired than before? Upon hearing Wang Suilan's words, Jiang Ran knew that Wang Suilan was worried about her. She flashed a big smile at Wang Suilan. Mom, you don't have to worry so much. I know what I'm doing. I won't let myself be too tired. Look, didn't I ask Xiaofeng to help me? With her making clothes, I'll just draw some designs and go over to take a look from time to time. Although Jiang Ran said that, Wang Zuelan still looked at her reproachfully. You only know how to coax me with nice words. Do you really think that I don't know anything? How could he not worry about opening a store? Even if you're not here physically, your heart must be. Forget it, I know you have your own plans, so I won't say much. If there's anything you need my help with, just tell me. Then I'll definitely say it. Jiang Ran hugged Wang Zuelan's arm and said, Why would I be polite with Mom? That'll do. As the two of them talked, their footsteps never stopped. After a short rest at home, Jiang Ran planned to go back to the county. After all, he still had work to do in the afternoon. Since it wasn't the hottest time yet, he had to hurry back. Wang Zuelan also understood this, so he didn't keep Jiang Ran. Then you can go back. Be careful on the road. Walk under the shade of the trees. Don't get tanned. All right. Jiang Ran agreed and rode away on his bicycle. Riding on the road, Jiang Ran sighed in his heart. Regardless of her relationship with Pei Huai, the rest of the Pei family treated her sincerely. Even if Pei Baoshan didn't talk much to her, when she needed help, Pei Baoshan would do more than say. If only Pei Huai wasn't here, along the way, his thoughts were all over the place. Before he could feel anything, he had already reached the county. At this time, the food stall was no longer busy. When Jiang Ran went over, Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia were sitting together and talking. When the two of them saw that Jiang Ran had arrived, they immediately stopped what they were talking about and greeted her in unison. Their voices were exceptionally loud and attracted the attention of the other three people in the stall. Lu Hong was resting at the table behind them. At this moment, he smiled. I've never seen a sister-in-law or brother-in-law who is closer to their sister-in-law than their own brother. When Lu Hong said these words, it actually carried a bit of a teasing meaning. However, Pei Xianxia and Pei Yang didn't feel like they were being teased at all. The two of them nodded seriously and then said in unison, We are closer to our sister-in-law. Lu Hong was speechless. Lu Hong smacked his lips and didn't say anything else. This was because Pei Huai wasn't here. He didn't know what Pei Huai would think if he heard this. Just as he was thinking about this, Lu Hong looked up and saw Pei Huai standing not far behind Jiang Ran. That was why people said that if one didn't talk about others behind their backs, they would definitely show up. However, looking at Pei Huai's expression, it was hard to tell if he didn't hear what they said just now. Jiang Ran didn't know that Pei Huai was behind her. She smiled and walked to sit opposite Pei Xianxia and Pei Yang. She looked at them with a gratified expression. I didn't dote on you for nothing. Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia were sitting facing the door. Naturally, they had already seen Pei Huai. However, even though they saw him, they didn't have any intention of changing their words. After hearing Jiang Ran's words, they even looked proud. Of course. Sister-in-law definitely didn't dote on us for nothing. Hearing their words, Lu Hong subconsciously looked at Pei Huai's expression. However, he saw that Pei Huai still didn't have much of an expression on his face. From his appearance, it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Pei Huai didn't continue to stand outside. Instead, he strode in. I'm going out for a few days. When I'm not around, Pei Yang, pay attention. As for what to pay attention to, Pei Huai didn't need to say much. Pei Yang understood. However, Pei Yang's focus wasn't on this. He stood up immediately. Big brother, where are you going? How long have you been back and you're leaving already? It's only for a few days. I'll be back soon. There are still some things I need to deal with. Pei Huai's answer was vague. Obviously, he didn't want to say what he was going to do. Pei Yang looked at Pei Huai and then looked at Jiang Ran. He felt that he had countless things to say, but he didn't know where to start. He could only feel anxious. Jiang Ran was also looking at Pei Huai with surprise in his eyes. She thought that Pei Huai had already left. Why was he still here? Although Jiang Ran didn't voice out his doubts, his eyes showed everything. Pei Huai glanced at Jiang Ran and said faintly, I just went out to deal with something. I'm going to leave now. Pei Xianxia cupped her little face and looked at Pei Huai and then at Jiang Ran. Only then did she say, Big brother, have a safe trip. Pei Huai's expression softened slightly as he looked at his sister. Okay. I'll bring you gifts when I come back. Although Jiangran heard this, he didn't take it to heart. She didn't need gifts. She had earned money. Wouldn't she be able to buy whatever she wanted? Besides, in this day and age, there weren't many things that could interest Jiangran other than money. This time, Pei Huai was about to leave. Pei Yang went to send him off. Jiangran and Pei Shanshan remained in the shop. What they didn't expect was that Jiangran looked at them in surprise, as if he was even more surprised than they were. Quarrel? Jiangran's eyes were full of confusion. What quarrel? Why are you quarreling? Pei Yang stuttered for a long time before he stammered, then you didn't quarrel? No. Jiangran's answer was extraordinarily calm, and it didn't seem like he was lying at all. Pei Yang also didn't think that Jiangran was lying. Not to mention Jiangran in the past, but after getting along with Jiangran for the past few months, Pei Yang thought he knew a little about him. Jiangran didn't care about lying, so he just told the truth. Since Jiangran said so, it meant that this was the truth. But Jiangran and the others didn't quarrel with Pei Huai, so why were the two of them so indifferent? Not to mention husband and wife, they were even worse than strangers. After Jiangran stood up and left, Pei Yang leaned over to Pei Shanshan and whispered his opinion. I think it must be because of Big Brother. After he came back, he didn't coax sister-in-law. Now that he dares to come back for a few days, he has to leave again. Sister-in-law must be angry in her heart even if she doesn't say anything. Pei Yang thought his voice wasn't loud, but the shop was quiet. Lu Hong, who was sitting behind them, still heard his words clearly. Hearing this, Lu Hong smiled meaningfully. This pair of siblings was young, and it was obvious that they hadn't experienced anything related to relationships. As an experienced person, he could see clearly that it was Jiangran who ignored Pei Huai. Of course, Pei Huai didn't take the initiative. However, Lu Hong thought that he understood, but he wasn't going to say anything. He was just a worker who made money, and his boss's love life was not something he should be involved in. Jiangran went back to the back, and while he was free, he drew some design drawings. Summer was still long, so it was natural to wear summer clothes for a long time. And summer clothes had many styles, so it wasn't difficult to make them. Jiangran prepared to draw more, so that he could have a good start after opening the shop. When the time came, he would also advertise in the small food shop, so there shouldn't be no business. Jiangran sat by the window, and a floor fan was blowing at her. It was quiet and not feeling hot, so Jiangran's work was more efficient. She drew until it was almost 12 o'clock. It was only when Pei Shanshan came to call her did Jiangran's rest. But looking at the drawings, Jiang was still very much. These were more or less enough for him. After putting the drawings as Zhang's TSSSTSDTS in the afternoon, before 2 o'clock, the 6 girls came one after another. They had been working here for a few days, so they were familiar with the yard. Jiangran didn't say which room they couldn't enter, so they went in and out very freely. Jiangran didn't pay too much attention to it until she looked up by chance and saw someone standing by the window of her room, reaching for something. In the past few days, these girls had been chattering nonstop. They were so lively that it gave Jiangran a headache. But most of the time, they still studied hard and did their work seriously. Jiangran had never thought that they would do such a thing. However, Jiangran also believed that sometimes, what she saw might not be the truth. Therefore, Jiangran put down the work in her hand and walked over. When Jiangran walked over, LV Qin had already taken the sketches and was looking at them excitedly. Looking at LV Qin's expression, Jiangran's expression darkened. What are you doing? Hearing Jiangran's sudden words, LV Qin was obviously shocked. She immediately looked up at Jiangran. When she saw that it was Jiangran, LV Qin laughed again. Sister Ranran, did you draw these clothes? They're so beautiful. Can I take them and get someone to make the same for me? I heard that the clothes that Xianxia is wearing are all made by you. Sister Ranran, you're really amazing. Not only do you know how to make snacks, but you also know how to make clothes. Hearing LV Qin's brisk words, Jiangran's mood was not relaxed at all. She could tell that LV Qin did not think that there was anything wrong with what she had just done. That was why she could still discuss making clothes with her when she caught her red-handed. LV Qin seemed to be the youngest among these girls. She was 17 years old this year. Although she was the youngest, she was still older than Pei Shanshan and Pei Yang. Even Pei Shanshan and Pei Yang knew that taking without asking was stealing. How could she not know? Jiang Ran's expression became colder and colder. Why did you take these sketches? Because they look good. LV Qin said in all seriousness. I just passed by the window and caught a glimpse of the sketches on the table. They looked good, so I wanted to take them out to have a look. What a bold and confident way of saying it. Jiang Ran was so angry that he laughed. The door of this room is locked, which means that the things inside have not been approved by me. I don't want others to see them. But the window isn't closed. I saw it. LV Qin blinked innocently as she spoke. So this has nothing to do with you? Are you blaming me for opening the window? I didn't say that. LV Qin laughed. It's not a big deal anyway, right, Sister Ran? No. Jiang Ran's face turned cold. Taking without asking is stealing. I locked the door, but you tiptoed and reached out to take something from inside. What's the difference between that and stealing? Hearing Jiang Ran's words, LV Qin seemed to be shocked. Sister Ran, how can you say that? If I were to steal something, would I do it openly? There were so many people here, and everyone was watching. Just like you, Sister Ran, didn't you see it too? I wasn't stealing at all. I was just taking it out to have a look. If I were to steal it, why wouldn't I avoid people? Her words seemed to make sense. But if one thought about it seriously, one would know that it was all sophistry. The scariest thing was not being a thief, but being a thief and thinking that there was nothing wrong with what they were doing. This could only mean that she had already formed her worldview and thought that there was nothing wrong with what she was doing. No matter what LV Qin thought, Jiang Ran would not allow such a person to continue staying here. Give me the sketches. In a while, I'll pay you the wages for these 2 days. You can leave now. Jiang Ran never did things sloppily. When it was a matter of principle, she would not give anyone another chance. LV Qin obviously didn't expect that Jiang Ran would let her go just like that. She looked at Jiang Ran in shock with her mouth half open. After a while, LV Qin's eyes were red and full of tears. Jiang Ran stood aside with a cold face. Compared with LV Qin's pitiful look, people who didn't know what was going on would probably think that Jiang Ran was bullying her. Jiang Ran was the focus of this yard. Wherever she was, there would always be people looking at her from time to time. When Jiang Ran walked to LV Qin's side, some people had already noticed it. It was just that no one came over and had been secretly watching. Now that they saw LV Qin crying, they all looked at her openly. People were curious, especially teenage girls, who were at the peak of their curiosity. Being stared at by them, Jiang Ran didn't have a gentle look. It's settled. I'll give you the money in a while. After saying that, Jiang Ran walked to the door and opened it. Jiang Ran entered the room, of course, not to take the money. It was just 2 days' salary. She could take it out of the pocket of her clothes. Jiang Ran entered the room just to put away the sketches on the table and lock them in the drawer. LV Qin's matter could be regarded as a reminder to Jiang Ran. No matter what, don't test human nature. This was especially true for young girls in their puberty. They couldn't resist the temptation. Jiang Ran did what she should do and didn't give others a chance. If others still tried to find a way, it was really a problem of character. After putting away the sketches, Jiang Ran took out the money and gave it to LV Qin. LV Qin was still standing in the same place, sobbing and wiping her tears. Seeing Jiang Ran go in and come out, and actually give her the salary, LV Qin suddenly cried louder. Looking at the money Jiang Ran handed to her, LV Qin bit her lips. I don't think I did anything wrong, but I still have to take what is mine. After saying that, LV Qin quickly reached out and snatched the money. Then, she quickly ran to the gate with the money. When she was at the door, she almost bumped into Pei Yang, who was about to push the door open. Although Pei Yang was shocked, he quickly dodged to the side so that he didn't bump into LV Qin. Seeing LV Qin run out quickly and disappear in a moment, Pei Yang looked away curiously. He walked inside and asked Jiang Ran, sister-in-law, what's wrong? Why is she running? Jiang Ran didn't hide anything and directly told her what had just happened. She took it without asking for permission and even said that she wasn't in the wrong. I don't care what other people think, I won't keep such a person. So I paid her and let her go. Pei Yang frowned. Are you trying to steal something? Why did you pay her? She didn't steal it, did she? Besides, she did work for 3 days. LV Qin had just received the sketches and didn't have time to look at them carefully before Jiang Ran came over. So it didn't cause any damage. Even if he really saw it, he couldn't deduct her salary because of it. These were two different things. Jiang Ran wasn't a sympathetic person, but he also wouldn't expose her. After hearing Jiang Ran's words, Pei Yang looked at Jiang Ran with a look of disappointment. Sister-in-law, why didn't I realize before that you were actually so soft-hearted? Jiang Ran blinked innocently. Am I soft-hearted? She didn't think so. If he was really soft-hearted, he wouldn't have fired LV Qin directly. Pei Yang believed that Jiang Ran was soft-hearted, so Jiang Ran didn't say anything more. She knew best whether she was soft-hearted or not. The remaining 5 girls were all standing in the kitchen. They were either at the door or through the window, looking in their direction. Jiang Ran looked over, and the few of them shrank their necks at the same time. Then, they quickly turned their heads and went to do their own things. Seeing this, Jiang Ran just smiled. However, Jiang Ran wasn't going to let this matter go. In the past, Jiang Ran didn't intend to make an example out of them, but since something like this had happened, he had to give everyone a warning. Jiang Ran went into the kitchen and told them what had just happened. In the end, Jiang Ran's expression became serious. He said to everyone word by word, "You are all adults. You should know what is right and wrong, good and evil. You should have your own bottom line. You should think clearly about what you should do and what you shouldn't do. Since you are working here, I also hope that you can learn how to make snacks and rely on your own skills to make a living." After Jiang Ran finished speaking, everyone was silent for a long time. After an unknown amount of time, a young lady spoke first. Sister Ran, don't worry. We won't make mistakes. We cherish this opportunity to work. The girl who spoke was called Sun Jianan. She was the oldest among the girls, 20 years old this year. Jiang Ran thought highly of Sun Jianan. She was hardworking, didn't talk much, and had work in her eyes. Now that she was the first to stand up and say something like this, it was unexpected but reasonable. With Sun Jianan taking the lead, the remaining 4 girls also expressed their opinions one after another. Although expressing their opinions didn't mean everything, it was better than nothing. Jiang Ran nodded at them. It's best that you think this way. Alright, it's getting late. Let's start. The equipment for making snacks in the small food shop in front had all been moved to the back. So every afternoon, Jiang Ran would take them to make snacks and send them to the front to sell after they were done. Because the place was more spacious and there were more people, there were naturally more desserts that could be made, and the daily sales naturally increased. Thinking that the weather was getting hotter and hotter, Jiang Ran prepared to make shaved ice and ice porridge. If he wanted to make these too, nothing else would be a problem. The main problem was the refrigerator. He needed to buy another refrigerator with a bigger capacity. After Jiang Ran told this idea to Pei Xianxia and Pei Yang, they agreed without hesitation. To be exact, as long as it was Jiang Ran who proposed it, they would not disagree. As for Wang Zuelan and Pei Baoshan, neither of them had any objections. No matter what Jiang Ran and the others wanted to do, Wang Zuelan and Pei Baoshan always said the same thing: if you need help, just say the word. As long as one had money, it was easy to buy a refrigerator. She went to the department store and came back with a fridge. Having a fridge was not enough. She also had to find someone to make a small stall that could be pushed. Jiang Ran drew the blueprint according to her memory. She found someone who specialized in this and paid for a custom-made one. This was not a complicated thing to begin with. Moreover, with the blueprint, it was only a matter of time before it was made. He would only need to wait for 3 to 5 days. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed, and there was still no news about the rental. Jiang Ran was getting a little anxious. If it really didn't work, she had to quickly tidy up a house and use it as a temporary studio. With this thought in mind, Jiang Ran went to Uncle Zhang's small shop again. Just as she walked to the door, before she walked in, she saw Uncle Jiang about to go out. "Io. Ran. Uncle Jiang smiled when he saw Jiang Ran. "I was just about to look for you, and you came over. There's news about the house." She was about to give up, but suddenly there was news. She couldn't help but be happy. "Really?" Jiang Ran looked at Uncle Jiang in surprise, afraid that Uncle Jiang was just coaxing her. Uncle Jiang seemed to see Jiang Ran's worry, and said seriously, "Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you? Let's go, I was just about to look for you. Since you're here, let's go take a look." Jiang Ran was naturally willing, and the two of them went out together. The shop that Uncle Jiang mentioned was not on this street, but on the street next door. It only took the two of them about 10 minutes to walk there. It was not far away, and this was one of Jiang Ran's requirements. If it was closer, it would be more convenient for Jiang Ran to go back and check the shop. If it was too far away, it would inevitably be delayed if there was an emergency. The first requirement was that it could not be too far away, and the second requirement was that the place had to be big. Jiang Ran's shop was like a studio. They had to measure the clothes, let the customers try on the clothes, have a place to make the clothes, hang the clothes, and let the customers rest. It would be best if there was an indoor bathroom, which would be more convenient. With such requirements, if the place was too small, it would not be able to meet Jiang Ran's needs at all. Uncle Jiang did help according to Jiang Ran's request. Otherwise, it would not have taken 2 days to find it. When they arrived, it was also a shop. But when they entered, they would find a different world. After entering the shop, there was a back door. After entering through the back door, there was a small courtyard and a few rooms. Jiang Ran looked around. There were 2 rooms facing south, one on each side, and one in front. There were a total of 5 rooms. 5 rooms and a small courtyard outside. It was enough to satisfy all of Jiang Ran's needs. Jiang Ran walked around in a circle and was extremely satisfied. Apart from eldest Uncle Jiang, there was also a middle-aged woman. The woman was called Li Lady. According to her age and seniority, Jiang Ran had to call her Aunt Li. After Li Lady accompanied her around, she smiled and said, "Boss Jiang, how was it? Are you satisfied with my house?" Yes, Li Lady knew Jiang Ran. After all, it was close. The small food store was quite famous in the county now. Many people had eaten there, including Li Lady. Coincidentally, Jiang Ran also had some impression of Li Lady. "Aunt Li, to tell you the truth, I'm really satisfied with your house. It's just that I don't want the rent." Not only was the house big, but it was also in a good location. The rent would definitely not be cheap. Li Lady smiled. "We're all businessmen. I won't say those empty words. How about this, you give me 600 yuan a year. What do you think?" "Okay, then it's settled. I'll go back and get the money now. Why don't Auntie Li come back with me? Let's sign the contract now." The rent for the snack shop had been renewed after they made money, and it had been renewed for 2 years. That was because Jiang Ran was sure that even after 2 years, the snack shop would still make money. They would rent the studio for a year first. It would be good if it worked. They would just renew the rent when the time came. If it didn't work, they could do something else. After all, they wouldn't lose the rent. Jiang Ran was straightforward, and Li Lady wasn't a person who dilly-dallied. Since the two of them had already agreed, they went straight to the snack shop. Old Master Jiang was a witness and signed the contract. The contract was made in 3 copies, and the 3 of them each held 1 copy. If there were no problems in the future, of course, it would be good. If there were any problems in the future, with these contracts, it would be easy to solve the problems. The house had been rented, and the next step was to renovate it. This was already written in the contract. In fact, even if it wasn't written in the contract, Li Lady would still agree to renovate it. Jiang Ran brushed the walls, installed lights, installed a fan, and renovated the bathroom. These were all good things for Li Lady. She didn't need to spend money, and someone would renovate the house for her. In the future, whether she lived in it herself or rented it to others, it was a matter of benefits and no harm. Who would be stupid enough to disagree, since old Master Jiang had helped her so much, Jiang Ran naturally couldn't not express anything. However, after knowing Old Master Jiang for so long, Jiang Ran also had some understanding of Old Master Jiang's character. Giving money was definitely not possible. Not to mention that Old Master Jiang wouldn't want it, even Jiang Ran himself couldn't afford it. However, even if he didn't give money, there were other things he could give. Old Master Jiang, Grandma Jiang, and their little grandson and granddaughter all liked the snacks from the snack shop very much. On the same day, Jiang Ran filled 2 big baskets with all kinds of snacks and carried them to Old Master Jiang's snack shop. Old Master Jiang had long expected Jiang Ran to come, but he didn't expect Jiang Ran to bring so many snacks over. He wanted to decline, but he couldn't persuade Jiang Ran. In the end, he accepted it. When Jiang Ran left with the empty basket, he felt relaxed. She actually didn't like this kind of social interaction, but she was born as a human, and more importantly, she was a businesswoman. These things were unavoidable. Since he couldn't avoid it, he had to do it well. He had to do it well in the shortest time possible. The next morning, it was Chen Bing's day to transport goods again. No one knew when Chen Bing came back. Anyway, he was the one who came to pick up the goods in the morning. When they saw Chen Bing, they couldn't help but exchange a few pleasantries. However, Chen Bing was also in a hurry to leave, so they didn't say much and loaded all the snacks into the car together. Chen Bing gave the money without hesitation. Just by looking at him, Jiang Ran knew that after Chen Bing brought these snacks to other places, they would definitely sell well. Many people were doing things like reselling, but whether they could do it well still depended on the person's ability. Chen Bing was undoubtedly a very capable person. After all, Jiang Ran had a lot of things to do. When he was busy, he would only feel that there was not enough time. Time passed too quickly, and he would not feel tormented at all. However, Jiang Ran also knew that these 3 days were actually a little difficult for Xia Qiufeng. Although they had already agreed on it, he would not feel at ease as long as the matter was not carried out. It was also because of this that Jiang Ran came early. Because he came early, Jiang Ran even met Wang Xuelan and Pei Jing on the way. Wang Xuelan was riding a tricycle and was about to send Pei Jing to kindergarten. In fact, Pei Jing could live in the county with a house in the county. This way, it would be convenient for him to go to school and he would not have to run around. However, Jiang Ran, Pei Shanshan, and Pei Yang were too busy, and Pei Huai was not around. Wang Xuelan was worried about Pei Jing, but he could not live in the county. He could only bring Mei Jing home every day and send her to school the next day. It was a little bit of running around, but it did not take much time. After exchanging a few words with Pei Jing and Wang Xuelan, Jiang Ran rode the tricycle back to the village. It was only 7 o'clock at this time. It was still early, and it was not hot yet. There were people in the village talking outside. As soon as Jiang Ran rode into the village, he attracted a lot of attention. And this time, the attention was different from before. No matter how busy Jiang Ran was, he did not forget to take medicine and take a medicinal bath. Therefore, as the days passed, Jiang Ran also became thinner every day. Compared to when Pei Huai first came back, Jiang Ran had lost 5 or 6 kilograms. Now, Jiang Ran was 1.7 meters tall, but only about 75 kilograms. In addition, Jiang Ran's flesh was more firm, which meant that his body fat was not high. At a glance, he gave people the impression that he was thin. Tall and thin. Once a person lost weight, their facial features would become more three-dimensional and their silhouette would become deeper. They would also become more good-looking. This body was originally good-looking, but because it was fat, this beauty was covered up. Now that she had slimmed down, even if she did not dress up, she would often wear the simplest colors such as black, white, gray, and blue, but she was still very eye-catching. If he was in a crowd, he would stand out like a crane in a flock of chickens. He would be a special existence that people would notice at a glance. If they appeared alone, they could attract the attention of others in the shortest amount of time. Jiang Ran didn't care about these people's gazes. He rode his bike to the Qian family. Although she did not care about these people, they had all gathered together and were talking about her. Who was the one who rode by just now? Why haven't I seen it before? I don't know. I've never seen him before. I don't know him. Although I don't know the person riding the bike, I know that car. Isn't that the car of the eldest daughter-in-law of the Pei family, Jiang Ran? As soon as he said this, the crowd quieted down. After a while, someone said in disbelief, "What kind of joke is this? How could that be Jiang Ran?" "I didn't say that it was Jiang Ran. I just said that the car was Jiang Ran's. I remember the number on the car clearly. It must be Jiang Ran's. I also seem to remember that the car was Jiang Ran's. Now that I think about it, it really is Jiang Ran's car." Everyone's statements were the same, but they were also more and more confused. When the person left, they would take a good look and find out who the person was. Many people had this idea. Some people heard the news and came to see. Jiang Ran didn't know what happened at the entrance of the village. At this time, Jiang Ran had arrived at the Qian family. Old Mrs. Qian and Xia Qiufeng didn't have a good time these 3 days. They couldn't eat. Now that she finally saw Jiang Ran, her anxious heart finally settled back into her stomach. "Ran, why are you here so early in the morning? Are you having breakfast? Are you hungry?" Old Mrs. Qian asked. Jiang Ran quickly waved his hand. "I've eaten." "Qiufeng, have you eaten?" Xia Qiufeng nodded. "Yes, I have. Do you have anything else to say? If there's nothing else, we can leave now." "Nothing. I'm fine. Let's go," Xia Qiufeng said quickly. Xia Qiufeng had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Now that she finally saw Jiang Ran, even if she had something to say, she would definitely say it was nothing. After saying goodbye to old Mrs. Qian, Jiang Ran patted the back seat of the bicycle. "Come on, I'll take you." Xia Qiufeng hadn't ridden a bicycle before. Looking at the back seat of the bicycle, she didn't dare to get on. I'd better walk. Anyway, it's not far away. I can walk very fast. Don't worry, I can definitely catch up." "Why walk?" Jiang Ran frowned. "It's so hot. Won't you sweat?" "It's okay. I'm strong. You don't have to worry that I can't carry you." Since Jiang Ran said so, Xia Qiufeng didn't say anything more. She stared at the back seat for a while and then sat on it. Jiang Ran knew that she had never been on a bicycle before just by looking at the way she was going. But it was okay. She didn't have a chance before, but there would be a chance in the future. Not to mention riding a bicycle, she could even learn how to ride a bicycle. Jiang Ran's strength was not ordinary. Although he was carrying Xia Qiufeng, his feet were still very fast. Xia Qiufeng was probably a little nervous. When Jiang Ran started to speed up, she grabbed Jiang Ran's clothes. Seeing that although Jiang Ran was riding fast, he was still quite steady and didn't sway left or right, he gradually relaxed. Jiang Ran rode fast and soon they arrived at the entrance of the village. Jiang Ran was surprised to see so many people standing at the entrance of the village. However, he didn't take it to heart. Probably because it was cooler in the morning, everyone stood outside to chat. Just as he was about to ride away, someone in the crowd shouted Xia Qiufeng's name. "Qiufeng! Qiufeng! Qiufeng, wait!" Her voice was very urgent, which made people feel that she was in a hurry. Jiang Ran was afraid that something was wrong, so he stopped and looked in the direction of the sound. With one look, he realized that it was actually an old acquaintance. It was none other than Su Tsuehua. Other than seeing Su Tsuehua once in the afternoon of the transmigration and arguing with her, Jiang Ran never saw her again. Although they lived in the same village, Jiang Ran was busy all day long and didn't have much contact with the villagers. While Jiang Ran was thinking, Su Tsuehua had already walked up and stood not far from the bicycle, talking to Xia Qiufeng. Xia Qiufeng was dumbfounded by the question. Xia Qiufeng blinked hard and looked back at her with a strange expression. "This is sister-in-law Pei." When Jiang Ran heard the name sister-in-law Pei, she felt uneasy. In any case, she was only 23 years old, not 24 years old. When Xia Qiufeng called her that, Jiang Ran almost felt like she was 44 years old. Jiang Ran was not the only one who felt uneasy. When Su Tsuehua heard Xia Qiufeng's words, she was also dumbfounded. "You're saying that this is Jiang Ran?" Su Tsuehua's voice was full of disbelief. She looked at Jiang Ran with shock and suspicion. Before Xia Qiufeng could answer, Su Tsuehua sneered. How could this be Jiang Ran? If this is Jiang Ran, at this point, Su Tsuehua stopped. After thinking about it seriously, Su Tsuehua continued, if this is Jiang Ran, I'll eat sh*t. Jiang Ran, there's no need for that. Jiang Ran was not the only one who thought so. Xia Qiufeng also looked at Su Tsuehua with a complicated expression. Sister-in-law Tsuehua, there's no need for that. This is really sister-in-law pay. As she said that, Xia Qiufeng looked at Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran knew that it was time for her to make an appearance. Jiang Ran cleared her throat and said, I'm Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran's voice didn't change. Just by hearing her voice, Su Tsuehua and the people behind Su Tsuehua were sure that this was indeed Jiang Ran. She couldn't be a fake. But, why did Jiang Ran change so much? Looking at Su Tsuehua's shocked expression, Jiang Ran smiled. I heard what you said just now. Actually, there's no need for that. Su Tsuehua was speechless. Although she had not eaten yet. Jiang Ran looked at Su Tsuehua's expression and knew that she had already eaten. When Xia Qiufeng saw that Su Tsuehua was standing there with a sour expression and did not say anything, she asked carefully, Sister-in-law Tsuehua, why did you call me? After being questioned by Xia Qiufeng, Su Tsuehua finally found her voice. Su Tsuehua pretended not to have said anything. She pretended to be calm as she looked at Xia Qiufeng. Qiufeng, why are you following her? She had never seen Jiang and Xia Qiufeng interact before. Why were they going out together this time? Xia Qiufeng looked at Jiang Ran with some hesitation. She didn't know if she should answer this question. Seeing Xia Qiufeng's reaction made her even more curious. What's wrong? Could it be that the two of you have some secrets that you can't tell me? There's no secret. There. Jiang Ran smiled and said, it's just that I opened a clothes shop in the county. Qiufeng knows how to make clothes, so I asked her to help me. Help you? Su Tsuehua's voice suddenly rose. You asked Qiufeng to help you? Jiang Ran, how can you do that? Qiufeng can make 70 or 80 yuan a month by making clothes at home. If you ask her to help you, won't you be hindering her from making money? It's not a hindrance. Xia Qiufeng quickly waved her hand. Sister-in-law gave me a salary. 15 yuan a month. As for the commission, Xia Qiufeng did not mention it. It was called not showing off one's wealth. Xia Qiufeng did not go to school. She did not know this before. Jiang Ran had just told her. Hearing Xia Qiufeng say 15 yuan a month, the people who were standing not far away suddenly gathered around. It was impossible to hide the fact that Xia Qiufeng was working at Jiang Ran's shop. Besides, it wasn't something to be ashamed of, so Jiang Ran didn't intend to hide it from them from the beginning. Jiang Ran had already expected such a scene from the beginning. After everyone calmed down from their excitement, Jiang Ran finally spoke. Don't think that going to work is easy. When Qiufeng works at my shop, she has to arrive at 8 o'clock in the morning. She might not be able to leave on time at night, and she won't be able to come home in between. She can rest for a few days a month, but there's a limit. If she wants to take time off for something, her pay will be deducted. After Jiang Ran finished speaking, everyone looked hesitant. Those who fought to go to work earlier were all about the same age as Wang Xuelan. All of them had families to feed, so it was impossible for them to go to work for a whole day. Moreover, they had to go every day. Jiang Ran's gaze swept across everyone's faces and continued, when you work at my shop, you have to know how to use a sewing machine to make clothes. It's best if you know how to embroider. You have to be good at needlework, and the stitches have to be fine. The clothes can't be coarse. Your hands have to be smooth and soft. There can't be any calluses or barbs. Otherwise, the fabric will be damaged. If the fabric is damaged, you have to pay for it according to the original price. As Jiang Ran spoke, everyone subconsciously took a few steps back. Now, they were no longer fighting to go to work. Even if Jiang Ran really wanted to hire them, they weren't prepared to go. How was this going to work? This was simply going to suffer. 15 yuan a month was indeed not easy to earn. Seeing that everyone was silent, Jiang Ran smiled at them and said, since there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. There's still a lot of work to do. After Jiang Ran finished speaking, he rode off with Xia Qiufeng. On the way, Jiang asked Xia Qiufeng, after hearing what I just said, do you still want to go? Of course. Xia Qiufeng answered without hesitation. I want to go. No matter how hard it was at work, she had to go. Xia Qiufeng felt that opening a shop with Jiang Ran was definitely better than making clothes at home alone. At the village entrance. After watching Jiang Ran ride away, the crowd looked at each other, but still no one spoke. After some time, Su Tsuihua pursed her lips and said, who knows if she's telling the truth? Opening a shop in the county? Didn't she already have a shop? Do you really think it's that easy to open a shop? Su Tsuihua had her reasons for saying this. When the news of Jiang Ran's business making money spread in the village, Su Tsuihua was tempted and wanted to go to the county town to sell food. But for some reason, Jiang Ran's business was booming, while her business was deserted. Su Tsuihua refused to believe it. She clenched her teeth and persisted for a while, but it was still useless. Su Tsuihua didn't think it was her fault. She only felt that the business was stolen by Jiang Ran. After all they did was eat and sell buns and congee. At this point, Su Tsuihua found Jiang Ran even more unpleasant to the eye. However, Jiang Ran wasn't someone to be trifled with. He left early and returned late every day. Even if Su Tsuihua had any dissatisfaction in her heart, she didn't have the time or opportunity to vent it. Jiang Ran, who was already far away, didn't know that there was such a reason. But even if he knew, he would just laugh it off. Su Tsuihua might not understand why her business was not good. However, Jiang Ran knew about it. In the food business, the taste of the food could be average, and the ingredients could be simple, but the most important thing was cleanliness and hygiene. Not only must the food be clean, but the person who cooked it must also be clean. With Su Tsuihua's mouth full of big yellow teeth, mud under her fingernails all year round, and oil stains and stains on her clothes, who would dare to buy the food she cooked? Spending money was for the sake of eating well, not for the sake of making things difficult for oneself. But even if Jiang Ran knew, he did not intend to tell Su Tsuihua. Because Jiang Ran knew that even if he told Su Tsuihua all this out of kindness, Su Tsuihua would not appreciate it. Not only would she not appreciate it, but she would also think that Jiang Ran was deliberately humiliating her. Jiang Ran would never do such a thankless thing. After Jiang Ran brought Xia Qiufeng to the county, they did not go to the small food shop, but went directly to the newly rented house. After opening the door and walking in, Jiang Ran led Xia Qiufeng around the house, and then talked about his design plan. Xia Qiufeng did not know anything about these. When she heard Jiang Ran say these, she looked at Jiang Ran with sparkling eyes. At first, Jiang Ran did not notice her gaze. But later, Xia Qiufeng's gaze was really hard to ignore. Jiang Ran had to stop and look at Xia Qiufeng. Qiufeng, what's wrong? Why do you keep staring at me? After being asked by Jiang Ran, Xia Qiufeng became even more embarrassed. She quickly waved her hand and said, "Sister-in-law, I didn't mean to stare at you." Seeing Xia Qiufeng's nervous expression, Jiang Ran knew that she had misunderstood his meaning. Jiang Ran smiled at her and said, "I don't mean anything else. I'm just curious. Why do you keep staring at me?" Hearing Jiang Ran's explanation, Xia Qiufeng blushed. I just think that sister-in-law is especially good-looking. Especially when he was talking non-stop just now, it was as if he was glowing. The more Xia Qiufeng spoke, the more embarrassed she became. Her voice gradually lowered. Hearing her words, Jiang Ran was really embarrassed. No wonder there was an old saying that if you weren't a family, you wouldn't enter the same house. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law of the Qian family were both good at talking. No wonder they became the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. But thinking about it from another perspective, this was actually a good thing. Those who were in the clothing business had to have a sweet mouth. This also proved that Jiang Ran did not misjudge Xia Qiufeng. Xia Qiufeng was suitable for this position. After Jiang Ran told Xia Qiufeng about his design, he looked at Xia Qiufeng. "Qiufeng, is there anything you want to change? Or is there anything you want to add? Let's get everything in one go, so we don't have to trouble ourselves a second time." Hearing this, Xia Qiufeng frowned and thought seriously for a while. In the end, she shook her head. Sister-in-law, I think your design is very good. I really don't have any other ideas. Hearing what she said, Jiangran didn't insist. However, Jiangran smiled at Xia Qiufeng again. Qiufeng, I have something to discuss with you. Xia Qiufeng was a little nervous. Sister-in-law, what is it? Tell me. Seeing Xia Qiufeng's serious expression, Jiangran softened his tone. Actually, it's not a big deal. It's just that you can stop calling me sister-in-law in the future. Big, Xia Qiufeng subconsciously wanted to call her sister-in-law, but she swallowed her words. She looked at Jiangran with a puzzled expression. Why? Jiangran touched her face. I always feel that calling me sister-in-law makes me sound old. Do I look like an old man to you? Xia Qiufeng quickly shook her head. Of course not. You look younger than me. Then it's fine. Jiangran patted Xia Qiufeng's shoulder. Call me Sister Ranran from now on. This? Okay. Sister Ranran. Xia Qiufeng did not hesitate too much and directly agreed. After all, this did not affect Xia Qiufeng much. Whether it was calling her sister-in-law or Sister Ranran, the person she called was still the same. Jiangran was very happy to have successfully changed the way Xia Qiufeng addressed her. I have contacted the construction workers. They will be here soon. I can't keep an eye here, so I will have to trouble you. But don't worry, although the clothes have not started yet, from today onwards, it will be your salary. I won't let you work for nothing. Stopping Xia Qiufeng, who wanted to speak, Jiangran said with a serious face, I don't have time to keep an eye here, so I will have to ask you to keep an eye on it for me. Can you do it? Yes. Xia Qiufeng looked determined. I will definitely keep an eye on it. Sister Ranran, don't worry. Of course I am not worried about you. Jiangran said and patted Xia Qiufeng's shoulder. It felt very good to be trusted. Xia Qiufeng was not only happy now, but also full of enthusiasm. Jiangran did not leave immediately. Instead, she waited for the construction workers to come and showed them the drawings. She made a general arrangement before leaving. Whenever she was free, Jiangran would ride her bicycle to see the progress of the project. In fact, there were not many places that needed to be changed. Only the bathroom needed major changes. As for the other rooms, he just needed to enlarge the windows and replace them with clean glass. Then, he would paint the walls with white paint and make some clothes racks and cabinets. After that, he would install some high-wattage lights and fans. After all these were done and some soft decorations were added, they could open for business. Although it sounded fast, it actually took him 5 to 6 days to finish the installation. He had renovated the house 3 times, and this was the longest one. In the past few days, Jiangran would wander around the county whenever he had time. He mainly wanted to buy some suitable tables, chairs, benches, sofas, and the like. Although they were also sold in the department store, they didn't meet Jiangran's expectations. Jiangran had no choice but to ride his bicycle around the county to see if he could find someone he liked. Fortunately, after wandering around for a few days, Jiangran really found some good things. Jiangran himself liked antique things, so he wanted to get some antique furniture. Of course, there weren't any particularly good ones, but there were also many defective ones or ones that were missing arms or legs. Of course, because the quality was not good, the price was not high. After buying it, he asked Wang Zuelan's brother to help repair it so that it could be used. Fortunately, when they were preparing to open the clothing store, Jiangran had already begun to stock up on fabric. Not only did Jiangran buy fabric from the department store here, but she also asked Chen Bing to help her buy a lot of fabric from other places that they didn't have here. Although the price was a little higher, the clothes made from it were really beautiful. Jiangran had also finished drawing the design. She and Xia Qiufeng worked day and night. It took them 2 to 3 days to finally make a batch of clothes that could support the store and be displayed on the opening day. Although everything was ready and the store would be opened early the next morning, Jiangran still didn't want to leave. She just wanted to walk around the store a few more times to see if there was anything that was not ready. Although it wasn't her first time opening a store, Jiangran still felt very nervous. It was probably because this was her first time dabbling in the clothing industry. Because she had no experience before, she was so worried and afraid. Xiao Fang didn't live in the county, so Jiang Ran asked her to go back to the village with Wang Xuelan. At this time only Jiang Ran, Pei Shanshan, and Pei Yang were here. Pei Yang was fine. A young man of his age didn't have very high requirements for clothing. Although he had a new interest in some of the clothes in the store, he was far less interested in them than Pei Shanshan. Pei Shanshan looked at the women's clothing in the store and her eyes lit up. Pei Yang was shocked when he saw the look in Pei Shanshan's eyes. He subconsciously took a step back. Shanshan, do you have 2 light bulbs in your eyes? Hearing Pei Yang's words, Pei Shanshan glared at him. Looking at the way the two of them were looking at each other, Jiang Ran wanted to hold back her laughter. But sometimes, the more she wanted to hold back her laughter, the more she couldn't help it. After waiting for a while, Jiang Ran finally couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Hearing Jiang Ran's laughter, Pei Yang felt as if he had been granted amnesty. He ran directly behind Jiang Ran and shrank his body, wanting to let Jiang Ran block him. She had already done so, yet she still stuck her head out to look at Pei Shanshan. Shanshan, look, sister-in-law is smiling. It's obvious that sister-in-law is thinking the same thing as me. Pei Shanshan glared at Pei Yang. You're talking nonsense. Sister-in-law wouldn't think that way. Sister-in-law, don't you think so? Being stared at by the two people, Jiang Ran coughed softly and changed the topic. Tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the morning, this place will be open for business. I have to come here to work, so I'll leave the small food shop to you too. Hearing Jiang Ran's words, Pei Yang and Pei Shanshan stopped fooling around and their expressions became serious. Sister-in-law, don't worry. Sister-in-law, don't worry. We'll take care of it. Hearing the two people's assurance, Jiang Ran smiled and nodded. In fact, Jiang Ran wasn't worried at all. Ever since he bought the house and cooperated with Chen Bing to make snacks, the small food shop's matters had basically been handed over to Pei Yang and Pei Shanshan. The reason why Jiang Ran brought this up now was to let the two people stop worrying about what had just happened. Now that the topic had been diverted, Jiang Ran felt relieved in his heart. After checking the various things in the shop again and confirming that there were no problems, Jiang Ran took the two people out, locked the door, and left. Jiang Ran's sleep quality had always been good. Even if he was thinking about the opening of the shop the next day, he still slept until the next day. The next morning, Jiang Ran woke up early as usual. He went to the snack shop and waited for the 5 girls to come. Then, he told them what to do that day. After everything was arranged, it was almost time for Jiang Ran to leave on her bicycle. It wasn't far to begin with, and Jiang Ran rode his bicycle there. It was only 7:30 when he arrived. The advantage of having a small courtyard was that he could park his car there without worrying about it being stolen. Jiang Ran parked the car, opened the doors and windows of each room, tidied up the hanging clothes, and wiped the tables, chairs, and benches again before stopping. At this time, Xiao Fang arrived. Looking at the open door, Xiao Fang knew that Jiang Ran had arrived. She hurried to the back. Just as she entered the courtyard, she saw Jiang Ran coming out of the house. Xiao Fang rubbed her hands nervously. Sister Ran, I'm sorry I'm late. Jiang Ran smiled and shook her head. It's not time yet. You're not late. With that, Jiang Ran looked at Xiao Fang seriously. The clothes that Xiao Fang was wearing today were made according to the drawings that Jiang Ran had given her. After all, they were clothes makers. They had to wear the clothes that they made to achieve a better publicity effect. In July, the weather was still very hot. Xiao Fang was wearing a light cyan dress. The top was a doll's collar and the bottom was a lotus leaf. With the waist-tight design, the dress gave people a feeling of youthfulness and gentleness. Although Xiao Fang wasn't very beautiful, her skin was whiter. Although she grew up in the village, Xiao Fang didn't do much farm work. Whether it was before or after marriage, she spent most of her time in the house making clothes. Therefore, compared to most of the girls in the village, her skin was especially white. It was said that a white skin covered 100 ugliness. This was somewhat reasonable. Even though Xiao Fang wasn't particularly good-looking, she looked much better in suitable clothes because of her fair skin. Her hair was also freshly cut. Her original long hair had been cut, and she had a bob, which made her look fashionable and tall. Being stared at by Jiang Ran, Xia Qiufeng touched her hair and tugged at her skirt. "Sister Ran, why are you staring at me? Is there anything wrong with me?" After being asked by Xia Qiufeng, Jiang Ran finally realized what was wrong. Xia Qiufeng already had clothes and a hairstyle. What she lacked now was makeup. She didn't need to be too delicate. As long as she put on some light daily makeup, she would look much better than she did now. Jiang Ran had thought of this problem before, so he asked Chen Bing to bring back some cosmetics from the big city. He gave one set to Pei Shanshan and left the rest here. When Jiang Ran taught Pei Shanshan how to put on makeup, he also used those cosmetics and felt that it was good to use. He looked at the watch on his wrist. It was only 7:50. There were still 10 minutes. He had enough time to put on some light makeup for Xia Qiufeng. With this in mind, Jiang Ran directly took Xia Qiufeng's hand. "Qiufeng, come with me." After letting Xia Qiufeng wash her face in the bathroom, Jiang Ran took her into the house. "I'll put on makeup for you. Just sit still." As Jiang Ran spoke, he took out the cosmetics, arranged them one by one, and began to put on makeup for Xia Qiufeng. Xia Qiufeng opened her mouth. She wanted to say something, but when she saw the serious look on Jiang Ran's face, she swallowed her words. Although she had never put on makeup, she had seen how Pei Shanshan looked like with makeup. She was still the same person, but she gave off a completely different feeling. Xia Qiufeng couldn't help but get excited when she thought about how she would look like that. Although Jiang Ran hadn't been a professional makeup artist before, it wasn't a problem for her to do some light makeup for people. 10 minutes later, Jiang Ran stopped and took a step back. He looked at her carefully for a while and then nodded with satisfaction. "Okay, Qiufeng, open your eyes and take a look." Xia Qiufeng was a little nervous, but she still opened her eyes obediently and looked at the mirror opposite her. There was a big mirror in the room, which Jiang Ran had specially ordered so that the customers could clearly see how they looked after trying on the clothes. Xia Qiufeng was sitting on the sofa, some distance away from the mirror. But she wasn't nearsighted, so she could clearly see her appearance in the mirror. She was still dressed the same, but she gave off a completely different feeling. Her facial features were still the same, but her eyes were bright, her eyebrows were slender, her nose was high, and her lips were red. She was no longer the Xia Qiufeng whose only advantage was her fair skin. Xia Qiufeng looked at herself in the mirror in disbelief. Is this really me?" Jiang Ran smiled and nodded. "Of course it's you. Okay. Let's go to the front. It's almost time. After today's work, I'll teach you how to put on makeup. You can do it yourself in the future." After saying that, Jiang Ran pulled Xia Qiufeng to the front. They had already started promoting their opening day a few days in advance. In order to promote it, Jiang Ran specially printed some flyers. They weren't distributed randomly on the street, but placed in the small food shop and distributed to every customer who came to eat. Among these customers, some of them had long wanted to look for Jiang Ran to make clothes for them. Unfortunately, Jiang Ran didn't have the time. Now that they heard that Jiang Ran was going to open a clothing studio, they were all interested in it. They were only waiting for it to open. There were also some people who were purely attracted by the contents of the flyer and were also waiting to open for business. Therefore, Jiang Ran was not worried at all that no one would come on the opening day. Facts also proved that Jiang Ran did not need to worry. When she pulled Xia Qiufeng to the front, there were already many people standing outside. As soon as they saw them come out, they immediately asked, "Boss Jiang, it's almost 8 o'clock. When will you let us in?" Jiang Ran looked at everyone with a smile. He waited for everyone to stop talking nonsense before he opened his mouth. "Today is the grand opening of Little Wardrobe Studio. I would like to thank everyone for coming. Today's clothes are all 20% off. It's also 20% off for custom-made clothes." Jiang Ran's words immediately caused a burst of cheers. When they could save money, of course, everyone was willing to save money. Jiang Ran had already prepared a string of firecrackers in advance and had already hung it by the side. The firecrackers were not very long. The main meaning was that they were red and fiery. As the firecrackers were lit, the crackling sound of the firecrackers could be heard. The smell of gunpowder also filled the air. When the firecrackers finished burning, Xianxia stepped aside to let the people waiting outside in. The crowd rushed in, and Xiaqiufeng hurriedly followed. Xianxia also followed behind, but she was not as nervous as Xiaqiufeng. Xiaqiufeng had never done business before. She basically stayed at home alone to make clothes. Although she had dealt with people, she had never dealt with so many people at the same time. It was inevitable that she was nervous. But in this aspect, Xianxia was already very experienced. Although there were many people who wanted to buy clothes and order clothes. But it didn't matter. They might not have thought of buying when they came, but when they really saw the style of the clothes, there would always be a few people who were tempted. Xianxia pricked up her ears the whole time. No matter who asked about the price, she could hear and answer at the first moment. Although Xiaqiufeng was not as skillful, she still tried her best. The two were busy. At this time, someone suddenly shouted outside, "Flower baskets!" "Boss Jiang, someone sent you a flower basket." Hearing this shout, Xianxia felt strange in her heart, but she still walked towards the door. As soon as she walked to the door, she saw that there were 2 rows of flower baskets outside. The flower baskets were distributed on the left and right sides of the door. Those who didn't know would think that it was arranged early. But Xianxia knew that she didn't order any flower baskets. Just as she was thinking about who sent them, she saw 2 people coming over. Pei Huai walked in front with big strides. There was no expression on his face. He didn't look like he was here to congratulate her, but more like he was here to find fault. Xianxia didn't expect Pei Huai to come. Looking at Pei Huai who was walking towards her, she still didn't understand what was going on. At this time, shouldn't Pei Huai be developing his business? Why was he here? Before Xianxia could figure it out, Pei Huai had already walked in front of her. "Congratulations." It was a simple word, and there was not much emotion in the voice. The tone was calm, and it was impossible to tell what the person was thinking. No matter why Pei Huai appeared here, he sent the flower basket and congratulated Xianxia. Xianxia had to say thank you. That was what Xianxia thought, and it was indeed what she said. "Thank you." Just as Pei Huai was about to say something, Chen Bing had already walked in front of him. "Congratulations, Boss Jiang." Chen Bing's face was full of smiles. Boss Jiang's business is getting bigger and bigger. Opening a restaurant, custom-made desserts, and now a fashion studio. Chen Bing had traveled extensively and had seen plenty of businesses. However, this was the first time he had seen someone who had dabbled in so many industries in such a short period of time. In particular, Xianxia had done a good job. Thinking of this in his heart, Chen Bing looked at Xianxia with more and more curiosity. "I don't know what kind of business Boss Jiang will do in the future. How about this, if Boss Jiang has any good ideas in the future, please bring me along. I don't have anything else, but I still have some money. I'll invest in it and get some dividends." Although Chen Bing said this with a smile, it didn't make people feel that he was joking at all. Xianxia didn't think that he was joking. Instead, she seriously considered it. Chen Bing had traveled extensively, so he knew a lot of people and had a wide network. If he invested in the company, it would be more convenient for him to do certain things. These thoughts flashed through Xianxia's mind, and he quickly nodded. "Since Boss Chen has such an idea, let's have a good discussion when we have time." Chen Bing's eyes lit up when he heard that. "Sure. I'll go in and take a look." "Okay." Chen Bing went in, leaving only Xianxia and Pei Huai. The atmosphere fell silent again, and there was a sense of awkwardness in the air. Xianxia was thinking about what to say to ease the awkwardness when he heard Pei Huai speak. "Today is the opening day, so there are a lot of people inside. Let's go in and get busy." Xianxia nodded immediately. "Then I'll go." Before Xianxia could finish speaking, Pei Huai walked in. But after a few steps, he disappeared into the crowd. Xianxia? What was Pei Huai doing in there? Although Xianxia did not understand, he did not stand outside in a daze. Now was not the time to be in a daze. Whether this studio could succeed or not depended largely on today. After Xianxia entered the room, he was immediately asked about the price and size of the clothes. Xianxia. had to multitask to barely answer everyone's questions. He did not have the energy to care about what Pei Huai was doing. Although Jiang Ran and Xia Qiufan had rushed out a batch of clothes, there were not many pieces. There was only one piece of each style. Dozens of clothes were hung in the room in front of them, and people could see them clearly. Some people wanted to buy them on the spot, but the size was not right. At this time, they had to have them custom-made. Jiang Ran also promised that they only needed to pay a deposit. 3 days later, when they came to collect the clothes, they would pay the rest. The clothes were made according to a person's size, and there would never be a situation where they did not fit. To be able to buy a design that she liked, and it was a perfect size, it could be said that it was tailor-made. However, the price wasn't very high either. It was completely within an acceptable range. Under such circumstances, as long as a woman had some spare cash, she would order 1 or 2 sets of clothes for herself. After all, who didn't like to be beautiful? This time, in order to prepare for the opening ceremony, Jiang Ran made most of the clothes that were more acceptable nowadays. In fact, Jiang Ran himself preferred the cheongsam. It was just that it took a lot of time and effort to make a cheongsam. In their small county, there were not many women who dared to wear cheongsams, so Jiang Ran did not make one for the time being. When he was finally done, it was already lunchtime. It was also at this time that Jiang Ran discovered that Chen Bing had left, but Pei Huai didn't. Regardless of the reason Pei Huai stayed to help, he had indeed helped. That was undeniable. Jiang Ran thanked him, and Pei Huai also nodded. It's not a big deal. As soon as Pei Huai said that, Jiang Ran, who had wanted to say something, suddenly didn't know what to say. Xia Qiufang stood between the two of them, looking at one and the other. After swallowing her saliva, she finally opened her mouth. Well, Sister Ran, there are too many orders today, and they have to be done in 3 days. Should we start now? They were opening a new store, and they had promised at the beginning that they would deliver the goods on time in 3 days. If they couldn't complete it, people would definitely think that they were not trustworthy. Jiang Ran also understood this point, so she nodded. It's time to start. How about this? I'll go to the small food store to pack some food back. You go ahead and we'll eat together when I come back. Okay. I'll go. 2 voices sounded at the same time. The first sentence was said by Xia Qiufan, and the second sentence was said by Pei Huai. Jiang Ran looked at Pei Huai. What did you say? I'll go and pack some food back. You go ahead. After Pei Huai said that, he turned and walked out. He was already tall and had long legs, and now he walked faster. In a short while, he walked out of the door, turned a corner, and disappeared. Since he was already gone, what else could Jiang Ran say? She could only nod at Xia Qiufan. Qiufang, go ahead and do your work. Jiang Ran felt that she still had to hire a few more people. Not all of them had to know how to make clothes. Being a shop assistant was also very important. A young lady who was good-looking and had a good figure and a good mouth, even if she didn't know how to make clothes, just standing there wearing the clothes in the store would be a living signboard. Besides, she and Xia Qiufang went to the back to work, and there was no way no one could watch the front. With that in mind, Jiang Ran wasn't in a hurry to go to the back. She had to sort out the orders first. It would be much faster to produce them in batches than to do them one by one. Jiang Ran had just sorted out all the orders when Pei Huai came back with the food box. Needless to say, the food in the snack shop was fresh and tasted good. There were meat, vegetables, soup, and rice. It was much better than what Xia Qiufang had at home. Looking at the dishes, Xia Qiufang didn't dare to move her chopsticks. Sister Ran, just by looking at Xia Qiufang's expression, Jiang Ran had already roughly guessed her thoughts. Didn't we agree before that you'll listen to me when you work here? We don't care about food or lodging here. You have to eat whatever I eat. Even if we recruit other people in the future, it will still be the same. You can eat without worry. Hearing Jiang Ran's words, Xia Qiufang could only nod. Sister Ran, don't worry. I will definitely make the clothes well. Alright, let's eat. Jiang Ran took the lead and picked up the chopsticks. Xia Qiufang didn't say anything more. She picked up the chopsticks and the food box and started eating. After eating 2 mouthfuls, Jiangran noticed that Pei Huai didn't eat. To be exact, Pei Huai didn't eat. Jiangran looked at Pei Huai with some surprise. "You're not eating?" After all, Pei Huai had been busy the whole morning. Why did he feel that it was strange when they were eating? Not long after the meal, there were more customers. There weren't as many customers as there were in the morning, so Jiangran could handle them alone. She asked Xia Feng to take the orders and go to the back to work. Jiangran wrote a recruitment notice and handed it to Pei Huai. She asked him to take it back and post it on the door of the small food store. The small food store's business had always been good, and people came and went. As long as the recruitment notice was posted, it wouldn't be long before there were people applying. Jiangran felt that there would be people applying soon, but she didn't expect it to be so soon. Pei Huai went back for less than 2 hours, and he came again with people. Following Pei Huai were a few young ladies, who completely met Jiangran's requirements. Jiangran looked at them carefully and soon saw a familiar face. LV Qin Qin. Seeing LV Qin Qin, Jiangran frowned slightly. Why was she here? Just as she was thinking, LV Qin Qin came up to Jiangran and gave her a bright smile. "Sister Ran. I heard that you were hiring, so I hurried over. I'm really interested in making and selling clothes, so I couldn't help but look at those sketches last time. Sister Ran, seeing that I really like it, let me work here. After all, we've known each other for so long, don't you think so?" Hearing LV Qin Qin's words, Jiangran only felt speechless. She didn't know that LV Qin Qin had lost her mind and was still pretending to be dumb. Didn't she make it clear last time? Jiangran didn't intend to talk nonsense with LV Qin Qin. She said coldly, "I'm hiring, but I won't let you come. You'd better find another job." Hearing this, LV Qin Qin opened her mouth to speak, but Jiangran immediately interrupted her. "Don't ask me why. You know the reason in your heart. If you really want me to say it in front of everyone, I don't have any objections." After saying this, Jiangran fixed his eyes on LV Qin Qin. LV Qin Qin obviously didn't have such thick skin. Her face was already red. She opened her mouth, but didn't say a word. In the end, LV Qin Qin just stomped her feet, turned around, and ran out. The other girls who came with LV Qin Qin were confused when they saw the scene. They had no idea what was going on. Jiangran had no intention of explaining to them. He just looked at them one by one and said, "I've already told you about my recruitment requirements. If you know how to make clothes, you'll be given priority. If you don't know how to make clothes, I will test you later. If you pass, you can stay." Jiangran had just finished speaking when 2 girls took 2 steps forward. "I know how to make clothes." "Me too. I also know how to embroider with a sewing machine." Hearing the second person's words, Jiangran raised his eyebrows. It was not only because this girl knew how to embroider, but also because this girl knew how to point out her advantages. She was a smart person. Jiangran nodded and said, "The 2 of you stand aside first. I'll lead you to the back later." With that, Jiangran looked at the other 3 girls and said, "The test for the 3 of you is very simple. From now on, before we close for the night, whoever can sell a piece of clothing or successfully negotiate an order will be able to stay." Since he had mentioned the requirements, he naturally had to mention the benefits. This was the only way to motivate them and make them show off their skills. "If any of the 3 of you can successfully stay, your monthly salary will be 15 yuan. Lunch will be provided, and if you work overtime in the afternoon, dinner will also be provided. In addition to your basic salary, I will give you a commission for every piece of clothing you sell or every order you close. This commission will be determined based on the size, style, and price of the clothing. In other words, the more you sell, the more commission you will receive. In the end, your monthly salary will naturally be higher." Now, whether it was in the big factories or in the government, the salary was level by level. In the eyes of many people, it was normal to work hard and wait for a raise in salary. So now that they suddenly heard Jiangran's words, the girls were stunned. Seeing their stunned expressions, Jiangran was in no hurry to speak. After waiting for a while, when he felt that the time given to them was almost up and that they should have finished digesting the information, Jiangran said, "How about it? Do you want to stay?" When they heard Jiang Ran's question, the three girls immediately nodded vigorously and said in unison, yes. Who wouldn't want to? Not to mention the commission, even if it was a salary of 15 yuan a month and food, it was already very attractive. Especially selling clothes here, there was no wind, sun, or rain, and there was no physical work. It was really the best job. If they could sell more clothes a month, their salary would only be higher. Even if they hadn't received their salary yet, just thinking about it made them very excited. Just by looking at their expressions, Jiang Ran could guess why they were excited. This was a good thing for Jiang Ran. Only if these girls were motivated and wanted to earn more money would they work more seriously. In that case, work hard for the rest of the time. With that said, Jiang Ran called Xianxia over and asked her to teach them how to sell clothes and how to record the customers' measurements. In fact, Xianxia had just started in the morning. She only had some theoretical knowledge that Jiang Ran had taught her. At this time, Jiang Ran asked her to teach these three girls. Xianxia could only copy the cat and draw a tiger. She repeated Jiang Ran's words to the three of them without missing a word. This was the effect Jiang Ran wanted. They all had the same starting point and knew the same amount of things. How much they could learn and how much they could use would be seen from their abilities. Jiang Ran didn't continue to stay. Instead, he led the other two girls who knew how to make clothes to the back. Jiang Ran gave each of them a piece of cloth and a blueprint. He asked them to make a dress according to the blueprint and the measurements written on it. In this room, there were 5 sewing machines. If these two girls could stay, there would still be an empty sewing machine left. However, Jiang Ran was not in a hurry. She would always be able to recruit more people. The sewing machine would not always be empty. Obviously, the two girls didn't expect that Jiang Ran would ask them to make clothes according to the blueprint as soon as they came up. Jiang Ran didn't stop them from discussing. He just told them the time. This dress was very simple. Jiang Ran asked them to make it before the door closed. If it were Xiaoqiu, it would probably take less than an hour to make it. If Jiang Ran did it herself, it would take less time. However, Jiang Ran didn't know how good these two girls were at crafting, so she relaxed the time. The two girls were very clear about this. Their main task now was to make the clothes within the allotted time, not to compete with the other party. So the two girls got together and stared at the picture for a long time. They discussed in a low voice for a while before they started to cut. Jiang Ran had been sitting at the table, writing and drawing on the paper. She didn't find any comments about the two girls' movements and conversations. Finally, after drawing a picture, Jiang Ran stopped, put the picture in the drawer, and stood up to move. As soon as she looked up, she saw Pei Huai standing in the yard. Seeing Pei Huai, Jiang Ran was stunned for a moment, but she still stood up and walked out. The yard was not big, but fortunately, there was a little shade, where Pei Huai stood. Jiang Ran walked over and stood opposite Pei Huai. Looking at Pei Huai's expressionless face, Jiang Ran didn't know what to say for a while. Before Jiang Ran could speak, Pei Huai spoke first. "You are very good." "And?" Jiang Ran raised her eyebrows, wondering why Pei Huai suddenly said that. Pei Huai stared at Jiang Ran. What you just said aroused their enthusiasm and made them work harder. It's a very good way, much better than increasing their salary according to their years of experience. Although Jiang Ran admitted that Pei Huai's words were right, Jiang Ran still felt a little strange. Why did Pei Huai suddenly come to her and say such words? Jiang Ran's doubts were written clearly in his eyes. Pei Huai saw it clearly, so he didn't wait for Jiang Ran to ask and continued, "I've been away for a few days, and I've already dealt with the matters outside. I probably won't leave this place for a while." Jiang Ran? Wasn't the male lead supposed to start a career outside after graduating from university? Were they planning to stay at home instead of leaving? Jiang Ran's mind was full of question marks, and his expression was also really shocked. Seeing Jiang Ran's expression, Pei Huai revealed a faint smile. "There's nothing wrong with having a family. If you can develop your career at home, so can I." Did you want to compete with her? No, was that the main point? Jiang Ran pursed his lips. Why do you want to stay? This is my hometown, the place where I was born and raised. I've already completed my studies. Isn't it natural for me to return? After Pei Huai finished speaking, he chuckled. Don't you think I'm being hypocritical by saying that? Without waiting for Jiang Ran to say anything, Pei Huai continued, I want to come back because my family is here. These few years, when I left home to go to school, I always felt that by sending money back every month, I've already fulfilled my obligation. But after coming back, I've realized that the so-called obligation was just what I thought it was. As the saying goes, it's not too late to mend the pen after the sheep is lost. Now that I'm back, I hope it's not too late to work harder. Jiang Ran, she had a feeling that Pei Huai's words had a hidden meaning. Although that was what she thought, Jiang Ran didn't want to say it out loud. She was afraid that if Pei Huai admitted it, there would be a hidden meaning in his words. However, now that Pei Huai was back, things had developed differently from what she had imagined. Jiang Ran felt extremely conflicted as she looked at Pei Huai. For a moment, she did not know what to say. Pei Huai seemed to know what Jiang Ran was thinking. Although I don't know why you want a divorce, I still hope that you can reconsider it. Xiao Jing is still young. In the past, he had a mother but not a father. Now that I am back, I want to make it up to you and him. Are you really not going to give me a chance to get a divorce? While I was back, I could tell that you have deep feelings for Xiao Jing, mom and dad, Pei Yang and Xianxia. If we get a divorce, won't it affect your relationship? I am not saying this to threaten you. I just hope that you can give me a chance. Give us a chance. We have been apart for so many years and we have both changed a lot. Why don't we not treat this as a reunion of old friends and just treat it as a new acquaintance? If you still want a divorce after we have been together for a while, I will not stand in your way. What do you think? Pei Huai's voice was neither fast nor slow and his emotions did not fluctuate much. However, just by looking at Pei Huai, Jiang Ran knew that he was serious. In the original novel, Pei Huai was a domineering CEO. He spoke less and did more. He was cold and indifferent. He had never behaved like he did just now. Thinking about the changes in Pei Jing and the Pei family, Jiang Ran felt that this might be the butterfly effect. After thinking carefully, Jiang Ran asked cautiously, how long? Since Pei Huai said that he wanted to be together for a while, there should be a time limit, right? 1 year. 1 year was not a long time, but it was not a short time either, so it was fine. Anyway, Jiang Ran didn't want to solve any personal problems here. In the next year, or even the next few years, she wanted to seriously develop her career, so it was fine. Thinking of this, Jiang Ran nodded and agreed. Then 1 year it is. But I have to say this in advance, in this year. I will never do anything that goes against your wishes. We will still sleep in separate rooms. Pei Huai took the initiative to say. Hearing Pei Huai's words, Jiang Ran was satisfied. He gave Pei Huai a look that said, you are very smart. Now that he had said what he needed to say, Jiang Ran said, then you can go back to work. Pei Huai said that he wanted to come back to develop his career. She didn't know what Pei Huai was going to do, and she didn't want to ask. No matter what Pei Huai wanted to do, it was his business. What she needed to do now was to hurry up and go into the house to make some clothes. 3 days to rush the order, in fact, time was tight. Besides, Jiang Ran still had to take care of the snacks. Pei Huai also knew that Jiang Ran was very busy. After hearing Jiang Ran's words, he nodded. I will go now. If you need my help, just tell me. Okay. Watching Pei Huai leave, Jiang Ran turned around and went into the house without any reluctance. Although Pei Huai was good-looking, he was also very pleasing to the eye. But people could be seen at any time, but clothes had to be made in a limited time. When Jiang Ran returned to the house, the two girls were still seriously making clothes. Jiang Ran didn't pay too much attention to the two of them. Instead, she began to work on her own. Before she transmigrated, making clothes was just a hobby for Jiang Ran. She studied seriously, but she didn't make much, and her speed wasn't very fast. However, after transmigrating, Jiang Ran found that her speed of making clothes was much faster. Not only was the speed faster, but the quality was also better than before. Some small details were not neglected. Although she didn't know why, it was a good thing. Jiang Ran found some materials, made a uniform skirt, and began to cut it. She cut out all the skirts and put them aside, and then did the next step together. Doing it this way was much faster, and there wouldn't be any omissions. When Xianxia was busy, she didn't pay attention to the people around her. She had been focused on her own work. When it was over, she raised her head and looked around. When she raised her head, she saw two people standing next to her. Xianxia felt a little strange when she suddenly saw two people. When he saw who the two people were, he asked with a smile, "Are you done?" These two were none other than the two girls who were making clothes. Both of them looked at Xianxia with starry eyes. After being asked by Xianxia, they were stunned for a moment, and then hurriedly nodded. Done. Done. Xianxia glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It was summer now, and the sky got dark late. Xianxia's stipulated time to get off work was 6 o'clock. These two girls were a little faster than she had expected. Of course, this was a good thing. If there was nothing wrong with the clothes they made, it would be even better. Xianxia thought so in her heart, and said to the two, "Bring the clothes you made." As soon as they heard Xianxia's words, the two of them immediately turned around, quickly picked up the clothes they made, and walked back to Xianxia. Xianxia cleaned up the workbench and spread the clothes made by the two of them on it. The same material, the same style, and the same time. They were all made with a sewing machine. Under such circumstances, there wasn't much difference between the clothes made by the two of them. Xianxia checked it carefully. The design was right, and the size was right. There were no missed needles, and the thread ends were handled very well. Overall, there was nothing wrong with it. Especially the girl who said that she could use a sewing machine to embroider. Xianxia was very satisfied with her. He knew some special talents, so he mentioned it in advance. But when he asked her to make the clothes, she didn't have any ideas. She didn't make the decision to embroider on the clothes, which was worthy of praise. It's fine if you don't know many things. It's not scary if you follow the rules. What's scary is that you think you're smart. These two people were obviously not smart people, and their craftsmanship was also up to standard. Xianxia immediately nodded and kept the two people. Every month, you can take 4 days off, but you can't take the same day off. You have to negotiate with each other. You can ask for leave if you have something to do, but your salary will be deducted. Xianxia told them everything that he could think of, then looked at them seriously. Do you have any objections? The two girls shook their heads at the same time. No. Xianxia felt that he was very strict when he mentioned the requirements just now. He was worried that the two girls would be scared away because of his strict requirements. But now it seemed that his worries were unnecessary. Looking at the two girls' surprised faces, he knew that they didn't think that Xianxia's requirements were strict at all. They even thought that it was good. Although Xianxia didn't know why they thought so, it was a good thing for him. After talking for so long, I still don't know your names. Introduce yourselves. The two girls looked at each other, and the one who knew embroidery spoke first. My name is Xianxia, and I'm 22 years old. I learned my skills from my family. My name is Wei Yuelian, and I'm 20 years old. I learned it from my mother. Although the self-introduction was really simple, Xianxia was still very satisfied. What she needed was not a detailed self-introduction. It was enough for her to know the basic information about herself through self-introduction. Then you can go back now. Have a good rest tonight, and don't be late for work tomorrow. There was less than an hour left before they got off work. Xianxia didn't want them to start working now. The two girls were very happy that they found a good job. They were eager to go home and tell their families. After hearing Xianxia's words, they left happily. Xianxia followed the two of them to the store. After Xianxia and Wei Yuelian left, Xianxia looked at Xiaoqiufeng. How is it? There was not much time left. Because it was the first day of business, the promotion was enough. People came to the store from morning to night. As long as they dared to say it, it was not difficult to make a deal. Xianxia didn't really hope that the three of them could sell many clothes. After all, it was their first day, and they had never done such a thing before. Xianxia was afraid that they would be too shy to speak up. People like them were not suitable for sales. Xiaoqiufeng smiled when she heard Xianxia's question. Seeing Xiaoqiufeng smile, even if Xiaoqiufeng didn't say anything, Jiang Ran knew that the result would be good. The results were not out of Jiang Ran's expectations. These three girls were pretty good. Not only did they complete the missions set by Jiang Ran, but each of them also completed one or two more missions. Jiang Ran was very satisfied. She repeated what she had said to Feng Shuihua and Feng Shuihua. The three of them had no objections and were willing to come to work the next day. Jiang Ran asked for their names, told them not to be late the next day, and let them go. These three people were called Yang Jingyun, Li Susu, and Wang Wenjing. Fortunately, Jiang Ran had a good memory. He only heard it once, and he could compare each person's name with their faces. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to remember more and more employees in the future. That would be bad. After the three of them left, a few more customers came one after another. Not all of them placed orders, but there were a few more orders. At 6 o'clock, Jiang Ran asked Xia Qiufeng to pack her things. I've already cut out a lot of dresses. Take them home tonight and make as many as you can. If you can't finish them, you don't have to stay up late. Bring them here tomorrow. With the three of them watching over you, you don't have to come to the front tomorrow. Just focus on making the clothes. Xia Qiufeng didn't reject Jiang Ran's words and quickly agreed. Xia Qiufeng had just finished packing when Wang Suilan came over on his tricycle with Pei Jing. Wang Suilan was still parking the car when Pei Jing ran in with small steps. Mommy. Jiang Ran smiled when he heard Pei Jing's childish voice. Xiao Jing is here. Jiang Ran said as he squatted down. When Pei Jing ran over, he directly carried Pei Jing. Although Pei Jing was only 3 years old, he inherited the genes of Pei Huai and Jiang Ran, so naturally, he wasn't short either. Compared to the children in the same class, Pei Jing was the tallest. Naturally, he was heavier when he grew taller. It was only because Jiang Ran had great strength that he was able to carry Pei Jing easily. Pei Jing wrapped his arms around Jiang Ran's neck and kissed Jiang Ran loudly on the side of his face. Wang Suilan saw this scene when he came in and instantly laughed. Luckily, there's a fan in the room. Otherwise, it would be so hot for your mommy to hug you on such a hot day. Pei Jing only covered his mouth and smiled when he heard Wang Suilan's words. He didn't say anything. Wang Suilan came over to give Xia Qiufeng a ride home. Xia Qiufeng hadn't made any money yet, so naturally, she couldn't buy a bicycle first. Fortunately, Wang Suilan came to town every day, so he could take her with him. Xia Qiufeng wanted to go back as soon as possible so that she could finish her meal as soon as possible. Then she could start making clothes. Although Jiang Ran said that she didn't have to force herself even if she couldn't finish it, Xia Qiufeng still wanted to try. Of course, it would be best if he could do everything well. Xia Qiufeng wanted to leave early, but Pei Jing didn't want to leave. Children always stick to their mothers. The original owner didn't treat Pei Jing well. Now that Jiang Ran treats Pei Jing well, Pei Jing naturally wants to stick to Jiang Ran. Seeing Pei Jing's reluctance to leave, Wang Suilan hesitated. No one knew better than Wang Suilan how busy Jiang Ran was. If Pei Jing stayed, who would take care of him? Just as he was thinking, Pei Huai's voice came from behind. Let Xiao Jing stay. I'll take care of him. Wang Suilan turned to look at Pei Huai and frowned. You've never taken care of Xiao Jing before. Can you do it? Yes. Pei Huai's answer was straightforward, but Wang Suilan didn't believe it at all. Before Wang Suilan could say anything, Pei Jing said, Daddy can. Hearing Pei Jing's words, what else could Wang Suilan say? Okay. Since both of you have said so, I won't say anything else. Qiufeng, let's go back. Xia Qiufeng didn't think that there was a problem with Pei Jing staying. His parents were here, so there was nothing to worry about. Before Jiang Ran could say anything, Pei Huai had already walked up to them. Let's go and eat something first. Jiang Ran nodded when he heard this. Let's go then. No matter how busy they were, they still had to eat. Jiang Ran had just locked the door when Pei Jing walked over. He reached out his soft little hand and held Jiang Ran's hand. Jiang Ran allowed Pei Jing to hold his hand. Just as he was about to walk forward, Pei Jing pulled him towards Pei Huai. Then, he watched as Pei Jing used his other soft little hand to hold Pei Huai's hand. It was past 6 o'clock and the sun was already in the west. The sun shone from the west and shone on the three of them, casting long shadows behind them. Although the three of them were not standing very close to each other, the shadows on the ground made it seem as though the three of them were tightly huddled together. Without waiting for Jiangran to think deeply, Pei Jing had already started walking forward with his little feet. His strength was also very weak. Even if he really walked forward, he would not be able to move Jiangran and Pei Huai, two adults. However, when Jiangran and Pei Huai felt Pei Jing walking forward, they followed his strength and lifted their feet to walk forward. Pei Jing was obviously very happy, and this was reflected in the way he walked. He could have walked properly, but he did not. When he walked, he skipped and jumped. He was so happy that he almost wanted to fly. At the thought of flying, Jiangran said, "Xiao Jing, curl up your legs." Children were always very obedient when it came to this. Even though he did not know what Jiangran was going to do, Pei Jing immediately followed Jiangran's instructions and curled up his pair of soft little legs. Without needing Jiangran to say anything, Pei Huai knew what she was up to. At the same time, he and Jiangran pulled Pei Jing's hand up. Pei Jing was a small ball and seemed to be weightless. Just like that, the two of them easily lifted him up. Children were always bold and did not know what fear was. Even though he was suddenly flying, Pei Jing was not afraid. Instead, he screamed in surprise. His bright smile and excited screams made Jiangran laugh as well. Because the three of them walked and played at the same time, the 10-minute journey took them 15 minutes before they arrived at the snack shop. Nowadays, the snack shop was open even at night. Unlike during the day, the snack shop at night, they sold shaved ice and ice porridge. If conditions did not permit, Jiangran wanted to arrange for fried yogurt to be served. However, even if there were only these two things, it would be enough. In the midsummer evening, sitting at the table, drinking shaved ice or eating ice porridge while enjoying the warm evening breeze and chatting with the people around them would make one feel extremely comfortable and peaceful. When Jiangran and the other two arrived, it was not even 6:30. Logically speaking, it should be dinner time, but there were already many people sitting at the table at the entrance of the snack shop, drinking shaved ice. Because the snack shop did not provide food at night, they brought their own food. It was late at night, so there was a wide variety of food. As Jiangran and the other two approached, someone already greeted Jiangran. "Boss Jiang, you're here." At this time, people were very enthusiastic. Especially the people in the small county. After they got to know each other, they became even more enthusiastic. Jiangran didn't know the names of all the people sitting here, but she felt that they all looked familiar. These people were all people who had supported her business when she was still setting up her stall. After such a long time, even if they didn't come every day, they would still come often. Naturally, they were very familiar with Jiangran. Because they were familiar with her, they spoke more casually. Of course, there were also people who were concerned about Jiangran's health. They said that they didn't want Jiangran to lose any more weight. They weren't mocking her, but they were genuinely concerned. Jiangran's current figure had already reached her goal. Even if these people didn't say anything, Jiangran didn't intend to continue losing weight. She just wanted to maintain it. No matter what other people's aesthetic standards were, in Jiangran's opinion, skinny didn't mean that she looked good. Slim fit was the best. Jiangran responded to everyone's concerns one by one. As they walked, they talked, and soon, they arrived at the small food stall. The evening wind was already blowing outside, but it was cooler than the fan in the house. Pei Xianxia and Pei Yang turned off the fan and sat next to the ice shaving cart at the entrance. When they saw Jiangran and the other two people coming, the two of them immediately stood up. "Big brother, sister-in-law, you're here." Pei Xianxia smiled and greeted them. Pei Yang looked at Pei Jing and asked, "Why didn't Xiao Jing go home?" Pei Jing looked up and smiled at Pei Yang. "I want to be with Daddy and Mommy." Hearing Pei Jing's words, Pei Yang just nodded. It was normal for children to want to be with their parents. There was nothing to say. Jiangran directly asked the two of them, "Have you eaten?" The two of them shook their heads in unison. "No. But I drank 2 cups of shaved ice." Pei Yang smiled embarrassedly, then pointed at Pei Xianxia and said, "Xianxia had 2 bowls of ice porridge." The weather was hot, so it was normal for people to not want to eat and only want to eat something cold. Adults could choose not to eat, but children couldn't. Jiangran had to prepare some food for Pei Jing. She was going to work overtime tonight, so she had to eat her fill to have the energy to work. However, the weather was hot, so Jiangran didn't prepare any hot dishes. Instead, he prepared to make shredded chicken noodles. There were still some chicken drumsticks in the fridge. She took them out and cooked them. While the drumsticks were cooking, Jiangran went to knead the dough. While making dough, Jiangran heard footsteps approaching. He thought it was Pei Xianxia coming to help, but when he looked up, he saw Pei Huai. Jiangran was a little surprised, but Pei Huai raised his eyebrows. "What can I do for you?" Pei Huai wanted to help, so Jiangran didn't refuse. With Pei Huai rolling out the noodles, Jiangran went to deal with the chicken thighs. After the chicken thighs were cooked, he took out the cold water. He tore off the chicken skin and put it aside. Then he tore off the chicken meat and tore it into shreds to keep it for later use. Compared to the chicken breast, the chicken thighs were more tender and would not feel dry when eaten. After boiling the water, Jiangran began to prepare the sauce. The sauce was the key to whether the cold noodles were delicious. Pei Jing was young and could not eat spicy food. There was no chili oil in his bowl. Jiangran knew Pei Yang's and Pei Xianxia's tastes. The two of them were also people who liked spicy food. Jiangran did not hesitate to put chili oil in their bowls. When it came to Pei Huai's bowl, Jiangran was a little uncertain. Jiangran turned to look at Pei Huai. "Do you eat spicy food?" Pei Huai was already cutting the noodles. When he heard Jiangran's question, he paused for a moment before answering, "Yes." "Oh." Jiangran retracted his gaze and continued to mix the sauce. When Pei Huai finished cutting the noodles, the water in the pot was also boiling. The noodles were put into the boiling water. Not long after, they began to roll with the water. The handmade noodles were relatively easy to cook. After boiling the water twice, the noodles were completely cooked. He scooped out the cooked noodles and put them into a porcelain basin filled with cold water. After boiling the water twice, he put the noodles into a bowl. Then, he put the sliced cucumber and carrot shreds on the noodles. He mixed the noodles well and let the sauce evenly wrap each noodle. Then, it was ready to eat. If the noodles were not eaten with garlic, the fragrance would be reduced by half. Jiangran opened the pottery jar in the shade of the kitchen. He picked up the pickled garlic and placed it on a porcelain plate. He carried it to the table. The garlic had been pickled for a while. It had no spicy taste at all. When he took a bite, there was only the crisp texture of the garlic clove and the sweet and sour taste. The sugar garlic was delicious, but after eating the garlic, it was inevitable that there would be a taste in the mouth. However, it was fine as long as it tasted good. As for other things, they would have to wait until they were done eating. Although Pei Jing was still young, he could already hold chopsticks and eat noodles by himself. However, he didn't pick up a lot of noodles. He only picked up one noodle at a time and chewed slowly. Pei Jing ate his noodles and looked up at Jiangran and the others. Seeing that they were all eating the sweet garlic, she pursed her lips and asked, "Mommy, is the sweet garlic tasty? I want some too." Jiangran didn't say whether it was delicious or not. He just picked up a garlic clove and gave it to Pei Jing. What others think is delicious, you might not think so too. So you have to try it yourself to know if it's good or not. Pei Jing nodded heavily when he heard what Jiangran said. He deeply felt that what Jiangran said made sense. The surface of the sugar garlic was quite slippery, so it took some skill to pick it up with chopsticks. Some adults weren't skilled enough with chopsticks and couldn't even pick up the sugar garlic, let alone a child like Pei Jing. Jiangran wanted to say that since he couldn't pick it up, he might as well eat it with his hands. But when he saw Pei Jing pursing his lips tightly and fighting seriously with the sugar garlic, he swallowed the words back down. Pei Jing took a while and finally picked up the sugar garlic. Suddenly, his eyes curved into crescents. By the time they finished dinner, it was already past 7 o'clock. Although the sky was not dark yet, the sun was about to set. Jiangran wanted to go back to the small wardrobe to work overtime. After all, there were a lot of orders. If she didn't work overtime, she wouldn't be able to finish them in 3 days. To be exact, there were only 2 days and 3 nights left. Time was tight and the task was important. Working overtime was necessary. If Pei Jing wasn't around, Jiang Ran would definitely go to the small wardrobe without hesitation. But Pei Jing was still around and he had stayed because he wanted to stick to her. Jiang Ran couldn't just leave. Although Jiang Ran didn't say anything as she thought about these things, she subconsciously frowned when she looked at Pei Jing. Just as Jiang Ran was thinking about what to do, Pei Huai spoke. I'll bring Xiao Jing over with you. When he's tired, I'll bring him back here to sleep. When Pei Jing heard this, he looked at Jiang Ran with starry eyes. He looked so pitiful, as if he was afraid that Jiang Ran wouldn't agree to it. Looking at Pei Jing in this state, she couldn't bring herself to say no. Jiang Ran nodded and said, okay, let's go then. Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia were enough to take care of the small food stall. Jiang Ran and the other two stood up and left. Looking at the three of them leaving hand in hand, Pei Xianxia turned to look at Pei Yang, who was sitting beside her. Second brother, do you think big brother and sister-in-law have reconciled? Pei Yang patted Pei Xianxia on the head and said, you little girl, are you in charge of these things? I'm not in charge either. I'm just saying. Anyway, aren't you curious? I'm not curious, Pei Yang answered seriously. I'm a man. How can I be so nosy? Hearing Pei Yang's words, Pei Xianxia cast a sidelong glance at Pei Yang, chuckled twice, and simply ignored him. On the other side, Jiang Ran and the other two returned to the small wardrobe. After entering, they locked the door from the inside and went to the back. There was a cool breeze outside, but mosquitoes were inevitable. With the fan on in the house, it was quite cool and there was no need to be bitten by mosquitoes. Overall, it was very comfortable. Pei Jing walked around the workshop curiously. Although his eyes were full of curiosity, no matter what he saw, he just looked at it and didn't touch it. Jiang Ran didn't care about him and continued working. After working for a while, Jiang Ran stopped when he heard that Pei Jing wasn't moving. He looked at Pei Jing. With one look, she realized that Pei Huai was following closely behind Pei Jing. Although there was still no expression on his face, his eyes were fixed on Pei Jing, as if he was afraid that Pei Jing would have an accident. Seeing Pei Huai like this, Jiang Ran was even more relieved. With Pei Huai watching, she didn't have to worry about Pei Jing. After all, there were sewing machines and scissors in the workshop. If he accidentally touched them, he would get hurt. Without any worries, Jiang Ran became even more focused, and his movements became even faster. Jiang Ran didn't straighten her back until she finished cutting a batch of clothes. When she looked up, she saw that Pei Jing and Pei Huai were standing beside her and staring at her. The scissors used for cutting were much larger and heavier than the usual household scissors. Pei Jing had just tried out another pair of scissors. The scissors were so big that he couldn't even pick them up, let alone use them to cut the fabric. Now that he saw Jiang Ran using them so skillfully, he felt that Jiang Ran was really amazing. Jiang Ran knew that in the eyes of children, their parents were very amazing. Hence, when she heard Pei Jing's words, she only patted Pei Jing's little head. Looking up at the clock on the wall, Jiang Ran saw that it was already 8 o'clock. She asked Pei Jing, Xiao Jing, are you sleepy? If you are, you can go back and sleep first. Then when will mommy go back? Pei Jing suddenly asked, his big eyes sparkling. Without waiting for Jiang Ran's reply, Pei Jing continued, it's so dark outside. Will mommy be afraid to go back alone? Although she knew that Pei Jing was showing concern for her, Jiang Ran still felt like laughing when she heard this question. She was already so old, how could she still be afraid of the dark? Just as Jiang Ran was about to speak, Pei Huai spoke first, Xiao Jing, don't worry. After I send you back, I will come back to pick mommy up. Go back and sleep well with auntie, okay? Okay. Pei Jing agreed and nodded vigorously. I will listen to auntie. Daddy, you don't have to worry about me. Just come and pick mommy up. Pei Jing's voice was soft and soft. He didn't speak quickly, but every word was enunciated clearly, so one could clearly understand what he meant. It was precisely because he understood that Jiang Ran wanted to laugh even more. She was already so old, why would she need someone to pick her up? Besides, it was only a 10-minute walk. She could walk back even with her eyes closed, but Jiang Ran didn't have the chance to refuse. Pei Huai picked up Pei Jing and said, I'll take Xiaojing home first. You don't have to follow me. I'll lock the door from the outside and come back to pick you up later. After saying that, Pei Huai strode towards the door in large strides. Pei Jing rested his head on Pei Huai's shoulder. He put one arm around Pei Huai's neck and waved to Jiang Ran with the other. Goodbye, Mom. Almost as soon as Pei Jing finished speaking, Pei Huai carried him out. Jiang Ran was speechless. Forget it, let him be. Jiang Ran lowered his head, put aside the material he had just cut, and continued with a new round of cutting. Compared to using a sewing machine to sew clothes, cutting was more time-consuming and laborious, and required more proficiency. Jiang Ran planned to cut it himself and let Xia Qiufeng and the other two make the clothes tomorrow. So tonight, she had to cut out all the orders. When a new store opened, it was necessary to leave a good impression on the customers. They couldn't delay orders right after opening and make people think that they didn't keep their word. Once Jiang Ran got busy, she didn't notice the passage of time at all. It wasn't until she heard the sound of approaching footsteps that Jiang Ran looked up. The person who walked in was none other than Pei Huai. Jiang Ran wasn't surprised to see Pei Huai. She just glanced at the time. It was only 8:30. It was still early. Jiang Ran thought that she should be able to cut out all the clothes on the orders tonight. With that thought, Jiang Ran lowered her head and continued with her work. Jiang Ran originally thought that it would be good enough if he could finish before midnight. Unexpectedly, it was not even 11 o'clock when he was done. Looking at the neatly arranged materials, Jiang Ran revealed a relaxed smile. Looking at Pei Huai, Jiang Ran also admired him. As expected of the male lead, his ability to read people's expressions was really amazing. He was not like some people who kept asking him what he could do and how he could help. After he came in, he did not say a word, but he was able to quickly find something that he could do and do it very well. This made Jiang Ran very satisfied. Jiang Ran was staring at Qin Huai when he saw Qin Huai suddenly raise his head and quickly retracted his gaze. Since he was already done, there was no need to continue staying. Jiang Ran said to Pei Huai, "Let's go. It's already very late. We can go back." Pei Huai nodded. "Let's go." He turned off the fan, closed the doors and windows, passed through the small courtyard, and came to the front. He checked the shop again before opening the door and walking out. He locked the door from the outside. Even though it was midsummer, it was already 10 o'clock in the middle of the night. The wind outside was considered cool and did not make people feel stuffy. Jiang Ran looked up and could still see the bright starry sky. It was only because there were fewer cars now and the pollution from car exhaust was not serious that he could see such a bright starry sky. Jiang Ran looked up as he walked. As he walked, he heard Pei Huai's voice ring in his ear. "You like to look at the stars?" When Jiang Ran heard this, he turned to look at Pei Huai. "It's all right." It was not that he liked it. It was just that before transmigrating, he rarely saw such a bright starry sky in the city, so he wanted to look at it more. The two of them did not speak for the rest of the journey. It was not a long journey to begin with. Without Pei Jing, the two of them were tall and had long legs. They walked quickly and arrived in a short while. When there were no outsiders staying overnight, Pei Xianxia didn't sleep with Jiang Ran. She slept alone in a room. The courtyard was quiet. Jiang Ran and Pei Huai didn't say anything. They both returned to their own rooms. Jiang Ran saw that Pei Huai didn't come out after entering the room, so he took his things and went to wash up. It was so convenient to have a bathroom where one could take a shower. Bathing in summer was faster, and Jiang Ran didn't like to wash her hair at night, so she came out quickly. The next morning, Jiang Ran slept all the way until 6 o'clock. Now that she didn't need to care about the food stall anymore, she naturally didn't need to wake up so early. Jiang Ran had just dressed up and walked out when he saw Pei Jing in the courtyard. Pei Jing was already dressed neatly. There were still water droplets on his face. It was obvious that he had just finished washing up. "Xiao Jing, why did you wake up so early?" It was only 6 o'clock. Pei Jing's kindergarten was supposed to reach school before 8 o'clock. There were still 2 hours left. Pei Jing didn't say anything. He smiled widely at Jiang Ran and said, "Mom, I wake up at this time every day." Dad even said that he would teach me martial arts to strengthen my body. Martial arts? When Jiangran heard this, she was really dazed for a moment. So it was just Tai Chi. Jiangran breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. She was afraid that because she hadn't finished reading the original text, she didn't know about the strange settings in this world. Then you guys can practice. I'm going to the kitchen. Pei Huai was right. Running and jumping to exercise the body was also a good thing for Pei Jing. Jiangran entered the kitchen and started to get busy. She stayed at the small wardrobe all day yesterday and didn't have time to take care of it. But fortunately, Sun Jianan and the other 4 girls had learned it. In addition, Pei Shanshan would come to watch and preside over the overall situation. Jiangran was fine even if she wasn't there for a day. At this time, Jiangran really felt that it was important to quickly teach her disciples. Teaching the disciples to starve the master didn't work at all in Jiangran. Only by teaching her disciples quickly could she relax a little. Fortunately, the small wardrobe was too busy at the beginning of the opening, but it was fine later. With Xia Qiufeng and the other 3 making clothes, Jiangran didn't have to stay there all the time. Jiangran's hands were busy non-stop, and her mind was spinning rapidly. She was busy and unknowingly, it was already past 7 o'clock. Pei Huai went to the front to bring breakfast back and called Jiangran to eat. Pei Jing had already washed his hands and face, but his little face was still red. Seeing Pei Jing like this, Jiangran smiled and asked, "Is practicing martial arts tiring?" Pei Jing shook his head, "Not tiring. It's fun." Thinking about Pei Jing's age and the fact that it was the first day of learning, Pei Huai must have only played a few games with him. It was normal for him to feel that it was fun. Jiangran didn't say anything more, and the 3 of them ate quietly. After dinner, it was almost time. Pei Huai held Pei Jing's hand and sent Pei Jing to kindergarten. Sun Jianan and the other girls also came at this time. Jiangran took them into the kitchen and told them about the snacks they needed to make today. Then he rode out on his bicycle. When Jiangran arrived at the door of the small wardrobe, it was 5 minutes to 8 o'clock. This timing could be said to be very accurate. There were already several people standing at the door of the small wardrobe. It was none other than Xia Qiufeng and the 5 new girls from yesterday. None of them had a key. Jiangran got off the bicycle and hurriedly opened the door. In his heart, he was also thinking that when he was free in a while, he would go and make the key. He wouldn't give it to others, but he had to give it to Xia Qiufeng. That way, Xia Qiufeng could open the door when she couldn't come in the morning. The 3 girls in charge of selling the clothes stayed in the shop in front. Jiangran asked them to sweep the floor and wipe the table, then tidy up the hanging clothes. The rest would wait for her to come over. After arranging the things in front, Jiangran went to the back. Xia Qiufeng had already led Feng Shuihua and Wei Yuelian to the back of the shop. Looking at the neatly arranged clothes on the workbench, the 3 of them were shocked. Seeing Jiangran come in, Xia Qiufeng hurriedly asked, "Sister Ranran, did you work overtime last night? How much did you do? If I had known, I wouldn't have gone back. It would have been faster if I went with you." Jiangran nodded in agreement. Sure. Xia Qiufeng knew how to tailor and make clothes. Working overtime with her would definitely speed things up. Jiangran had already cut out all the clothes on the order. What she needed to do now was to make clothes out of these materials. The materials are all here. Come and take as much as you can make. Put the finished clothes in the basket next to your sewing machine for now. We'll count them and register them before you get off work in the afternoon. I'm not asking you to be fast, but you must make every piece of clothing seriously. Do you understand? Speed could be improved slowly, but attitude must be right and quality must be good. Jiangran's facial features were deeper. She had a bright and beautiful appearance and was more aggressive. When she spoke with a cold face, her aura was so strong that no one dared to look at her directly. They could only agree to her request. Let's start. As soon as Jiangran finished speaking, Feng Shuihua and Wei Yuelian walked to the workbench and took some materials back. There was a row of shelves against the wall in the room. There were sample clothes hanging on the shelves. All the sample clothes that needed to be made were hanging there. They were all people who knew how to make clothes. As long as they went over to take a look, they would not make a mistake. Jiangran felt that making clothes out of the cut materials was similar to looking at drawings and assembling toys. As long as they were serious, they would not make a mistake. Of course, this was for people who knew how to make clothes. If one did not know how to sew, it would be much more difficult than assembling toys. Xia Qiufeng had been carrying a bag. At this moment, she came forward with the bag and handed it to Jiang Ran. "Sister Ranran, I made this last night. Take a look." Jiang Ran took the bag and opened it. She took out a dress. When she unfolded it, the stitches were very fine. There was no loose thread or missing needle. "Very good. Go ahead." Xia Qiufeng smiled and turned around to take the materials. Then she sat down beside the sewing machine. Jiang Ran took out all the clothes in the bag. After checking them one by one, she took them to the front. It was still early. At this time, there were not many people buying clothes. Jiang Ran handed the clothes to Yang Jingyun and the other two. "Do you know how to use an iron?" The three of them were not the kind of little girls who grew up spoiled. When they were at home, they often helped their families iron clothes and knew how to use irons. The irons now are the old-fashioned ones. The effect was naturally good, but it was a little clumsy and heavy. He had to be careful when using it. Otherwise, it would easily fall on him. Jiang Ran told them to be careful when using the iron. He asked them to iron the clothes and hang them up. If someone asks, you can place an order for these clothes, and you can get them in 3 days. However, you can't sell them in stock, understand? It wasn't that Jiang Ran didn't want to sell the clothes, but he had to keep his word. These clothes had owners. For some people, even if you told them to pick up the goods 3 days later, they would always come earlier, so they couldn't sell the clothes in advance. Once people got busy, time flew by quickly. The few of them buried their heads in making clothes. The 3 people in front of them would come over from time to iron the clothes. There were 7 people in the small wardrobe, and they were all busy from dawn to dusk. Even though the clock was hanging on the wall, no one looked up at it. It wasn't until Pei Huai came over with food that Jiang Ran realized that it was time to eat. She looked up at the clock. It was exactly 12 o'clock. Jiang Ran thought, Pei Huai is so punctual. Of course, they couldn't eat in the workshop. Even if the oil and soup didn't stain the fabric, the smell would still be on it. Fortunately, there was another room that was used as a reception room. There were tables, chairs, stools, and coffee tables in the room. Everyone sat in the room to eat, but Pei Huai stayed at the store to help look after it. Xia Qiufeng looked at the food and hesitated. "Sister Ranran, why don't I go to the front and let Brother Pei come over to eat first?" Jiang Ran knew that Xia Qiufeng was embarrassed. She patted her shoulder and said, "Don't worry about him. He won't come over to eat with us. Look, we are all young ladies. How can he have the nerve to eat with us? He can go back and eat with Pei Yang and Xianxia later." Hearing Jiang Ran's words, Xia Qiufeng felt that it made sense. She didn't say anything else and started eating. Jiang Ran had ordered the food early in the morning and told Pei Yang in advance. Everyone was given a bowl of rice and a bowl of seaweed and egg soup. There were 2 dishes on top of the rice, 1 meat and 1 vegetable. Today's dish was shredded potatoes and chili fried meat. Tomorrow, it might be changed to something else. The chili fried meat also had more chili than meat. It wasn't that Jiang Ran couldn't bear to give them good food, but it wasn't necessary. She had hired them to work here, not to treat them like their ancestors. The small wardrobe had just opened for business. What would they think if she gave them good food? In this day and age, private businesses still provided meals. Being able to eat white rice and meat was already considered to be a pretty good meal. Just by looking at the surprised eyes of these girls, Jiang Ran knew that the food he prepared was too good. However, Jiang Ran had no intention of lowering the price again. She was going to have lunch with him. She couldn't possibly treat her stomach badly. Moreover, if they felt that they could eat well and earn a high salary, they would work harder. Jiang Ran's lunch break was an hour. From 12 to 1 o'clock. After the meal, everyone washed their lunch boxes and rested for a while before returning to their posts. Jiang Ran was not in a hurry to go to work. Instead, he went to find Pei Huai. "Hurry up and go back to eat." Pei Huai nodded. Okay. Looking at Pei Huai, Jiang Ran hesitated for a while and said, "You don't have to come to deliver lunch at noon in the future. I will arrange for them to take the lunch one day in advance. It's not good to keep you running." This was taking up too much of Pei Huai's time. Pei Huai wasn't Meituan. He couldn't possibly do nothing every day and deliver lunch to them every day, right? Hearing Jiang Ran's question, Pei Huai didn't know how to react for a moment. He hadn't been back for long, but it wasn't short either. It had been so long, but this was the first time Jiang Ran had asked him what he was going to do after coming back. Although it was a little late to ask, it was better than not asking at all. With that thought in mind, Pei Huai's expression relaxed a little. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. "When I was in university, I majored in finance and economics, with a minor in design." He majored in finance and economics, with a minor in design. Jiang Ran looked at Pei Huai, and there was only a string of ellipses in her heart. There was no other way. Pei Huai's learning span was a little too big. Thinking of the part of the original text that she had only read, Jiang Ran felt relieved again. Although Pei Huai only said these two, he had learned more than these two. Did Pei Huai deliberately not say it, or did he feel that there was no need to say it? No matter why Pei Huai didn't say it, it wasn't important to Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran nodded. "Then you can do it." After saying this, she changed the topic and said, "Hurry up and go back to eat." Listening to these two sentences separately, there didn't seem to be anything wrong with them. But if one thought about it seriously, they would know that these words were actually very perfunctory. Although Pei Huai saw through it, he didn't mention it, and he didn't seem to care at all. It wasn't his first day back, and it wasn't his first day knowing Jiang Ran's current character. There was no problem at all with her saying this. "Then I'll go first." With that, Pei Huai took the cleaned lunchbox and left. Just as Pei Huai turned around, Jiang Ran also turned around and went back without any reluctance. Nothing was important now. The most important thing was to go back and make clothes. She would be able to relax a little if she could get this batch of orders out quickly. However, while imagination was beautiful, reality was cruel. After a day of hard work, most of the clothes were done, and it was time for the desserts to be delivered. Jiang Ran didn't stop and stayed up for another day and night to make pastries. When the truck carrying the goods finally left, Jiang Ran couldn't be happy even though he was holding a heavy envelope in his hand. Making money was a good thing. Making a lot of money was also a good thing. However, it would not be a good thing if he tired himself out and spun around like a spinning top in order to make money. Jiang Ran stood in place, frowning and thinking. Before he could come up with a good idea, Pei Huai came out of nowhere and stood in front of Jiang Ran with a sullen face. "I know you're working hard. You want to earn money and build a career, but you have to take care of your health. We're not short of money now. Why are you making yourself so tired?" Seeing that Pei Huai really didn't intend to continue, Jiang Ran finally spoke. "I know what you said. I also think that I can't be so busy all the time, so I still have to continue recruiting. With more people, I don't need to do it personally. I've already told Pei Yang about the recruitment. Maybe there will be news today. The busiest time for the small wardrobe is over. The next order can be handled by Qiu Feng and the other two. I just need to make some sample clothes. I'm not that busy." When Jiang Ran said these words, his voice was neither fast nor slow. He slowly explained his plans and arrangements. Pei Huai's face gradually became better after hearing Jiang Ran's words. "Since you already have your own plans, that's very good. Go back and rest. I'll bring you breakfast later." When Jiang Ran heard this, he glanced at Pei Huai suspiciously. Wasn't Pei Huai's mood change a little too fast? He was so angry just now. How long had it been? His attitude had already softened. Looking at Pei Huai's back as he left, Jiang Ran shook his head. He didn't continue to think about it and turned to go back to the house. He took his toiletries and went to the bathroom to wash up. When Jiang Ran came out of the bathroom wiping his wet hair, Pei Huai just came back with a steaming hot breakfast. When he saw Jiang Ran, Pei Huai said, "Wipe your hair and come over to eat. You can sleep after eating." Jiang Ran planned to do so. He didn't expect Pei Huai to think the same. Jiang Ran's hair was very long. It reached his waist. Usually, when he was busy, Xianxia would braid his hair or directly tie it up with a wooden hairpin for convenience. Only when he washed his hair would he let it fall behind his head. In the morning, there was a breeze. Xianxia had just finished washing up when the wind blew in his face. He felt incomparably cool, much more comfortable than the wind from the fan. Xianxia simply moved a chair to a cool and ventilated place and sat down. He tilted his head and took a large towel to dry his hair. Her hair was long and thick. It was beautiful, but it wasn't easy to dry. Without a hairdryer, Xianxia could only rub his hair vigorously. This way, his hair would dry faster. When her hair was almost dry, Pei Jing woke up. Pei Jing was not a delicate child. Although he was only 3 years old, he could put on his own clothes and shoes when he woke up in the morning. He could walk to the bathroom by himself and wash up by himself. At this moment, Pei Jing was walking with her 2 short legs that were like lotus roots. She was rubbing her eyes with her equally fair and tender hands. As soon as he walked out of the house, Pei Jing saw Xianxia and immediately gave Xianxia a sweet smile. "Good morning, Mom." Early in the morning, hearing Pei Jing greet him in a soft voice would put anyone in a good mood. Xianxia also smiled at Pei Jing. "Xiao Jing, you're awake? Go wash up quickly. Let's eat together later." There was no need to be afraid that breakfast in summer would be cold. In fact, it was better if it was cold. It was easier to eat and wouldn't sweat all over. Pei Jing washed up very seriously, but he was also very fast. Not long after, Pei Jing walked out of the bathroom. His fair face and hands were sparkling and translucent water droplets, shining under the sun. "So beautiful, as expected of my son." Hearing this, Pei Jing's eyes lit up. Sure. When he first started kindergarten, his mother sent him there. But later, his mother became busier and busier and didn't have time to send him there, so his grandmother did it. These few days, he lived in the county city, and his father sent him there. Although it was good for his father to send him there, it would be even better if his father and mother sent him there together. With that thought in mind, Pei Jing's face was full of smiles. Seeing Pei Jing so happy, Xianxia poked his soft face, put down the towel, and pulled him into the living room. "Let's go eat." There was a rectangular coffee table in the living room. At this time, breakfast was placed on the coffee table, and beside the coffee table were a few small benches. Pei Huai was sitting on one of the small benches. Even sitting on the small bench, Pei Huai was still tall and straight. It was quite good looking. This even made Pei Huai's height and legs look even longer. But wasn't this uncomfortable? Xianxia only took a glance and then looked away. She pulled Pei Jing to another small bench and sat down. The 3 of them finished breakfast in silence. Pei Huai didn't say a word. He cleaned up the dishes and went to the kitchen to wash them. Xianxia took Pei Jing to the bathroom, washed his hands and face, and went back to the room to change his clothes. Although it was only a 5-minute journey from here to Pei Jing's kindergarten. But after all, they were going out and going to school, so they still had to wear clothes. They couldn't dress too casually just because it was close and they would be back soon. Since they didn't have to work, Xianxia changed into a dress. The dress was a slightly loose cotton dress. It was light green and looked a little feminine. There was a large amount of embroidery on the hem of the dress, which was all embroidered by Xianxia herself. Her hair was still half dry. She combed it and let it fall behind her. Now that she didn't have a phone to bring with her when she went out, Xianxia didn't bring her bag. She held Pei Jing's hand and prepared to go out. At this time, Pei Huai also came out of the kitchen. Seeing Pei Huai, Pei Jing immediately waved excitedly. "Daddy, come quickly. Mommy wants to send me to kindergarten with you." Xianxia was speechless. I didn't, don't talk nonsense." Pei Huai glanced at Xianxia and nodded. He strode over and naturally held Pei Jing's other hand. The 3 of them walked out of the door together. Pei Huai locked the door, put the key in his pocket, and held Pei Jing's hand again. The 3 of them walked together. On the way, Pei Jing's little mouth never stopped. Other people have their parents send them, but I have my parents. Mom is the prettiest mom. Daddy is the most handsome daddy. "Mom, Dad, can you pick me up from school together? I'm going to take a look at the small wardrobe," Jiangran said to Pei Huai. "My hair isn't dry yet. My hair will be dry after walking around." Hearing Jiangran's words, Pei Huai's gaze fell on Jiangran's hair. Jiangran's hair was very good. It was thick, black, and shiny. Her long hair was casually draped over her back, but it had a nice curve, like the waves of the sea. Pei Huai didn't hide his gaze, and Jiangran easily noticed it. Seeing Pei Huai staring at her hair, Jiangran also laughed. Not only did others like to look at it, but she also liked to look at it. Her hair was naturally curly, but it wasn't too curly. When it was draped over her shoulders, it looked like a big wave that had been carefully taken care of. However, it was completely natural, which added a sense of casualness. It was early in the morning, and they were at the entrance of the kindergarten, so there were many people coming and going. Jiangran didn't intend to continue standing there. "I'm going to the small wardrobe. You go do your thing." Pei Huai glanced at Jiangran indifferently. "I'm fine. I'll go with you." Jiangran was confused. Wasn't this person busy with his own business? 2 days ago, he had clearly left early and returned late. He even looked a little tired. One look and one could tell that he was very busy. Why was he fine again? Jiangran glanced at Pei Huai suspiciously, but didn't intend to get to the bottom of it. If he wanted to go, then she would go with him. The two of them didn't go back to their bicycles. They walked to the small wardrobe. Previously, every time Jiangran went to the small wardrobe, she would ride her bicycle. She would go in a hurry and return in a hurry. She seemed to have seen the scenery by the roadside countless times, but in fact, she hadn't looked at it too carefully. Now that there was an opportunity, she might as well walk slowly. The changes in the county town were very big. There were changes almost every day. The number of shops on the roadside increased day by day, and the items sold seemed to have become more abundant. Jiangran watched with great interest, feeling the unique style of this era. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the door of the small closet. It was already past 8 o'clock, and the door of the small closet was naturally wide open. According to the situation after the opening, there should be people looking at the clothes inside at this time. Jiangran thought so in his heart. When he approached the door, he heard the voices inside. But after listening to 2 sentences, Jiangran frowned. There was something wrong with this voice. Jiangran no longer hesitated and strode in. There were quite a few people in the room. Most of them were watching in a circle, but they didn't say anything. At first, Jiangran was confused. But after hearing what the middle-aged woman said, Jiangran sneered. "If there's a problem, just say it out loud and solve it. You're spewing vulgarities and not telling the truth." At this point, Jiangran narrowed his eyes. "I can assume that you're here to cause trouble." After Jiangran finished speaking, the way everyone looked at the woman changed. Not long after the small wardrobe was opened, someone came in. They were here to look at the new clothes on the small wardrobe. However, as soon as they arrived, before they could see the clothes hanging on the wall, this strong and fat woman walked in while cursing. Xia Qiufeng went forward to ask what was going on, but she raised her hand and gave Xia Qiufeng a slap. Then, she continued to scold people. After that, Jiangran and Pei Huai came. The middle-aged woman saw that the way people looked at her had changed, so she stopped cursing. Instead, she took out a piece of clothing from the cloth bag she was carrying. "You're saying that I'm here to cause trouble? Look at this, didn't you make it? I just put it on, and it immediately split open. I don't care. If you don't give me an explanation and compensate me, I won't leave." As she spoke, the middle-aged woman threw the clothing on the floor. Jiangran bent down to pick it up and unfolded it to look. It was a green dress, and there was indeed a large tear at the waist. The clothes were brand new and had not been soaked in water. Overall, the situation was the same as what the middle-aged woman said. Jiangran looked at the clothes, but his expression did not change. The middle-aged woman looked at Jiangran's actions and sneered again. "What are you looking at? Are you going to say that you didn't make this?" Jiangran heard this and looked at the woman with a half-smile. "We really didn't make this." When the middle-aged woman heard Jiangran's words, she was stunned at first, then she shouted loudly. See? I knew you would say that. I knew you wouldn't admit it. Everyone, look. Everyone, take a look. The exact same clothes were still hanging here. She sold the clothes and had a problem, then turned around and denied it. Everyone, it's better not to buy clothes here. This is a one-time deal. It's all our money that's being cheated. Everyone looked in the direction the middle-aged woman was pointing. There was indeed a green dress hanging there. From the outside, the two dresses were indeed identical. Compared with the middle-aged woman's excitement, Jiang Ran's mood had been very calm. Judging from your words, I can tell that you've never bought clothes here before. As soon as Jiang Ran said this, the middle-aged woman immediately felt that something was wrong. Before the middle-aged woman could say anything, Jiang Ran looked at the onlookers. You've all bought clothes here, right? Yes. That's what I'm wearing now. Me too. Me too. Hearing their answers, Jiang Ran smiled and nodded. Since you've all bought clothes here, have you noticed that the clothes here all have a special characteristic? When the onlookers heard this, they looked at Jiang Ran blankly, not understanding what Jiang Ran was talking about. Jiang Ran flipped the label around for everyone to see. Every piece of clothing here has a label. The name of the small wardrobe is embroidered on the front, as well as the size of the garment, the date the garment was made, and the serial number of the garment. The label was square. It was not easy to embroider so many things on it. Jiang Ran was the one who did this at first, but later he handed it over to Feng Shuihua. Feng Shuihua knew how to use a sewing machine to embroider, so it was not difficult at all to embroider these words. In the beginning, when she was not familiar with it, her speed might be slower. But after she got used to it, her speed skyrocketed. When Jiang Ran first proposed to embroider this label, Xiao Feng and the others thought it was unnecessary. But now, they felt incomparably fortunate. Lucky that Jiang Ran had the foresight to do this in advance, so that they would not be so passive now. The middle-aged woman looked at the label and was stunned for a moment. Soon, she opened her mouth and was about to say something. But before she could speak, Jiang Ran continued, we recorded the serial number on the label in the notebook, one by one. The label of every dress is in the same place. Since you said that this dress was made here, then see if there is a label. The middle-aged woman's expression changed instantly. She reached out to grab the dress in Jiang Ran's hand, but Jiang Ran dodged it easily. Jiang Ran took a step back and found the same place, but he did not see the label. The place where the label should be was sewn neatly and there was no crack. The label could not have fallen off, and there were no traces of it being cut off. Everyone's eyes followed Jiang Ran's movements closely. After seeing this scene, they understood everything. The middle-aged woman got this dress from somewhere and insisted that she bought it in the small wardrobe. She was deliberately looking for trouble. What else do you have to say? Jiang Ran looked at the middle-aged woman coldly. Being stared at by Jiang Ran like this, the middle-aged woman felt uncomfortable and stuttered. After opening her mouth a few times, she finally said, Maybe I remembered wrongly. I didn't buy it here. Give me back my dress. Jiang Ran sneered and raised his eyebrows. You just swore that you bought the dress here, and now you're saying that you didn't buy it here. You've made up all the lies, and our men were beaten up by you for nothing? Then what do you want? Hit them back, Jiang Ran said calmly. Hit me back? The middle-aged woman exclaimed and almost jumped up from the ground. You want to hit me? You wish. I dare you to lay a finger on me. What Jiang Ran disliked the most was being threatened. Hearing the middle-aged woman's words, he quickly walked up and slapped the woman's face. The crisp sound of a slap rang out. The woman's face was slapped to the side, and her body also took 2 steps back. Although this woman was not as tall as Jiang Ran, she had a strong figure. Her exposed arms were as thick as Jiang Ran's arms. But such a person was slapped by Jiang Ran and took 2 steps back. With this, everyone's gazes when looking at Jiang Ran changed. Only Xiao Feng was not surprised at all. What was this? Jiang Ran was a person who could send people flying with a slap. Now the middle-aged woman only took 2 steps back. Obviously, Jiang Ran was merciful. Xiao Feng could think this way because Xiao Feng knew the truth and Jiang Ran's true ability. But others didn't know the truth. Especially the middle-aged woman who was beaten. She was mad with anger. She opened her fingers and rushed towards Jiang Ran. From the looks of it, it was clearly aimed at Jiang Ran's face. She was strong, and she rushed forward with a face like that. Everyone was shocked when they saw her. But after a while, they suddenly realized that no matter how hard the middle-aged woman tried, she still couldn't move forward. It was because Pei Huai had rushed up and was standing behind the middle-aged woman, grabbing her collar so that she couldn't move forward. The more she struggled, the tighter her clothes became. In just a short while, her face had already turned red from suffocation. Finally, the middle-aged woman gave up. She wanted to turn around, but she couldn't. Looking at the woman, Jiang Ran could only think of two words: impotent rage. Let go of me. Let go of me. Murder. Save me. I'm going to be strangled to death. She was shouting that she was going to be strangled to death, but her voice was exceptionally loud. It didn't sound like she was going to die at all. Jiang Ran glanced at Pei Huai and nodded to Pei Huai. Let go. Pei Huai didn't let go immediately. Instead, he grabbed the middle-aged woman's collar and forced her to turn around before letting go. Finally, she regained her freedom. The middle-aged woman breathed a sigh of relief. Her originally red face gradually returned to normal. The middle-aged woman turned around and stared fiercely at Jiang Ran and Pei Huai. Okay. You're trying to silence him. Jiang Ran said, if you're sick, you should see a doctor as soon as possible. First, she found fault with a piece of clothing that he didn't know where she got it from. Now, she said these words. Jiang Ran only felt that this woman was crazy. Hearing Jiang Ran's words, the middle-aged woman's face, which had just returned to normal, instantly turned red again. But this time, it wasn't because he was holding it in. It was purely out of anger. Looking at the tall and strong Pei Huai, then looking at Jiang Ran, the middle-aged woman clenched her teeth. Give me back my clothes. Jiang Ran glanced at the clothes in his hand and did not return them immediately. Although I've already hit you back, you still haven't apologized. You hit me, and you want me to apologize? Jiang Ran shook his head. Don't apologize to me. Apologize to the person you beat up. Jiang Ran said and stepped aside, revealing Xia Qiufeng behind him. Everyone's eyes in the room fell on Xia Qiufeng at this moment. Being stared at by so many people, Xia Qiufeng felt very embarrassed. The other side of her face that wasn't slapped also turned red. But Xia Qiufeng didn't shake her head or wave her hand to say no. Xia Qiufeng knew that Jiang Ran was getting back at her for her. At this time, if she shook her head and said that the woman didn't need to apologize, it would be a slap to Jiang Ran's face. Xia Qiufeng didn't say anything. Jiang Ran didn't back down. The middle-aged woman gritted her teeth and said fiercely, I'm sorry. This tone didn't sound like an apology, but more like a scolding. Jiang Ran didn't care whether the tone was good or bad. The slap was returned and the words I'm sorry were heard. Jiang Ran nodded in satisfaction and threw the dress back to the middle-aged woman. When Jiang Ran suddenly pointed out her identity, Yang Dalan trembled and her eyes became evasive. You. What are you talking about? I don't understand. I don't know. I'm leaving. After saying that, Yang Dalan grabbed the clothes, quickly turned around and ran outside. After Yang Dalan left, Jiang Ran looked at the others. What happened just now was a misunderstanding. Please rest assured that the quality of the clothes we make is guaranteed. These people had all worn the clothes in the small wardrobe. Some of them were even wearing them now. Naturally, they knew the quality of the clothes in the small wardrobe. Now that they heard Jiang Ran's words, they smiled and nodded. Boss Jiang, don't worry. We understand. That's right. We've known each other for so long. We all know what kind of person Boss Jiang is. You definitely won't do things that cut corners. That's right. Boss Jiang, don't worry. We won't listen to other people's nonsense. It didn't matter whether these people were saying it for the sake of saving face or if they were sincere. After everyone smiled and chatted for a while, Jiang Ran let Yang Jingyun and the other two greet the customers. He pulled Xia Qiufeng to the back. After such a long time, Xia Qiufeng's face was still red from the slap. Although it wasn't swollen, it must be very painful. Just by looking at the red area, one could tell that the slap was not light. Jiang Ran even regretted it. I should have hit her harder just now. Hearing Jiang Ran's words, Xia Qiufeng couldn't help but laugh out loud. Qiufeng, what are you laughing at? Jiang Ran looked at Xia Qiufeng in confusion. She was slapped. Why was she laughing? Xia Qiufeng pursed her lips and looked at Jiang Ran. Sister Ran, you slapped her hard just now. Her face is swollen. If you had been a little more ruthless, she might have been sent flying by you. Hearing this, Jiang Ran also imagined the same scene in her mind. She couldn't help but laugh. This wasn't purely a figment of her imagination. The main thing was that before she crossed over, the original owner really did slap a big man flying. The two of them sat next to each other with smiles on their faces. The atmosphere immediately became relaxed. Pei Huai stood at the door and looked at the two of them quietly. He didn't go in. Jiang Ran didn't continue to talk to Xia Qiufeng. Qiufeng, go wash up. Use cold water to cool your face. I think your face won't be red soon. All right. Xia Qiufeng answered and stood up. She walked out of the room and went to the bathroom. At this time, Pei Huai walked into the room and sat on the other side of the sofa, looking at Jiang Ran. Who is this LV Qin you just mentioned? After Jiang Ran said this name, Pei Huai carefully filtered the names in his mind, but found that he did not know this person. Although he didn't know why Pei Huai asked this question, Jiang Ran didn't hide it from him and told him about LV Qin. When Pei Huai finished listening, his brows furrowed. How do you know that she is LV Qin's mother? She referred to the woman just now. I guessed. The small wardrobe has been open for a few days. It's been quiet. No one came to make trouble. Suddenly, someone came to make trouble. Naturally, I felt a little strange. So I tricked her. I didn't expect that she was really LV Qin's mother. Jiang Ran didn't tell the complete truth. LV Qin's and Yang Dalan's facial features were somewhat similar. Jiang Ran had discovered this, so she had said that to test her. The result of the test was the same as Jiang Ran's guess. That woman was LV Qin's mother. Now that he knew who she was, he knew why she came. Pei Huai frowned. She came here once and didn't get any benefits. Maybe she'll come again. If Pei Huai could think of it, Jiang Ran could naturally think of it as well. It's okay. Let her come. Jiang Ran was not afraid. Whether it was using words or force, Jiang Ran was not afraid. Looking at Jiang Ran's confident look, Pei Huai nodded and didn't say anything more. No matter what Jiang Ran planned in his heart, he had his own ideas. Jiang Ran stayed here until the middle of the morning. After making sure that no one came to make trouble, she went back with Pei Huai. On the way back, Jiang Ran glanced at Pei Huai's side profile. Go do what you need to do. You don't have to follow me all the time. Jiang Ran was not a person who relied on others. She liked to deal with everything by herself. She was not trying to be brave. She really had the ability to deal with it. Pei Huai following her like this made Jiang Ran feel a little strange. Hearing Jiang Ran's words, Pei Huai just glanced at Jiang Ran but didn't give any answer. Jiang Ran had long been used to Pei Huai like this. Seeing that Pei Huai didn't say anything, Jiang Ran simply didn't say anything. It was 10:30 when they got home. It was still early. Pei Huai said to Jiang Ran, go to sleep and set an alarm. It's not too late to get up at 1 o'clock. After staying up all night and half the morning, even an Iron Man couldn't stand it anymore. What's more, Jiang Ran was not an Iron Man. So even if Pei Huai didn't say anything, Jiang Ran planned to go to sleep. Nodding, Jiang Ran waved at Pei Huai and went back to her room. Pei Huai stood in the shade and watched Jiang Ran close the door of the room. Then he turned and walked towards the door. Previously, the two people had a deep talk and agreed to get along well. But in the past few days, Pei Huai could feel that Jiang Ran's relationship with him was similar to that with Chen Bing. If he had to find an exact adjective, it would be partners. Partners who didn't have a very good relationship. His position in Jiang Ran's heart was not as good as Pei Yang and Pei Shanshan. As Pei Huai was thinking about these things, his footsteps quickened. Not long after, Pei Huai arrived at the small snack shop in front. Xianxia, do you remember LV Chin Chin who learned to make snacks from your sister-in-law? LV Chin Chin? Pei Xianxia looked at Pei Huai suspiciously. Big brother, why are you asking this? Pei Huai didn't answer. He just stared at Pei Xianxia. Jiang Ran slept all the way until the alarm clock rang. Her alarm clock was set at 1:30. Even though the alarm clock had already gone off, Jiang Ran still couldn't open her eyes. Fortunately, Jiang Ran's self-control was still pretty good. She turned off the alarm clock and sat up. After sitting in a daze for a while, Jiang Ran got up and prepared to take a shower. In a summer without air conditioning, even if she slept with a fan blowing on her, her body would still be sticky when she woke up. She went to take a warm bath and came out. She felt much cooler. At this time, Jiang Ran realized that the entire courtyard was quiet. At a glance, she knew that there was no one around. Jiang Ran wasn't too puzzled. Pei Huai had his own things to do. He definitely couldn't stay at home all the time. It was normal that there was no one in the courtyard. At this time, the small food stall in front should still be busy. Having just woken up, Jiang Ran wasn't hungry. She went to the kitchen and made herself a bowl of ice porridge. Just as she came out of the kitchen with the ice porridge, she saw Pei Huai push open the door and walk in. Their eyes met. After a moment, Jiang Ran raised the bowl in her hand. Do you want to eat? Pei Huai shook his head. I don't want to eat. You eat. Oh. Jiang Ran agreed. She took a spoon and scooped a spoonful into her mouth. The ice porridge tasted cold. There were soft and sticky red beans. Coupled with the coconuts that popped up on QQ, the taste was very rich. Jiang Ran had always liked it very much. To be exact, girls liked to eat this kind of food. It was normal for a man like Pei Huai to not like to eat this kind of food. Jiang Ran didn't ask Pei Huai what he did before because there was no need to. Just like herself, she couldn't tell Pei Huai what she did every day. Seeing Jiang Ran eating while walking into the house, Pei Huai's eyes flashed with a trace of helplessness. Aren't you going to eat lunch? Hearing this, Jiang Ran stopped and turned to look at Pei Huai. He shook his head and said, I'll eat this for lunch. After saying that, Jiang Ran saw that Pei Huai was about to say something, so he spoke before he could. I'm not hungry yet. When I'm hungry, I'll cook for myself. She was a chef, after all. She wouldn't let herself go hungry. Pei Huai obviously thought of this as well. He nodded and didn't say anything more. At around 2:00, the small courtyard became lively. The 5 girls who learned how to make desserts came. They had just delivered a batch of goods in the morning, and the afternoon was a rare free time for them. There wasn't much that needed to be done, just enough to be sold in the afternoon. Jiang Ran watched them do it. He didn't even need to do anything. When they were almost done, Jiang Ran prepared to go to the small wardrobe to take a look. Who knew if there would be people looking for trouble? Although there were a few people there, they were all young girls. They could be easily bullied. Jiang Ran didn't feel at ease. The middle of the afternoon was the hottest time. The sun in the sky was like a furnace roasting the earth. If they could avoid going out, they wouldn't go out. Even if they had to go out, they would definitely finish everything in the shortest time possible and then return to the house. Jiang Ran waved at them. You don't have to worry about me. Just do what you need to do. By the way, did anyone come over to make trouble after I left? The 3 of them shook their heads at the same time. No. Hearing this answer, Jiang Ran heaved a sigh of relief. Of course, it was good that no one came over to make trouble. Jiang Ran walked towards the backyard and soon arrived at the workshop. In the room, Xia Qiufeng and the other 2 were sitting in front of their sewing machines and making clothes seriously. The ceiling fan above their heads spun tirelessly, and the room was quite cool. Hearing the sound of footsteps, the 3 of them looked up at the same time. When they saw that it was Jiang Ran, they smiled at Jiang Ran and shouted in unison, Sister Ran Ran. Hearing their shouts, Jiang Ran even thought that since there were only a few of them, their voices weren't that loud when they shouted in unison. In the future, she would have more and more employees. Every time these employees saw her, they would call her Sister Ran Ran in unison. That scene, just thinking about it made Jiang Ran want to laugh out loud. Seeing the smile on Jiang Ran's face, Xia Qiufeng also laughed. Sister Ran, why are you so happy? Did something good happen? Huh? Jiang Ran looked at Xia Qiufeng strangely. Nothing good. Then? Xia Qiufeng was even more confused. Jiang Ran couldn't tell her that she was just daydreaming, so she directly skipped the topic. How's the order? It's more than half done. Speaking of business, Xia Qiufeng's expression also became serious. Sister Ran, today, someone asked when we will be releasing the new clothes. Not to mention the customers who were anxious, even Xia Qiufeng was actually very anxious. Jiang Ran was already arranging for the release of the new clothes. Now that she heard Xia Qiufeng's question, she patted her shoulder. You don't have to worry about this. I will make the new clothes very soon. Jiang Ran didn't bring the sewing machine that he had bought earlier. Instead, he placed it in the room where Jiang Ran lived. In this way, no matter what time it was, as long as Jiang Ran wanted to make clothes, he could do it immediately and didn't have to come here. After staying here for more than an hour, Jiang Ran saw that it was almost time for the kindergarten to be over, so he left first. Although a lot had happened today, Jiang Ran did not forget her promise to Pei Jing in the morning. She was going to pick up Pei Jing from school. Just as she walked out of the small wardrobe, she saw a person standing under the shade of a tree by the roadside. That person stood there quietly, his figure ramrod straight, tall and straight like a pine tree, his gaze like a torch. In the midsummer afternoon, the sunlight was already very dazzling, but even if this person was standing in the shadows, he did not lose to the dazzling sunlight at all. This person was none other than Pei Huai. Every time he saw Pei Huai from afar, Jiang Ran couldn't help but think, as expected of the male lead. It was the same at this time. Jiang Ran looked at Pei Huai and this sentence appeared in her heart. Just as Jiang Ran stared at Pei Huai also looked over. Isn't it hot standing under the sun? The distance between the two of them was not far. When Pei Huai said this, his voice was not loud, but Jiang Ran still heard it clearly. The west sun just happened to shine on the door. It's time to pick up Xiaojing from kindergarten. He asked me to go with you. Upon hearing this reply, Jiang Ran suddenly remembered that Pei Jing had said this. A child's request wasn't too outrageous, so what else could she do? Of course she had to agree to it. However, Jiang Ran had come here on a bicycle, and now there was only one bicycle parked at the entrance. Pei Huai had walked over. Now that they were going to kindergarten together, how were they going to get there? Jiang Ran was still thinking when Pei Huai said, "Come on up, I'll give you a ride." Jiang Ran raised her eyebrows and said, "I'll give you a ride." Why did she want Pei Huai to give her a ride on her bicycle? Pei Huai had not expected Jiang Ran to say this. After staring at Jiang Ran for a while, Pei Huai nodded and said, "Okay." Jiang Ran kicked the bicycle stand aside and sat on the seat. With one foot on the pedal and the other on the tip of the toe, she raised her chin at Pei Huai and said, "Come on up." Although Jiang Ran couldn't see how she looked now, she felt that she looked quite handsome. Pei Huai walked to the side of the bicycle and glanced at Jiang Ran, saying, "I'm heavier." Jiang Ran waved her hand nonchalantly and said, "It's no big deal." Although her body wasn't extremely strong, it was still very strong. Carrying Pei Huai was just a piece of cake. Since Jiang Ran had already said this, Pei Huai didn't say anything else and sat sideways on the back seat. It was just that the bicycles these days were bigger, even if it was a female model. Otherwise, Pei Huai would probably feel very uncomfortable sitting in the back seat. Sensing that Pei Huai was sitting properly, Jiang Ran pushed her right foot forward forcefully. At the same time, she retracted her left foot from the ground and placed it on the pedal on the left. Her left and right feet alternated and the bicycle moved forward. In the beginning, the speed of the car was not fast. However, it didn't take long for the car to pick up speed. Because of the increase in speed, the wind blowing against his face also became stronger. Even though the sun was shining on their heads, it didn't make them feel hot. It would take about 10 minutes to get to the kindergarten by bike. Even though Jiang Ran was carrying a person, it didn't affect his riding speed. 10 minutes later, the bicycle stopped at the entrance of the kindergarten. There were only about 5 minutes left before school ended. There were already many people standing at the entrance of the kindergarten. They were all here to pick up their children. As soon as Jiang Ran and Pei Huai arrived, they attracted the attention of many people. Both of them were good-looking people. They were tall, had long legs, and had a strong aura. Standing in a crowd, they were the kind of people who were particularly eye-catching. Now that the two of them were standing together, the effect was naturally multiplied. Being stared at, Jiang Ran and Pei Huai did not feel uncomfortable. The two of them were already used to such a scene. "I'm her husband." Hearing Pei Huai's words, the girl's face turned red. Pei Huai only answered her question and didn't say anything else. However, the girl still felt that her thoughts were clearly exposed to the sun. The girl turned around with a red face and quickly walked to the other side of the crowd. She wasn't far enough from them. She also turned her face away, leaving only the back of her head to them. Seeing the girl's series of actions, Jiang Ran didn't know how to react. Was she interested in Pei Huai? Although it was unexpected for the girl to go forward and ask, it was reasonable when he thought about it carefully. After all, people like Pei Huai were really rare in their small county. Pei Huai's voice wasn't soft just now, and the people standing near them heard it. The people who had been staring at the two of them didn't look over after hearing Pei Huai's words. In this era, even if the freedom of love had begun to be advocated, it was only relative freedom. Married women and married men had to keep a distance. Before Jiang Ran transmigrated, there were many people who didn't care if the person they liked was married or not. Those people also clamored for the freedom of love. But Jiang Ran felt that it had nothing to do with freedom. Not long after, it was time for school to end. The door of the kindergarten opened from the inside, and everyone walked into the garden. Jiang Ran couldn't remember how many times he had come to the kindergarten. Jiang Ran had seen the furnishings in the garden and the pictures on the walls many times. But even so, Jiang Ran still looked at them with interest. Although whether it was the things or the pictures, they were all very simple. But sometimes, simplicity also represented happiness. Jiang Ran and Pei Huai walked forward one after another. Not long after, they arrived at the door of Pei Jing's classroom. The two of them were tall. Even though there were already people standing in front of them, Pei Jing could still easily see them when he raised his head. Pei Jing was very happy. He waved at the two of them and called out to his parents. However, he didn't run over immediately. Instead, he turned his head and spoke to the little girl beside him. Jiang Ran had seen this little girl before. Her name was Xianxia, and she was often taken by her mother to buy snacks. When Jiang Ran was still in the shop, he could always see the mother and daughter. Xianxia, this little girl, looked very cute. Her skin was white, her eyes were big, her mouth was small, and her face was chubby. No matter how he looked at her, she looked like a doll. Jiang Ran was still staring at the two of them when they ran towards him. In a short while, the two of them ran to the door. "Xianxia, this is my mother, this is my father." Xianxia raised her small head and looked at Jiang Ran and Pei Huai with her big eyes. After looking for a while, Xianxia turned her head and said to Pei Jing, your parents are good-looking, better looking than you. End of chapter 190. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.